Early this morning, Namibia's president, Tahaga Gango, died at a hospital in the capital, Windhoek. He was receiving treatment for cancer before he passed away. The long-term politician has been the president of Namibia since 2015. His vice president, Nagolo Mbumba, has taken over leadership of the South African country, which is rich in diamond and lithium. The new leader will continue where the late president stopped in finding a way to redistribute the wealth of the nation that is concentrated in the hands of its white minority. Distribution is an issue, but how do we do that? The late president once said, "We have a racial issue here, a historical racial divide. Now you say we must grab from the whites and give it to the blacks. It is not going to work." He made a statement after his government declared as unworkable a policy that would have made it mandatory for white-owned businesses to sell a 25% stake to black Namibians. In Senegal, President Macky Sall has cancelled an election slated to happen in 3 weeks. He blamed the delay on the tension resulting from the country's constitutional ban of a presidential candidate from participating. He did not set a new date for the election. Opposition leaders are kicking against the cancellation. They see it as an effort by the president to extend his term in office, using the constitutional matter as an excuse. Writing on X, Osmund Agbo, a researcher with Amnesty International, declared, "For the first time in history, Senegal has just suffered a coup d'etat." In Abidjan, Nigeria and 3 other African countries have made it to the semi-final of the African Cup of Nations. Nigeria defeated Angola to grab one of the final 4 spots in the competition. The other countries fighting to play at the finals are Ivory Coast, Democratic Republic of Congo, and South Africa. If Nigeria wins the competition, it will be the first time since 2013 for Africa's soccer powerhouse. It is 5:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 11:30 a.m. in New York City, 4:30 p.m. in Abidjan, Ivory Coast, and 7:30 p.m. in Nairobi, Kenya. Wherever in the world you are watching us, thank you for joining us. This is 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rodolfo Okonkwo. My co-host Chido Onoma is on assignment. On our show today is Dr. Osmund Ugochukwu Agbo. He's a physician, a writer, a real estate developer, the CEO of the Enugu Technology and Innovation Center, and founder and co-publisher of IkengaOnline.com. He's currently an attending physician at the Department of Critical Care, Memorial Hermann Hospital in Houston, Texas. Dr. Agbo is the author of Black Grit, White Knuckles, A Philosophy of Black Renaissance, and co-author of This Life No Balance with Professors Farooq, Koerogi, and Moses Ochonu. His soon-to-be published novel is called The Velvet Court, Courtesan Chronicles. He writes a weekly syndicated column published across Nigeria and abroad. Dr. Osy Agbo is joining us to discuss Ikenga, Western medicine, and wrestling with spirits. Please join me in welcoming to the show Osy Agbo. Osy, welcome.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me.
It's wonderful to have you. Thank you so much for making the time. And we will start with a look at the story South of Africa. So the story today, breaking this morning, was the death of the president of Namibia. He died in a hospital at the capital. Now, it's significant because most of the time African leaders die abroad. But he was diagnosed with cancer and he's been treating it in the past few weeks. And he was in the capital of the country in their own hospital. What do you make of this?
Yeah, thank you so much again for having me. The good thing about it is he didn't die abroad. He died in his home country, in the capital of city of Windhoek in Namibia. Normally, a country of just 2.5 million people in a continent with 54 members wouldn't make such news. After all, he's superintending an area that is not even more than the size of Shomolu local government in Lagos. But the death of Winghope has what do you call him? Jingo. Yeah, that's what you call it. Yeah, his death has is of some significance to what is going on in Africa, and especially in the sub-region. And why do I say that? The man died at the ripe age of 82. So by that very fact, he's become a poster child of sit-tight leaders in Africa who don't want to relinquish the throne till God calls them to life beyond. Because this particular guy, he's been in power since Namibia got her independence in 1990 in 2009, I believe, from South Africa.
I think it's 1990, but
was it 1990? Okay.
He's been in power since 2015 as president.
But he was South Africa. He was a two-term, prime minister for that same country.
Yeah.
It was only in 2014 that he now mounted the saddle as the commander-in-chief. Yeah. So throughout his whole life, he's been, throughout the time, he's been at the helm of their affairs. And this time that he died, he was actually in the middle of his second tenure. And you start to wonder, what is wrong with us? What is wrong with our people? Because despite whatever little achievement we have made, Namibia, a country of 2.5 million people, has an unemployment rate that is about 1/3 of the whole population, and 40% of the population lives below the poverty line. So he hasn't conducted it very well. And that part of it is because at the age of 82, you must have passed more, you must have gone beyond the vibrancy of your youth. In a country, especially in Africa, where you have a lot of young people with ideas, and then you have an 82-year-old guy piloting the affairs, that is not optimizing our human resources. And it's not just, and I say it is not just Namibia. You can say the same thing about Paul Biya in Cameroon. You can say the same thing about Nasimba Yadema in Togo. You can say the same thing about this other guy in Equatorial Guinea, Nguema Mbasogo. These are all almost octogenarians, but they don't want to relinquish their position till either they are removed in a coup d'etat or something like this happened. That's one thing. Then the other thing interesting about him is the fact that, yes, he was diagnosed of cancer. In fact, the news was that just three weeks after he had told his country that, they found some abnormal cell during a routine colonoscopy, and then he passed away. I can bet you with my life that this guy has been going through this for a whole long time, much longer. Because being a physician, I know that colon cancer don't present like make you die in 2 weeks, no matter how aggressive it is. But this guy has been battling this, and they've kept it under the radar for such a long time because they want to maintain his grip and power. So that's another terrible thing that, happens with our leaders. There's always their health status is always shrouded in secrecy. So these are important things that is not just applicable to Namibia, but the whole of continent of Africa.
Now, you can also extend it to give us your view on Nigeria's president, who is currently in France. They didn't tell us he was there for medical treatment, but he's there for 2 weeks on what is called private visit. And what do you think about presidents of countries going for medical treatments abroad? Just think about it. You're a doctor here in America. If a patient comes to your clinic and is coming from another country, leader of another country, what are the implications?
Yeah. So on the face value of it, there, as a physician who's, treated patients here in the US, and some of them have come from far away, even advanced countries of Europe and Asia, it's not necessarily a terrible thing that, somebody decides to seek care at a place that he feels will be able to take care of his medical condition. Remember, we're talking about health. But that being said, there's a huge difference between a private citizen seeking care and the head of a nation. And I say that because the head of a nation is the repository of a country's secret. So there's always going to be a concern of, okay, what are these people up to? What happens? This guy goes under anesthesia. Is he going to start to spill out some of the secrets? Those kind of things. There was a time, I remember when I first came to the US, I was working at the Methodist Hospital here in Houston. And there was a very popular surgeon. His name was Debeki. He was like the #1 thoracic surgeon all over the world. And the Russian president, Mikhail Gorbachev, at the time, was having this heart problem that he feels like Debeki was the only one who can fix it. Now, they didn't fly him to the US to get treated. What they did is that they arranged everything and sent Debeki to Russia and take care of him. That's because they know, even from the standpoint of, the pride of a nation. I mean, when the whole president of a country leaves and goes to somewhere else to seek care, then it said something about the state of healthcare in the home country. But in Tinubu's case, we're not just battling, Tinubu and some of them, we're not just battling about the fact that he's going out doing that, but even, being truthful about it, because we're told it was a private visit. And remember that just prior to his inauguration, he went to the same France. So we wonder what is going on in France that it has become a favorite tourism spot for the president. So the secrecy, the secrecy that everything is shrouded, is what is always very troubling outside of the other things that we talked about.
Now, let me get your view on this. As a doctor, I know that in America, your privacy is protected. So if there are information about a particular patient in your hospital, let's say what they are suffering from, their blood group, or whatever is going on with the patient is protected. But we also know that if the patient is a big fish, like a president of a country, that protection might not work with intelligence agencies. So let's say the intelligence agency of America is interested in knowing the blood group of the president of Namibia, and he came here for treatment. So they can get those information. They get those information from the, not officially, but they can find a way. And what do you think about that? Because that's
absolutely, because if the president is coordinating the activities of the country in an encryption system, when you move from your country and go to another place, then you're going to rely on the medical record of the hospital that you are on. And I mean, you're in closer proximity with the security agencies of these nations. So whether by hook or crook, what they want to obtain, they can. And we've seen the national security agencies. I'm sure you heard about when the NSA was sniffing on the chancellor, when Angela Merkel was the chancellor of Germany and the whole lot of that. So if they can do all those things, then think about a situation whereby the president is now here with all the vulnerability. So absolutely, yes.
All right. We are having this conversation today, and the whole of Africa actually is focused on what's going on in Abidjan. That is where the African Cup of Nations is going on. So let me show this video before we continue. All right, one more, and then right. Nigeria and 4 other countries, they are at the semi-final level of the African Cup of Nations. Nigeria, Ivory Coast, South Africa, and Democratic Republic of Congo, which that was a surprise to me. So, do you follow what's going on in Abidjan?
Surprisingly, I am not. I mean, well, of course I heard about Nigeria's victory against Angola, and that's always uplifting. At least that's one plus. That's one, amidst all the cloud, that's one silver lining that we've had all this while. So yes, I did follow the cup. I didn't watch it live, but I heard about it, and good thing is I also heard that Nigeria is qualified now to face South Africa in the semifinals. So we have a very good shot. And remember, we haven't won this for a while now, so it's exciting.
So there are people who say that this is needed in Nigeria, considering the hardship, the economy that is in bad shape, and everything else. That Nigerians will need this kind of a win to feel good about themselves. There are also people who feel that this should not happen under Tinubu. Where do you stand? Where do you stand?
Okay, let me just address the first one. I don't think it's charitable for anybody to say, "Oh, just because Tinubu is the president, then Nigeria should be losing." No, I think that's a bad way, because whether Tinubu loses, I mean, he's still better off than 99% of Nigerians, But to get to the point, I think I can understand, I can empathize with both sides. For those who say, why are we talking about soccer when the whole country is burning down? That makes sense. As we say in Igbo land, you don't start pursuing the rats when the whole house is on fire. But I also understand also the sentiment of those who, are happy with what's going on and want us to win this cup. And this is how I look at it. Imagine a scenario where, as a man, you for some reason you lost your whole family in, say, a fire. Your wife, your kids, everything that you have is all gone. What is just left is you and one cat that you obviously you treasure it. The cat is not even that healthy. But in the midst of everything that happened, that's the only thing that is left. And then, you're trying to take care of that cat, spending all kinds of money, the money that you don't even have, because you want to make sure that the cat stays alive. And then your neighbor is like, they don't understand what's going on. They don't understand. They think you're getting your priorities wrong, because you should be thinking about how to rebuild your family and do all those things instead of trying to save a cat, But what they don't understand is the fact that for that man, that is all he got left. That is what keeps him going day in and day out. That is the only news. That is a reminder of at least an era that was better than what he was facing now. So that's why he's keeping that cat and doing all the spending, even though it doesn't make sense in the real sense of it. That is how I see the sentiment of those of us who are rooting that we win this cup. For it to, again, to be in the midst of all the cloud, the lone silver lining that we have.
All right. Thank you very much. And there's another part of this conversation about the game, that it brings Nigerians together. There've been so many divisions due to the election and everything that followed, but there is a game now that everybody is rooting for Nigeria. Do you think is that easy to because some people are inferring that if things work for Nigeria, that it's not very difficult to bring people together as one people if things are going well.
I agree, that's the point. The unity that is occasioned by when we play soccer and all those things could be very ephemeral, but the fact remains that human beings are the same everywhere, whether it's in America, whether it's in Africa, whether it's in Asia. We all want life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. If you're able to provide those things, then you find out that most of the things that come to divide us will not even be in there. Because most of the time, what people exploit is the hunger, the lack that we experience in our daily lives. When you meet somebody who's hungry, who obviously they're so incapacitated, they didn't go to school and all those things, then it's very easy to manipulate them and tell them that, the reason why you are facing all these challenges is because this other person from this other tribe is taking away all the privileges and is living on for you. So it's very easy to do that. I bet if you're educated, you're not hungry, at least you'll be able to find what to eat 3 times a day, you have a roof over your head. Before somebody comes to tell you that, they will have to think twice. So yes, I agree that most of the divisions that we have, is amplified by the economic challenges that we have. But people always talk about, the fact that, in a country where you have Muslims and Christians and all these kind of things, that, there is just nowhere to meet because the culture, the religion is totally different. And I respectfully disagree. India may not be a perfect example, but India is also a very religiously pluralistic society. They have their own challenges, but we can all agree to the fact that they've been making a lot of economic progress. They're not fighting insurgency by every day. They're not facing attacks by some unknown government every day. So there has been many religiously pluralistic societies, including the US, where we are now. I mean, you could find every faith in the US, but they tend to find areas of common ground, not on the basis of religion or ethnicity or any of those things. So yes, I agree that if socioeconomic factors is a big reason why we have a lot of division in our country.
Now, issues in Nigeria are many, but the most recent one is the issue of the exchange rate with the dollar and other currencies. Let me play you a video that recently trended in Nigeria and led to different things that happened this week or this last week.
Tinubu, you have to daju kala waika marering. If you want dollar to come down, just come to Tele this week. Tell all of us we get domiciliary account. Say if you see more than $1,000 on private, you go seize them or you go auction them, replace them with naira. You go tell banks we store, even Peter Obi will be your opponent. Peter Obi Bank stored over 1 trillion in dollar for their Fidelity Bank. And he go come out and say, oh, they are not running economy well. You are storing dollar in a country of naira, and you say economy go good. All of them, that you want, even me, auction my money, my brother auction his own, is all the former governors, anybody will keep dollar, auction now, change them to naira for them, give them. Go they spend your naira, no store dollar here. If you want store dollar, go store them for America. If you want store pounds, store them for London. If you want store Europe, go store them for Europe. Get out.
All right, that was the brother of former Governor Fayose. Somehow this suggestion was taken seriously by some people, and the government had to come out and say, oh no, we're not implementing this policy. We're not trying to auction off all the dollars that people have in Nigerian banks. What do you think about the central bank's efforts to stop the free fall of the naira? And would you think that this will have worked? Because of course, what will have happened is that according to, forget about what he said about $1 trillion in the bank, but what actually we had from all the sources is about $30 billion in Nigerian banks. So even if you auction that out, what it will do is that people will not bring in any more dollars to Nigeria if they cannot be sure that the dollar will remain there. So who will lose?
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So first of all, I'm not an economist, so let's let's get that out of the way. But I'm also a Nigerian, and I'm also a citizen of the world who buys and possibly sell in the same market. So I can understand some of the sentiments. You know, what the theory, the guy, it's, you know, is propounding, for me, is more like abracadabra economics. You know, and I'll tell you why. You know, it reminds me of what was happening during the heydays of the Buhari Diabo administration, where soldiers would just come to the market. They're trying to bring the price of things down. And what they were doing at the time, I was young, but I still remember what they were doing was they would go to somebody's store and say, hey, this thing that you said you're going to sell for 20 naira, you will sell it for 5 naira. And the public would share, you know. But what the public don't want to contend with is the fact is, how much did this person buy it? So there is no way. So I think to address that problem, you have to go to, why is it that these people are selling like this? You know, at the end of the day, it just boils down to the market, what the proverbial market forces, which is the forces of demand and supply. Now, why is it that the naira is in a free fall? And free fall is an understatement, because since January, naira has lost about 40% of its value, and then we hear such things as floating and all whatnot to be the cause. I have a simple explanation to that, and what I'll say is just go and visit Apapa Wharf. Sit down there, maybe in a day, look at the number of ships that comes to the Nigerian shores with goods, and look at the one leaving. And the one that is coming in, it carries goods that we purchased with what? The dollar, which is the international currency. And then the one leaving is the one that we hope to make dollars selling. You will find out that what we sell doesn't even begin to scratch on the surface what we buy. And the things we buy it in dollars. So again, going back to the forces of demand and supply, why is it that our export is so weak? It's because the manufacturing sector is dead. Basically, the only thing that we have going is the export of crude, which still is very skeletal, in the sense that what is Nigeria has the OPEC quota for Nigeria is 1.8 million barrels per day. We are giving 1.4 because, of course, we lost many to all this bunkering, the oil thieves, and even now we heard that Shell is divesting its onshore investment in Nigeria and all those things. So these are potential foreign exchange revenue earners where we should be raising dollars, but we are not. And add that to the fact that Nigeria has a very high appetite for foreign goods, which again is purchased in dollars. You can imagine a country that of more than 200 million people, but even the simplest of things, even a match, we still import from India, from China, and all those things. These are things that drains our forex. Now, so with that, it's no surprise that you have a lot of people chasing the dollars. And then when that's the case, then there will be scarcity. You can't prevent that, you know. And when that happens, human beings do the natural thing they do. When things are scarce, they start to hold it. That is why the banks are not willing to do those. That is why all these big guys who has children and wards who are schooling abroad want to safeguard the dollar, because they have to pay the school fees for their children. That is why all these folks going to medical tourism in India and the US and Europe, they hold in the dollars, because they need that when they travel to Europe. So when you now go to the central bank and say, hey, why don't you liquidate all the dollars? Okay, let's say that even that works. But what happens after the 30 billion? How long is that $30 billion going to sustain for a country that is, you know, most of the things they do is in dollars like that? It's not going to work in any way, shape, or form. And the point that you made also, you know, makes sense. The fact that those who have domiciliary account and are wanting to keep dollars, even though there are not many of them now, I could tell you, because I was one of them that I actually have an active domiciliary account, but it doesn't, in Nigeria, nothing works, you know, because when you send money in dollars to your domiciliary account, and then when you need the dollars, what they will do, they will tell you that there's no dollars and that they would rather give it to you in Nigeria, in Naira. What they do is basically dollar arbitrage, where they collect that your dollar, go to the Bureau d'Echange, change it and pocket the difference and give you naira, But anyway, that's a topic for another day. But yeah, I do not believe that forcing the banks to release the 30 billion, because that is a product of scarcity. And no matter what you do, if you don't correct the underlying factor that is resulting in that scarcity, it will continue. It's just like those who are holding oil. If you make oil available anywhere, why would somebody go and store oil in one underground tank and leave it full? No, that won't be necessary. So holding is a product of scarcity. So we have to get to the reason why scarcity is the case. It's going to need a concerted effort, and which will ultimately bring about we having enough foreign exchange so that we don't have to hold the one, we don't have to fight over the little one that is left.
I know that you were in Nigeria recently. I think December you were there for the book launch that you had with your other co-authors. We'll get to that later. But the issue of insecurity, how did you travel across Nigeria?
Well, I have to tell you, I'm not very brave. I for the past several months, even though I've been going to Nigeria, but I haven't been brave enough to get to my village, and I miss my village so much because, like every woman, I was able to stitch in some dollars and and then put up some structures there. So I want to go there and enjoy it. I haven't been successful in doing that. Why? Because I come from Imilike. Imilike town is in the Nsukka area, and going from Enugu to Nsukka, you have to move across this wooded, this forest, which has of late become a den of kidnappers. And since I only have one life, I don't want to gamble with So I didn't go there. So the issue of insecurity is huge, and we're talking about all these dollar issues and all those things. All
right. Our guest is having technical. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, go ahead. You froze for a moment. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. No, I was saying that insecurity is one of the biggest denominators of the problem we're having in Nigeria. And of course, something else brought insecurity, corruption, nepotism, all those things. So it's just going to be a question of which one came. Is it the chicken or the hen? The chicken or the egg? Yeah. So, but yes, insecurity is a big part of our problem in Nigeria. There's no sugarcoating that. Now, it's gone from, before, if you remember, Rudolph, during the time of Jonathan, when we had that Chibok incident, and then later Jangebe, it was an international sensation. Even Michelle Obama made a meme about it. But what happened since then is become a daily occurrence now. That even the other day, in far away, is it Ekiti or Ondo State, that school children and their teachers and all those have been abducted. I don't even know that they've been rescued up at this point. So it's become such a daily, quotidian occurrence that now we're all been numbed. The international community, nobody talks about that because, this is the daily occurrence. So, people have heard so much about it that it's become aware of life, which is very unfortunate.
Mm. So that's unfortunate because you said you've not been to a village. For how long? Have you been to Enugu?
Yes, I have been to Enugu. Even in December, I was in Enugu just for 2 days because I didn't have enough time. But I haven't been in my village at least for the past 2 years. I believe the last time was in 2022. And even at that time, because the insecurity has already gotten so bad, it was such that I had to rent a bus in Enugu to go to my village. Now, which is a shame because I have at least 3 nice vehicles parked in my garage in Enugu. But I don't want to attract any attention, so I decided to go to the park and paid a bus driver, and then he took me, and then the bus ended up breaking down in the middle of the road. But the good thing is, I made it to my village that day with a polythene bag in my hand. My village people were looking at me like, what? Where is this guy coming from? Yeah, but you have to leave. I mean, it's funny the way I'm describing it, but hey, you have to leave to tell your stories. That's exactly what I did.
Yeah, but were you not afraid that some of my neighbors might hear that you came in and contact people, and said that?
Well, I mean, it was just I didn't even sleep there. I left back for Enugu the same day. Well, maybe mine, maybe it's not that bad. Maybe mine is just, a case of being extra careful or something like that. Because I tell myself, the problem with all this kidnapping is not because I'm not afraid of them demanding that I pay a ransom. But what if they ask you to pay a ransom, believing that you have billions in your account, which you don't have, and then they will kill you for no reason? I mean, I still have young kids here that I want to live for, So that is why, like Chinua Achebe said, the coward is the one who lives to point at the ruins where a brave man once lived. I'm that coward.
All right, let's talk about medicine, and I'm interested in knowing. You went to medical school in Nigeria, and then you came here and you are practicing. What are the differences in what you were taught in Nigeria and what you learned here, in terms of patient's care, for instance?
Yeah. So, medicine, what we practice now, we practice modern medicine, which is basically Western medicine. And Western medicine is not so different in Nigeria or in UK or in the US. Maybe there are some local adaptations, of course. But we basically read the same books. We attend the same conference. We all practice using established guidelines, internationally established guidelines. So in theory, it should be the same. But it's now how to execute those ones. Those are the differences, because you now have to, you think about the cultural nuances, the finance, and the rest of them. One big thing that, those of us who moved from Nigeria and then come to practice in the Western countries, one big difference is always that care is very patient-centric, if I'm permitted to use a word like that. That doesn't mean that the patient is not at the center of our care, even in Nigeria, but there is an emphasis of the customer is always right. What do I mean? In Nigeria now, if a doctor comes to ask, if a patient has to come and ask his physicians, okay, what is this medication that you prescribed to me? It's almost always an insult for the doctor. They'll be like, just take your medication.
Why? Do they teach that in school to doctors, that you shouldn't answer their questions?
No, they do not. They do not. Of course, they do not teach. Nobody, gets taught to, be secret about what you give to your patient, because your patient should actually know, what they should be receiving. But it's all about, we have to look at the cultural milieu where we practice, because, I'm here, and of course I can write a whole book about what is wrong with the practice in Nigeria, but I also have to be sensitive to some of the challenges that my colleagues are facing. I didn't get a chance to practice much. I did my youth service, and then maybe practice for half of the year, 6 months, before I came to the US. And let me tell you some experiences. So one of the things in Nigeria is that somebody will come to your clinic, you run all the tests, you do all the things as a doctor, and then write the medication to them. Immediately, they realize they know the medication. The next time, they're not coming back. They're going to the chemist shop nearby. So it's not
the first time I know the reason, because I don't understand that.
Yeah, so it's more like preserving your business secret as more of being mean. It's not being mean. It's just that
secrets, ingredients. It's like preserving the ingredients of Coca-Cola.
Yeah, because you spend all this time, you spend all this effort, and then your competition is one one chemist man who probably didn't finish secondary school.
Is that also why when you guys write prescription, nobody can read it?
Well, no, that's not. I regard that as bad practice, because even in the US here, I mean, I remember during my residency, there was this guy, the one endocrinologist. You can never read what, even as a doctor, I couldn't read what he wrote at the time. So each time I was his resident, and each time he writes something, that was the days we were using paper charts. I just bring the paper chart and then I'll call him. I won't even try to read it because it's impossible to read. But now, because in the US and in most Western countries, they now use the electronic medical records, there is minimal writing. Prescription used to be the biggest challenge, because then you don't even know what the person wrote. But now we have all these Epic and other electronic medical record that you don't even have to write prescription. You just, by a click of a button, you send your prescription out. So nobody has to deal with your very terrible handwriting. But no, it shouldn't be. A doctor's handwriting should be legible, because if somebody administers a wrong medication just because they can't decipher what you wrote, then that's a big deal, So it shouldn't be.
Okay, so apart from that, there are other issues with the practice. We talked about respect for the patients.
Yeah,
it's not there in Nigeria. The doctors are more like gods. They are not answerable to anybody. And I wanted to know, is there anything in the training that makes doctors feel that there are people that should be listened to, not challenged, not questioned? If you
there is nothing like that. But when you talk about that, it's a culture, and I'll tell you that it's not just restricted to the medical profession. It's more profound. I mean, it's more easier to notice because you're looking at somebody who's sick, and that becomes the focus. But even in our training, it's just a culture, because even in our training, during our training, our consultants, they will call you a goat, you're a fool, which if it is in the US here, somebody will take it up and call you a bully, But for us, it was just part of life, We don't care about what you tell us, just like you don't care about what your parents, sometimes when your parents, growing up, your parents say, you're a fool, you never amount to anything in your life. If it is here, if I should tell my kids here, I probably will get a call from Child Protective Service. So it's just a culture amongst our people. I suspect that it probably is getting a little bit better. But I will also tell you that it depends on who you're dealing with. I bet if Tinubu should be seeing any doctor, they're not going to be trying to do that. So it's a power play. That's just what some people up it. People just like everybody else. So it's an individual thing as well as a cultural thing.
Now, do you think that the fact that doctors are now held responsible for the outcome of their treatment, or let's say something like mistreatment or abuse or things that couldn't happen here and you don't get out without paying for it, is that responsible for some of the things we see in Nigeria?
Well, to some extent, but again, what I want to make sure is that we have to discuss everything in totality, because in a country like Nigeria where you have judges dispensing judgment but no justice, okay, you have what I'm trying to say is that every institution is a counterfeit of what it should be. You're not going to expect to have a stellar medical practice there because it's still the same individual buying and shopping in the same market, So you're talking about the doctor who, of course, I mean, and I'll tell you that even now, there's been lately, unlike when we were starting out, now there has been some measure of accountability, because I remember there was a case, somebody tried to consult me. It was in Lagos. It was an OBGYN case. Somebody went for an elective cesarean section, and for some unexplicable reason, this woman died. And this woman was not high profile, but the husband was somebody who was well placed enough that at least he was was able to get a lawyer, and they started doing it. I think that guy received, either they withdrew or he paid some heavy monetary damage. So it's starting to change a little bit, but it's not to the to the point of the kind of things we see here, because again, we are practicing in Nigeria where all things are not equal. Because even if you have to hold the doctor accountable for a certain death, maybe probably you have to investigate things like even the medication, where they're procuring the medication, fake drugs, or how about the lab guy that will not do the test but will write a result, yeah. So you can, it's not something that you discuss in isolation. The treatment, the solution has to be holistic, because if you fix one without fixing the other, nothing is going to make sense.
Now, how many doctors do we have in Nigeria? Do we have any idea, ballpark number, and how many?
You know what? I don't. All I can remember is that the ratio, the doctor to
Patient ratio.
patient's ratio, is something like 0.4 to 10,000, which is among the lowest in the world. And of course, there's been a huge exodus of doctors since all this problem. Nigeria are bleeding doctors every day. In fact, those ones who are the ones that are there is because they're warming up for an opportunity. And I can tell you that even as I'm here, most of the requests I get from my colleagues is, so how do I make it? How do I do this? How do I do this? So yeah, so it's dire. The situation is there. And it's not just medicine. Nigeria is bleeding high-level, high-skilled manpowers. If you come to the US here, I mean, Nigerian doctors could form a community of its own. That is how huge we are. And the same thing with UK and even Saudi Arabia. We're losing doctors to Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is coming to Nigeria now and recruiting doctors. Yeah. So that's the situation we're on. So yeah, it's the patient-doctors ratio is one of the lowest in the world.
Is there any solution? As a doctor, if you are asked by the government, what is the solution to that? What will you recommend?
Solution is treat insecurity, treat the economy. Because I mean, these are just the things. I mean, it's easy for me to say maybe increase their compensation. That would be like just treating the symptoms and not really the disease. Because at the end of the day, if you increase a doctor's pay by 50,000 a month, and then next month the things that he could buy for 50,000 now 150,000 because the naira is floating and the value crashed, it's not going to make any sense. So at the end of the day, you will still you've ended up with more naira in your pocket, but you have less of your purchasing power. And with that, it's still not going to be an incentive to stay back home. So when things starting to improve, because many of us, even as I am with you, my plan has always been that if my kids get to college, then I'll quietly go back to Nigeria, and then I'll be shortening between Nigeria and the US. That has been my grand plan. But I also remember that when I first came to this country, there was a professor that we went and did a Sandford for. I went to a grocery shop not too long ago, and the man was pushing his cat. But that's the reality. That's just the reality. So we want to do things. Nobody wants to. I think there was this poet, I forgot her name, but she said, nobody leaves home except home is the mouth of a shark. I mean, if the conditions are favorable in Nigeria, many of us will leave, because at the end of the day, Nigeria is still our place. And we feel more at home, and we have that connection. We have that family, So the only thing to answer to get to your question, yes, people will there will be a reverse migration when the situations that prompted the mass exodus starts to let up. That's the long and short answer to it. And that's what I'll tell the government.
Okay. We are going to soon let people join us, but we still have to touch on several topics. Your books, You do a lot. I don't know how you do that. You have develop estate, real estate. You publish books. You write novels. You write essays. Where do you find the time to do these things?
I think I should be asking you.
No,
because I mean, anyway, I mean, I look at you and I am humbled, and I say that with all modesty, because I don't know how you host shows Saturdays, Sundays, because we've done in Ikenga, we've done some town halls, and we know how difficult it is to even get somebody to come, and then the preparation that goes along it. Yet you're doing Saturday show, you're doing this, you're posting. So yeah, it's so I'll say this to you, you have to have a passion in whatever you're doing. You don't know how much you can push till you start pushing. There are a lot of things that we say we can do. Somebody actually sent me a message via WhatsApp yesterday, and it was like, I've been wanting to be a writer, but I read some of the things you write, and I just feel that there is no way I can get to that. So in my mind, that's not the way to go about it, because honestly, I didn't start writing and then got so good at it, at least the way, made the progress I've made so far. When you just start doing things and make sure that at least you're having a little bit of fun, which means that you actually have passion in what you're doing, you'll be amazed at the things, because it becomes work if there is no passion. But if you do have passion, most of the things I write in terms of like my weekly column, I just sometimes sit down, maybe even during word round, an idea comes to me and I write it down, and I'll be pitching it like that, join everything, and it becomes a whole. So, and that is how it is for other things, even real estate, most of the other things we do is just because there is passion. Without passion, you find out that you can't sustain it the long haul. Because for you to even start getting recognition, it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of energy. It takes a lot of commitment before at least people start to notice you. And so, that's how I see it. But thank you for being so kind.
Now, let's talk about Ikenga Online. How did you come about that? And what is the goal of Ikenga Online? What do you intend to achieve with the website?
Yeah, so Ikenga Online has been, a project I've been working on. It's still a work in progress because we haven't gotten to where we want to be exactly. But this is an idea I've had for quite a long time. And when I say a long time, we're talking about even 7 to 8 years ago. And the reason is simple. If you look around, you find out that we are lagging. When I say we, I mean the Southeast, Igbo land. We are lagging in so many indices, which many of us don't even recognize. And one area is journalism. And you're a journalist, so you probably know more than what I'm about to say. The fact is, we don't have an independent media. I mean, prior to the arrival of Ikenga, we didn't have an independent media in Igbo land. What you basically had was a situation whereby, you have all these, what I prefer to call propaganda machine. Propaganda in the sense that they basically can publish whatever you want them to publish, as long as you're willing to do what they ask you to do, So that's all we have. But then if you go to the Southwest, you have a whole lot of them, them, Premium Times, Salva, all those kind of things. Then even if you go to the North, an area that we've always felt that, at least, academically and all those things, that we're faring better than them, but that's not the case. Because if you go there, you see like Daily Trust, which is nationally recognized. You have the leadership by, the guy that died, the pharmacist that owned in Daisa that died. So these are all powerful media outlets, but we didn't have any. And what's the point of it? The point of it is that when somebody else is telling your story, it's different. When you send a Yoruba man who is in Lagos to cover an event in Enugu, he probably will report most of the things, but he will miss some of the cultural nuances that you, as an Igbo man and a Southeasterner, the flair that you add to the story. That will be missing. And that makes a huge point. And I believe that was what Chimamanda had when she talked about the danger of a single story. Because when you have a white man come to Africa and sit in a hotel room and write all these beautiful things to a white audience, it's quite different. Unlike when Achebe sits down and writes his Things Fall Apart. That is basically, so in summary, is for us to tell the Southeast story, to tell the Igbo story with all the nuances. That is one. The second aspect of it was the idea of holding the government accountable. That is public accountability. Because most of the problem, we are of the premise that most of the problems we have in Igbo land is because of bad governance. And it's not a situation that is unique to only the South. It's all over Nigeria. I bet, we always have a way of making things worse in the Southeast. The governors and other elected officials are acting like they are emperors, no question. They do all kinds of things. Nobody questions them. So we wanted to beam a satellite on the activities of those in this position of public trust, so that when we when we highlight some of the things they do, the public will be sensitized enough to ask questions and probably move a needle a little bit towards a good governance. So those are the two overarching reasons why we decided to embark on that.
How is it going?
Well, I could tell you that we've made a lot of progress, more than actually I expected. In some ways, we've had some wins. We are still having a lot of struggles. Win in the sense that, we're able to tell the story like I told. We have, our Ikenga online, which is the daily news. And of course, we have, editorial once in a while. As a matter of fact, a few days ago, I think 2 days ago, we just published another editorial. It talked about, I think the title was Shopping for Gods, and we basically bemoaned what is happening in the Southeast now, where young people are gravitating towards satanic worship. You see young people going to all these big shrines and, have no shame about it. So we talk about stuff like that in the editorial. And we also have the investigative arm where we do investigative reports. Up till now, we've done more than 20 investigative reports. And what we do in the investigative report is basically look at some areas, like the plight of widows, people living with disabilities, the case system, sometimes environmental issues like where, some industrial practices that tend to be harmful to the environment of our people. Those are the things we cover in the investigative report. So those ones we've been doing very, very successfully. Now in terms of the other aspect, which is promoting good governance, we haven't done that. We haven't been so successful. And again, it has to do with the mindset of the people. You were going to ask me about our report card for the governors. You'll be surprised that, of the humongous amount of work and effort we put into doing it. I mean, Ikenga spent almost like 10 million naira, doing this report, because we have to collaborate with a data company called DataFight. They are the one that were able to crunch the numbers and get all the things that we need for us to do the report. So we spent all those money, gave it a lot of publicity, but we're not getting the attention. Like when you send it out, people don't even look at it, and I could tell you that because the article I wrote the other day, which is the one you just clicked, that talked about, the title was, You Think Marriage is All About about love. It got more attention than the report of the governors. We shouldn't be, because so those are the areas, because when we start sensitizing people enough that they start to pay attention to those ones, that is when the governors and other political actors will know that, okay, people are really interested in what they're doing, and they will start to sit up. And we had in mind of, this one is just, end of tenure report, but we have in mind of like every fortnight, every quarter we publish the state of affairs of the governors, and we'll be able to rank them and say things like Hall of Shame, Hall of Fame, depending on the performance. These are things that we feel like is going to ginger people to sit up and do the right thing for our people. But we need a buy-in from the Southeasterners, everyday Southeasterners, to tune in and see what we're doing so that we'll be able to be more effective in carrying out this campaign.
Yeah, you said buying in. What do you want them to do? Do they, what about the visit to the website? How is it? How many people visit the website?
I have to get our technical guy to actually, I haven't checked lately. But I could tell you right off the bat that it's not like Premium Times, our AdSense and all those things. But there has been a significant uptake, so we gaining ground, but we should gain more than what we have now, being the nature of what we do, being that we're not out there to make money. We are basically out there for public goods. And what we mean by buying is just tune into our activities, read our reports. If we write about our governor, ask questions. Maybe if we share about the report card of the governor, share it out. Because we know that at some point, the governors will be able to see. If they see what they are getting in their report card, they probably may sit up and want to improve on their governance activities. Those are the buy-ins that we are expecting people, And, if you feel like what we're doing is something that resonates with you, then people should also support us, because we need support. We don't accept brown envelopes like the other propaganda media arms. No, we don't. We were intentional when we started out that we're not going to let the governors give us anything, because then when they do, we'll be compromised. So we need not just the goodwill, we also need support in cash and in kind. Right now, we're able to do what we do because MacArthur Foundation is supporting us. We have a staff size of about 10 to 11, and our budget last year was like 21 million. So it's not chicken change. Before Ikenga came, before MacArthur came, I was actually self-financing the whole thing, but there's only so much I can do and for how long I can do that. So when MacArthur gave us a lifeline, it changed everything, because we're able to hire more hands and we're able to, undertake some activities that normally we couldn't have been able to do. So support in reading our materials, and as well as people who can spare us a change, send us something. We'll make sure that whatever is given to us is properly accounted for. That is 100%, guarantee.
Can you briefly give us a summary of how the doctors, not the doctors, the governors are doing? Like Governor of Anambra State, who will go for re-election very soon. The one in Imo State, who won re-election. How did that happen?
So let me just say this. So we use certain parameters, to do the assessment. I think it's about 8 to 9 of them. And these parameters are, we judge the area of security, infrastructures, adherence to the rule of law, finance, gender inclusivity. And then in some certain areas that we know there are some critical deficiencies, we try to assess that. Well, how do I mean that by that? Like in Ebonyi State, one of the biggest challenges they have is human capital development. So that's one of the criteria that we had to judge. Then in Enugu and the Abia State, there was also a problem of water and environmental sanitation. So we also addressed it. Then in Imo and Anambra, the issue of security is one of the topmost in the list. Now, in the aggregate, all of them performed poorly, I have to tell you. The person who scored the most was actually Soludo with about 44%. That is pass rate. followed by the Ebonyi governor that scored 33%. Of all the parameters assessed, the former governor of Enugu State failed, except in one, that it was indeterminate. When we say indeterminate, is that we don't have enough fact to sway us into fail or pass, but he only scored one in the indeterminate. But the worst was Okezie Bazu of Abia State then. He failed everything from A to Z. We couldn't even find any way to salvage them. Now, one of the biggest things that they all failed from A to Z is in the area of local council autonomy. It so happened that across the government in the Southeast, the governors were actually treating the local governments like just an extension of one of the departments or one of the ministries, where they can, just do whatever they want. If they basically end up putting in their cronies, and what we found is the idea that, most of the money that should be going to the local government, in one way or the other, find their way back to the coffers of the governors. If you like, call it plausible deniability. They're not going to sign anything, but they make sure that they have cronies that most of the money comes back to them. And I actually had one of them, whom, of course, I can't mention the name, but he confessed to me that what happens is when this money comes, the governors will tell you this is how much you bring to them, and that you will decide how to retire that money. It's not their business. What they know is that, they gave you this job. If you're not up to the job, then let them put somebody else. So basically, in all the Southeast state, is almost the local council is almost the role is almost non-existent. The highest they could do is just pay for staff remunerations. Outside of that, even the simple things like grading of the roads and all those things. If you ask a local council chairman now that just to help you grade a local road, they will tell you to buy the fuel. They will tell you to buy this. They will tell you to buy something for the driver and all those kind of things. That is what is happening. And that also applies to things that should be taken care of at that level, like the primary health cares, the health centers. In my village, the health center there is overgrown with weeds. This is a place that's supposed to have a doctor there, That's because the local council is nowhere to be found. One of the things that we graded Ugwanyi, we gave Ugwanyi indeterminate was in health. How he scored indeterminate is because of the fact that for some reason, he actually won an award as one of the champions of primary health. He got one award from this organization in Abuja. But when we did our investigation, we found out that even the health center in his own community was overgrown with weeds. So it didn't match. So yes, we're not going to question why he got his award, but the situation on the ground did not support that award. So it was indeterminate for us.
I also know that you have this monthly Ikenga town hall conversation that you organize, and how has that been received in the Southeast?
Yeah, so it's mixed in the sense that obviously people like it because we talk about issues, security, all those existential issues that our people face. So those who know, and they are very appreciative. But a good majority of people don't care. And how do I know that? Because of the attendance. You post it, you do all the publicity, but then people still, which is the part of the buying I was talking about. Because there is no way, no matter how we try to change the system, we can't change it without the people trying to get involved. And we're not asking you to forget about giving us money and all those. It's just participate, at least share, but come and ask questions, know what is going on. Because one of the things I could tell you about one of our biggest problems in Igbo land is that, for want of a better word, I would say that we are not politically sophisticated. we don't seem to care to know about what is going on in our place. And there's always this externalization of blame. It's always these people's problem is this. But the fact is that we don't do our own part. Our own part is that when we listen to all these things and when we bring somebody in, come and ask questions, put them on some spots. And when they go back, they will be able to tell others that people are now asking questions. And maybe we start to move the needle a little bit. But we don't do that. The Southwest, of course, they are more politically sophisticated than us. I have to say that, because they are more attuned to the issues. If there are certain kind of things that you do in the Southwest, they will come and burn the whole place down. Now, I'm not suggesting that anybody comes and burn anywhere down, but you have to share, you have to show some, some care about what is going on. Because what it takes for these people to be, succeeding with impunity is the fact that they know that people don't care. The moment they start knowing that people are listening and watching what they're doing, you see that things will start to change in our place.
Okay. You have several books out, like I said at the beginning. This is one of them, Black Grits, White Knuckles, The Philosophy of Black Renaissance. What is this about? Hard copy. It was published last year. This is a collection of essays.
Yeah. So basically, the second part of it, the philosophy of Black Renaissance. We're all Black people, and most of us here are Black people. So it's safe to say that as Black people in this world, we've always received the short end of the stick. Denying that is just denying the obvious. And what this book tends to do is not to go on, another, trying to mourn how we've done and all those kind of stuff. No, this is basically some practical steps, what we believe are practical steps, how Blacks can move themselves out of the position we are in this world, claim their rightful place, in among the committee of other ethnicities, nationalities, and all those kind of things. So this is our own modest contribution to this discussion. It's huge. A lot of people have talked about it. Even in the United States, here where we are, we all know the place of the Black people in the American society. It's not enviable. So it's trying to rewrite the narrative. What are the things that we need to do instead of just, crying wolf all the time and again, trying to externalize the blame. It is very true that throughout history, we've been in one way or the other, not treated right by other people. But one of the arguments we try to make in that book is that there is no justice in this world. It doesn't exist anywhere. So the moment we as Black people realize that there is no justice, then we start trying to find a way of carving our own niche for ourselves. We start moving away from just, letting people, trying to whip up sentiment so that people will be able to have some pity on us and grant us access to some opportunities. No, that's not going to be the way to Black Renaissance. It has to be, we have to put the boots on the ground and do the hard work. That's what the book is about.
Okay, good. There's this one that you wrote with Professor Moses Ochonu and Farooq Koerogi, This Life, No Balance. We had them on the show recently. And so how did you come about this? How did you guys decide that you have to write it together?
Okay, yeah. So it was actually my idea, and that's because, of course, like you said, I've been writing for the past 3-4 years weekly, and that's because of the fact that I am appalled by the situation at home and most of other things happening, not just at home, but even in the world, So those are some of the things that, I write in my columns. And because Farooq, of course, Farooq is very big, and his presence in Facebook and other social media is huge. So I've been always following his writings. Same with Professor Ochonu, who has his own body of work that is very well renowned. So we've been friends, and at some point I saw this idea of coming out with a book, and where from my own vantage position, and I say that because as an Igbo, I'm on one side, and then Farooq is from Kwara State, and then Ochonu is from Benue State. So in some way, there is some diversity in our background, even where we came from, as well as socioeconomic and educational backgrounds. Farooq is a journalist, communication expert. Moses is a historian, and me being a medical person. So we came from different backgrounds with different perspectives, and we felt like we can actually come together, write a book that will showcase all those experiences and how we can harness it to address some of the existential problems we're having in Nigeria. That's how. So when I saw the idea to them, they thought it was a good one, and that's how we went into writing the book.
And you recently had a book launch in Abuja, which was well attended. This is a question they ask me whenever people do a book launch. How much money did you make? And
anyway, that I think we have to have but the honest truth is that we haven't really even had all the collection. We haven't even collected all the things that.
Is it that you don't need it, or that because if you guys don't need it, we can form a collection agency that will collect it?
I guess we have to collect it. Well, let's finish collecting all the money, then we can now decide if it is too much for us, and we now can give it out to people like you.
Now, I happen to be privileged to read your upcoming novel, The Velvet Cuts, and I'm amazed. First of all, how is your interest is so diverse? You go from essays and novel, and how are you doing it? When do you write?
So what I tell people is I write on the go. If I used to travel a lot for work, and if I'm in an airplane, that's one way to make sure that I use my time effectively. So I write even when on an airplane, as long as it takes. And I don't sit down and write things in a long stretch because I just don't have that time in the midst of busy medical practice. But so I just write it, and then at some point I'll be able to piece it together. And when I'm off to actually have time and sit down, then I'll be able to go through it and make some edits. And that's how we've been pushing it. But I guess it's not just me. That's how I don't know of anybody who has that kind of time that they sit down and all they do is just write and write and write. Well, maybe there are, but not in my neck of the woods.
All right. So we are. Thank you so much. We are going to bring in people. Our people are waiting. Those who want to join us in this conversation. But I think we've done an hour, 19 minutes. Maybe we take a break. I think. So when we come back, we will get them to join us in the conversation.
Sure.
All right.
Thank you.
Onye mazolo bio akwa nwa zoro bio Max ibia bunye go kwanu mo no fube nazo olaga ni biazugo mma olaga do ni biazugo akwa nwa ilochi o biko rapuzo kona bazia Onye mazoro biko Abama wazara dasari
Ya bụ na-egbu ndị ara.
Geduru joy na bugwu Hausa Sokoto Ujembe nwilo anụ solo nwe ma n'ọfịa na-ara onye nwụrụ zuru ike.
All right, welcome back. According to CM, this music is for crazy people. And it's because he doesn't understand that like I will soon get to him. And but I welcome everybody. We are having a conversation with Dr. Osy Agbo, who is our guest today. He's a medical doctor. He's everything, a writer, a novelist. He's a real estate agent. We didn't even talk about your Enugu Technological Center, what you do there. So many things. I don't know how you do it, but welcome. So if you want to join us in the conversation, if you're not sleeping, I see some people are sleeping. you join us in the conversation with Dr. Osy Agbo. All right, let me start with you, Dan. You have the floor. One question, please.
Yeah, Dr. Damages, good evening.
Yeah. Nice
Osy, good evening.
Thank you.
And brothers on the panel, I say respect to everybody. I just have a very fast question about your publication, Ikenga. Because there's a problem in Nigeria generally, and most people try to avoid it most of the time. Don't you think adding a moral instruction on your column as one of your columns, is it not necessary? Because I think that is what is lacking in Nigeria. We always have things to say, but people are always asking of solutions. And my solution to Nigeria, or what I've seen through a lot of years of study, is we have forgotten morality. You know, in school those days there's a subject called moral instruction, because I think that's what is lacking in Nigeria. We talk a lot, but individually we don't have no morals. And I'm suggesting anyway to have a column where you talk about morality. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You want to take 3 at once, or you answer one, then we'll go to the next? Whichever way you want.
Whichever way, I'm okay with you. We can take 3, yeah.
Okay, all right. Righteous man, you next. Righteous man. All right. He's in Nigeria, I know. Can you hear me, Righteous man? We can hear you. All right, let's go to CM. CM.
Nepa were ọkụ ebe ọ nọ. Okay. Where is the time? Good evening, Dr. Agbo. I think I've encountered you either on Facebook or some of your books. First of all, I congratulate you for this Ikenga online. I never knew it existed, so it's a good thing. From today, trust me, at least once or twice a day, I will visit it. I like the layout, the 7 different states, probably where you have Igbo majority or a good number of them. Now, I just zoomed, I just clicked on Anambra, and then this thing you did, the assessment, which is quite interesting. Those that passed and those that failed woefully or in different areas. What I would like to ask is, in doing this, in doing this research and data analysis, obviously it's a qualitative data analysis or semi-qualitative. What I want to ask is, did you consider attenuating circumstances? Because given the type of federation we run in Nigeria, some of the shortcomings of some governors may not be entirely of their own making. So that's what I'm saying. Do you consider some attenuating circumstances where you say, for instance, my own is Anambra State, let me bring it home. When you say where the report card reads rule of law indeterminate, given you know what justice in Nigeria is all about, then local government autonomy I can understand, finance indeterminate, and then health indeterminate. Gender inclusivity, I don't know why Soludo should fail there, because I know quite high profile appointments, particularly in education in Anambra State, is dominated by women, and even justice and some other things. I don't know, but let me just put it this way. So was there any part of knowing some extenuating mitigating circumstances that might make some governors not perform as expected or make them to fail woefully? Because I know if you speak to Okezie Ikpeazu of Abia, he will tell you that this report, he won't take it, he won't smile. He will say that maybe he will accuse you of not being a PDP or that you're APC. So something like that. Let me not waste time, but at least you've got in the question. You've known where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, CM. Next is who's next? Okay, Mazi Prince.
Good morning, Dr. Rudolph. Good morning, Osy Agbo. Dr. Rudolph, would I say welcome back from a little vacation that you had?
Yeah.
Because we didn't see you yesterday. However, that sounds good. Let me try to take my mind off politics per se and go into medicine. Dr. Agbo, do you ever, would I say, in as much as I don't want you to dwell on the philosophy aspect of it, but have you ever felt, when they say, oh, some people, they do you from your village, probably they came to rescue you because you are sick and you have something going on, and then they attribute it to some diabolical means and all that. Does that exist? Have you ever thought about that?
All right. Thank you, Mazi. So you can take this three and then we go to the next.
Okay. So thank you so much. I guess I'm going to approach it in no particular order. Okay. CM talked about attenuating circumstances, what we prefer to call confounding factors in our analysis. Yeah. So let me say this. What you said made a lot of sense. Okay. There are some factors that no matter how much you try as the governor or a political actor, you're not going to be able to address it because it probably is something beyond what you can do. And even if you are succeeding, maybe to some extent. And we did think about stuff like that. And I'll give you an example. Soludo that you mentioned, actually, people thought that we are very, some group of people think that we are very lenient with our score, that they felt like you should score less than that. One of the things was the issue of security. They said there's no way Anambra State Soludo will score a pass in security with all the things that is going on in Anambra State. And talking about all these confounding factors, what we considered before we gave him that score was, what was it that he met on the ground? Because at the time of his swearing in, remember, all these unknown gunmen, they were actually claiming territories in Anambra State, to the extent that, many people just don't even want to come home because of the degree of insecurity. Now, that hasn't disappeared. It's not like Anambra is now a heaven of peace. No, it's not. But he has made significant progress to the extent that instead of claiming territories, what we have are just all these criminals who are coming mostly from the Imo State, the boundary near Ihiala. They will come and launch the attack and then go back. So he's been able to mobilize resources, efforts towards doing that. Now somebody could say, okay, probably he's not the only one. Like in the case of Nnewi, I know the activities of Ifeanyi Ubah and the rest of them. They had to raise a whole lot of money. I have my friends here who are from Nnewi, and they talk about how they were able to achieve some relative peace. So somebody might say, hey, okay, this happened not because of him, but in spite of him. But at the end of the day, he's still the governor that created the enabling environment for that to happen. So the long answer to your question is yes, we did take into consideration the fact that Anambra is not a heaven of peace, but because he has moved the needle, at least in our own estimation, significantly, that gave him a pass. That doesn't mean that he still doesn't have a lot of work to do. He does, but we give him kudos for the ones. And that is how it is for most of the other things. You talked about the gender inclusivity. We looked at, and because we actually have people on the ground who went and brought out all that. I can't tell you. Maybe probably you go and read the report. You get more information, but they actually look at the number of, because there is actually a designated number of or percentage of women that should be in every government. Okay, but apparently he didn't meet that criteria, and then he couldn't have passed. But I assure you, when you go and read the report, you get more information than the snippet I'm giving you here. Of course, you can disagree. I mean, we all have our opinion, but what I can guarantee you is that anybody that we gave a score, there was a reason why that is the case, and the write-up will try to justify. The one that we say is indeterminate is a situation whereby the factors for and the factors against, they just balance each other out, that we can't possibly tilt it in one direction, and then that becomes indeterminate. And I gave Rudolph an example when we judged Ifeanyi Ubah in Enugu State or in his health programs. one organization, one NGO gave him a very good score in terms of primary health care, said all the things, beautiful things that he did, some of them which might be true, but just a simple visit to his hometown in Oba by our team looked at the health center there, and the whole place was overgrown with weeds. So yes, we're not going to disregard some of the good things that he did, but there is no way we can score him a pass when even the local health facility in his own, very, very close to his house, is overgrown with weeds. So those are the factors that we considered, and we like to think that we're as fair as possible because we're not beholden to any political interest. I can tell you here 100% that we, as a matter of principle, Ikenga decided that we will never take shishi. We don't take brown envelope. We don't take any of those things because we believe that's the only way we can be independent. And that's the only way people can take us seriously. That's by the way. Then Mazi Prince talked about diabolism. Wow. Yeah, I mean, we're Africans, and you cannot totally rule out conversation about medicine and all those things without those local nuances. The only thing I could tell you is that, of course, I don't have the expertise to actually, tell you now in authoritative terms whether or not that is the case, because in medicine we deal with empirical evidence. I don't know how to prove that one, but do I hear about it? Obviously, I do. All the time. Even my folks sometimes, when each time I want to go to village, they keep telling me, "Oh, make sure you don't eat here. Don't make sure you eat before you go." So it's alive and well. Then Dan talks about moral education. That's a very important point because I believe most of the things, a big chunk of what we're suffering in Nigeria is because of a precipitous fall in our value system. Things that we used to, I tell you one thing. Growing up, I remember if somebody just out of nowhere comes home with a brand new car, somebody who maybe in the preceding few months, he was in the village doing nothing. A lot of people will question that, But today, not just in Igbo land, but in the whole of Nigeria, when you do that, they'll say, "Oh, this guy is a sharp man." It doesn't matter that you went and used somebody for rituals or that you killed 100 people in armed robbery to do that. For them, the end just justified the means. So there is a very big need to harp on the morals. And I could tell you that even though we don't have a dedicated, column for moral instruction, that is one of the core tenets of Ikenga. The last editorial that we wrote, which was just published 2 days ago, we called it "Shopping for Gods," and it was just our way of, bringing into focus what has been going on lately in Igbo land, where young men are now moving in droves to satanic worships. You go to Facebook, you go to Instagram, you see young guys who are less than 30 years of age, but you see them in the face of a huge shrine, and you see young men tying some white wrappers in seas being battered by, so that's just the decay in our value system, and it's something that we happen all the time. But yes, we don't have a dedicated page. Maybe over time as we grow, and you certainly can help us grow by reading our columns and spreading the news, sharing our content. And yeah, it's something that we should consider at some point. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Sam. Let's go to Janaba. Janaba, you're next.
Have you answered Prince? No, Prince.
Yeah, he did.
I did.
Thank you, Prince. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Thank you so very much, Dr. Agbo, for coming. You're the only one that sounds so close to my name because I'm from Benue, and Agbo is one of the names we bear. So it's because of people like you I still come here, because you are a dedicated
Nigeria. Left for order of my brother, the marginalization is very depressing, but we overcome it by the blood. My question goes like this. What do you think the cause of the people going to the worship of the satanic, and why do you consider it satanic based on that activity? Can you explain to me?
All right. KJ, you're next.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. Thank you for coming, sir. I was able to follow your presentation since, and I kind of enjoy it. You speak very eloquently about the things, and they're quite acceptable, especially your use them, choice of words, and the work you have done, speaks a lot of volumes, and I so appreciate that. I have never visited Ikenga, but I've heard about Ikenga, and now I'll make it a point of duty to go there and also read up what you are doing.
Thank you.
And I also like your understanding of what's going on in Igbo land, especially the fact that sometimes we maybe underjudge the activities of the government in the East. But I have two questions for you.
Sure.
And I don't know if they are going to be questions, but maybe you can also, share your ideas on that issue. I sometimes feel that the elders, and by the way, let me also acknowledge the fact that, listening to you, what makes it more interesting for me is that your choice of the proverbs that you throw in. I mean, I have had a good, listening this evening. It reminds me of when they're talking to, a core Igbo man. You don't go away without having one or two proverbs given to you to go and, go and chew. So I've taken some and I'm chewing it. I've dug off my Chinachebe book to go back this morning and read it up again. So it's quite refreshing. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
I feel that there's a disconnect between the elders of Igbo land and the youths. The reason why some of what is going on. Because when we were growing up, like me, when my dad was alive, and each time we had the opportunity to go to the community, he makes sure I follow him to meetings. He makes sure when he's discussing with the elders, and that's how I got some of the things I know about the Igbo land. I'm always there, So somehow the tradition, the custom, the ethos of the community is passed down to you, knowingly or unknowingly, just by being present. How things are done, you get to know it. Okay. And I feel right now that has been lost in Igbo land, or gradually getting lost. And secondly, I find it also difficult that Igbo leaders hardly come to the defense of their young ones, like other nations we do. The Arewa Constitution Forum can come out and defend the Arewa Youth Council actions, and even go a long way to insist on what they want to be done for the North. And they have no qualms putting that across to anybody, whether you like it or you don't like it. I find it a bit difficult that the Ohaneze Ndi Igbo, especially Ohaneze Ndi Igbo, find it difficult to take a stand when they have to do with something that Igbo youths are clamoring for, or to even defend the interest of the East. They are always neither here nor there. They, want to please by the choice of what they use sometimes. And I'm not saying that the elders should call for war. There's no community where the elders call for war, but the elders are always firm in standing up for their own people. Why is that? It's a bit difficult now. Both the elders and the government of the East to take a stand and demand for what is right to be done for the East. Thank you so much. And again, I appreciate your work. God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Righteous man, you're next.
Yeah, good evening, the two doctors. One is Dr. Damages, continue to damage things and repair it. Then the other one is medical doctor, continue to repair people's life based on scientific proofs, which is given to you by the white people.
Thank you.
I understand and I sympathize with you why you will say those guys are doing satanic things. It is the theory of the white man that calls whatever a black man does as satanic. Anyway, I want to ask 2 questions, sir. Good evening. I'm just from Imo State, but I reside in Lagos. We're on ground here to cover a lot of things that you guys are not seeing. One, is Ikenga different from Ikenga? Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can. I'm just writing it down so I don't forget.
Yeah, Ikenga, is it different from Ikenga? Then my second question that really rattled me, it was a statement you made and I jotted it down. You said there is no justice anywhere. It does not exist. Can you please, sir, expatiate on that statement? There is no justice anywhere and it does not exist. I would want you to expatiate on it. Maybe it will give me a little understanding of why you made such a statement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you guys so much. I actually enjoy this. Again, I'm going to approach it in no particular order, but I'll get to all of them. Starting from the last one. Now, Ikenga is different from Ikenga, even though we are basically working on the same purpose. Ikenga is more of a think tank. It resembles Ohanese, except that it's basically an intellectual think tank. They think about things, you know, they feel should be promoted in Igbo land, and they work on that. The person who is actually leading them, Chike Madueke, is a friend of mine. So I'm pretty much in tune with what they are doing. Now, Ikenga Online, which is the organization that I am part of, it's under the umbrella of what we call Ikenga Media and Cultural Awareness Initiative. I say that, you know, we are related with Ikenga in the sense that we're all looking to improve our lots in Igbo land. Ikenga Online is out to promote, give Igbos a voice, you know, tell our Igbo story, tell our Southeast story. That is what it's about. And basically, Ikenga is doing something similar. So we work towards the same purpose, but no, we are different organizations. Then in terms of no justice, that would be, there is no justice anyway. No, that would be an absolute statement. We have to look at the nuances. I guess the point I'm trying to make is that on the average in the whole world, and I think I spoke a lot about it in my book, the book that Rudolph talked about, Black Grit, White Knuckles. The fact is, throughout the whole world, as we are today, if you look at what is happening, whether it's you're talking about what is happening between Israel and the Palestinians, you know, all the bombings, the killing, how innocent children that have no idea what is going on when they are killing, how they get murdered for what they don't even know about. What is justice there? Is justice going to be, for example, when Palestinians go back to kill 100,000 Israelis? Is that the justice? Kill another group of people that probably don't know what is going on. So there is no justice there. Then you look at what is happening. We're talking about how the white men came and enslaved us and did all those kind of things. But the fact remains that even before the white men came, we had slavery. We had, and even today in Igbo land, we still have the Osuke system. So where is the justice there? You know, America, this place that I am, way before it came into existence, basically came into existence because, you know, there were some people, they were called the Pilgrims. They left England in the 16th century because they felt that there were religious persecution. So they came over here. And then, of course, when they got here, there was Indians who were already living here at the time. What did they do? Indians helped them settle down, and they started killing Indians and displacing them and taking over their lands. So the same people that ran away for injustice, came to another person's land and took over and tried to kill them all. Where is the justice? So it's when we look at all those things. Of course, every now and then you see a semblance of justice, but in the overall picture in this world, there is no universal justice. Even all these Western countries, the US and the rest of them, they tell you that they are promoting democracy. As long as it comes to the point where their interest is not protected, even if it is a democratically elected government, they will topple it. Meanwhile, they're preaching democracy all over. And that was what happened in Iraq. In Iran. The Shah, when they had the Shah dynasty, the Shah was, an American guy. He was doing everything they want. In fact, for the whole Westerners. But then when he fell, because he wasn't doing well for his people, he was basically appropriating what belongs to Iran at the time to the Westerners. When the people rose up, overthrew him, elected a civilian, democratically elected government, what did America do? America, through the CIA and the rest of them, overthrew this guy. So that's what I mean by there is no universal justice. Of course, you're going to get, once and here and there and all those, but in the end, if you have to, live by, like black people with all the things they did to us, if you ever think that there's a time that white people will say, oh man, these people have suffered so much, we better leave them, we better wait for them to come up so that they can, join the, it's never going to happen. It will never happen. That's what we mean by when we say there is no justice. Then John Abba talked about satanic worship, and I think Righteous Man also did mention it. Look, I am not one of those who will come here and tell you that everything done in Igbo land, even before the coming of white men, of satanic. No. Even in my little community, they still do all this masquerade and all those things. And even the church is not in opposition to that. But it has to follow certain standards. When you start making, calling some wooden object your God, and then not just that, you start making some kind of sacrifices, some of them that, start to require things that we know shouldn't be, then that is a deviation. But that doesn't mean, after all, our name is Ikenga, that will tell you how we value the Igbo culture and tradition. If we don't value that, our name is not going to be Ikenga. But there are norms. So when you see a group of young men who somebody comes around and tells you, if you come to me, bring this kind of objects, bring this, sometimes, you see how human sacrifices, all this ritual killing and all those things. Why do you think those things are coming from? So this is where we draw the line. It's not somebody just waking up in the morning and using or four and then invoking the spirit of the forefathers. No, that's well and good. But when you start taking somebody to evil forest and asking them to strip down, that is not how Igbos practice their God and their culture, That's not how we are known to do things. When you do those things, then that's pure satanic worship. Why do I think that they migrate to that? They migrate to that. It's economic expediency, because things are hard. People are suffering. There's so much hardship in the land. So just like we have a lot of religious ministers who preach prosperity and sway a whole generation of people to come to church and give tithes, it's the same way. It's just that these people are now doing it in a different ways. They're telling you, come to me, I'm going to make you rich. You just have to bring so, and I'll make that happen. That is basically what these people. So what is pushing us, which is pushing many of our young people towards that, is because they believe that they're going to get some salvation from that. And salvation, I mean economic redemption. Outside of that, I don't think that will happen. Then you asked about why is that's KJ. KJ asked, why is there a disconnect between elders in Igbo land and the youths? That's a big question. Now, I'll tell you, I'll go back. If we go back to even the pre-colonial time, Igbos have a very, very unique system where, remember what they usually say that Igbenweze. Igbenweze meaning that not that we don't have people leading us, but what it basically means that during those pre-colonial times, decisions are made by a council of elders. That was how Igbo land was governed at the time, which means that there was a lot of respect for older people. But things changed with time. And a watershed moment in our history was that Nigerian Biafra Civil War. Because what happened was, at the end of the day, after the war, we lost all. Not just that we lost about 2 million of our men, but we basically lost all opportunities. Remember, before the war, the Igbos were leading everywhere. Business, people like Ojukwu's dad, academia, people like Enedike and all of them were like VC in the University of Lagos. Even the first VC in Ibadan was an Igbo guy. So we were all over the place. Now, after the war, we lost everything. You remember every woman being given $20. And what that did was that everybody got impoverished. Every person started to scramble on how to get back on their feet. Education took a backseat because most people can't even afford to pay for education. So they took to all these boy, and the rest of them. What they did was that, the even before now, the most important people in Igbo land are people who didn't go to school. Business people, Ekene Didishuka, and all those kind of people. So, and then it becomes, our value system started to change because, like they say, he who pays the piper dictates the tune. The guy who has the wherewithal is the one who we're going to follow. He's the one. If you are going to learn something in your town, you're not going to rely on the professor who will come there and speak all the grammar. And you look for the business guy who, though, probably may not be morally in tune with what is being done, but who is going to support what you're doing with a lot of money. And that's when our value system started to chip away. That's when the respect for the elderly, the respect becomes now more to, okay, how much can you bring to the table? They will tell you that the grammar doesn't build structures. That is when our value system started to chip away. And that is a big part of the divide. Now, but if I stop like this, it would seem like the elders also didn't have a role to play in this divide. They do, because the elders also started to jettison the values for which they are known for. We've seen a lot of cases where people of questionable characters will come home and then they will receive chieftaincy titles, even when it's clear to everybody that this guy is a criminal. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that, it's from both sides. The elders have a role to play in that. The young people have a role to play in that. And that is how the solution is also going to come. Everybody has to come back to how we used to live our life in the, before the Civil War and pre-colonial times. Now, the second question is why Igbo leaders don't come in defense of youths. Well, I think there is, I'm not sure that one is totally correct. I say that because when John Nyanwodo was the President General of Ohanese, I had the opportunity to talk about certain things with him. And I can personally tell you that, a lot of effort that was made by Ohanese, not just Ohanese, but a lot of other Igbo leaders in matters of release of Nnamdi Kanu. Sometimes some of these things don't come out in the open because they tend to do it subterraneously. And when you talk in terms of what Ohanese did, it was during war those times too that, he was able to organize a PANDEF and the Afenifere. They all came together and demanded the federal government that they should try to move in the direction of restructuring. It was actually the Ohanese that led that effort. And that effort that was led paid off to the extent that if you remember when Obi came out for presidency, Ayo Adebanjo, one of the chieftains of Ohanese, he came out openly in support of Obi, saying it's the turn of the Igbos to produce the president. Those are all leg work from Igbo elders led by Ohanese. But I guess some of the issues we face in Igbo land is we just don't, the source of some of the messaging we get, they're not just correct. But because they appeal to some of our sentiments, we just accept them as true. So Igbo leaders, the Ohanese, for example, had their challenges starting out. There's no doubt about it. Many of them saw it as a ticket to get some leverage for personal advantage. But over time, they also evolved. And I could tell you that Nwodo did a whole lot of things. And Iwanya that is here now, he's also doing a lot. We've had him on the show. But, you know, like they say, you probably will not see it because the result you expect to see, you haven't seen it. They've been doing a lot. So we just have to acknowledge that. In terms of the government, well, honestly, we don't have a lot of trust in most of the governors. And part of it is because of the fact that they don't feel like they owe us anything. Why? Because many of them came to power not from the people's mandate, but by power that resides in somewhere outside Igbo land, like Abuja. We know how somebody who got the third or fourth position ended up becoming the governor. He knew it wasn't the people that voted for him. So he's not going to do things. He's going to, like they say, he who pays the piper dictates the tune. He's going to listen to the guy who he feels is responsible for his position. You know, in Enugu State, we also know what happened, you know. So all those kind of things. So that's why it's difficult for, you know, for us to rely on any of the governors. During the last dispensation, when Umahi was the chairman of the Eastern Governors Forum, he made every effort, at least we were told, he made every effort that we didn't establish a regional outfit. That was when Yorubas were establishing Motekun and the rest of them. He refused because, you know, obviously his people in Abuja didn't like that and he didn't want to offend them. Those are the kind of governors we get in Igbo land. You know, and that's why Ikenga is out to expose some of those things so that the people start to understand where our problems are. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Osy. Let's go to Alaba. You're next.
Yeah, I welcome Dr. Agbo, and greetings to all panelists and Rudolph, everybody. I greet you all. My question, firstly, I want to address the fact that I think from your last statement, I think your Judeo-Christianic bias did come out in terms of labeling the traditional religionist as being devilish or satanic. Why do I say that? Why you rightly condemned the act of sacrifice, I think that approach should have been from a human rights perspective. Whether you're doing it for religious purposes or you're doing it for whatever purposes, nobody should be sacrificing anybody. No. Now, that being said, I also noticed that in your statement, you made mention that you got some sponsorship from the Bill Gates Foundation, Melinda Gates or something like that, as part of your, then I want to praise you because nothing is going to save Nigeria other than the work of good journalism. And more importantly, local journalism. I have seen that in its partial way, Nigeria has also happened to you. You are not just a medical doctor, you're a journalist, you're a contractor, you're a builder, you are a jack of all trades. I mean, son of man got to survive. I understand that, which is my observation. Now, my question is that your Ikenga, what does Ikenga actually mean in Igbo? Because I'm not Igbo. What does the word mean? What does the word mean before I go on with my questions?
Oh, okay. I thought I was going to.
Oh, no. The question is not out yet. I just want to know what Ikenga mean in Igbo.
Well, so Ikenga, A lot of people might give you a different definition of what Ikenga mean, but it's basically a concept that talks about industry, determination, success. That is basically what it encompasses.
So that's the literal meaning.
Yes.
Okay, probably that's what
agency. Human personal agency. Yes.
Okay. Now, it's good you guys have a media, and media is what's going to save us. But your media, is it only online? Is it paper, print? Do you guys print paper like the Daily Times or whatever? Or is it audio? Do you have like a radio station? Or is it just copy and paste on the internet? Then do you guys have reporters who goes dig out news, take pictures, or you just go by what popular big media go and you repaste it on your medium? That's my first question. Second question, are you guys the audience, because they asked you what's your audience rate, you weren't able to give a number, but I went to your page and I think, you know, just looking online, you probably have like about maybe 5,000 subscribers or more. What's your target? Is it the local Igbo-speaking Nigerians within your locality, or the Pidgin-speaking Nigerians, or the English-speaking Nigerians? Or, you know, so how are you guys different from the regular Nigerian media, and are you having it in future to expand? If you don't have a radio, to have a radio station, to have a TV station, to have reporters. That's why I drafted my question in that context. You know, where are you now? Where are you guys going? What's your focus and things like that? That's my question. But it's a good thing you have a local media. We need it. We need a million. We are 200 million. We need 1 million local media if we hope to change that country.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
The Blackstone.
Good evening, Dr. Damages, and good evening, Dr. Osy, and everybody on the panel. Thank you for your submission. I listened to you right from the very beginning, and all your submissions, answers to the question were very interesting. And I do appreciate all that you are doing. That you are not only in one area, you are diving into different areas that are very important to human life and things like that. Yeah, I just have just 2 questions for you, right? I'm going to focus on the medical issues, right? With the breakthrough in medicine today, with the advanced technology and things like that, but today we still find many deadly diseases like increase in cancer and other untreatable medical issues, right? And my question related to this, that what is the cause of this major deadly diseases that medicine have not been able to find a solution to, right? Is it due to the way we live, or due to the food we eat, or what are the actual reasons, what are the things behind that result in these diseases? And we know today in Nigeria, the increase in cancer and other deadly diseases are rampant, deadly on increase, right? That's one of my questions. The second question is this: I don't know what you know about the Nigerian law regarding organ harvesting. Because I know today in Nigeria, organ harvesting is a big problem, and things like that. I don't know what the government is doing. It's like become a major trade, and so though some last year I heard a video that the law is very the legislation regarding organ harvesting is not very protective, or is like it is not really in favor of the people, but give more right to doctors and things like that. They can easily harvest people's organs, that even letting them know what they are doing. So I don't know what to know about that. Thank you. That's my 2 questions.
Thank you. Okay. All right, Dr. C, you can take them. That's
Okay. Thank you so much. I think I'll start with Ferreira. Yeah. So on the issue of sacrifices, I think I made the point that we are very much respectful of Igbo culture. In fact, we promote it. The name of the organization, which Ikenga is one of them, is called Ikenga Media and Cultural Awareness Initiative. So there's a huge part of us that try to emphasize Igbo culture. And Igbo culture recognizes such things as our chi, like I actually say that if you're with your chi, you can move mountains. So we recognize that. And I made mention of the fact that even in my local communities, when they're doing all these Mawa and the rest of them, we all enjoy it. And I made sure that my kids come to experience what I experienced growing up as well. But there's a fine line between that. When you start delving into, if you call me Ambunyegike and all those kind of things, and then bring a woman's breast for sacrifice, that is not Igbo culture. It has moved to some other kind of ring. And that is the area that whether it's done in a church, whether it's done in the forest, those are the areas that we're against strongly about it. Yeah, we do receive some grants from MacArthur Foundation, not actually Bill Gates. They've actually given us a lot of lifeline, and we just hope that over time we'll be able to maintain our operation, because like I said again, we don't accept money from the government. So our resources is very limited, because we want to maintain that, because we want to maintain our independence. That's why we are very, very anal about who gives us money or who doesn't give us money. In terms of how we're doing on our spread, yeah, so we are, after all, we are a media organization that is in Nigeria. So there is no way we can operate, in a vacuum, because what affects Nigeria, of course, affects Igbo and vice versa. But in terms of our focus is on the Southwest. And part of it is not because we are provincial in outlook, it's just that is one area that has suffered so much. I did mention before you guys came on that in the Southwest, you have tons of them. You have the Premium Times, you have, a whole lot of other ones, the cable in the North, you have Daily Trust, you have the Leadership, and a whole lot of other things. We didn't have any in Igbo land before Ikenga came on. So that's why we decided to take that niche, so that, again, instead of somebody else telling our story, we are telling us. We still have a long way to go. Part of our restriction is the financing, because it takes a lot to have a good media organization. We have about 11 people active on staff being paid. I founded the organization. I don't receive shishi, because we want to make sure that those of them that help us, thank God, at least I'm still able to sustain myself with what I'm doing as a medical doctor and all the things. But those are the people we pay. Our budget in the first year was 21 million. That's not chicken change. If not because MacArthur was helping us, we couldn't have been able to afford that. We intend to go into Ikenga TV and the rest of them, but that is our goal, because we want to also have not just the written, but the audiovisual. But as at this point, we haven't been able to start that. Our hope is that over time, as we solidify, as we gain more readership and all those things, then those are definitely area we'll venture. But I appreciate all your help and support and all the good things you said about us. Thank you. Then Blackstone, you talked about that with all the advances in medicine, how come we still have a lot of cancers and other deadly disease? That is actually a very hot topic, even amongst us in the medical community. What is not clear is what we feel like is an increase in incidence of cancer. If it is just that with better technology now, we are diagnosing it more, than before. It's just like some of these gory stories we hear, we see on Facebook and all those things. Those things were happening in generations. It's just that Facebook and all these other social media where somebody can now be in one corner and take a picture and send it, everybody can see it. But it's not like most of the things we see now, they've been happening years before now. That is the same thing with cancer and some of the other deadly diseases. With advances in technology, science, we've been able to even identify cancer early. I remember growing up, even in my little village, people would just die, and then either they say the village people killed him, or sometimes somebody just probably is making a speech in the public square, and then they collapses. He may have had a stroke, he may have had arrhythmia, but because we don't have the expertise to make those diagnoses, we just label it one thing, and then they say somebody died. So that's the conundrum here. That's the confounding factor here. So it may just be as well that there might still be some of the practices, some of the things we do, like some of the processed food that we consume that contribute to increase in incidence. But we also have to not disregard the fact that with increase in technology, we're diagnosing more. But it's not all dooms. Why I say that is because actually in the last decades, there has been an increase in longevity. I could tell you that in the Western world, the longevity is going up. In Africa, it's a different ballgame, and we can have a full discussion about that, because that medical services in Nigeria, for example, is not just worse in the world, but even in Africa. Nigeria is basically a basket case. I tell you that because in 2001, there was the heads of state of African countries under the African Union came together in what was called an Abuja Declaration and said, hey, health financing has to be at least 15% of the budget. That was done in Abuja. Well, that's not the case. As I'm speaking to you now, Nigeria's health spending as a percentage of our GDP stands at a whopping 3.8. Even by African standard is low. South Africa stands at like 8 point something. Kenya stands about 7 point something. So people that be dying in Nigeria not because of just because of lack of access to care. But overall in the world, people have actually been living longer. So in essence, the world hasn't been doing bad, even if Nigeria is doing. Then in terms of the organ harvesting that you talked about, the one thing I could tell you, as in medicine, as in every other thing, is Nigeria's problem is not always for lack of having the legislation. No, it's actually the fact that every legislation in Nigeria, no matter how well intentioned, is always honored in the breach. I tell you that because whether it's the COVID protocol, whether it's organ harvesting and all those things, we always take a page from what happens in America. We basically copy it. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that the law is not the problem. The problem is that in Nigeria, if you have money, you can bribe your way through. If I could tell you now that if you have money, if you go somewhere and tell them that you need a 16-year-old virgin's breast, they will get it for you. It's sad, but that's just the truth, because those folks know that as long as they have the money, then even if they get caught, they will have their way out. So that is the problem we have with urban harvesting, because there is no law, there's nowhere in this world that anybody will tell you is okay. You have a patient on the table, they come for appendicitis, and then they end up losing their kidneys. No. If it is in the US here, the repercussion will be terrible. But that's not in Nigeria, So it's just a part of the bigger, broader problem we have in that country, unfortunately. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Osy. I will give anybody who has any extra question a chance to do that, to ask him. But let me ask you this. You said you have an investigative arm of the publication. And I was thinking, have they published any story, like broke any story that is big, that is that nobody can ignore. Because sometimes what we see is that, I know it's a difficult thing, but if you have a breaking story, something that is investigative reports that people cannot ignore. Let's say there was an incident, a story of bodies found somewhere in Enugu without heads in one market, I believe. That's all that we heard about in the media. Nobody, there's no follow up, and sometimes the media in Lagos, they don't have the resources, they don't have people they could send there to get deep into these stories and find out what happened. So you are investigative, because when you talk about buying in by the people, it's also, that's how they buy in. When they see that this media outlet is breaking stories, is coming up with things that they want to know more about, then they will look for them and they say, okay, let me see what they are doing. Is there anything like that that is going on?
Yeah. So of course we can't be everywhere in one time, but what I could tell you is that we do. And first of all, before we approve any story to be investigated on and release the budget, you have to give us a pitch. And you give us a pitch, you tell us the nature of your investigation, why you think is of public importance before we do that. One of those was there was somewhere in Kanu near Enugu where there were some companies that were just pouring some of their industrial effluent was pouring into a river that was consumed by the people. So we did the investigative report on that, made the presentation, shared it. Even sometimes we try to reach the people who are close to the government. But again, the problem is that you do all those things, you share, and you think that it's going to generate a lot of attention, and people don't even read it. I'm telling you, that's the biggest challenge we have. And what do? Just like when we do the town hall to expose some of those things, we've gone into the extent of even telling college students, the university students, we give you a recharge card just for you to come and listen to some of the things that affect all of us. Those are the places that we are talking about the buying. So we've done that. As I'm speaking to you now, there was a place, there's also one environmental thing going on in Ebonyi State. There's this Chinese company that was mining quarries and causing a lot of environmental hazard. Now that requires a lot of budget. So we've contacted the Ford Foundation, whose Director General for Africa is actually from Enugu, and I've been in talk with her. So we're waiting for them to approve so that we do that. When we do that research, what we tend to do is to sensitize the government, sensitize the local authorities so that those things could stop. We've done a whole lot of that. Whether it's the plight of the widows, whether it's the even in Enugu, when at the time when there was death all over the place, we made a big noise about it. But at the end of the day, Nigerians, we don't care so much about some of those things. Now, if you post something about BB Niger, you get 10,000 hits. But you say anything about good governance, people don't say anything. So that's the challenge that. But we're not giving up. We keep pushing, and hopefully we'll be moving the needle. But that's why we're having all this conversation so that people here, they will start to do those things. That is the difference between like where we live now in the US and what is happening in Nigeria. We have some kind of apathy. And I give you an example. Here, if somebody comes to break in my house here, and it's my house he is in, my neighbors will leave whatever they're doing, come and take the picture, and even if possible, tackle them on the ground. Now, let's say it's the situation in Nigeria or the way we are programmed. If it is not happening in that another person's house, probably it's not their concern. They'll be like, oh, how am I going to be the one trying to, what if this guy killed me when I'm trying to save this guy's house from being broken into? That is the sense of community. That is what is one of the things that is lacking in us. We forget to realize that the white person who's tackling the thief knows that after my house, probably his own or her own house will be the next target. We haven't gotten to the point of thinking in collegiate terms like that.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody else has a follow-up question for him? Okay, Dan.
Yeah, I have one.
Dan, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, brother Osy, I wanted to just ask you one simple professional question.
Sure.
Medical doctors in Nigeria, like yourself, who leaves Nigeria and goes to America, do you go through another test to be employed to work in America, or they just respect that Nigerian medical certificate? That question has been in my mind for a long time.
I wish they do. I wish they do, because I couldn't have spent another almost 7 years, doing some other training, going through residency, going through fellowship. No. So the answer is no. They don't let you. They don't just say, hey, here's your stethoscope. Go to one village and practice. No. You have to go through the training. But I have to say that it's not just in America. Even if you train in America and go back to Nigeria, you still have to go through some tutelage, but of course not as extensive as what they require us to do here, because the medical system in every country has to weigh your certificate, has to see how you're doing, because this obviously is not like building roads. You're actually dealing with human life. So I think it's a necessary thing that they do that. It's just that for those of us coming from places like Nigeria, in fact, for America, coming from anywhere, it's almost like you're going back to start all over, to some extent. Not from the scratch, but you come in, you do your residency, which depending on the specialty is 3 years. And then for somebody like me, that after my residency, I had to do fellowship in 2 areas. That was a lot of years. Yeah. So, but yeah, that's how it goes. Yeah, it's a long way.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Also,
Okay,
just
I have a question.
Hold on, Okay, go ahead. Watson, go ahead.
Yeah. Right. Okay. I want to follow up with what you said previously, that when the difficulty dealing with Nigerians, but once they hear about the Big Brother, you see them spending money, buying credit, watching the Big Brothers, right? And also KJ do ask about the moral aspect, the moral dedicacy in Nigeria, right? So my question to you is this: as the social media, the entertainment world, has it helped Nigeria moral attitude, or is it destroying the people's way of thinking of morality, right? So I know that every aspect of what people embrace, either they learn one thing from it, either positive or negative, right? So the entertainment world, the entertainment industry, and also the social engineering or social life in Nigeria, the social media, so on and so forth, has it helped in shaping the Nigerian life in the way that it will be beneficial to the Nigeria state at the moment?
Yeah. So just like every other new technology that comes out, it depends on how you want to use it. You can use it for good use. You can decide to use it for nefarious activities. I think that is how it is for social media, because there is no doubt that, even the fact that we're sitting here and talking when I'm in Houston, Texas, and you're somewhere remote, it's all the power of, technology enabled by social media and all those kind of stuff. And people are sitting at home now making tons of money. One of the booming things helping Nigerian youth is this nursing technology. You hear about, the other day I learned that they have like association of content creators. That's huge, because that's a huge revenue earner for a good number of people who probably may not have that kind of opportunity. So in that sense, yeah, it has. But has it also had some deleterious effect? Obviously. One of the biggest challenge of this century is misinformation and disinformation everywhere, because even as a medical doctor, each time I open Facebook, I see one advice from an Indian doctor. Say, if you do this, you live long. And people share it to me and tell me all those kind of stuff because it is in internet. It's true. So a lot of garbage is also there. But that's why God gave us that ability to be able to independently investigate things and know that it's not everything you see in the social media that you will accept. We have that ability to decide on how to use it, either for good or for bad. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else has any question?
Well, based on the first question that I asked you earlier, I think I never went far in explaining much why I said that.
Okay.
Currently in Anambra State, there is some kind of brouhaha between those, would I say, overseers, in the person of Mbaka and the other one, what they call him, Ebuka. So Mbaka now is claiming that that there are some people who they call see all, do it all, that it's all RNG work. And those people are known for telling people there is somebody from your village that causing you to have this symptom. Maybe the person is suffering from cancer or something of that nature. So that was my main reason of bringing it up in that way. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, again, I don't, that's one area that, I lack the expertise because there are things I just don't know, but I'll tell you this, on a personal level, you wouldn't see me going to Father Mbaka to ask him to do anything for me specifically, or Father Ebuka, or any one of them. The little one I get every Sunday in church is good enough for me. I don't understand what they do. I don't think I'll ever understand what they do. But it is what it is. But maybe those that what I could tell you is this: people find joy and people find inspiration in a whole lot of things, and whether it's true, they don't care. It's just that, at least going from here to here, I hear this. There are some religious ministers here in the US that are more like motivational speakers. And if you listen to them, you'll be motivated. Somebody like Joel Austin and the rest of them. I don't see anything bad with it. As long as you're doing that, where it gets slippery is when you start causing problem by telling people that is those people in the village that are killing you or those kind of things. I just happen to believe that nobody has that wisdom or vision to do that. Most of the time they are charlatans, so I don't believe in them. Yeah.
All right. Anybody else? Okay, go ahead, Alaba.
No, this is a big one. Do you have any suggestions on how we can improve Nigeria or change Nigeria?
I think we need to call those babalawos. But I think Rudolph and I talked a little bit of it. The rot is just so humongous, and I'm sure this is like singing to the choir because we all know. But I think there are two principal things that we need to get right in that country. The rule of law, corruption. Of course, corruption and nepotism is at the front and center of everything we do. What I tell people is the fact that even in the US here where we live, it's it's not like everybody here, politicians walking around are saints. No, they're not. If you create the environment for them to steal and get away with it, they will, and they won't care. That is just human nature, you know. But they don't do that because they know that the system will catch up with them. When you know that the system, when you know that that your action has consequences, then you have to wait. Unfortunately, that's not the case with Nigeria. You know, the case with Nigeria is that the more money you make, the more you'll be able to evade the law. In fact, if you're very rich in Nigeria, you can kill a whole town and get away with it. You know, so we have to get leadership right. Leadership, rule of law. And that leadership, you know, we often talk about, oh, Nigerian leaders are corrupt. What about the people who are led? And then it becomes another case of the chicken or the hen. It is true. We can all it's said that we all get the leadership. Every country or every people get the kind of leadership they deserve. That might be partly true because our attitude, our value system is part of what throws up bad leaders, and we don't do anything about it. But I still believe that for us to start to make a difference, for us to even start to rebuild that country, it has to start from the leadership, you know, because if you don't change leadership, then every other change is merely cosmetic with no effect. Now, when this government came in, one of the things I've told my friends is the fact that there's no way you cannot expect President Tinubu to fix a country that has been so down like that. It's not fair to him. But what we expect from a president who's genuinely interested in turning things around is to start with yourself, you know, be the person by your words. Like if the president, maybe from the first day now, or even from how he emerged, you know, you cannot be a president, you cannot come out, we don't know what your real name is. We don't know even how old you are. We don't even know where you're from. And then you're the president. And then you come out and then you're fighting corruption. How do we do that? You know, how do you approach that? So then because you already compromised, because you know that in a sane society you cannot emerge, then you end up surrounding yourself with people who are already compromised, because you know that, you know, you guys are all in the same boat. And so what is going to happen? And then that's how we ended up being that somebody who's accused of embezzling 700 billion when he was the governor of Akwa Ibom State, and embezzled about 11 billion when he was the minister for Niger Delta Affairs. Now, I said accusation because it hasn't been proven. But we know in Nigeria, when there is smoke, when the child cries, when the witch cries and the child dies the next morning, we know how it goes. So, but this is the guy that you ended up being your candidate for the president of the Senate. Many of your ministers, the minister of state for defense, the former governor of Zamfara State, was also in for a 70 billion naira heist. Even your chief of staff has a case to answer, because this guy Ahmed Kura, who is still, by the way, the CEO and the CEO of Amcon, that is the asset management company of Nigeria. When the president's chief, this current chief of staff, was in the House of Representatives, it was alleged that they had a deal where the guy ceded a lot of properties in Lagos to him. So when you surround yourself with those kind of questionable characters, and then you yourself, we don't know who you are, we don't even know how it's difficult to even start, you know, it's difficult. So if we get to the point where we can now at least have a leader who has the interest of Nigeria at heart, then we know we've started, you know, then we know that the journey has started. Then we have a situation whereby the person can now come, okay, declare even your asset, Let's know how much you have. Then you trim down all those, the presidential fleet. You have like when it's going to Lagos or anywhere, you have like 100 cars. No, you don't do that in a country where almost half of the population are multidimensionally poor. Those are the things that when you start implementing all those things, then even it trickles down to the states, to the local governments. Everybody will know that there is a new sheriff in time, that business is not going to be as normal. That's when we know that we started the journey for redemption. But for now, let us just sit around the campfire, hold hands, and sing Kumbaya till the cows walk home.
Osy, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
So, are there medical research going on in Nigeria? And I'm asking because I was somewhere a few days ago where they were talking about diabetes, type 1, type 2, things like sickle cell disease. And I'm wondering, our forefathers, how did they treat that? Did anybody go back to look at what they did and see if it's useful? It could be something that might be an alternative or even a cheaper and easier way to deal with this. And so, or did they all had no idea what they were doing? Was there any, have we learned anything from them? Anything, have we been able to get anything from what they did and integrate it into the care we give to them?
Yeah, I mean, there's still the role of alternative medicine, not just in Nigeria, but even in the Western world, even in the US here, have all this acupuncture and all those things going on. The big problem with alternative medicine is that it's unregulated. And then when things...
No, sorry, I wasn't actually thinking about alternative. I'm thinking about, let's say that they are using leaves, cooked leaves. When I was growing up, I know some families, they use leaves to deal with malaria.
Yeah.
Let's say there may be something there, active ingredient that is of use. I'm saying doctors who are from that region, like you, who grew up there, did anybody go back? Did people go back to look at what they were doing to see if there's anything that would be useful to the situation today? I mean, modern medicine. Yeah. I'm not talking about alternative, but the modern, to integrate into the modern practice.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly who's doing what, but I am sure, because each time there are research papers, being pushed out, some of which I have private, and we know that things like malaria is still one of the biggest killers, in Africa and even some other parts of the world. So there are researches going on, but it's just like everything else. Even if you budget money for research in Nigeria, half of it might end up in buying the cars and other things, that unless, so most of the things, unfortunately, most of the researches you see, even in malaria, I know the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, they actually involved in heavy research in terms of, how to prophylaxis against malaria. People have written papers about some of those leaves you talked about, dogonyaro. I think that's what you meant. All those kind of stuff. But many of them hasn't been subjected to like rigorous scientific proof, just because, we at our level of development, we can't even sustain simple things. Buy the regular Tylenol you see in hospitals, let alone have budgets set aside. Because some of these things for you to do and do it well, that you have to present, then it requires some significant amount of budget. So the ones that you see being done to be taken serious is always the ones that are sponsored by all these foreign donor agencies. And because things like malaria is not a plague of the Western world. If it were to be that people in America suffer from malaria, we would have found more cure for malaria than what we have now. But we still have to thank them, because even the medication we have now to treat, most of them are still from.
What do you think about the vaccine? There's a vaccine that they are testing actually.
That is what I'm saying. That's the one that I told you. I'm saying that Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation are that would be very, very interesting. It's not just the vaccine. They're even also talking about ways to get at, how to genetically modify some of the mosquitoes that causes malaria, which would be very, very revolutionary. So it's interesting. Some of them has been even at the testing phase, but it hasn't become like universally available. But certainly, it's a promising area.
Okay. I'll let someone else go, but there's a question on the comments that I want to share. Somebody wants to know, why does sickle cell anemia a big killer of black race, the black race? I think he's saying, why is it that black people are suffering from that more than any other group?
Please, let me go. Later, I will come back, please.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, so those ones, it has to do with genetics. There are just some diseases that are peculiar to certain racial group. Unfortunately, in our own case, sickle cell is one of them. Not just sickle cell, even disease conditions like sarcoidosis, it affects the lung, sometimes affects other organs. So it's just a matter of a genetic predisposition. Now, there are tons of other diseases that white people suffer from that we don't even get, something like cystic fibrosis. You still find it in blacks, but the incidence is way, way low. So the short answer to it is just a question of genetics. But sickle cell is caused by some abnormal hemoglobin that we call it HBSS. It's get the name sickle cell because when the oxygen that contains the hemoglobin is exposed to some oxidizing stress, it sickles, it shrinks. And when that happens, it won't be able to do its function, which is carry oxygen to the tissues for metabolism. So that's basically the summary of the genetic abnormality that we call sickle cell, the HBSS. Unfortunately, again, it's something that is unique to the black people. Whites don't, but white have a lot of their own to contend with. Other ones. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Alaba.
Yes, I loved all your answers. I just want to have a follow-up for the question you have. You have given good answers. I'm not trying to throw you under the wheel.
Oh, no. I don't take it like that.
This one is a tough one. When you said our leaders have failed us, I'm throwing back a follow-up question to you. The question is, who are our leaders? Are they the educated people? Because Tinubu is not the only problem here. We have Supreme Court judges, we have police officers, we have journalists, we have doctors, we can go on and on and on. So who are the leaders? Are they the illiterate Nigerians who don't know, just want to survive? Or we, the educated Nigerians who keep, compromising the situation all on the platter of survival? Who are the leaders? Is it a situation where the blame is shared equally, or like I asked Falana the other day, the black man is just not capable of surviving on its own? He's an inferior being. What do you think on that?
I don't think we are inferior beings. Somebody said that. One of my friends once told me that we are from the tribe of Esau. That's where the problem is. So the thing is that black people have gone to some other places and thrived. Well, and actually performed even better than the whites. So it's a multitudinal of it's a multiple factors, multifactorial in the theology. What our problem is, So that's so I don't believe that we are in any way inferior. And when I say leaders, you're right. I mean, we are all leaders in our own right, whether it's in the home, whether it's in the church, but in the and we all have our own part to play. I started by making a statement that every society gets the kind of leadership they deserve. That is to say that we all have a role to play, But in the broader context, I meant like say the governors, the president, and I mention them not because we all don't have a role to play, but because, you know, the impact. Just imagine, like I just pointed out, just imagine that, okay, as the president of Nigeria is now, that he decides to actually come true with actually, you know, EFCC investigating these people conclusively in the open way, everybody, and whoever is found guilty will liquidate the asset, bring it back to the National Treasury, and they go to jail. Imagine the repercussion it will have, the domino effect it will have, you know, because like I said, if we do that, then at least the next chief is going to think twice before doing that, because you know, okay, the guy that stole it is in jail and he doesn't even have the money that he stole. That is where I'm talking about. Those are the top of the chain. As a private person, I have a role to play, you know, a role to play in the sense of I have to do my own bit, you know, by being a good citizen, paying my tax and all those things. But there is a heavy limitation to how my own effect, because if I pay tax and then the tax that I paid, some guy is buying a private jet for one guy who's in Abuja, how is that going to help? It's not going to motivate me or anybody else to pay their tax next time. That is why it has to come. We do our bit at the base level, but it has to come there. Now, the other role that, you know, citizens will play is when we are sensitized, we know exactly what is happening on, then we'll be able to hold the leaders to account. One of the things that is very perplexing is the fact that with all the things going on, Nigerians don't even come out in the street to even express their grievance. Now, I'm not saying that they have to shoot guns and do all those, but at least walk around with placard and say, oh, do this, do that. No. Everybody just gets up in the morning and goes about their business as if nothing is happening, as if everything is good. You know, that is part of where the average citizen of Nigeria is dropping the ball. You know, I tell people that what precipitated the Arab Spring a few years ago, the condition is not even up to half of what we're enduring in Africa, in Nigeria. Yet, those guys rose and did what they did, but we're still sitting here. There is a sense in most of us in Nigeria, what we do is, again, externalization of the blame. We all look at the other person, okay, I'm not the one who is going to die. What if I go and demonstrate and then they shoot bullets and then I get killed? And everybody is feeling that way. Then nobody does nothing. You know, that is where we have the blame. And that is where I say that every group of people get the kind of leadership we deserve. I wish that we'll be more politically savvy and get off Facebook and all the BB Niger and come. If these leaders see Nigerian walking on the street, it makes impact. And SARS, as short-lived as it was, created a lot of impact. They made some changes. It didn't last long because Nigerians relented, but nonetheless, it was significant change. Those are the kind of things that will help us.
All right, thank you. Let's go to X0. We have about 8 more minutes. Go ahead.
Yes. Good evening, guys. Good evening, Doctor. Good evening, Dr. Rudolph, and everyone here. I didn't want to come into the panel because I was enjoying the conversation, but as soon as it got into the medical sphere, and a question on my mind that's been baffling me for a long time, I decided to come here and ask it. I don't know if you know one Dr. Abalaka, the one, yes. In the medical practitioner, they used to say that there's this way they treat viruses. When there's a viral infection, they use the infection itself to culture the vaccine and then use it on people. And then that's how we came out with the vaccination that prevents further infections. Why didn't it work in the, I don't know, did the Abalaka case work, and why isn't that route followed in the cure of diseases like, say, HIV, which are virus?
Oh, okay. So I want to make sure that I understand the now in Agbala. I remember Agbala Academy. I think we were in medical school then. He claimed to have found a cure for HIV. Just like it wasn't just only him. There were a whole lot of people that claim that they have cure for HIV. But again, the thing is that the way medicine, at least the way we practice it, is not just saying, oh, if when you say you have a cure, then people expect you to come and prove it scientifically. It's not just a question of, oh, believe me, I know this works, you know? So that is the problem with Agbalaka. That is the problem with another doctor in near South Africa. Where is this country that the capital is in Tenerife? So the doctors there claim that they found a cure for coronavirus, COVID, you know. But again, prove it. They cannot prove it. And people, even over there, were dying in their droves. Those are the problems, you know. Those are the problems. Now, you talk in terms of live vaccine. I think what you're trying to say is about the vaccine technology. There are two ways. There's the one we call a live attenuated vaccine, and then the one they called inactivated vaccine. These are just ways, because so what vaccine does basically. Okay, let me go back. So when you have an infection, let's say you suffer from malaria, or let's say you suffer from flu. Normally, after suffering from flu, it's difficult, at least within the season, for you to suffer from flu again. What has happened is because when your body has a natural defense of its own, so when it gets exposed to any organism, it starts to, you know, activate its defense system to try to kill that organism. So that after suffering from flu and another flu tries to attack you, the body will your body already has a defense built in. Now, this is what vaccines try to mimic. So what the vaccine does is when it gets to the body, whether it's a life attenuated, meaning that it's beaten down to the fact that even though it's a virus, but it can't cause infection, or is inactivated, meaning that they remove the strain that causes the infection. But when it gets to your body, it activates the body to see it as an infection and start to build defense. So you are now in a situation whereby, okay, the body is seeing the organism, it's not causing it infection, but is able to mount a defense. So that when the individual now gets exposed to the real infection, he's not going to come down with the disease because your body already has the defense. That is how vaccine works. So those two things you mentioned are just two parts of the vaccine technology. But to answer your question, the problem with the Agbalaka thing is that it couldn't be proven. They just make claims. I know that we like to say, oh, because this one is African, they don't want to take it. It's not like that. Because if you, like they said, if you make the best mousetrap, the world would beat a path to your door. If an African makes something that, even if they're not going to give you the credit, there's going to be companies that, when they see that you're on the right path, they will come and buy your patent and pay you off and then answer the name. But we always try to believe that, oh, it's because we're Africans, they don't want to take our attention. It's not like that.
All right. I'll go to forefathers, but before then, and the Black Son. There's a question on the comment section. I think it's something to do with COVID, and I think this is the question the person was trying to ask. Why is it that the predictions about what COVID would do in Africa did not happen? And why did people die mostly in the West and not in Africa? Do we know the exact answer now? Because there are so many questions and nobody's actually sure is what happened.
Yeah, I am not sure that anybody knows exactly, the reason. But there are, of course, propositions. One of them is the environmental factors. Africa is naturally warm, and we know just that here we suffer from flu. I don't remember when I was in Nigeria suffering from flu for the most part, just because of the weather. It's cold here. And people here don't suffer from malaria. They don't die from malaria. but they die from malaria in Africa. So there are a lot of factors. I don't think anybody has conclusively decided what it is. Just because when things happen in Africa, people don't really care so much because we don't have the money to pursue the research, and we're always at the mercy of the Western world. Yeah, but the short answer is that we don't know, but there are propositions. One of them is environmental factors.
All right, thank you. Forefathers.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Dr. Rudolph. Greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat and the viewers, and special greetings to the guests. And thank you for coming in to entertain our questions. My question is about how the elite class in Nigeria, their way of looking at the society. Because what I've noticed recently was the comment that the president made about the people jackparing overseas, and that there's no problem with that he's going to train more, and if necessary, he was going to supply more people to those overseas countries to work for them. And then you have a situation where you have to convince our officials to use locally manufactured vehicles or goods, and you also have a culture where they don't discourage the use of foreign currencies in Nigeria. They actually encourage it. So I heard that the government wanted to sell their private jet and insisted on selling it in foreign currency. What all this indicates is that it indicates a culture where a people are not representing the people they are supposed to represent. The elite class is not representing the race they come from, the ethnicity they come from, the land they come from. They are not defending it in any way. And I've said before about this may have something to do with the way the colonization ended in Nigeria. Because the British, after we lost control of the country due to colonization wars, they went on to groom our elite class. This elite class we have today, we're basically groomed by the British for 3 generations at least. And it may be responsible for the reasons why our nation has never truly moved forward in terms of like other Eastern nations and other parts of the world to go on to develop. Because if 2023, 2024, we are still trying to convince our officials to buy locally manufactured vehicles, something that should be inherent, it tells you that something is wrong with our elite class. Because when Tinubu was making that statement, it's not only about him, it's about the people around him. They all accepted that it's okay to behave like that. And it's not so different from selling our people as slaves. It just seems as if the millions of people that we've sold into slavery, we don't even notice the mistake of our forefathers, how we sold human beings as if their life don't matter. And we are still training them today to ship them overseas, like our president indicated just a few weeks ago. And I find that very disturbing, that if we have this mindset of serving other people, we will never get out of the mess we are in. There is no way. Nobody is doing it to us. It's our mind now. And I like the idea when you said there is no true justice, because we don't think philosophically. We don't really question stuff enough. And we need to start doing a lot more of it. And so the question I wanted to ask is, based on some of my submission now, how do we change the perception of these elites? Because from history, it suggests that it's often very difficult to do it in a peaceful way. They are very, very difficult to dislodge. Most of the revolutions you hear in the world, those, especially the most bloody ones, is because they are trying to get rid of the elites or major conflicts. It's possible to do it peacefully, because the truth is, all it requires is freedom. The common ingredient is this in unity of purpose by the people. So I'm asking now, in the context of Nigeria, because of how difficult it is to do in history, how do you think it's possible to change the minds of the elites in a peaceful way, so that these people can truly defend the interests of our people, so that we can actually make progress in this world? Because there is no use pouring water in a basket. This is why we've never escaped the poverty we are in. This is why we've never escaped the
the doldrums we are in. Fela said it over 2 decades ago, how we had colonial mentality, and nothing has changed. So how do we change this elite class and the way we think on the elite people that actually govern the society? How do we change the mindset so we can put ourselves first, like other people do?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I think you you asked a question, but you've answered it more than I could even ever imagine to answer. But my take is that no, you cannot change any elite person's mind. I've never seen any country or any culture where people have power. And when I say power, it's not just political power, economic power. They will just wake up one day and say, you know what? Last night I was visited by the Holy Spirit. I'm going to give it up. No, that's just not how human beings are programmed to be. As I'm speaking to you now, if for any reason you get close to power and you start enjoying this billion, you'll be surprised. You become part of the elite. And your perspective about life might change. I'm saying you not exactly you, but I'm just telling you how human beings. I've seen people who are with us in CSOs who when they end up going to the other side, maybe they've been making noise all this while, and the government decided to throw them some bone. They march to the other side, and they will change 360. Imagine somebody who's telling us in glowing terms how Buhari was the best person that happened to us. This was a journalist that used to be very caustic, criticizing us. But now Buhari to him has become a saint, a modern day saint. That is just human nature. So no, the only thing that make people change is if you force them to, which is why every successful nation is successful, not because they are rearing angels, that, wants to do the right thing, because they establishing firm institutions, because that's the only thing that could shake the excesses of men. If you live in, I think you live in the US, so Donald Trump. If not because of the system, Donald Trump would have ruled for another 4 years and probably extended his term, because that's just human nature. But the system didn't let him. So that is the difference between us, that human beings will never relinquish a privileged position willy-nilly. No. The only thing that will make them relinquish is the fear of the repercussion, which is why the beef we have with Nigerians. Because you talked about how how they bequeathed, how they after colonialism they left us and they left their cronies alone. That's what they call new colonialism. But what we also forgot to mention is the fact that the same thing they did to us is what they did to India, to Bangladesh, to all these countries. Why is it that they are moving forward while we've refused to read the cloak? Why? What is the difference? And the difference is just because our people have their own way of doing things. We blame the whites for what is happening in our place. But what I tell people is, when you have a home and you open the door, leave it open, and then a robber comes to steal and go away, who are you going to blame? The robber who is trying to take care of his own business, or you that left your door open knowing that the robber will always come? That is the situation we have with all these people. Why people are doing their own things, trying to protect, trying to grow their own country. Because believe it or not, we are in a competition in this world, competition for resources, competition for power, competition for positions. Most of us Black people, we fail to recognize that. And we continue to hope on the benevolence of men to change. No, it is that time that we now rise up and say, okay, enough is enough. If somebody is a governor, when IPOB and the rest of them were doing all the things in terms of lockdown, I say, okay, we know where some of this problem are. We know the problem we have with governors. Why is it that you people know where these governors are living? You know their mansions. You haven't even led, I'm not saying violence, but you haven't even led a demonstration to go and block their entry and make them hear from you. No, you wouldn't do that. You go and lock down and tell people, everyday people, that they shouldn't go about their normal business. People who are just trying to make a living. That's the ground some of us have with their modus operandi. They were fighting what is a genuine, by the way they were going about it. So till our people, Nigerians, Africans, start to know that their destiny is their own hand and that there is no foreign power who's going to come to help them. If we start to realize that, then things will change. Then we start making all these simple moves, and maybe our place will be different.
I think you said something very interesting about that you have to be forced to get to that position. And if you look at all the other countries that were colonized, especially in Asia, including India, and even the Chinese that a little bit were a kind of oppressed, they had certain events that occurred in the last century that we didn't experience.
Yeah.
And their decolonization was a little bit acrimonious too. There was a lot of strife in that region. And because it appears the kind of forging of a people that they had, we didn't have it. We didn't have the struggles that we needed to have to forge our leadership, to be more self-conscious of their place in the world. If you look at the African countries that had it, like Algeria, South Africa, Zimbabwe, that really fought the colonizers, they tend to express their independence a bit more. And it seems to correlate, and this is why I felt that, because sometimes you'll be forced to start thinking that maybe we have low IQ, something is wrong with us. But it seems to be our historical, the experiences that we've had, we've never really severed that link. That link is still there. This is why Tinubu sounds the way he does. You will never hear a South African leader sound like that. Look at the South Africans took the entire world, technically the Western world, to court recently. You will never hear our leaders sound like that. And this is what I question our elite class. We are supposed to be a greater nation in Africa. But you don't see that greatness in our elite class. They seem to be follow people. And that needs to change. And I take your point about forcing them. Maybe the force has to come from somewhere to change our people's mindset somehow. Thank you. I appreciate your explanation.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Forefathers, hold on, Mazi, I'll come to. Forefathers wanted to know why. I know. Okay, the black son. I'll come to you. Forefathers wanted to know why you have to make them buy cars. Why there's a need to tell them about cars, buying the locally made cars. But he's talking about people who buy dresses and shoes that are foreign. They don't wear anything made in Nigeria. How would they transition to buying a car when they are wearing everything they're wearing? Most of these people you see foreign made. So anyway, let me go to the Blackstone here next.
Okay, thank you, Dr. This is my question, right? Why? Because I'm so peculiar about the workers in Nigeria, mostly the doctors, right? So I want to ask you, right? I believe that you belong to some doctors, maybe from the doctors organizations in Nigeria, maybe the Nigerian doctors in America, so on and so forth, right? My question is this: is there any sort of support? I'm not saying military support, but exchange of knowledge, liaising with Nigerian doctors, encouraging them, and things like that. There's any type of programs that is being carried out by the doctors in diaspora, or probably doctors in America, to encourage Nigerian doctors, give them more information, give them more bit of knowledge of new breakthroughs and things like that, and how they can be able to treat the patient in a better way and things like that. Is there any program like that that is on the pipeline, or is already going on?
Yeah, I mean, most definitely, both at individual level and as a group level. Even in my medical school, a few of us came together and then decided that we're going to help, so we went back, the students' hostel, we're rebuilding it and all those kind of stuff. We also ask them what they need for the training. We buy equipment and send it like that. So yeah, a lot of people are doing it, not just us. A whole lot of people are doing it. One of the challenges we do experience is the fact that there seems to be some kind of tension. I don't know why, but most of the time when you call from Obodo Ibo and you want to speak to, say, a doctor in Nigeria, they get very defensive. Some of them feel like you're just trying to, show that you're, some kind of superior in some kind of way. I tell you that because even when I have some of my relatives who are not feeling well, and I just wanted to have some earnest conversation with people who are supposed to be my colleague. As soon as first of all, you call them, the kind of reception. I called one of them and I was trying to be nice. And then after everything was like, okay, so what do you want from me? That was the kind of response, So I don't know why that's the case, or maybe I have an idea. I don't know. But those are some of the challenges. But despite that, I could tell you that, the diaspora were actually doing a lot. It's not just in the area of medicine, everywhere. Perhaps you might interest you to know that the remittances from diaspora in 2023 was $20 billion. Now, compared to
that's what they're targeting now.
Yeah. No. This well, yeah. Now, compare and contrast it with our budget, Buhari's budget, 2023. It was what, 44 billion. So, and out of that 44 billion that was budgeted, most of the money, it was based on revenue projection that never materialized. Because of course, nobody's going to tell you that somebody is not even remitting the account from the NNPC to the central bank and all those kind of stuff, But I'm just trying to put in perspective the kind of things, even with all the jackpot, that we also have to see it from the other side, which is the fact that remittances is one of the biggest foreign forex earner for Nigeria. More than half of the budget of Nigeria came from the remittances. So those of us in the diaspora, we are doing our own little bit, despite all the challenges that we meet. I mean, most of us here are probably in the diaspora, and we all have one or two stories to give.
All right, thank you. Hold on, if you have asked a question before, let me get to the people that just joined, because I don't know how much longer that Osy has with us.
About two will be, because I have an appointment.
Okay. All right, the flagship.
Good afternoon. Do you hear me, Dr. Rudolph?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Thank you once again, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you, Dr. Agbo. Thank you to the panelists and everybody else that's watching online. I've got a question, and I'll go straight to it. I think I heard you say, and correct me if I'm wrong, somebody asked a question about vaccine, COVID, and the rest of the medical-related questions, and your response was that Africa does not have the money to fund research. Is that correct? That's the reason why research is not allowed in Africa?
It's not that it's not allowed. Of course, it's allowed. I mean, there is still some research is going on, even as we speak, in many areas of Africa. I'm just saying that we don't have it's not robust, because just like we having problem with the medical delivery system and all those things, we have challenges. But despite those challenges, there are still research is going on, but nothing to compare to what obtains in the Western world.
So the reason I'm asking this is it's a touchy subject for me, because that's my area of expertise. And when I heard you say that, I felt I should come on. I've been watching in the background, and I wanted to highlight something. I'm not sure if you're aware of this. The politics in medicine is a big factor that has really restricted the African space and medical practitioners, research scientists that we have, both in the medical and pharmaceutical aspects. We have been really restrained, not because we can't do it, not because we cannot build the facilities, not because we cannot make it robust, but it's highly, highly, highly controlled. And there's a lot of politics involved in it. I've seen it firsthand. When COVID came, the US government estimated to spend about $10 billion to come up with a vaccine, of which they spread around the big pharmas that are here and biopharmaceutical research companies that were working on that. $10 billion. Nigeria can cough that up with one eye open easily. If we want to build research facilities in South Africa, Nigeria, Senegal, maybe Egypt, and somewhere else in the Central African Republic to cover the entire continent of Africa, we can do it. But what I have seen firsthand is our hands are tied. We have smart doctors. We have smart research scientists. I've worked with a few of them. Not only the Chinese or the Russians or the Lebanese, Jewish people, Indians, Africans pull a whole lot of the weight. But we are not being given credit, like you rightly said. And I was thinking that money is not the factor. The politics is what it is. For those of you that are in the forefront practicing, isn't this something you think you should be pushing for within the ICH GCP community and the entire global research community, maybe as far as to the World Health Organization, to at least have them to allow Africa to practice research, though under the guidelines globally, but of course they are all tailored and country specific when they design these guidelines. Money is not the problem. It's just the politics in it. And Africa has been thrown in the back burner, not because we can't fund it, not because we don't have the brains, but it's highly, highly controlled. And to the question that the other viewer asked about COVID, with respect to the postulates and projections that were given for Africa, which never came up, they were all scientific projections that were given by the West, and how Africa was categorized or projected to have or will have its citizens die as chickens on the street. I heard that firsthand from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation when they spoke about COVID in 2020 when the lockdown began. But we have not really pushed to say, give us the freedom. We're not saying we want to run here and wide with it, but allow us, just like India is allowed, just like China is allowed, Russia is allowed, and the rest of them within the global community that are involved in such research. How can you guys that are the medical practitioners, the research doctors within the African community or from the African space or continent push for this so that Africa can be independent or at least contribute to the global push for scientific adventures that can be credited to the African people or the African continent? Money is not it. The politics is what it is. We are just helping them to achieve these goals. I worked within the space and I know a little bit about what's going on. So money is not our issue. It's the politics, and our physicians and research doctors are not speaking out and pushing for it. There are conferences that are held globally every year. I don't see our doctors there. I don't see our physicians, our research scientists there. Maybe a handful, but it seems like we're just okay and satisfied with practicing medicine within the confines of our clinics and maybe hospitals, or at the most academic research institutions where we work as doctors. So I wanted to bring that fact out to say money is not the issue, neither the brains is the issue, but the politics in medicine and research. And it's something we really need to think about pushing up for the African physicians and medical practitioners to get involved in, and also be a contributing force recognized globally in this space. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I mean, obviously, you know what you're talking about because it shows. And let me just say right off the bat that I will agree with you. And we talked about it even before you joined. We are not intellectually inferior to anybody in this planet. It's not. Times and times again, it's been proven beyond reasonable doubt. Now, the other thing I'll also agree with you is the fact that there's always politics. That you cannot ignore that. Okay. Even those of us who are practicing, we can tell you, maybe one day we'll write a book of some of our experiences. You cannot, that is just part of human nature. That's why I'm saying there's no justice ever anyway, in the grand scheme of things. But this is where I differ with you. When you talk in terms of the fact that money is not the problem, I think money is a big part of the problem. I'll tell you why. Nigeria last year, like I said, had a budget of $44 billion. That was Buhari's final budget. And most of the money that was included in that as revenue were just something out of thin air. It never materialized. But let's say that it was that 44 billion. More than 60% of it was used in debt servicing. 60% of that. How much is left? Okay. Then we had, meanwhile, 40 billion at the time was like 20 trillion naira. Now you had about 6 trillion in overhead, like in payments, like in, staff compensation and all those kind of stuff out of that. So you could tell me how much is left for healthcare, how much is left for infrastructure, how much is left for education? Because you're saying that 10 billion is something that they could cough out like that. My brother, you go hard. But again, I understand the big premise of what you're saying. And then when you talk in terms of let them allow us, I don't like, I would rather not use that, because it's almost like we are their mercy, Does their politics affect us? Yes. But we have to get to the point that where we'll be able to do things, because we have that agency, because we have that Ikenga in us, to be able to do things. And damn it, because we have to assert. If you don't assert like that, you look for the time when Americans will say, oh, okay, now we've sat on your neck for such a long time, you can now go and begin to do your things. No, it's only when you get up and, like you said, make a good budget, take this one for research. But we're talking about the healthcare system where doctors are not even paid a livable wage. There are things that sometimes are luxuries, not because they are luxury in this real sense of it, but because we have to take care of other pressing needs. A country where you're grappling with paying the staff, you don't even have enough staff. The whole thing is, we're talking about a country where if, say, I'm in Nigeria and I'm sick now, I need to be on the ventilator. Almost in the whole of Enugu state, I don't even know where you'll be. Maybe you go to UNTH. That's the only place. And then the country that cannot afford that, how are they going to offer the kind of money we're talking about in some of these ground? Because even the research, we need, the logistics, So, of course, we can do some research. There is no doubt about that. And it's been going on. People like you are helping a lot. But yes, we have the ex-brain. Yes, there is politics. No, money is a big challenge. And most definitely, in the scheme of things, because of other challenges we have, it would be very, very difficult convincing anybody that if they can't afford simple medications, that they have to budget 10 billion in research, for example.
Sorry, let me just support some of his points.
Forefathers, 1 second, sir, please.
Okay.
1 second. I totally agree with you, Dr. Agbo, that misappropriation is a big, big issue for us, Africa. Well, my point actually is we have the money. If we have a good government that thinks and reasons and thinks
potentially we have the money. Potentially
we have it. Yes, it's just that it's not appropriated rightly. Our folks do not think globally. They do not follow the trend of advancement. What's happening out there? How can we meet it, match it, or supersede it? They don't think that way. That's why healthcare suffers in Nigeria, because they can hop on a plane and jettison to France, London, wherever, the US, Saudi Arabia, and get that care that they need. I've always said that it is not that Nigeria cannot afford health care for its citizens.
Yeah.
Nigeria has hospitals, but they are abroad. The presidents and senators and the rest of them are the only ones that are allowed to go there to go get treated. We have the money. It's just that it's not been appropriated properly. So if we go beyond Nigeria, I mean, doctors from Africa, you guys can come up together. If Nigeria is not willing to do it, we can find a country somewhere that's willing to put this global facility that can handle this pressure. There were doctors and scientists from Africa who came up with vaccines. Trust me, and I'm going to limit my words that I'll say here because of the sensitivity of the nature and the information. But the vaccines they came up with, they actually trump what we are looking at right now. But just because it will not be allowed, it's money, it's politics.
Yeah,
they've got to make money out of it. So if you're coming with something that you spend maybe 10, 20, 50 at most, $100,000 and you came up with a cure, and I'm telling you that I'm putting in $10 billion in it, and I'm hoping to get $1 trillion from it. But look at you coming to stand in my way with $100,000. Who would allow you to do that?
Yeah,
it's money, it's politics. That's why I'm saying we need to carve that niche out. Like you rightly said, we could say, damn the consequences. But hey, there are global regulations around these things. We cannot just say we want to do it, except they want to label us as bad. And even if we do come up with it, there is a way to go about it that will tell the rest of the world that, hey, guys, you see that vaccine from that country, it's not been tested, it's not been proven, it's not guaranteed, do not take it. And everybody will run away from it and go to theirs. These are the things that I'm saying we push for. We get involved in a conversation. We sit in the meetings. We ask to be heard. And they know that we got it. If we push for it, they'll give us a seat at the table. And then we can negotiate and talk well about it, even if we want to tailor what we found out in healthcare, medicine, and the rest of them to our own people in Africa. I think we'll make a headway. That's what I was trying to arrive at. Not that the money's not there, but yes, it's being misappropriated. And our folks don't think far ahead beyond where they are. As a matter of fact, their thought is way behind where they are compared to global events in medicine and healthcare with reference to the people and how it's been appropriated generally worldwide. Sure. Thank you. I'll stop here today. So
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Let me just quickly support what he said.
Hold on. Our guest has to go. He said he will take only one more question. I don't even know if he has time for that one question, but there's a question on the comment section that the guy Ugochukwu has been posting. It's something about that doctors in the diaspora coming together to set up a standard hospital in the East. Have you thought about that, and what is preventing that from happening? So that even if it's expensive, those who can afford it will have a standard hospital they can go to. Forefathers, you can throw in your own, then he will take it.
Yeah. When he said something about that, it is politics, and I think there is some truth there, because the WTO TRIPS protocol that they have, I found out about it due to the COVID-19 pandemic, where African countries had the capacity to be able to manufacture vaccines, but they were not allowed to, because they were going to violate other countries who claim to have the intellectual property rights to it. And if they take you to court, do you see Nigeria being able to compete with them? No, not even close. These guys are billionaires, and some of them, the countries behind them are worth trillions. So you can't win, and you can see how that kind of oppressive system can lead to lack of motivation for this in research within our countries. And the only way to break out of this is why we don't even understand the chains that are holding us down. The Chinese, one of the ways they did it, first, you have to sort your security position out first. Then when you go and do these things, they challenge you, you go ahead and do it anyway. They will punish you, they will sanction you, they will do all kinds of things. You saw that they were accusing China of stealing their intellectual property rights. And the same thing went on with this currency manipulation accusations. You have to go through these processes to emerge. And to do that, you have to be strong to withstand the pressure that they will put on you. And that's why I always go back to my original question. Our people don't seem to be ready for that kind of approach to life at all. We don't seem to want to hold our own. It comes down to politics, and it comes down to our ability to defend whatever you want to do. Your research, you have to defend it. Your loans, you have to defend it. Everything, you have to defend it. Otherwise, they will take it from you. That is what has been demonstrated in history. It took South Africa, Nigeria, Senegal, and Ghanaian president to force them to allow us to actually start manufacturing vaccines in Africa. That is the problem we face here. If we don't know how to confront the TRIPS protocol, nothing will ever work. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So I think starting from the guy that asked question, if we can come together and build some standard hospital in the East. So this is one of the questions I get asked all the time. Like, when am I going to, come and establish my hospital in Nigeria? And I have to be careful when I say this so that I don't get misunderstood. It's almost like this, when you're rich, and then you have your brother in the village who's struggling, and then you want to make him feel good and all those things, and then you go and buy him a big old Mercedes and take it to the village. Everybody gathers together, eat, drink, clap hands, and it disappears. Then your brother will drive the car. Of course, he has a fuel, drive the car a day, a month. And then after that, you find out that he has to refill the tank. Now, he doesn't even have enough money to refill that tank. After a while, the car breaks down because, he just doesn't even have the basic money to do the maintenance. That is how it is for some of us when we think in terms of having like a standard hospital in Nigeria. Because let's be honest, without any pretension, managing hospital is a very, very capital and labor intensive business. Even in the US here, we are. Even as a doctor here, if I don't have medical insurance, if I get ill, if I take ill, it might be difficult for me to pay out of pocket. That is how expensive healthcare is. So the question is not just about building these humongous state-of-the-art hospitals. The fact is, how are you going to sustain it? Unless you are prepared for the long haul, that is maybe a charity organization, you have enough in your pocket to be able to maintain it, pay all the bills, make sure the generator is there 24 hours and everything that a hospital needs. If not, then you find out that you've built this big old hospital in a population that is so impoverished that when you ask them to pay the basic things, it will scare everybody away. They would rather be going, and you know that in our place, people go to hospital only as a last resort. It's not like a place you go for, I have to make sure that I'm up to date in my health maintenance, prostate, and all those things. No, people go to when they go to hospital only at a time they've done everything, taken Tylenol, pharmacy has mixed all the medications for them, and it fails. They die. Now they have to come to the hospital, and these are people who can't even have, because they're struggling to either have food on the table or go to the hospital. Which one do you think they will do? Somebody has to eat first. That's the dilemma we have with those kind of issues. That is why most of the time you see all these hospitals, it's on the news, and then the next day you go there, it's a skeleton. The maintenance, everything, because it's just we don't have. Now, the people who can afford the services, many of them, even when they take ill, they're not going to be in Nigeria. They will be in Europe. They will be in everywhere, except in situations of emergency. That's when they will. So you end up not getting those clients that you think. you might attract, those people that you're attracting cannot pay for it. It's not a sustainable business model. Healthcare is so expensive. So that's the reason why we are. By the time when we get to the point that the economy improves, people have more purchasing power, then you see that even the hospital we attend the quality will start to move like that. But you cannot have, you cannot buy, you cannot buy a Rolls Royce to a guy who's in the village. It's not going to work like that. Then,
go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay. Then the last one, yeah. So again, I agree with you, Flagship and Forefathers, that you guys made a good point. There is politics. There's a whole lot of it. But I still maintain that we are going to be the one who will help ourselves. It's not we're not going to, after all, okay, some of our practice guidelines, they will tell you this is the American Society of, say, Critical Care Medicine. But they will say, okay, but this is the protocol of the European Respiratory Society. Okay? They may look similar, but there are some subtle differences. There are medications that are allowed in Europe. The FDA doesn't approve of it in the US. The same way, we can have our own African guidelines, but we do not. We do not have those ones. So what I'm saying is that we have the agency. If we really wanted, if we manufacture a vaccine, it's working, and the only thing that Europeans can do is they say, oh, you can't sell it in Europe, you can't sell it in America, but we'll be able to sell it in Nigeria. And if it works, believe me, when somebody is sick, they will look for the best medicine. There are some, as we are here, there are some Oyibo people that they look at you, you're a black, and then they'll be like, oh no, I don't want to see this guy. But when they are very sick and they tell them this is the guy, they say, please go get him. That is the same way it is for healthcare. If we start making things, creating our own path, forging, then we have the African protocol, even for research. They can only say, oh, in Africa, this is how they do it. In Asia, this is how they do it. But the problem is that everything, including our health, even COVID and all those, which was the problem we had during COVID, because they were trying to implement the American lockdown the way it works in America. That doesn't apply to Nigeria. We just copy verbatim. So most of the heavy liftings, yes, there is politics. There's always going to be politics. But most of the heavy lifting is going to come from us. When African economy starts to improve, when the black man starts to take their position where they should, when we have a seat on the table like everybody else, then everything about us will increase. The kind of news that comes out of Africa will change. The way our leaders are seen when they go out will change. Our healthcare system will change. Our cost of living will change. The world will start to take us more seriously. And with that, I'll say thank you so much for having me. And I thank every one of you for joining in. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Agbo, for being with us. We appreciate the time. There were more questions coming up, but maybe next time we'll bring you again.
Yes, sir. I'll be ready. Thank you.
All right, thanks. We take a little break and then we'll come back and take a look at what we had and what happened, if your feedback, and continue from there. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Mohammed Airport, Nigeria, and today's date is the 2nd of February 2024. They have just taken the light at the airport. There is power outage at the airport, so you can imagine what it looks like. At an international airport, there is no power running, no light. What a shame. What a shame. What a shame. It's unbelievable. Nigeria. After 64 years of independence, they still can't get it right. Corruption everywhere. It's unbelievable. This is very, very sad. Very sad. Very sad.
his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down for so long. We've been fooling around for too long. We've been sitting down for so long. I have not been fooling around for too long. So long, so long, too long, too long, so long, for too long, too long. Hey. Remember, long time ago, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. Press it down for so long.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Nice to see you all, and we'll just go quickly and get your take on what our guest said today. Let me start with you, forfeiters.
I didn't watch him completely, but the areas I listened to him was when he talked about, whether there was no absolute justice. I think that's what he actually meant. I appreciated that because we don't tend to have these type of conversations. It's more of a philosophical conversation. We don't tend to have that. And I think we do have them in Nigeria. They say they are in universities, but they don't tend to highlight them on the news or, advising and talking about societal stuff. And I also, he tends to approach stuff. He's not very obstinate. He's quite an intellectual himself. So whenever you present an idea to him, he honestly tries to, rationalize it and accept it for what it truly is. Because from the last point that Flagship made, that was something that if it was some other guest, they might push back and say, oh, it's not politics, is it? But he understood that there are nuances to these things, that there is politics involved. There is also other aspects that we can take charge of. So I do appreciate the way he came across, and he seems to be doing all the right things, and he answered the question directly too. Some guests, they don't even answer questions. You tend to have to badger them. But he also actually answered the questions the best he can. And I think that's how I think we should approach these type of conversations, that way. The idea that when somebody has an opinion, some people just have a kind of insulting them and saying some negative stuff, acting as if there's no absolute knowledge in these things. We have to try to discuss with each other, have discussions openly, honestly, because in reality, it's going to get us to a better place. And this is why I think the conversation that he's had is quite productive. For somebody of his caliber, he's not arrogant enough to think he knows it all. He just accepts the information, gives his own opinion about it, and hope that the viewers make their judgment on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Master Prince.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. First, I would say that I would differ a little bit with forefathers' understanding of what Osy actually said and all that stuff. My own thing is this: we all think differently, and we all see things from different perspectives. I could remember, in middle school when we do fine art, there is something that is, people see objects from different areas. He's spoken well, he's spoken to his own understanding, he's spoken to what he knows, and probably, in reality, what it is and what it should have been or what it should be. And another thing I have to say is, Forefather, I don't know what you do for a living, but there is this vibe that I keep getting from you, which you always try to make it look like we should be thinking of going back to, going back to Africa or going back to Nigeria. Most of us left Nigeria when things were good. We did not leave because things were bad. Most of us left because we saw a better opportunity. We could do things that we do. But then I always get this vibe that you're trying to say, let us all go back to Nigeria now. Let's go rebuild Nigeria and all that kind of a thing. It's not easy. It's just like the hospital that somebody talked about. They think, oh, doctors here should just go back to Nigeria and then they build a hospital. When you build a hospital, you don't have infrastructure. When you build a hospital that you're serving the people that can't even pay for paracetamol, they've not even eaten yet. When you build a hospital where there is not even a road to the hospital, most of the governors said they built hospital. I could remember that of Cross River that said he built a German hospital in Obudu. And today, from what I heard, somebody told me, my wife is from that area, that place is bushes. And if they tell you millions and billions that they spent in building those things, so that's just what I can say for now. But we'll just look at things in different places. And I love what I do. I love the people here. I don't see color. I don't see anything. Please, I'm not enslaved. I work and I work for my employers. I love them and I love what I do. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Lava.
So yes, sometimes it's been that was a very good guest we had, very knowledgeable, intellectual. He's doing his own best. I think he lives in the diaspora and he's trying his best. He has a what do you call it, a media house in Nigeria with employees. He's really He's contributing. I can't fault that man in any way. He's doing his little best. A little bit mixed up with the Nigerian setting also. He understands it. He is pragmatic about possible changes and what we are to face regarding it. So the question still boils back to all of us. I still think, and I will continue to repeat like a broken record, that those of us in the diaspora, we have to do more. We have to do more because the rot is deep. I know we are divided in terms of philosophical ideology, in terms of should we divide, should we stay at one? But that rot in that country is deep. Even a medical doctor, you heard, he has to put all hands on deck. He's a contractor, the man has to eat now. They'll stay away from this corrupt system engulfing him. You understand? And then, the people's helping him with his media organization like the Belinda Gates, these are not people who have our interests at heart. I keep telling all of us who are educated, these white folks are not going to solve our problems for us. It is us. It is us. And I think what we need to fall back on, although Dr. Damage's medium is not the medium there. The other day, OVA identified some key powerful people, not identify them in, like pointing to them, but he says, and I agree with him, that our financial wealth currently, as bad as there got to be some of them with a sense of conscience to say, this country is going down the drain. Where can I invest my money in to start to make the change turn? And those of us who come here and contribute our intellectual contributions, but we should be forming networks. And I'm not talking networks to champion one party after the other, like Chelsea versus Manchester United. No, we should be connecting. I don't know why, at least if it is just once a month, we shouldn't have a meeting with people like Rudolph, people like Mayegun, people like Dele Faro Intimi, all of us all gathered just to brainstorm on what's next. What are we doing next? Because whether we like it or not, it's not a question of changing people. We have to find a way to destroy that system. That system is the one that's creating the rust, and we are not doing enough. We're not doing enough in terms of technological usage, reaching out to people, things we could be doing here that would not have hindrance from back at home, things we could be doing here. We're not putting heads together enough, talking about the problem every day. Man, you guys just look, let me just tell you guys one thing. 40 years ago, that man that was smoking Igbo put everything on a CD. That man smoking Igbo. Go and listen to all his songs. It will be as if you're listening to the news that just came out yesterday. That man smoking Igbo fella. Go and listen to all. It's as if you just heard the news just this morning. It was just as if the news Rudolph just read this morning about this president died, that one died, this one was attacked. The same. So we know the problem. So we agitating, discussing the problem, getting mad at each other. I like the description. Someone described it. It's like all of us are sitting on one big sheet, one big shalanga sheet. Boo-boo. But we are so busy pointing fingers at each other that one fat, but meanwhile we there on top of shit. Big shit or real boo-boo, really bear. But we are busy playing that one. Atomic bomb fat. Do you know? But we are all on boo-boo. We are sitting on boo-boo. We know we got to do, and Rudolph, try and bring Dele back. Maybe I can direct this to him directly. Bring Mayegun, we got to do just more than what we are doing. This is unacceptable. Just us talking every day, every week. That man was a very intelligent. People like him, all of us should be on the table. If it's our little penny we can put together, identify a few rich people in that country who still have a conscience. Talk to them. Come and put your money here so that we can save our country.
All right.
That's all I got to say, Doran.
All right. Thank you. I just wanted to correct that. The people who are supporting Ikenga online is the MacArthur Foundation. And earlier on, I think last year, I interviewed the director, country director, West Africa director of MacArthur Foundation. And I can tell you here, Alaba, just so you know, without MacArthur Foundation, Ford Foundation, maybe Bill and Melinda, I don't know if they support the media. Without them, you won't have Premium Times, Sahara Reporters. You won't have almost everything you depend on to know what's going on. Media is expensive, very expensive. You keep throwing money, and so it's okay to question their intentions and the source of money and everything, but without them, you just have Vanguard and Punch.
Yeah, but the question then is, what is the intention of these foundations?
No, forefather. Let's not question their intention. Let's accept
Why
their
not?
gift. And no, not now. You see their time. Let's accept their gift and move on. Listen, what we should do is we should look inward. Who are those of our own people who have some little change?
But is that not CSR? Is that not part of CSR?
Is that not part of what?
Is that not CSR? What they do from their foundation, or is just grants? How do they? There's a way the government gives them.
All right. So hold on, guys. I'm going to bring. Well, maybe I'll bring back Dr. Shetima, or I'll bring the lady in charge of Ford Foundation to come here again and talk. But the point is, what is important to remember, those who are saying what is their intention, when you are giving a grant, they tell you specifically, you have to propose what you're going to do, and it has to fit into what they are trying to support. So one of the most important common grants is about how to help deal with corruption in Nigeria. They don't tell you what to do. You decide what you want to do, and it will fit into their goal. If, for instance, they say they want to help, the grant is for female education in Nigeria, and whatever you're doing is in that line, they give you the grant to do that. You report back to them. So it's not as nefarious as some people think. It's okay. I understand how our antennas are always up about anything to do with foreigners and all these things. It's not that way. But I can tell you that today, if you remove these foundations, your papers are done. Everything is collapsed. People will just pack up.
I think that sometimes just because somebody is doing something that appears positive doesn't necessarily mean their ultimate goal is positive. And I think we have to also reason like that. If you think we are paranoid, we are not even close to being paranoid compared to them. And if you look at the West right now, the way they are behaving, that tells you that they don't care about free speech or anything like that. The idea that they are trying to fund you for free speech, you don't necessarily know whether we are being a useful idiot. And they coined that term, being a useful idiot, or whether we're actually doing good. And this is why it's good to ask pertinent questions.
Help, because apart from that, we have nothing. We are not even as we are here. We don't even contribute $100 to set up a media for ourselves. And the little they are giving us, are giving people like Ikenga or Sahara Reporter that are still giving us some little basic news. We still want to complain. I say we take it.
I think you have to ask yourself now.
Forever.
See,
can we go around the?
Can I continue?
Okay, go ahead. If you want to say something, you can say something.
Let's go around. Yeah.
Let's go around. Yeah.
Now, you see, yeah. I was quite.
It's my turn, please. Please. It's my turn, please. Let's go accordingly, please. Yeah, right. We were talking about media organizations. This magazine I'm holding right here is our efforts in Europe here. Afro Community, it's called. So sometimes when I come here to discuss with you guys, I try to listen so I can garner more knowledge. But this is our effort here, and we're trying to spread throughout of Europe. There's no European magazine that's going to put Black people on the cover, and that is why we started this. And I think Mr. Rudolph, Dr. Rudolph, you have our website. You posted it here the other day. Yeah. So I'm back to the topic. I enjoyed the conversation with Dr. Agbo. I wanted to ask him about Paulo Macchiarini, but there was no time. And I thought that the other man here, the other one who was a doctor, was going to give me a little headlight, because there are so many Paulo Macchiarinis in Nigeria. You find that you send your wife to the hospital for treatment, only for them to confirm her dead in the next couple of days. People go in, they don't come out. There are so many doctors who are performing, pioneer tricks, which are not acceptable in the medical practitioner, but they can still be allowed because they are pioneer. But they don't make the patients understand fully the implication that this might work or it might not work. Instead of telling the patient, look, I'm not capable of doing this, you can go to the next place. They simply try this experiment and we have a lot of casualties. I would have loved somebody to answer that for me. I hope that this other man whose wife is a professor will come here and answer it for us. But by and large, I like a person who has the mentality of the world is not there's no justice in the world. That means you are ready for whatever life brings to you. That means you are ready to face life head on. That's my take on that.
All right, thank you. KJ.
Okay, thank you so much. Dr. Agbo brought in a new perspective, into today's, as far as I'm concerned. That's my opinion to today's discussion, and I enjoyed listening to him. He was like, it was just like one of those people that you just like to listen to because they come with a lot of, experiences, and they make you think again over certain ideas and that you hold there. Now, I'll start from Espero. What you said, X0, what you said just now may not totally be true of the Nigerian medical situation. It is diehard, yes, but some doctors, most hospitals, most clinics still regard human life as sacrosanct, and they do everything within their limited power to save lives. If not, it would have been like flies. In fact, it would be every day that the street will be filled, because some of those doctors, even there are many of them I don't even want to mention, both in the north, south, east, and west, who spend countless of their money and time, who even treat people based on, okay, whenever you have the money, come and pay. You see, there are many factors. When we discuss Nigeria, there are many factors we are dealing with. A doctor that has a hospital buys a generator, okay, you run that generator with the same market price you're buying diesel or petrol, depending on what kind of generator you have. He pays his staffs. Those people won't come and work for free, even if you want to do a philanthropic or work. The people that are working with you will not work for free. You are the one who knows what you want to do.
I understand what you say, but you know that
no,
if
no,
you
let
go to
me
a
talk. I
hospital
want
in
you to
Nigeria,
face your thought. Now it's my turn. Let me talk.
Okay.
Now, this is the there's no government, there's no handout coming from any government circle, except you are able to secure funds from outside Nigeria. And then securing funds, just like we talked a little bit earlier. When you secure funds, I have the privilege of having one time or the other get funds from MacArthur to do certain work. When you secure that funds, at the end of the day, you just like Rudolph have said, you wrote in and said this is what you want to use their money to do. They agree with you. They give you their money. They give you terms, modes of operation. You may decide to say, okay, now you have collected the money. If it's a one-time payoff, they may have given you, say, 1 million naira. Okay, and then they give you that money, and then when it's time for you to retire, you not retire according to their standard. Or when it's time to retire, you retire and certain things that are not there are included. If that's supposed to be a 3-year grant, that's the end of that grant. You're not getting any more from them because you have refused not to follow their terms of agreement. So many people who go for these funds are careful to operate within that parameter they've been given, because if you go outside of it, you will not get funding any longer. Now, again, you see, let's just agree with some of our people go out of that. So some of those people, let me tell you something. Sometimes they go in to do those difficult operations because there's no other way to manage to save that life. You only leave the person, it dies. If you try the person may survive or die. What option are you going to take? You take the option, okay, let me just go in and do as much I can as I can do. You may be in that process of operating it. If you are using public electricity, it cuts off. It cuts off. Nobody comes to I mean, so when the patient dies, nobody's going to come and ask you, oh boy, how did this is just a simple operation. Why did the person pass? But they won't ask you, they won't put it into all the, because you are the one it's just like a war. You are in the front, you are the one receiving the bullets. So
but majority diagnoses are false. That's what I'm saying.
Even in the developed world here, some of the diagnoses are also false. There's somebody, one of my friends, some days ago, like a week ago, almost died in Texas. Why? Because she was having malaria. They couldn't understand what was wrong with her. Luckily for her, somebody else came in from Nigeria and then met her and said, they said, the doctors they don't even understand what's going on. She said, oh, okay, let's try malaria. Is the malaria 2,000 naira malaria tablet that cured her from what they have been treating her for almost 1 month? So this is the situation we all face. And let's understand it, then we'll probably be able to judge ourselves properly. Okay, that's what I'm saying. And this guy has worked. What he has been able to put down is quite impressive. It's quite impressive. And if all of us contribute a little quarter, irrespective of whether people agree with us or not, the information is passed, news is created, and people can get aware. That's the most important thing of it all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ndubisi.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi.
Yeah, I didn't join Dr. Agbo's talk with you from the beginning, but I joined when he finished his talk, and then our panelists started asking questions. So I observed that Dr. Agbo is a very exposed and well-bred professional beyond his medical field. And all the effort he's making is to make Nigeria a better society. Like some of us who share the same opinion with him, what we have seen in the Western world, how life is reasonably better. And with all the little or simple things individuals and government can do to make life of everyone better, as they do over here, is what he's trying to put in place or suggest back home. And then I know that setting up that media outfit, is a way of him to be present back home by bringing some of the ideas he has here back home. And I pray, and I know, like KJ said, getting support from this donor agency is not an easy thing. I was in government before. I know how hard it's difficult for you to get support from these people. They have a very high standard on expectations, on your budgeting system, and how you spend the money, and what your report you give to them. That report includes retirement of the money. If you suspect anything that is untoward, they will not fund you again. They will not say it, but they will just give you one excuse that you show that they're no longer interested in funding you. They will not look for new people. That's why Dr. Agbo being here already, he knows them very well. So that is about what he's doing. So we should salute him. And I know some among us here and those who are not here may have the same capacity. And like Mr. Ferreira said, it is necessary that we all put heads together and then see how we can make this a bigger thing in a way, because our country needs rescue. It is getting bad by the day. Those in government may be denying, and unfortunately, many of our people are largely illiterate, or they don't follow the trend. They think that everything is going well, but we just pray that something will just jolt everybody to reality back home. People are not smiling. I get reports from my friends and family back home every day. It's really, really terrible. So I I want to talk about one area he mentioned. It's about the southeast where I come from, where I think I don't know who asked me a question about the synergy between elders in the southeast and the youths in as a way of trying to bring down this incidence of crime that is ravaging everywhere. And then somebody equally, I think he mentioned something about Ohanese, what they have been doing. So I think that's another area everybody should look at, not just in the southeast, across the country. We should look for, there are still some elders who are not really involved in politics, who just want their state, their region, or the country as a whole to be better, just like the way it was relatively better when they were youths in probably in the before independence or early independence. I know those days when people travel even at night, you don't have issues. Well, how come suddenly in the last 15 or so years, this thing has become a bigger problem for in our country? And I think if these elders who are still interested in making the country better, who understand, who will keep aside ethnic biases, religious biases, can come together across the country. Let them leave the politicians alone. Let them come together and begin to talk. I think these politicians they will know that this is getting out of hand, and then they will not equally talk to the youths, because some of our youths back home, they have gone haywire the way everybody wants to make quick money, and they copy what they see from some of these elders or politicians, or even some people who are even, I don't even want to go to the religious or traditional rulers, because many of them are like that. Even though I know some are nice, some are good, but it's like it appears that the most prominent ones among the religious leaders and traditional leaders are all emerged in politics, taking sides, because probably they get protection. People can come to their church, people can come to their palaces. But you've seen what has happened in the last 1 week in some parts of Southwest, just like it has happened in the Southeast and still happening. These boys, they invade the compounds of traditional rulers and take them away or even kill them. So we have so much to do. I commend Dr. Agbo. I hope, Rudolph, with your wide knowledge in the media area, CJ, as some of us who have little idea who were formerly in the media, if you can, there's a way we can all put heads together and begin to discuss this thing even outside this kind of forum or in other forums, and get those elders and see how we can talk to them, and probably they can reach all these youths, and we can have a better country, because the country is going. These youths in the next 4-7 years now, they will become even like middle age, and it continues to get worse. The children that we are being born these days, what is the future for them back home? These are the things we should um, talk always, and probably send messages back home to get our country back on track. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ndewese. The Black Son.
Yeah, thank you. I really enjoyed the submission of Dr. Agbo and all that is said, right? And like I said before, all that is doing, right? It's not easy for anybody to go into a venture in Nigeria, right? And doing what it's doing is involved in the medical services, involved in the estate business, in publication and awareness, right? Administrating books and everything. So I really appreciate his effort in everything that he's doing, and let us all actually appreciate him, because it's not so easy. Most of us are in diaspora. We are not even doing anything in Nigeria, right? We are waiting for somebody to start something, and then we follow up, right? That is not bad also, but let us try to have that mindset that anybody that you see that is empowering or contributing to people's life in Nigeria, try to make them better than what they are. Let us actually give them the praises. Let us only appreciate them, because they are doing it out of their own time. No matter if they are getting even support from international organizations, it's not easy. to get support from international organizations, because they first of all have to put that Nigeria, they have to put that Nigeria factor into consideration, right? Because I think every international organizations look at Nigerians as corrupt, and before they are going to go in partnership with you, they have to be very sure that you are trusted, and that you are a worthy person, and they can be able to work with you, and you won't fail the conditions, right? Because all these people, in fact, let me put it like this: the condition they will give to Nigerians might be different from the condition they give people from other countries, right? So that, because that perception of Nigeria is bad all over the world, and so if you are dealing with international companies, they know what they expect. They are giving you a very high standard that you have to meet these conditions, right? So anybody that is doing something from diaspora, helping Nigerians, give them hope, at least some effort, trying to improve their life and everything, we should all appreciate that person, right? Yes, he's doing his own part. If we can support him, let everybody want to support, can support him, right? All of us have a part to play in moving Nigeria forward. Each and every one of us, we can start doing something, right? When you start doing something, people can back you up. People can start following you, right? That is the way I see it. And he has done what he has presented this evening for me was very interesting to me. It's one of the best guests I've actually enjoyed so much, because he presented all his answers to the questions in a way that it touches, at least it hit the point at the right place, right? And so if anybody have anything to support him, let us support him, let us give him that support. And I will say that it's not only by talking, let's start doing something. If it's one person you are happy to take out of the street, put into a school in Nigeria, you are paying the school fee for that person, it is something you are doing. You are empowering the people, right? There's something all of us can do to help the people in Nigeria. It doesn't have to be your family members or who you know, you don't know. At least just giving hope to somebody to have life, to think that life is possible in Nigeria. It is something worth doing, right? And really applaud you for what he's doing. And and I think all of us should try and support him in any way we can. That let us push for it and things like that, So I think we like I said, we all have something to. We have a part to play in moving Nigeria forward, in taking Nigeria from this quagmire that it is, and giving hope to Nigerians. We all have a part to play. Let us play our own part in a small way. And if we can come together as a group, let's come together as a group and also do something. And at least we can be able to put smile in some people's life, some people's mind, leaders to smile. There are children on the street who cannot afford school fees. The parents cannot afford school fees. Sometimes school fees are not that so expensive in Nigeria for some schools and things like that. So we can try to do something, It's not that for the country, at least for individuals, right, that at least these children can have hope for tomorrow, right? And what he's doing, I don't like it, and it's given in the publication area, publishing informations and investigative journalism and things like that. Publishing in Nigeria is very expensive. And if he's doing that, at least we should be able to give him that praise or respect him in whatever he's doing, to be able to bring that information into the public domain. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, the Blackstone. Wole?
Thank you, everyone. I greet everybody. I'm not going to dwell on the problem. Like we all know, there's 1 million problem in Nigeria. But the thing I think we probably need to start with ourselves is the truth. I know that's a controversial area where Dr. Damages might be asking me what is truth. But truth to me might be different from Mr. Alaba. But I think we are 8 of us here, if we ask ourselves deep down, we'll know what the truth is. But the thing is, are we actually ready to look at the problem in the eyes and see, even if it's bitter? Right. For people who understand Yoruba, and I think Mr. Laba can help me here. When I was, I think about close to 15 or 20 years now, there's a movie called Shaworoide. It explained everything about Nigeria and what we are talking about now. The foreigners who came to carry the Gedu and all those stuff, when the youth rise and they say, oh, these chiefs that are exploiting and doing something before Lagata came in. That movie is very interesting. It's an old movie. For those who have watched one Thunderbolt or Sun something, it tells you how the chiefs, the people, the foreigners that come to help and everybody, just, everybody's just looking for their own selfish interest until probably maybe people come to their senses, maybe it will work. So in that area, if you have the time, you can watch this Shaworoide there. And that's where I learned from as well. As per the Dr. Agbo that came, very intelligent. I'm not saying when people come to blow grammars and say all sort of things, education, or let me say people who are educated, they know their right from their left. Someone said yesterday, one thing is to be posh, one thing is to have a street education. The gentleman is a wrestler, he's a medical doctor, and you can tell from how he analyzed some of his answers. To me, I see a lot of practicality in what he said, and I respected him. So, when people could look at where they're coming from, where they find themselves, and they can look right and left and say, yes, this is what I'm going to do. It's not all about me, it's about other people as well. So I kind of really enjoy his conversation, and I believe his answers were very direct, very, succinct. So in a way, I kind of really thank him for his contribution. So with Nigeria, I don't know what else we can say. I think it will probably go to a point where the whole thing will just find its own balance. Like maybe there will be eruption, maybe people will come to their senses, maybe people will become cannibals, or I don't know, maybe they will become vampire and they will start eating each other when there's no food anymore. And then whoever is left will be, I don't know, maybe they will turn to zombie. Maybe I don't, honestly, if I tell you I know the solution to that country, I'm lying. But there will be a time where even you and I won't be able to say our solution or what we think would be the preferred solution. It will just happen. Maybe people will continue to suffer till Jesus comes. Maybe the business centers will continue to rip you and I off. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I will become one of those people that will rip everybody off tomorrow. I don't know. But whichever way, we'll continue to deceive ourselves till Jesus comes. Where is Jesus coming? They say prepare today. But I have 10 million naira in my account. I don't have 10 million naira before you come and kidnap me. Oh. If I have money in my account, Jesus come overnight. What am I going to do with that money? I don't know. But then I want more. So it's a road of, it's like I rightly said, I think someone mentioned yesterday. Let me quickly chip this in. The solution, if we, like Mr. Laba and everybody agree, if we can do our own path, one, let's see how we can make this platform bigger. The solution we might have is not supposed to be, we are not even supposed to say it here. Because all these PDP, all those people holding Nigerian down, they don't hold their meeting online. I mean, when they hold their meeting, we don't hear their solution online. So, Dr. Damages, what you can do is, if you watch that, is it Rebel? I know I'm a film fanatic, something like that. If you watch that movie called, is it Red Moon or Rebel Moon or something, where they have to be looking for people who are powerful to rescue. I think the second part is coming up in April on Netflix. It tells you that talk is cheap. but you need to look for the people who have the power, who can shake the table, who can actually do things. But you find them by, I don't know, by a lot of examination, or know their integrity, know where they're coming from, not that they just want to take advantage of people. So let me stop there and give others the chance to talk. But yes, there is a lot we can do within ourselves. We don't have to publicize it, whatever we're going to do. You can look within this platform. You know who can contribute positively. We know who, just put everybody in their places. Some people are very good in organizing. Some people are very good in mobilizing. Some people are very good. Just look at everybody's strength and see where they can come in to help. I rest. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. KJ.
Thank you so much, Wale, for your contribution. Thank you also for giving me an opportunity to just chip in a little bit. Yesterday, a gentleman was saying, talk is cheap. We always hear talking. That's what I want to try to address. Sometimes people mistake this platform for a place where, strategies are profile, and then no, this platform is just a discussion platform, like any other, news media that will open, Hermann Paul, the rest, they all holding talks and all that. This is a place to hold talks. And if we want a place where ideas can now go from holding talks to something else, that's done. But I think, from my understanding, this platform is just established for us to be able to cross-pollinate ideas, talk about issues, raise awareness. This even talking about is enough awareness. And that's what I don't think that in Dr. Rudolph's mind, he was thinking of organizing a place where now you harness idea and begin to build a political party, or have a social platform that will become an NGO. I'm not sure of that. But I just want us not to continue to hammer on that, because people come and they think, oh, we talked about this, they were talking here, we always talk. No, if you are invited to any of the social platforms on the TV, you're only going to go and give your idea. What they eventually you're not going to force the TV house to go now and begin to establish NGO because you have spoken. But if anybody who is listening out there is interested in your idea, they can contact you, and they can make use of that is totally out of their own control. But for them is to give voice to what you have said. If your idea is good, someone will pick it up. So let's, because of people keep coming every time somebody will, maybe even before today, and somebody come and say, people have been talking, both those in the comment section, talk, no action, talk, no.
KJ, what are you scared of?
Sorry?
What are you scared of? You hear the guest.
Oh, I'm just saying, you see, Aneke, Onweke, that's Igbo language. They work is divided. Okay? We divide.
You don't want to hold the bull by the horn.
No, there's a time to hold the bull by the horn. People like Ferrari can hold the bull by the horn. Or you understand? People like Rudolph is to generate the position. It's like when you go to the village, when you have a village square meeting, you're not doing it because you cannot stay in your house to have that, but just to create that communion. I don't know how to put it, but where ideas are expounded and people can pick it up. Okay, I'm not afraid. I'm a bros. Now I'm not afraid, but let us not begin to force this man into the mood he's not. He's a journalist and he's doing his own part. This is the part he's doing.
The Rudolph I saw in Nigeria can do anything.
No, but again, that's where I'm going. X0. This place is just for us to meet, discuss, and then people of all kinds of, a lot of people will listen to this, whether it is live or it's being repeated and all that, or they even stumble into it on the internet. But not for us now to force him now to become an NGO overnight and begin to look for who will sponsor the next political party on his behalf. I don't think that's the reason why we're here. If I'm wrong, please correct me, Dr. Rudolph.
Thank you so much. My takeaway from the conversation is really that something I've always been talking about. You don't have to be a journalist to own a newspaper. You don't have to be so many things. Anybody, if you're passionate about something, you can actually push for it. Like some people felt that you can get rich people to support media organization. You can set it up and just get the money from rich people and use it to support media. You can do anything you want to do. And he proved it. He writes novels. I used to think he was just writing essays until he sent me his novel that is coming out, and anything, he's a real estate developer. He's into tech. He's obviously a doctor and a publisher. So you can do. We are not limited at all, but you have to believe in that and believe you can do it. And everybody's doing things. I think we're all doing things more than one thing. I know that we already started a conversation about taking some conversations that shouldn't be on air here to somewhere else. It's not abandoned yet. It's still going to proceed. And the idea of this platform, any platform, is whether it's CNN or anywhere else, is for people to meet other people, like-minded people. We meet each other and go from there. It doesn't have to be under the roof of CNN that things like that are happening. People are forming companies, forming organizations as a result of meetings in platforms, different platforms. So it will happen eventually, and it will be natural, because what will happen is that people who feel any affinity to other people will come together with those people. You can't force people who are different to join something, Eventually, if I feel like KJ is really my man for this cryptocurrency thing that I'm thinking about, then I'll find a way to locate KJ, and you guys will be looking for me on Sundays and Saturdays. You won't see me because I'm trading crypto, So that's how life is. Anyway, but that's the way it's going to be. Tone, welcome to the show.
Yeah, hi. Greetings, everybody.
Yeah.
Well, I just went out to watch my beloved Arsenal smash Liverpool. So
you went
apart
to
from that, so I went to watch my team smash up their one of their biggest rivals. So I mean, life is not just all about football. I have a life, and I have other passions other than politics and all that. But it's all good anyway. Yeah.
Were you there live? Tone, were you there live at the stadium?
Yeah, I just came in about 30 minutes ago.
Oh, that's great.
I was taken to Ray actually when I was on my way back that year. So yeah, it was a good game. It was a good game. Right. I just want to take off from where KJ just stated. KJ is not being a coward. I understand I align with him totally. Because a lot of people think that let's just go get it and all that. Listen, if you know one thing, I'm not afraid of anybody. But the people I am so pleased with is people that will come here because we actually form opinion. The media forms opinion. So things we say here, I mean, somebody sent me something last week. I don't know whether it's the Blackstone. Yeah, Blackstone. You remember what you sent me? That Rise News actually referenced these channels. So that goes to tell you how much the reach of this channel. A lot of people. So we need to be very careful of what we say here. We don't, and that's one thing I respect and respect Dr. Rudolph for. I mean, you need to back up your claims with facts, with very, very hard facts. Somebody coming here, open his mouth and saying that Igbos are behind the kidnappers. The kidnappers that kidnapped the people in Ekiti, are they the Igbo people that sold those children to the people in the forest, that the people that Fulani people do not come to the city, that is Igbo people? I mean, what is it? What everything Igbo, everybody knows on this panel. I am not tribal. Even in fact, I have a go at some of my Igbo people sometimes. I see if I'm not from there. No, I'm not tribal. I say it the way it is and all that. And somebody who want to start shutting me down, I shouldn't talk about it and all that. That's total. I will not be sitting here and you say something wrong about Igbo people or even Yoruba people or anything. You don't do that. So we form an opinion here. The reason for this panel, like KJ was saying, is to create that awareness and shut down wrong narratives, and to correct, realign wrong narratives, because a lot of wrong narratives that are flying about. A lot of people in Nigeria are misguided. They don't even understand. I was talking today with my fiancée. I was telling her about, even though she's a Yoruba lady, she doesn't even know that somebody from their two Obas from their state have been kidnapped and killed. She doesn't know. I was just telling her this evening. We're just having that discussion on our way back from the match, So the thing is, we just need to be very careful. What we say here is is very important. What we sell out there, because like Alaba will say, the most important thing is the mind. The people's mind are captured. The people's mind are captured until we free them and tell them the real narrative. This is the way it is, and try to stir something in them to arise, because none of us here, we're not enough. If I say, KJ, Mr. Ndubisi, Blackstone, let's go to Nigeria now. I've got my AK. Let's go to Nigeria. I'm sure KJ will just block me. Ndubisi will block me and all that. It's not enough. So we don't have that. We don't have that number and all that. But what we have is a freedom of speech, because we live outside Nigeria. We have the freedom of speech. And then when we talk, I'm sure some people in the high places, and especially when they know the people in the in diaspora, are really put because we're a pressure group. We can actually gather ourselves. We don't even need necessarily go to Nigeria. Maybe we'll say, okay, we meet up in New York. I will go to Nigerian embassy or to the Congress and say, see, as Nigerians are concerned, this is our submission. They will listen to us. And that's a power we've got, something that we cannot do in Nigeria. If we do that in Nigeria, they will set the DSS on us. Not that I'm afraid of the DSS people. They are all clowns. These are people that when I was in the army, all of them were bloody civilians, and they're all clowns. Not that I'm afraid of them anyway. If they arrest me, they arrest me. So the thing is, we just need to be very, very careful of things we say here and all that, how our facts right. Because what is happening right now in Nigeria is very, very sad. You see, and we have not seen the last of it. Somebody was saying as of yesterday, because we finished on time yesterday, someone was saying as of yesterday that a monarch in Kwara State was killed. His wife was taken away. How come we have come? How come we have come to a place that life has no meaning? The police are so useless more than ever. The soldiers are so demoralized. The generals are so indifferent because they are so fat, their belly is so big and all that, they don't care. Tinubu has sorted out all of them, So the only thing we have right now is our speech, to shut down wrong narrative, to push back people that are setting up channels that are spreading lies and propaganda and bigotry. That's all we have. And furthermore, this is for Dr. Rudolph. Yesterday, we finished the show on time. Yesterday, I'm not happy because some of us that are of the night crew and all that. So,
Night crawlers.
Chim did a very wonderful job yesterday. Kudos to him. Kudos to my brother. But I think you need to raise some more moderators that will take up. Maybe it will be a shift pattern so that it will not be too much on forefathers, because sometimes forefathers, man, I don't know the kind of thing that man eats. He can he starts sometimes 4 o'clock UK time, and he's not finishing like 4 a.m. Early hours of the morning. He's really trying. So I think to lighten the weight a bit and all that. I mean, people should volunteer. They are wonderful people. There is a flagship with the time difference in the US and all that. People can take over and then go further into the night. So that's my suggestion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. is you said flagship. Yeah, we have new people who are getting ready. It's not easy. People don't get paid for this. People have lives. They have things to do, and sometimes it's difficult. But if we have someone to take over, yeah, there will be it will be on. If we don't have someone, if someone has to go. I'll give you an example now. I've been trying to reach forefathers in the last 10 minutes or 20 minutes that I have to leave, and I hope he will call back if he doesn't. But we will get there. We are trying to prepare some people, new people, to be able to volunteer and continue. Yeah, let me hear from Flagship. Hold on, okay. Let me hear from Gozeka and see what's going on where she is. There was an election that happened. Was it? Oh, there was a video I saw. One INEC officer was had fake results. What is going on, Gozeka? Are you not INEC anymore? I thought you were INEC. Are you not involved?
I mentioned, good evening,
What's
Dr.
happening in
Davies.
Enugu? Yeah.
Good evening, gentlemen, and those in the comment section and our viewers. Good evening. I did mention that I was an ad hoc staff. I did mention it. If they call us back, we'll go and work again. If they don't, and honestly, I don't think I want to do it again.
Why are you
Been
doing that
there,
kind of
done that, bought
dangerous
the
job?
t-shirt.
Is that not a dangerous job for you?
I wanted the experience.
Wow.
So every election cycle I tried to participate in one way or the other. In 2019, I worked as an observer. In 2023, I worked as an ad hoc staff. I don't know what I'm going to work as in 2027 if if I get it. But I just like the experience. Yes, I want to, like, when I'm talking about the election, I'll tell you, been there, done that, bought the t-shirt. Yes.
So, but what happened in Enugu?
About
The by-election
I
also.
heard like you did that. I heard that I actually didn't know there was going to be a by-election. That's the truth. It was when I had, because I went hiking yesterday. It was when I was at the muster point, and a friend of mine that was waiting to join us, I was calling him, "How far? Are you not coming anymore?" He said there's by-election now, that there's no movement. I said there's no movement, okay. By-election is the only good part of those doing by-election. I said three local governments. That was even when I went to check, and they were doing by-elections in three local governments. I think Enugu South and other. Yeah, but the guy that you saw in the video, if I'm not mistaken, they said he wanted to Yakubu go and them wanted to do like Yakubu go on. So the people are still angry from the last election, and the man
What is
wanted to
Yakubu
act
go
for
on?
me, so they beat him. Yeah, so they beat him up,
What's Yakubu go on, please?
bloody. And when they tell you are Yakubu Gowon, it's just like somebody telling you are Buhari. There is this are words that need to be added to the dictionaries. Somebody does not. These are
I still don't
adjectives
understand.
used to qualify people. If I
Are you
call,
talking about Yakubu
no, you don't. You,
one? Mahmoud.
sorry, Momud, sorry, God bless. Sorry,
It
brother
means
man.
it means rigging,
Sorry,
rigging. The person wants to
all of
rig the
them
election. Simple.
Okay.
sorry, all of them are the same, Joe. It's Yakub Mahmoud. All of them are the same. When you're in Nigeria, somebody calls you Buhari, you already know what he's calling you. When somebody calls you Tinubu, you know what he's calling you. When they call you Yakub Mahmoud, you know what he's calling you. So these are adjectives we use to qualify people in Nigeria.
Okay. Wow. Nigeria has changed.
Um,
All
that
right.
was it.
So okay.
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Go.
I said I don't know where to come in the discussion because I entered late. I don't know where you people were. I entered late. I started watching late. So I was hoping to get a feel of where the direction was headed before I made my commentary.
All right. Let's go for people who were here. Flagship.
Thank you, Rudolph. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay, great. It was a great conversation. I didn't join the panel because I had to take my daughter to the hospital. She wasn't feeling too well, but I was watching on my phone throughout the time. It was a great conversation. I enjoyed every one of his response, and I'm glad that we have somebody of his caliber and nature who also understand the situation we are going through at home, though in diaspora, but still is involved in what is happening back home in Nigeria. I was a little bit, he touched a topic that's of concern to me, and it's something that's been bothering me for so long, for the many years that I've been involved in it here in this country, and how we have been marginalized. That's why I came on to ask him. When I heard him mention money, in my opinion, and from what I've seen, from the angle that I've seen it, money is actually not what is involved. It's just that we are being sidelined. And many of our folks that are in the business are just fine and okay with it. I really wanted to talk a little bit more about the cultural aspect of healthcare in Nigeria and the disparities involved. It's hard for me to say this, but I don't think it's fair, but I still have to do it. If you juxtapose it with the practice here in the West, the disparity, the margin rather, is huge. And my question is, how do we bridge this gap? It's possible. We can do it. And he's very, very cleverly highlighted two aspects that are really key to having this culture and practices, which seem to be the stumbling blocks to having healthcare dispensed to the people in Nigeria, as should be. And the two things he talked about are the international guidelines, which governs all practices in healthcare worldwide and globally, although it is specialized or tailored to countries. That's why he mentioned, which is true, that protocols that are designed and written seem to be similar, but they have little tiny differences if you look at them, just because of what the EDA or the FDA here in the US, as the case may be, allows, and also the folks in Asia as well. But Africa doesn't seem to have any at all. And for some reason, they don't care about it. They don't even want to know why Africa doesn't have set protocols and designs. The question is, are we in this group? We are not. We're not represented in any way, shape, or form. I've been opportune to attend some meetings right in your city, Rudolph, where they discuss these matters. And the things that I hear, it shocks me. And we are far, far behind. Like, we are left behind. We are way back there. And they just don't seem to care. It's as long as we're back there, it's fine for them, you know. But when we get on the table and we start asking questions, then they begin to think that, okay, well, perhaps maybe we should listen. Tell us why you think we should include you. These are the responses they are asking. Well, we have never heard anybody say anything about it from your part of the world. You can't wait for us to do it for you. What do you want? How do we be of help? You know, what designs have you put in place? And where do we come in? We can take a look at it if you have some sort of template, and we mirror it with what we have. If it works, we'll include you. And the same practice will be global. But Africa is just out of it, totally out of it. And believe it or not, the majority of the healthcare practitioners over this way are from Nigeria. They are from Nigeria. I can confidently say that if you group the African medical practitioners in the West together, Nigeria should be ranking about 50, if not 60%. But how come we're not involved in the conversation? And why don't we even say anything? Why don't we go back and sit down and say, hey, guys, let's try to come up with some sort of protocol. Let's write something out. Let's put something together, take it there. If they don't like it, we'll go back and redo it again. So we can at least start to tailor our healthcare system continentally to match up with the West, so that the style of healthcare that is provided to those here in the West, we can at least match it and work a little bit harder to better it. We have everything it takes. Yes, our country is just so messed up. Things are kind of upside down. We're going to get through that at some point. But Let's not wait. The people are dying every day. Come on. He talked about the young man that was highly connected in society and was able to get lawyers and all of that to go after the doctor that performed a procedure on his wife and passed. That's because he's highly connected. What about the 90% that can't even afford a lawyer? Not to talk of having a voice somewhere in government that could help them fight for the cause of death of their families. And I don't think it's proper for any medical practitioner to perform any procedure on anybody if they don't have the training and the specialization for it. Yes, I know you're trying to save lives, but you just can't delve into it. It's too risky. That's why we have protocols. That's why we have guidelines. That's why there are regulations around this thing. If you can't do it, you can refer to the person that can do it. Your goodwill to wanting to save that life does not mean you jeopardize it. It's not allowed in the medical practice. It's not allowed anyway. If you can't do it, you're not trained for it, you don't have the educational knowledge, even if you are within the line of the business, if you have not been certified to do that, don't experiment on it. Yeah, I know it's called medical practice. It's still a practice. Everybody in it are practicing, but there's some degree of specialization in it. And you can't just experiment on humans because you're trying to save life. There are guidelines. They have to be written down, they have to be agreed on, and they have to be implemented. So I think we've got a lot to do, but there's a starting point. Like they always say, the journey of 1,000 miles always begins with one step. So these are the things that I wanted to, if he had a little bit more time, ask him about to see how can we begin the discourse on this. Well, we like to put the little cracks on the wall until we're able to put a huge crack and tear it down and let the floodgates open so we get what other people in other parts of the world are getting. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Flagship. I'm going to bring a professor of medicine who is into research. I think this conversation we should continue that one way or the other. Who is into research here in America, so that you can connect it to how possible. But let me ask you, the Flagship, when we hear that South Africa they can produce or they are producing vaccine there, and Nigeria recently said that in 6 months or so they will be able to produce vaccines. Is it possible? Can they do it?
The point is this: we can produce vaccines right now if we have the right facilities, right? There are already written down protocols. It's not like South Africa designed it and wrote it out themselves. They've just been given a license to do it. They've been funded to have the facility to do it.
Flagship, if I may, I have a first cousin that is that works for Nigerian Institute of Medical Research. She's a PhD holder. There's a lot of politics in there. So any day that want to discuss something like this, I know that medicine, I know that I'm quite happy to get her to come on and to throw more light. You know, she's a research fellow as well. So even during the Ebola thing, she was part of the team that fought the Ebola thing and all that. She works for Nigeria. She just wasting. I've told her, listen, you gotta get out of that country, but she just like one of those that believe Nigeria is gonna be good. I need to stay in this country. I'm not moving anywhere, you know. So she's had some few offers which she turned down.
Those are the kind of people that we're looking for. And I'll tell you a little personal story. I was a part of a team that was going to go to Nigeria. We met in New York. And they were trying to, and I'll be careful with my words, they were trying to set up or start something in West Africa. And Nigeria was a good choice. Main reason is the population. We've got it. So it's a really good place to get it started. And these are the nuances in our again, corruption. So I won't blame them. Long story short, we got there. And we went to three of the quote unquote Ivy League universities we have in Nigeria. It was a team of 15. Lagos, Benin, and Ife. We were shocked at what we met. You know, it was one of my most disappointing moments in life, where we were told before we get to meet and talk with the research team in the teaching hospital, we have to, so to say, scratch or pretty much bribe someone to get to speak with the secretary, who then lets us to talk to whoever the dean or whoever the guy in charge of research in the institution was. It was a pushback. Guess where it landed? Ghana. We lost that one. Okay, so that's a topic for another day. But if we have people like Tone's cousin, those are the people I need to sit down, or I can bring and put in the table and say, hey, let's put this person in and let's see how we can begin the groundwork there. And let's see how we can begin to talk about this International Conference of Harmonization thing and see how we can figure a way in the web of Nigeria to come up with something that we can at least, with time, broaden and get things done properly and in the right way in Nigeria, which will in the end of it better the lives of the people. So we have it, like I said. We just need to find the right people. And those who have the training, they have the knowledge, they have the expertise, they have the passion for it, of which, per what Tone just said, our cousin would be one of the very good candidates to do this. So we've got some ways to go, but we can achieve it, we can do it, we can make it happen. We just have to find the right people, of which there are. It's just a matter of identifying them. So in answer to your question, Rudolph, South Africa is just going by already written down protocol. You know, it's like a franchise. I've got everything written down. You want to start up your own, I'll set it up for you. Pick out where you want to do it. We get it rolling. And it's being done in your locality. You own it. But that's what it is. They can't just get up on their own and say, hey, yeah, this is what we have. We're going to make it. It's going to be used for Africa. And I wanted to respond to Dr. Agbo, but for the sake of time, even if we come up with it and say, damn the consequences, let's forget about what the rest of the global community says about this. We found out it works. It really works. But they have not given their approval to it. It's a tough battle. And until we get involved in there, sit at the table where these policies and guidelines are being drafted, and we're a part of that discourse and conversation, no matter what we find, it won't fly. What will happen is it'll be locked up in the freezer, and that's where it belongs. I've got one, mine, locked up in the freezer because they came to buy the rights. And I said no. My professor said no. We're not going to sell it. Guess where it ended up? Russia. It's being used in Russia today. But there's so much regulation here. There's so much politics in it. I mean, when I say politics, I mean politics. Like, you'll be shocked. And you'll be, this is not to save lives. I thought it would be allowed. But the politics will not allow it. If you're not at the table, you don't stand a chance. So that's where we need to be. And we've got the people with the brain, the intellect, the knowledge, the expertise, Nigerians who are in this field that can comfortably sit at the table and have these conversations.
All right. Thank you, the flagship. I will hand it over to forefathers, but before then, let me see.
I wanted to ask the flagship a question, but I don't know if there's time.
Yeah, hold on. You do that, you get a chance. Because okay, you wanted to say something. No?
Hello?
Yeah, yes, I wanted to say something when Mr. Flagship was talking.
Fine.
He mentioned something about research, and I remember saying on this, who's making a call?
Yeah, I muted him. That's
okay. So the thing you said about something that the research center that would have benefited Nigeria being moved to Ghana, I am not surprised, because even if they had managed to find a way, oh my God, what happened? Even if they had managed to bring it down here in just a little while, politics would have taken over and it would have been run to the ground. have seen it happen one too many times. The only way to prevent it is to have the people who initiated it being part of the management. Have a stake. When I say stake, in the day-to-day running of it. I will give you an instance, and I don't know how to relate it, but let me just say this. I I will go back to this example. I was doing a research last year, and some of the people, I remember I counted more than three students. What is three? More than three of them. They had similar research topics, very similar research topics about the Civil War, different aspects of it, but very similar. It all had to do with the Civil War. And whenever they came in, the main what do you call it? One person was looking for newspapers that that were in circulation from 1957 to 1960. No, from 1967 to 1970. Within those 3 years, I kid you not. Some of the papers were no longer there. The ones that were there had been so eaten by termites and molds that once you try to flip a page, it just falls like flakes. Falls like flakes. And I remember sitting down and I was looking at one of the girls. She was so frustrated. She kept asking the archivist, "Sir, don't you have any other document? Don't you have any other newspaper that this?" I said, "No, we don't have anything now. These are the only ones we have. You should be able to say, I can't find what I'm looking for. These ones are falling apart." He said, the other ones, I don't know. She asked for a particular document. He said, "We don't know where it is. You don't know where it is. Did it grow wings and fly out?" And you find this in every sphere, like every sphere, every department, every parastatal, you find this kind of habit. Once you're not there to see today, the day-to-day running of the place, they'll run into the ground. They'll bring their incompetent relations or friends, and then they won't be able to supervise them. Their friends will be taking archival materials outside to go and photocopy, carry archival documents outside the archives to go and photocopy, and sometimes they don't make it back. Sometimes when they carry these documents outside, they mix it up. You are looking for something in something about health. The people that carried it outside to go and photocopy, to go and put it in the place of education or technology or commerce or something, and you come back to the archives next time and you're asking for the same document, they're telling you they can't find it, and there's nothing you can do about it, and that document is gone like that. Only God knows how many times they've been beaten by the rain. They'll carry it outside and they'll be beaten by the rain with their car. You can imagine documents that are 50, 40 years old being beaten by rain. It's just sad, and I don't know how they're going to stop it. I just don't know. I don't know. If such a thing was ever to happen and you are involved, please tell the people involved that the only way forward is to make sure they have one of those people that initiated it run it, being part of the day-to-day running. That is the only way it will be sustained. If not, in 2 years' time, you're not going to believe what your eyes will see. You won't.
All right, thank you. Before I go, let me
Thank
hear
you.
Geneva.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Is that your camouflage? Are you going to Odumoga with it?
Killing my people enough, so if I wear camouflage to go fight, I don't think I'm wrong this time around.
Can you try that in Nigeria?
Yes, I do.
All right, Geneva, go ahead.
Thank you for having me again. There's a noise. Okay, so I think it's okay. Rudy, you are a wonderful man. My head doesn't work well sometimes, but I manage to work with you. Even though the only day I make sense, you say it's not me, it's Paul, but it's okay. It's all part of being a minority. Oh, your life is a good life. You brought good people all the time. Sometimes, Agbo is a good guy. He's very deep. The only thing that I was trying to follow up with him will be the satanic worship. I was trying to
he defined it in a way, but I don't think he really give me the answer because he said we all know what is the norm of the worship. So I wanted to, if it is a sacrifices of human life or those things, I was trying to let me hear from him, or that kind of sacrifice made is out of norm. But also, uh, the question of what make the society going towards looking for such power or such belief. I want him to share more light on it, and I want us to have a conversation in a broader way that uh, everything that we all worship is whether image in our head or image they present to us or image we crafted. So all the story they tell you. So we could have expand on it in the sense that we can always channel something and make it better. It's not that it's just the fact that people are looking for power or people go to shrine. I don't think that is the problem. The society, the youth are craving for something that they feel maybe they go to church, pastors scam them, scam their auntie, scam their uncle. It's a scam. What's there's something make that? Or they look at the history and say, okay, we are like this before we were better. The morale of the society was better. So there is something that is driving them to that extent, and that is what I want to hear from him on that issue. But in general issue, some of the things he says to you is our culture, is our tradition, which we are all familiar with. For instance, you ask him a question that why the doctor in Nigeria don't want to tell people about the prescription. They say, don't teach me my job, go and fill it up. And he told you that, oh, is that a normal practice? And he says to you, no, that is the they don't want you to go to the chemist later and go and buy it from the pharmacy on your own. They just want you to come to them. It's about self monopoly. And then what do we do to improve our healthcare system? Uh, uh, we all have many doctors around the world than Nigerians, than if their primary goal, which I believe that is their primary goal, is to save life and to improve quality of life and to make sure people die with respect and dignity in the comfort of their life. So, and why that is impossible in Nigeria is still going to go down to the root of corruption and lack of law enforcement. And political, I don't think the lawmakers in Nigeria understand the nature of putting things together to enforce it. And even if they do it, if the society have grown to that level, except we are among the 1% of Nigeria, like you mentioned in the situation whereby someone lost his wife and sue and makes and all of that. But how many Nigerians can go to that extent? So in broader way, he's a brilliant guy, and I have so much respect for him. The fact that he comes to Dr. Rudolph's show with all his busy schedule, and those are the people I respect, not because other people's life are not important. It's because they think that what we do makes sense. Not somebody to say, "Oh, we are not making sense. We're going to come here and spend countless of hours," and somebody will say, "Even if you don't have anything to do, can't you have love offering with your wife or your girlfriend or whatever?" But that is not our society. Never value, and we never celebrate our heroes, and we never take each other serious. So I have respect for Agbo, and I have respect for you. I have respect for everybody, and you bring all those people that speak to our political, and he's doing so much. Ikenga is doing so much to even went and read the governors in the east, at least I think about 7 states that and he refused to take money from any of those governors. I just want to be neutral and not to be influenced by those that donate to the organization. It's going to be slow but steady in doing that, and it's possible. Sometimes I listened to electricity yesterday speaking, and I was impressed. And that is my belief. Change begin with all of us. Turn the mirror on yourself. What will I do? What will I do differently to improve the life of people, or to say no, to resist this unqualified evil that is lavishing our society? And he was talking about he will take a normal way. He will not go to the airport to bribe anybody, and he will not do that. If we are not going to do the right thing, and then we see whether the person that want to make us pay money for no reason, then we can now eradicate or start pushing back on this bribe and corruption. And that is how we build a better society. But the sense that some people feel entitled and the other are not, or they are not human being enough, where you are born and your career is to serve them, it's quite disturbing to me. But in Agbo case, he's doing so much. And it's not easy to have you here. You are here now for 5 hours. Yesterday, Chim, he was crying like a baby. He said, I've not even eaten my breakfast. I said, wow, you know, eat your breakfast. You think, you see, sometimes it's easy for people to come and sit down, go in and out. But you can see this guy, whether he's wearing diaper, I don't know. I think when you're getting old, your brother will know.
All right, Janaba, you are revealing so much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me just say something before we continue. On Sunday next week, I'm bringing he's an amazing guy too. He's an actor, director. He's a playwright. He's a judge. He's a poet. Most of you may know him. He's a Nollywood actor based here in New York City. He's going to join us and to talk about the role of Nollywood in the branding of Nigeria. He's also a judge in the court system in New York here, and his play has been shown off Broadway. So he will join us next Sunday at the same time. Thank you, guys. I will now hand it over to
Dr. Rudolph.
Yeah.
Before you go, I want you to give us a prediction. Do you watch the Grammy?
Oh yeah, I have to watch because
Between Davido and Burna Boy, who you think is going to win the Grammy tonight?
Between who and who? Burna Boy and who?
Davido and Burna Boy.
Everyone, you always want to overtake somebody. But KJ was about to speak here, and you shot him. Yeah.
Mazi, you speak. I'll let you speak. But I think it's I'm rooting for either Burna Boy or Ashake. Is it Ashake? Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think Davido will win. Well, thank you guys.
Okay.
I don't think he's good.
Dr. Rudolph, before you go, Dr. Rudolph, I've just spoken briefly to her. Is a yes. So we'll talk in the background.
Okay. All right.
Even if you want her to be on for this Sunday, she'll be available.
No, I already have somebody Sunday. So.
Yeah, but it's a yes. We'll talk in the background. I'll call you later, perhaps tomorrow. If you just let me know when the best time to call you, New York time. Just send me a message to my phone.
I'll do that. Thank you, everybody. Right. I will see you next.
All right.
All right.
Okay. Thank you. So where were we? So who is next?
I was going to ask a question to Dr. Falegan, but I think he's left. Dr. Falegan. Oh, he's left.
I think Mazi wants to say something.
Sorry, Mazi. I told Rudolph that I wanted to ask the flagship a question, and he said after Ngozi can speak.
Before then, I've been raising my hand.
Okay, you can talk. You can talk.
John, I wanted to ask John about something, and my question goes like this: when we talk about Satan and all this stuff, I wanted to ask: is there any of you here who is in the diaspora that doesn't shop at Chinese store and all that Asian store? I believe we all shop at the Asian store, right?
We don't not shop at the Asian store. There are not that many of them to be ignoring them.
But
Why?
some of us do go
Are you
there.
talking about Indians? You are referring to Indians.
Speak for
Both
yourself.
India,
Oh, me, I go
both
to the Chinese shop. They have some special things there. They sell.
good. No. It's not a special thing that is. What
They
I'm
have
saying is that
herbs. Herbs.
what I'm saying in essence is that we all claim to be Christians, right? And when we go to those shops, you see that they have shrines in most of their stores. As a Christian, why don't you say, oh, because of those shrine that they have there, you're not gonna eat anything that comes from that place? You know, that's also to show you, that's also to tell you that this church of a thing, Christianity of a thing that we talk about is of the heart and not of a building, nor is it of, it just the heart that you have towards others or the things that you do just to be, Christ-like. You don't discriminate and you do all that. Why I brought it up, Janaba, is when you start talking about Satan. I know some people worship Satan, that's them. I don't care. That's their business. As long as they don't bring it to me. That's their own. But I cannot say, oh, because you worship Satan, then I won't talk to you or I won't associate with you. Your own thing, as long as you keep it away from me, it's all good. And then we also Tone, I was gonna say when you talked about where's Tone? Oh yeah, you see here. Please do make it a priority that when you finally say yes to the person, that it will be the first that you invite to your wedding and will graciously attend. Hmm? That would be so nice of you. If you finally arrange everything, we'll attend to support you. So did anybody get to hear what this guy was saying today? Is it Yule Doche? Good.
Don't you?
And yes, he has a ministry today. And somebody could open his mouth and say that his testimony is that after listening to Yule Doche, that his testimony is that he used to be a 1 minute man, but now he's a 30-minute man. So is that what they're preaching in that church? You understand what I mean? See, the thing is this. I'm trying to, like, let us live in reality of life. I'm just trying not to go into politics because the politics is depressing. I'm just trying to live in reality of things that people do, that you start questioning yourself and said, what did I just hear? What just happened? You know? Jesus Christ. Yeah, you just ask yourself. And for me, I think we all have different reasons why we're on this platform. I'm not here because I want to go and fight part two. Is it World War III? No, I'm not here. I'm here to listen to people, to learn, to get informations, and the ones that I can support, I support. The one I can use to also support those in Nigeria, I will, pass on the information to them. So yeah, that's my contribution for now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, KJ, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Bros, Mazi, religion, or should I say worship, the act of worship, whichever form you choose, is a personal thing. And we are not going to go as a practicing Christian. We're not going to go and find out what the people are, what they have said. Or, I mean, that's how we're not. It doesn't look. We if we as Africans, like I said, an elderly man schooled me, on Friday. If we as the Africans who are supposed to be the cradle of the earth, who are the beginning of the beginnings, there's something we know that the white man don't know, and that thing which we know that the white man don't know is what is keeping our communities running even till tomorrow. Because if you go into the forest and you cut your hand, your cutlass or whatever you're using, cuts your hand. There's a leaf. I still know the leaf. You just plug it, squeeze it, put it there, and it cuts off the blood flow. Do I have any way to go and explain that on medical terms that this is how it is done? No, I may not have the medical understanding, okay, but I know based on my living and I have experienced over and over and over that these things happen. If you go to Genesis 1, it tells you every herb is given for you as a medicine. Okay, for medicine is there in the Bible. So the practice of local medicine, which the doctor will not agree with me, it is very real. If it's not real, majority of our people would have died. Tomorrow, if I have malaria in the community and I don't have anything to do, I'll go and pluck the goyaro leaf and I'll squeeze it, put it in one cup. I drink in the morning, drink in the afternoon, drink in the evening, and malaria is gone. Do I have any medical proof for that? No. Do I have to do some abracadabra before I drink it? No. But this is what our people have practiced over time, and it has worked for us. Let us not accept modernity and throw them away, because those things do work. Now, if you look at it in the first place, I'm not a doctor. I'm not going to be one, not in this life at least. But if you look at it, even the word pharmacy, the pharmacare, is what? It's witchcraft. That's what it means. Okay? So, but we're not looking at all that. All we're saying is, we who believe in Christ, we're not going to leave us to practice our own. Those who want to practice their own, let them go and practice the way they want. We no block road for them.
I know how now.
So the way Bros dey talk, the way they talk, if like say they go one direction, you dey go one direction. Now that direction go block. Okay.
I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian. I'm a Catholic. Okay, by marriage and all that stuff. And just
I know you are speaking on behalf of those people. When our own is let them continue. We no go block them. They no go block us. So that all of us will do what you see. If we all understand life this way, we will have no issue. You do what will benefit you and yourself and your family, and I do the one I think is, and then we all agree on a common goal of the society, of the community, and develop from there. We'll have no issue, And a flagship. I want to also say that sometimes these things are political, because remember the Ebola case. Okay, then there was a minister in Nigeria, Onyema. Is it Onyema? What's his name now? I've forgotten his name. Who was able to muster a big team in Abuja that stopped that thing from ravaging Nigeria. Before now, when when Nigeria was still moving in the right direction, we had a research institute in one part of Abuja. I'm trying to remember the name. Okay, that was run by Professor Wabebe and all of them. That research institute was doing a lot of veterinary medicine and all that stuff like that was coming out of that place. It was a big institute, okay, and things were coming out of it. But eventually, see, the thing the West like to do to us, they tell you, do you have scientific proof? Do you have this? Do you have this? Oh, your setup is not even qualified to be able to do this, can't do that. But they will do their own. The question I want to have for you, flagship, is this. Who authorized for us to be able to use COVID-19? How many of you guys who are in the profession who took those things and say, let us even examine this thing that's sending to our people, whether it is good for consumption? Two, why is that it's only one protocol that's accepted when it comes to COVID-19 protocol? If you don't follow this one, if it's not the one brought for these people, if the idea does not come from this person, then it's not an idea that should be implemented. It must be these people. It must be this one. So if you can balance, give me an explanation to that, I'll be very happy. But if you cannot, it's okay.
Hold on.
I will say what I can.
Hold on. We have to wait. When your turn comes, you can answer the question because we don't want to make it.
Okay, I've got some guests. I've been hanging around because somebody there said they had a question. If not, I wanted to leave.
Jago, are you okay with flagship going ahead to answer?
Forefathers, we wanted to ask the flagship question because he's also in the medical field, and the guest that just left is a medical practitioner, and because he left, we wanted to throw the question to flagship before we continue the rotation.
Yeah, when his turn comes, then he can answer.
Well, I'm about to step out, is what I'm saying.
So I'm about to step out. I'm going to watch ground.
I've been waiting. They've been in the living room.
Let's respect other people's time now. Jagmutu is here, so let's try to.
I don't have any problem with that.
Jago, are you okay with
if there are questions,
flagship answering the question?
Oh, sorry, you didn't hear me. You didn't hear me, guys. I was muted. Good evening, everybody. Flagship, I want to ask you, well, not ask you, but I want to comment within this arena. However, please go ahead.
Okay, great. Go ahead, Flagship.
Thank you. KJ, your first question, and I'll speak within limits, if you will, and understand what I mean. When COVID started, I was privileged to be in the first team of those who started gathering data for the first vaccine that ever came out. Now, what I saw after 6 months or thereabout didn't make sense. And when we heard about what was told about Africa, with specification to Nigeria and how it will affect us, we started the outcry. But of course, it was called conspiracy. And the cry was, please, do not be in a hurry to get the jab. Wait. You see, vaccine in research, to get it, you don't get vaccines approved normally in 3 years or 5 years. It's a rigorous process. It takes years. You don't get it in 3 years or 5 years. And even if you get it in 3 years or 5 years, it's not the entire picture of what you're looking for. That 3 to 5 year time frame that it's been studied, it's just some preliminary information they've gathered that is suitable enough to at least help to manage whatever the epidemic or pandemic is. But to get one in 8 months, now that's crazy. We don't have enough data to back it up. So the question was, how do we get our people to understand what is really going on? We started out at that time by saying, I remember calling a friend of mine who works in one of the radio stations in Lagos. And I said, no, I know your programs are censored, but look, this is what I know. Please, as much as you can, you have one microphone, but your loudspeaker is very huge and loud. If you can, tell the people not to be in a hurry to take it. There's still a lot that needs to be done, but they shut them down automatically. It was called a conspiracy. And guess where that instruction came from? From here. I saw memorandums from the folks above who give the go for these shots to be taken to doctors. And the information in it is crazy. I'm telling you, like, why are we doing this? So I understood what the big agenda was. And you can't speak beyond that. If not, you'll be sought after. So I'll end it there. Then the second question, I think you asked about, remind me, please. I'd like to say something.
No, this why you have answered is good enough for me. I mean,
yes, sir.
Point. Yeah, I can't even remember the now because you have excellently put it. And
I think so as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I can come in now, guys, if I can come in, I would like you to stay around for a little bit more, Flagship, if you may. I'm not quite sure how we got to the subject of Christianity, religion, and health all at the same time. I was a bit perplexed. However, that configuration does indeed make sense, a lot of sense, in terms of things that are written scripturally and where we are right now. Sometimes when Nigerians, I'll put it in that way, kind of seek for the right to have the vaccine, as it were, I sometimes scratch my head because I'm wondering if we just want to copy and paste everything without understanding what it is that we're actually copying and pasting. Now, in the West, as far as the vaccine was concerned, it was a real hard push, both politically and through the media, as to the panic that we are in as a nation in Europe, and how deaths are occurring all over the place. And we must be afraid. and therefore we must take the vaccine. Now, just as underlined fantastically by Flagship in speaking about the perplexity he had in his own research as to the vaccine, it didn't make sense. And so much of it doesn't make sense. And indeed, it takes at least 10 years to develop a vaccine with as minimal harm to the human being as possible. It takes that amount of time. Some vaccines have taken that long and have been stripped away because they didn't really function well within the grand scheme of things. Now, for me, the fundamental question that seems to be ignored by most of us is, what is the genesis of this COVID thing? How long has it been with us? Is it natural, or is it man-made, generated in laboratories? Now, these questions, I think, are fundamental to our pursuits for health, because there is no individual. I mean, we are, as for those who are biblical, we are wonderfully woven by the Creator to be who we are as individuals, and there is nobody that knows our body better than we do. We should know our body better than the doctor, because the doctor does not know our body at all. All the doctor will do is prescribe medicine prescribed by him by Big Pharma, and that's basically how it goes. So when we are seeking health from institutions, which we should, and it's our right to, when we are seeking health from these institutions, we must be vigilant that it is us as individuals that are imbibing whatever medicines that we are being offered. So given that premise, I was against the vaccine because I didn't see it as a vaccine. I saw it as something that was even pre-made before the COVID began. I saw this all as a wonderful global experiment where they can see what's what and where they can go as the WHO, if you like, the World Health Authorities and other global authorities. So I'm just saying all this to say that we can and should already have a wonderful healthcare system in Nigeria, given the nurses and the doctors and the medical staff that are coming out of Nigeria and are in all places in the world. In the UK right now, the amount of Nigerian nurses, both male and female, in the system here in the UK, it's a great number. It's a great number, and these numbers should be back home teaching our people back home within the industry, so we make ourselves a robust healthcare system. It has been said, I go on just a little bit, Forefather, if I may. It has been said that health is extremely expensive, and surely it is extremely expensive. But it is an expense that a country like Nigeria, with the kind of workforce it should have given its population, we in Nigeria can easily afford a great healthcare system. It is all down to organization. It is all down to the positioning of the most talented in the most sensitive positions, so that we can see for ourselves that we are caring for ourselves. Because if we leave ourselves in the hand of the Western hegemony, if we leave ourselves in that direction, I think we leave ourselves at great risk. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you. I think there was something KJ said about witchcraft, being linked to pharmacy. I think what the Europeans did cleverly, I mentioned it before, was they separated some of all these things, superstition from empirical evidence in science. And that is where they are that's what made all the difference in most of the stuff that they did. We knew how Dongoyaro worked, but we never really bothered to study what was behind the efficacy, for want of a better word, why it works. We never really bother to understand those things, which should have been part of the process of learning. Because when we learned that dongoyaro can do that, yes, we learned something
I don't
based
think
on
that's right.
experience. We didn't take it further.
Further.
Yeah.
I don't think that's right.
Okay.
I think the medical profession, just like in every other industry, they have industrial bases. America and the West is where the big money is. That is why even if you are good or you're an expert, you're so highly professional in Africa, you still have, there's one trajectory, you go where the money is. Most of those scientists you see in the US and the UK, where are they from? If you go to the clinic in the UK, it might likely be treated by a Nigerian. So the money, they follow the money. Even if the discovery is tagged an American discovery, some of the scientists come from different countries. You saw what happened during the war. Some of the scientists were taken from Russia and here to the US and Germany to the US. You follow the industry. So I don't think we didn't work on these herbs. I think what happened is those who worked on them all these medicines you find in the US, most of them are still from Africa. What are we saying?
If you commission somebody to build a house, I don't know who you want them to attribute the owner of the house to be. Point is that it doesn't matter who you who did who actually physically did it. It's the people that commissioned the stuff to happen. Those are the people that take the credit for it. And because they are the ones that own it, to be fair, because they are the ones that commissioned it too. And the idea that the point I'm making is that in terms of, if you want to attribute it to our own traditional way of looking at these things, we didn't separate it. And you can also argue that Europeans didn't separate it early enough. It's more recently they started implementing the scientific methods. We think that it goes back thousands of years. It didn't. I think it started happening around 500 years, just during the period of Enlightenment, and they started separating science, from religion and superstition and some of all those things. And I think within our own discourse, we should be having this type of conversations too, because I don't think on that level we have even developed our own approach to science, our own approach to philosophy, our own approach to the purpose of life in general. They have it. And it's almost, for me, the example I always give is that it's like when you attend, some people that attended university, studied their masters, and somebody that dropped out of secondary school. They don't have the same realities. And this may be that significant, the gap between the way they perceive reality and the way we do. And because this is why you can see Tinubu talking about sending people over to them to go and study, to go and work for them, because our realities are so different.
Well, that's not totally true, forefather. You see, that's what they tell us. But when you come to the West, most of the people you work with didn't even go to university. Some of them didn't even do any of such studies. Okay. The truth is that they've been able to deceive us that what works for us is not. It cannot be real. For instance, if you go to there's a part of Bauchi where they treat people who are bitten by snakes, and there are plenty of snakes that they have a vaccine, a hospital there that they harvest vaccine and they treat snake bites. And like I said earlier, there is part of Abuja that had a vaccine, vaccine. What do you call it? Is it a pharmacy or factory or something like that? I'm trying to remember the name because I have Dr. Wabebe, Professor Wabebe, and the rest of the team people working there. We have this thing, but somehow we accept that what we have is inferior, and we don't have anybody who can give us an empirical explanation of why these things work. Therefore, our own shouldn't work. Now, we do not arrogate to ourselves to having all the knowledge, but we don't also say to the West, you cannot take this because we don't agree with it. So, but when it comes to us, they say no, these things must be done this way because that's what we accept it is done. You see, it goes a long way. If you look at it, there's so much of politics into it, much more than trying to explain. Because
from what you said that we have these things, the problem is that most of us still think of our science or our knowledge in terms of these things in the traditional sense, because you gave the example before, or we go to inside the bush, you take dongoyaro and all those things, but you never brought up these people that learned how to create vaccine for snakes and actually did it in a more scientific manner.
If I can, real quick, guys.
Oh, sorry,
I
KJ.
think KJ, you don't necessarily understand where forefather is coming from. I think, if I'm right, because I understand it in terms of we have to have an approach to medicine. We have to, and that's what forefather is saying. We don't have an approach to these things. We just are seeing it from the eyes of the West, just in general, right across the board, patient or doctor. And what it is that we have to recognize that there are things that we have done in those as Africans that pertain to Western medicine. We were doing open heart surgery before it ever happened in Uganda. We were cutting the baby from the womb and giving what's that kind of, I've forgotten the birth that is coming from cesarean before the Europeans, and they watched us doing it. Yet still, we do not have an approach to sciences. And I think that's a very valid point. I think we need to really register that. We can't just be saying, oh, we had it. We didn't have it if we don't have it now. If something of purpose was there and we allowed it to vanish, then again, we have to look at ourselves. You see, as much as we can blame the West, but the real blame is with us, man. We need to really take responsibility for what we are doing in that country, for what we're doing as Africans.
Can I come in again? We say, for instance, forefather is that doctor that was performing those cesarean section in Uganda, and then America comes in with their billions. You think he's going to refuse the money?
I'm not sure what you're saying.
I said we were talking about the cesarean section, which you said was practiced in Africa before the West ever started doing it. And
yes.
What I'm saying is, if America came with their billions and presented it to this man who was doing this cesarean section, do you think he will still stay in Uganda, or he will take the whole knowledge he has and take it to America?
Well, in real terms, that didn't even need to be done, because they saw the doctor, I've forgotten his name, who actually saw this for the first time in the 17th century. Listen to the time. He saw it being done, and as he saw it being done, he learned everything. He was in that village for like 3 or 4 years doing his research before coming back to the West. So it's not a question of billions all the time. We love this argument of money. The argument of money is there and it's valid, but it's kind of invalid to what is worth. There's a worth and a value to everything. And some of what we do as Africans, given our best for money, which is paper in real terms, it's not worth the exchange, I'm afraid. It's just the psyche doesn't allow us to think. It doesn't allow us to think.
I'm just using that as a quick analogy. The truth is,
and I'll put back to you.
Yeah, the truth is, there was a point in our history where our development was at a standstill when the Europeans came in, and there was, I think, there's a book written about it. We had there's a word for it, where our civilization was cut, and there was massive influx and taking up all these things. This is the trajectory that played out over a period of 4 centuries, where your people were massively looted and stolen. They stole humans, they stole everything, they stole our artifacts. We are just getting back the ones from Benin. So it has been a trajectory that stopped our civilization and improvement.
Yes.
You know, so
again, whilst we know this history, we still got to look in the mirror as to who's to blame. Masca, we haven't seen you for a long time, my brother. Make I welcome you and show you forward.
Thank you for joining us. This is Masca.
Please go ahead. Can I ask this guy a quick question before he leaves? Flagship, my question is: do you take the vaccine or not?
Say that again. I didn't hear.
From his utterances now, you don't know the answer.
No. What did you say?
I said, do you take the vaccine or not? The COVID vaccine. Do you take it or not?
Listen. I did not take it. I'm not afraid to say it. I say to the folks I work with, when they ask me to, I told them no. And what
was your reasoning?
Again, the data don't match. It just doesn't make sense. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you one thing. Listen. So when COVID came, and this vaccine story was on, over here in the U.S., our senators and House of Rep members will make phone calls in their districts. You get an automatic dial on your phone. You answer it. Senator Craig is on a town hall meeting, and everybody in this district push one to log into the conference call. The call it takes, I mean, in my district, we're well over 1 million people on a call. And he was there talking. They had CDC experts. They had doctors and all of them, you know, on the call and trying to educate the people about why to take the vaccine and so on and so forth. And I asked the question. I pushed the option to ask questions when it was question time. And my question was this. Every year, the CDC takes records of death caused by the flu. Is that right? They said yes. This year, what is the numbers as we speak of death related to flu versus death related to COVID? They couldn't give me the answer. Nobody's taking count of death rate caused by the flu. But we have this astronomical number caused by the
absolutely.
Yeah, but didn't you think about the potential? Because the reasoning I had for
all right,
not
listen, let me
taking
land
it
here.
was different.
Let me land. The symptoms of the flu and the symptoms for COVID are the same.
The same.
Put them together, they're the same.
I did all of that same research.
So why are you asking me to take this vaccine that's out in 8 months when you don't know much about it?
Exactly.
Yeah, but the question I wanted to ask was if there was a potential. You heard about the numbers of people that were dying and all the rest, and you felt that okay, yes, I have my reservations, but you still have to be concerned that okay, what if this stuff hits you, and even if the vaccine it may not have been tested, is it not better to stay alive than to die?
Listen,
what was your reasoning for dismissing that argument?
Listen, I dismissed it because I know. If I did not know, then you can ask me that question.
But
I know.
Did you dispute that people were dying?
Forefathers, listen to me. There are some things I can't say here in this forum. Like I said, I saw things. I saw data. Part of my job is data. I look at data and gather them, begin the process of analysis, and hand it over to those who do the actual analysis on it. From what I saw, it didn't make sense. There's no way. This doesn't add up. So when they shut down the entire country, my job involves travel. I'm everywhere within the US and Canada and part of Western Europe. When travel was cut down, a lot of those within the team of thousands of people that I work with chose not to fly or travel.
Yeah, but when you look at Italy, though, Italy, people were dying. The question I'm asking is that because at that time they claimed people were dying, so I need an explanation for those deaths. And what was your reasoning to dismissing those deaths?
Again, if I take comparative analysis of the data they are presenting and the data that I have, which I collected, it doesn't match. My question is, where did you get this one from? I'm collecting the raw data. I'm looking at it. I put it
Father, all you have to do.
It over to you.
I don't know why you didn't do this.
Because my concern is that even in Russia, they had ambulances lined up. I don't know what is the explanation for all that.
That was us living through the TV. That's how they create the panic. Now I'll just ask you, Forefather. I would just like to ask if you've come to the same conclusion as not to take the vaccine yourself, and somebody's telling you through the data it tells me not to take the vaccine. I can't understand where you're arguing.
My reasoning is simple. My reasoning is simple because of the data that they gave me, that the people that are susceptible to the vaccines were of certain age, that the chance of it hitting me is not going to be that severe. Even if I got it, I stand a better chance of surviving it. So when I evaluated based on the risk that the vaccine may be dodgy and the fact that it may not hit me, I thought better not to bother having it. So that's my reasoning. I evaluated it. I didn't completely
evaluate this. Evaluate this. Do you know that in 2020, in the UK, the deaths were high as far as COVID was concerned? Yes. But then if you looked at the 5 years prior to that, the 2002 was lower death rate than all the 5 years, which tells you something about how manipulation of numbers work. And unless you're doing this kind of forage, you're not doing anything.
No, I'm just trying to understand.
I'm saying to you, it's in the data, just as Flagship has said.
We don't have access to the data.
What do you mean you don't have access to the data? The data is there.
Let me say this, Jagan, let me say this. But perhaps maybe you guys don't do this. But if you don't, please do. When next you do this, when you go to your doctor and he's telling you everything he's telling you to do, please ask questions. Don't just take it hook, line, and sinker because he's a doctor. You're giving me this pill.
Yeah, same.
Why should I take it? What does he do? What are the side effects? What do I expect? How long should I take it? Do I need to stop if I see the symptoms subside? Ask questions. Why are you doing this test? Why is it necessary for me to go here? Why do I have to take this? Hey, I read somewhere that this medication, while it's meant to treat headache, but could give me hypertension. It could cause liver disease. It could do this and that and that and this. Have you ever asked these questions? Listen, if you don't know, let me give you a little bit of insight. You see, any pill you take, right? When you look at the box or the container, go to the section that says active ingredients and inactive ingredients. You find out that the active ingredient makes up about 10% of what you're putting in your body. So what's the 90% for? Why not give me that 10% in 100% form and I'll take it and this whole thing is gone? That's where the African medical practice and the Orthodox practice came. You guys were talking about it now. And I wanted to chip in this. Medicine is practiced in 3 ways. There is preventative medicine. There is medicine to manage your disease. And there is curative medicine. Back then, when we were doing herbs, we practiced preventative medicine and curative medicine. Modern day medicine is medicine that's designed to manage your disease. It's not meant to cure you. You know why? Because they want you to come back.
Money.
If he gives you a pill that will take care of that thing and you're well and gone, he won't see you in the next 10 years.
Well, it's not entirely fair.
Father, can I add a question to your question? Father, can I add a question to your question?
Let Mascal speak now. He hasn't spoken. We haven't seen him in a long time. And we need to know what he's been up to. What have you been up to, my man? Why have you been away?
Welcome, Masca.
Oh dear.
I didn't know that.
Does he still have that problem?
Don't worry, we can hear you.
You guys can't hear me.
We can hear you, Masca.
Okay, so good evening, everybody. But I will single out KJ, Austin, and Tone for respect, because these are people that I know have been in my corner even in my absence. So thank you, guys.
Okay, guys, can I log off? I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, please, just a moment.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, just quickly, I would say what forefathers, what Flagship is trying to explain to you is that modern day medicine is not an altruistic medicine. The basis of medicine, modern day medicine, obviously it's capitalistic in nature. The person who is giving you medicine doesn't care about you. All he cares is about the money. It may not be the doctor directly sitting in front of you, but the fundamental architecture of modern day medicine has been constructed to for
Oh, sorry about that. Your audio is gone.
It's the internet. It's the internet.
Not that. Yeah.
I think you guys should allow flagship to go before he
Please,
leaves.
I have
Please,
a question for
I have a
flagship.
question. I have a question for him, please.
The
I have a
question,
question for flagship.
the discussion is getting interesting now.
I
See,
think he's going to leave his girl like
hold
that.
on. Before you all just start asking questions, hold on, because I'm not going to let some things just run away like that. See,
But you
there
know,
are
I
some
had a
things.
question for him all
Hold
the time.
on now, Jesus Christ, let me just say my piece.
Flagship, can you leave your contact,
You will not let
please?
me talk.
Father, let Masker speak.
Let me say my piece. See, the idea that medicine is all just about making money sometimes is a bit unfair. We have to
it
be
is
a
about
little bit.
making money.
Hold on now, please.
Oh my God!
That's the bottom line.
Oh father, I think
Calm
you are being
down.
unfair. We have a man of knowledge who is
Can you Exero,
Who
please
is
let me
able-
talk, please. Let me talk too. Because he the man of this thing, medicine also said you should question your doctor. So why can't we just question him too? See, point is, so my point is that medicine has led to life expectancy basically doubling within a century that they've had so far, and we know some things are actually being cured. If you have infection, penicillin actually cures you. There are curative ones out there, and there are chronic diseases that they haven't found cure for. You can argue that maybe they could have dedicated more resources to finding the cure to some cancers, but to say that the whole thing is entirely cynical, it's about making money, it's not fair. They've preserved more lives to the point whereby we have 7 billion people on the face of the earth today. So let's be objective about
So
it.
let me make a comment to that.
Forefather, can I just bite a
Let me
bit
make
before he leaves?
Let me make one comment, forefathers. I'll let you know this. There is no disease, mark my words, there is no disease known to us as humans today that doesn't have a cure.
Even HIV/AIDS.
That's a bold statement too.
Trust me.
It's a solid
Do you
statement.
have the
I
cure?
like that.
Do you have the
There is
cure?
no disease known to
Listen now.
science today. Again, mark the words. Known to science today that doesn't have a cure.
But you have to. Okay, then you are arguing that some of all the richest people that are dying in the world today, either they're now actually dying and they're going escaping somewhere, or the disease they deliberately keep the cure away from them so that they will die, so that just to deprive other people of health. People are physically dying. Some of the richest people actually die from diseases.
Father, can I ask you my
So
question
I don't
now,
understand.
please?
How do you square that?
I've been waiting
Forefather,
for
can I
long.
put in my question so you can jump?
Please, Augustine, I've been here waiting for
Exero, leave Augustine, Jare. Exero, you've been asking 1,000 questions. Let Augustine
Who
talk.
did I
Augustine
ask
hasn't even
questions
said
now?
anything.
Exero,
Exero, you go
sorry.
now. What is wrong with you? Let other
Sorry,
people ask questions.
sorry. Thank you. Sorry, my question is just direct. Flagship, I'm thinking that what you're saying is also conspiracy because you belong to a school of thought. And when you say you have your raw data, which hospital are you working and how did you collect your own data? Because also I have privilege of also working in a hospital and I also have access to their own data. And I've seen COVID patients and I've been with them. But to address the question where you're going, I would have loved you to address the question Jagu asked. Is COVID a laboratory invention or a disease from somewhere? If it is a laboratory invention, then why are you telling me that the process of providing the vaccine had not started before they release the COVID? So these are also the questions I want you to attack on this. Thank you.
All right, I'll ask you to read up about two things: lobbying in medicine and politics in medicine. Get on Google when you have time. Read about those two topics. I bet it would answer your question in a broader view. And I do not work with one hospital. I don't gather data from one hospital. I oversee hospitals nationwide in the US, parts of Canada, and parts of Western Europe. And I'm privileged to look at data globally from other continents.
Come on, man.
Privileged to sit in meetings where
Come
this
on.
data is discussed.
Bro, it's a privilege to be here with you, man.
So
Simple.
When I say
all,
what I
all
say,
these people,
I know
you
what
guys
I'm talking
believe
about.
logic has no this thing privilege.
I'm
Stop
telling
it.
you reality.
No, why can't he be pleased? I mean, this is somebody that
Because he
we have.
says those
Argue it
things
all
doesn't
you
make him
want.
right.
I don't.
So he
Let
has
the man
not
talk,
he has
man.
not
Let the man
addressed the
talk.
question I asked. Let him
Thank you
address the
for your work.
question.
Thank you
Yeah.
for your work.
Listen.
Thank you for your work. We appreciate what you have done, what you are doing, and please keep doing the good job. Please, can we give my brother Maska an opportunity to also put across his own idea?
I hope he has not answered. I hope he has not answered my question.
He
What
wants
was
his
your
question
question?
answered.
I
Now.
would
He
love
has
His
already
question
answered your
answered.
question. You know where to go and look at. I
KJ,
spoke to
KJ, you're not the one they asked. Eh?
Flagship, let me ask my question,
let
please.
Flagship answer the question.
Flagship, let me ask my question, please.
Go ahead.
All along, we were talking about when the guest was here. We were talking about how he was giving us his ideas about how things work in the medical profession. Then I wanted to ask a question that we have this doctor in Sweden here. He was finally found out to be a fraud. His name is Paolo Macchiarini. He was doing surgeries, bronchial surgeries with plastic made ones to replace people's worn out bronchitis or something. So he was stitching these things inside. So after a while, those things they rot, and the patients died. He was using the patients as lab rats, and he did this internationally in several countries until it was found out. These are things this is the question I wanted to ask, because you are in the profession. A lot of people go into hospitals in Nigeria and are given diagnoses that turn out to be false, and they later die. Or sometimes you hear that somebody there's this popular place called Igbobi, and they say, okay, they must cut off his leg. If that person was taken maybe abroad, they would have fixed the situation. From your knowledge and your experience in the profession, how many Polo Macchiarinis do we have in this profession?
Relax.
Well, I will speak about, again, there's what they call regulation. You see, the US does not just allow anything, no matter how smart you are, no matter how convincing your findings are, that this thing is going to work. If I come out with a cure for lung cancer today, and it's evident that it will work, it's not just going to be thrown out there, even if they see 100 people treated with it and they get well. There are regulations, strict regulations. That's where the FDA comes in. You can't just bring anything out that they accept. It has to go through a series of checks. In Sweden, in Europe, I'm not sure what, I can speak for them. I don't know what their regulations are and what kind of leeway they give.
He was doing what they call a pioneer treatment. That means patients are allowed to test with him.
We have that here, and it was banned until Trump came and said, let's give the doctors who have these pioneer discoveries a chance to try. I mean, what would he do? If the patient is going to die or being predicted to die, they will die anyway. But if they think this will work, let's try it on them. He made that open during his time in office. But it's not what is allowed here in the US. They talked about it. Was it allowed? I'll go back and check again, but I'm not too sure. So in Europe, they have their own regulations. We have ours here. And that's what I was saying initially. Africa doesn't have none. In Asia, they have theirs. There are things that are allowed in Asia medically that are not allowed here, even if they are working. I was involved in a project with one of my professors back in the day here while I was at school. And two sentence hypothesis he gave to me and said, go read up on this. Come back with the data you find, and let's see what we can do. It's on breast cancer. I went and I did my research and findings. It took me about 6 weeks. I got out all my literature and everything from past research that has been done put all of them together and say, hey, this is what I found. Excited he was. Long story short, he funded the research. 3 years down the line, we came out with a possible cure for breast cancer. Possible cure for breast cancer. It works. It works. Excited we were. I took it to Galveston with 20 other universities to present at the symposium. I was sitting with Harvard students and the rest of them. And mine actually came up tops of the 21 invited schools to this research facility in Galveston, Texas. And because I met a professor there who came actually from North Carolina, where one of the world's most secretive and topmost research facility is located outside the one in Wuhan, in China. He walked up to me and said, do you know what you have? I said, well, I'm excited about it. But he said, look, this is phenomenal. It's first of its kind. You need to take it up. I went back to school, talked to my professor. We sent our documents in, FDA and the rest of them. We were invited to Philly to come sit down and talk. 2006, this was. That was when I found out about lobbying in medicine. That's why I asked you to go read about it. Listen, they know it works. They see it. The data is there, but they don't want it out there. Hey, how much will you spend doing this project? All right, listen, we'll give you X amount of millions. Give it to us. Don't talk about it again. We don't want to hear you say anything about it. That's the end of it. If you don't want to give it up. We don't want to hear you talk about it again, ever. We were surprised. I was shocked. My professor, he's from Russia. Guess what? Took it out of here, ran to his country with it. It's working up there. They allow it. But the US does not allow it, even if it works. So what I'm trying to say is this. There are many of that guy you spoke about out there. They may be in countries that allow such novel or pioneer procedures that have been discovered to be tried. But here, it's not done. I don't know about Asia.
So
Africa does
by
not
that
have
logic,
it.
then
So in
are
Africa,
people
you
not
can
dying
do
of
it as
breast
much as you
cancer in
want.
Russia then? Are people not dying of breast cancer in Russia?
Sorry, say that again.
Are there no deaths from breast cancer in Russia since the cure you found cures
So
breast cancer?
let me give you a little bit of education about it. You see, cancer, that's my specialty, all right? When it expresses itself, it's in different forms, right? I worked with a strain called HTN21. You can read about it, right? And what that does is, when breast cancer expresses, every human being on earth has a potential of developing cancer. Every human. But the way God designs our body is this. There are enzymes that are put in your body that work like your police in your community. They check crime. So these enzymes check these cells up. As at that time, there were two that we knew. The first one is called endonuclease G, and the second one is called ribonuclease, DNase 1. I'm sorry, DNase 1. Nobody knew nothing about endonuclease G having any relationship with breast cancer. That's what we found out. So what we found is that these two enzymes, if one is low, the other one, if it stays up and high, that lady will never have cancer. If both of them are high, they stay good for life. If both of them are low, yeah, you get cancer after a certain age. So think of your car battery like this. What we found out is this. This enzyme, whether you are low on both of them, as long as you are before stage 3, and you get injected with these for 6 months, it can jumpstart the enzyme production in your body that will make you fight off the disease, even after stage 1 and 2. Now, after stage 3, our studies did not go beyond that. We stopped at the end of phase 2. So we can cure breast cancer after it's been diagnosed. If you're at stage 1, you stand a good chance. Stage 2, you stand a good chance. 3, we need to do some more work on that.
But then it's not a pure cure then. It's not a
Hold
total
on now,
cure.
hold on. Listen, I'm trying to give you some knowledge. All right. Now, When you have this expression at any of these stages, and we try this enzyme on you, you've got a 70 to 80%, and that was the question we asked, 70 to 80% chance that it will work. And what they threw back at us is, what about the other 20%? What is going on with it? That's what we needed to take back to our drawing board and work on and come back with an answer before they provide. We've got the answer. It's just the duration of dose.
I'm not disputing the idea that there are there is politics in this in pharmaceutical. I know clearly they do buy out potential competitions. They buy them out and kill their products. That is happens in tech industry, happens in all industries. I know that, but the question I was trying to get to was the fact that you said that there was a cure, and I wanted to say to Xero that you have to be careful when somebody tells you that so and so is true, but you have to also think that there are also larger amount of experts that are saying the opposite, that are also just as credible as the flagship here. So you have to be balanced about the way you assess things. Don't just take one side.
I work with what I know. I don't work based on assumption. If they have data to prove otherwise, let them come up with it. But mine is showing you that it works. You're asking me to go debate this? I don't have time for that.
Sorry, the flagship. One of the reasons why I listen attentively to the flagship is that for one, I didn't take the COVID-19 vaccine. But several of those people who took 1, 2, 3, 4 jabs, they're still coming up with the same sickness again.
Absolutely.
What's
KJ
happening?
probably took all 3 of them.
What's happening?
It's very clear. You can tell KJ took all 3 of them.
Just last week.
I didn't take it too, so but I'm sure KJ took all 3 of them.
Just last week, a colleague who has gotten the 3 or 4 jabs since 2 years ago fell down again to corona. I didn't take any jab. I didn't take anything because I was skeptical.
You are not in the what they call it, critical group or something. You are not you're not high risk. You are quite young, and I think that's part of the explanation why Africa didn't have.
Let me tell you just 1 second, 1 minute. I'll be through. Let me tell you my own personal research. I didn't publish anywhere. When I got into the States, and based on the high number of deaths, I started to drive around the cities and look at the morgues, and all the morgues were all closed. So every day I go around, I go like 2, 4, 5, look at 3 or 6 or 7 or 8, as long as I born that city, I'll go look at it, and there's nobody there. So if there's nobody there, and those 2 places are closed, and they're telling you every day, you see in CNN so and so number, this high rate, then where are the people? Are they being incriminated? Okay. That's another question. I mean, that's why you should know that there's something.
Thank you, KJ. Thank you.
Yes.
Are you saying you didn't take it, KJ? KJ went and took it 3 solid times.
You are trying to put words in my mouth, but I will not tell you anything.
I know you took it. Your mother will not let you rest now. Please, flagship. Okay, sorry, Jonaba, please go ahead.
I think flagship, of course, is very knowledgeable about what he's talking about, but from every indication, he's a Republican. Thank you.
You can see,
what has that got to do with this?
Because the Republicans tend to be more skeptical about
that was a good one. That was a good one.
I speak the truth. I think flagship, you wanted to say something.
I wanted to ask him something before he goes away. You don't want me to talk. You keep talking and talking.
Go ahead. Go ask him so he can summarize.
Okay, our flagship. With reference to my cousin, I had a very brief talk with her, but I don't want to say it over here. If you can leave me your contacts, I'll get in touch.
Oh, you got it. Remember, I responded to a text you sent to me.
When? Where was this?
In the WhatsApp group.
Okay, the other group.
Right. You got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go there and check it out. Yeah.
I'll shoot a message to you.
Yeah, I'll drop my personal contact there for you.
Okay, great.
Okay, cool.
Wow, these people say there's no high risk group. All those, all those old people's homes where they were just dying like this thing. They were just carrying them out. All that was not movie. Was it fake? Is that what we are saying?
Let me ask you a question, forefathers. How many people do you know that have old people that were reported dead?
Quite a few actually.
And they told you it was COVID.
Yeah, and I also know somebody that said she had it, and she even had the after effects of COVID. Some of them, they lose sense of taste. So the point I'm making is that even, okay, let's say COVID is a kind of flu. If there is a new strain of flu that shows up today, it's going to take a lot of people down, because the the vaccines that they normally give for protecting the elderly is not going to be effective. So you're going to find that a lot of elderly people start passing. That could be the conspiracy. That could be the real conspiracy, whereby they just omitted a vaccine for the elderly and allowed them to just start finishing. Yeah, go ahead.
Let's let this guy talk. We're
Xero is
just
very
ignoring.
interested in this thing big time.
No, we're just ignoring people who are coming on you. Let them talk.
Suddenly, Xero is very curious. Suddenly, about
when you have people like this on the house, and then the topic is very interesting, and you want to learn. The questions just keep coming, and like what?
It's true. I agree with you, but you can also learn from those who haven't spoken.
I don't know if I objected to anybody who has not spoken.
And let this guy speak the truth. Come in now. He's been there just lounging.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I feel it is solid now. He does take his time. He's
taking his time. He's taking his time, bro.
Mm-hmm.
His time. Oh, Father, I wanted to ask you, did you take the jab? And then
no, I didn't.
The result is called antibodies. People who have gotten it before, they might have developed antibodies.
Absolutely.
I didn't take it. And my reasoning was that I wasn't in the critically at risk group, whereby if you get it, it just catches you and kills you. And I wasn't. So I felt like, okay, because I'm skeptical of the vaccine, I'm not sure about it. It's too new. I don't want to be a guinea pig. So I thought, okay, I'll take my chances in between the COVID and the vaccine itself. So I didn't take it. That's why. If I was older, I will err on the side of caution.
With this, your gray beard, yeah, I say you're not older.
No. My point is that I'm vital enough to take it on. That's my point.
Okay.
So, but if I was older, I would take it. I would basically say, okay, yeah, I don't want to take the risk. I don't want to go and die for nothing. But what's the risk? I'll take it. So that's how I would look at it anyway. But
Vero, having white beard these days does not determine your age.
I know. Yeah. Wow, that's true.
You don't know about this Xero guy.
I'm probably older than forefathers.
You really?
I don't. No. You see, I'm old. If I'm old, I don't have any problem with it. It's just, you have been alive long enough. It's a good thing. It's supposed to be a good thing. So nothing to cry about. If anybody wants to add something to it, you can go ahead. Flagship, if you want to round up everything. I think the convention got a little bit excited. That Flagship, he was supposed to leave more than 30 minutes ago. He started answering a lot of questions.
Exactly. My guests are in my living room listening as well. So I'm sure they're enjoying it. But I'll be here for another 10 minutes.
But somebody that is in medicine, I find it a little bit interesting that you are quite skeptical about your own.
I'm happy. I mean, personally, I'm happy about that because I've got a lot of doctors in the family, and unfortunately, what I read from them was that they were reading from a hymn sheet, because they all said exactly the same thing as to taking the vaccine. And I don't want any query. I really don't want an argument about this. I'm a doctor. I know best. And I'm thinking, my goodness, that's harsh. That's a harsh way to look at it. And that's the way.
You know why that was?
I'm quite clear from my own suppositions.
Because there was a communique that was sent out to them, asking them to say that, regardless
I'm sure
of what anybody says.
I'm sure.
There was even a communique that was sent out to physicians here to diagnose anybody that walks in the door with COVID. regardless of what they came with.
Something here in the UK. Most people that because I've had long COVID as well, and I remember when I caught it, they were to take me to one of the hospitals they set up. But because what the little I knew about biological weapon, I thought it was because that was how I felt. And I said, listen, I'd rather die in my house, go dump me in my house, and that was it. But I survived it.
This is exactly the point I
Took me
made.
about a year and a half to recover because all my joints were gone at some point. I couldn't even hold a pen to write.
There was something
But
out there. We don't know what it was. There was something out there.
yeah, there was something.
Because
I don't think anybody on the panel is saying that COVID was just a big hoax, but it was, as I said, it was an experiment, a global experiment. And the way I see it, unless we understand that this was a man-made, laboratory facilitated exploit that was taking place, as opposed to anything natural. So I caught it, and immediately I knew that this thing is not man-made. The phlegm that was coming, yes, the phlegm that was coming was not the kind of.
you look like the kind of person that will have to force to inject. Did you take the vaccine?
Me? For what? Never.
They have to force you now.
I mean, from the very beginning, when the COVID began, everybody was surprised. I was not, and I'm not saying COVID per se. The lockdown, when the lockdown began, everybody was panicked, and it's the level of physical panic that was in the air with the people that you have to understand that these things are energies, and they are working with these energies. I don't know how to explain the depth of these levels that we're in. However, I was not afraid because I was expecting it. I've been expecting a stop in the global proceedings from 1988. I've been expecting it from then, and my expectations came through in a way that I didn't necessarily expect. I don't know what COVID necessarily was, but I knew what this time period was. I knew this time period has to happen. And as it happened, I'm observing things very closely. I went to the hospitals when they told us that the hospitals were full to the brim and that there was no space and all this talk. And then we were seeing bodies in photograph, body bags, I beg your pardon. Not bodies.
They showed us
We're
body
seeing
bags,
body bags without showing us the bodies. And there were all kinds of ways of death that was happening. When I went to about 15 hospitals, and there are many hospitals around me here. I went to about 15 hospitals. Most of them were empty. Empty. So all these things weren't adding up. What they were telling us in the news and what was happening on the road were not adding up. So
in addition to what KJ said, KJ, what he said he did, I didn't do it the way he said he did, driving around mosques, but I asked questions. And my questions were, I remember in New York, I wish Rudolph was here to maybe throw some light in it, but I know because I go there a lot. They tell you that the morgues were full to capacity, and they were bringing refrigerated trailers, parking them outside, and bodies are all in them. Now, were the trailers there? Yes, they were. New York was the epicenter of the whole deal in the U.S. And where are these bodies? Nobody was showing them out. I think Cuomo was governor then. Where are the relatives of these so-called patients that are dead? They can't find them. Has anybody come to claim their bodies, their family members who are dead? They don't know. Is there a mass burial? Nobody could tell. Did anybody have anyone in the hospital that died and they can't seem to get in contact with them? There was no record that matched up the astronomical numbers that were given to us. So these were my questions. The other part to why I said this thing doesn't add up is this. New York was the epicenter in the US. The majority of the deaths that were recorded were in New York, right? Washington State is in the West Coast. New York is in the East Coast. China is a couple of hours to the west of us. If the disease, before they shut down the borders, from Washington State or from California to China is a one-way flight, you tell me, where should the epicenter be then between the East Coast and the West Coast? Why was it that we didn't hear about so much death in the West Coast where we have direct access to China? But it so happened to be in the East Coast, New York, where before you come down from China, you make some stops if you don't fly direct. And then why is it New York only? Atlanta, where I live, is the busiest airport in the world. Every flight comes here. It doesn't close down. We didn't get them. We heard about an Air France flight that landed in Atlanta, and it was reported that a guy that lived in a city here called Marietta had COVID. On that flight was about 297, they said, passengers plus flight crew. So what happened to them? Why didn't they get it? Why did Atlanta not become an epicenter? It takes flights coming directly from Europe. Why New York only? What are you guys trying to promote?
I think if we ask these type of questions, you can start spinning around.
So when these things were not being answered clearly, that was when I drew my conclusion. In addition to what I was looking at in front of me, that okay, perhaps there's something they're trying to aim at. Whatever it is, this thing is not coming into my body because I don't believe in it. It didn't take time for them to look into it. And if you are experimenting on people, I think it's wrong.
So what do you think they are trying to do to their own people? Because they were injecting their own people with these things. So
listen, my friend, go read about saline
if they
water.
were injecting Africans, I would be more suspicious if they were just injecting their own people.
You know, I'm glad that Africans caught the vibe quick and ran away from the vaccine as much as they could. I'm glad
that would have been terrible because we didn't manufacture it. That would have been a terrible thing for us to even take it as much as we.
Because there were questions about the vaccines that were being manufactured and used in the West, and the ones that were going to go to Africa. They were not looking like the same.
Yeah, they said they were sending them the ones that were due to expire very, very quickly. So it's not the best quality to send to Africa.
You see what I'm saying? I mean, Africa didn't take it. They did not die like they projected. As a matter of fact, if you were in Lagos at the time, people were still riding in motorway buses. And social distancing was not observed.
I suspect that is the population, the young population of Africa may have stemmed it,
not at all.
And the genetic diversity may
have
accounted for it too.
What stemmed it, apart from the fact that it wasn't functioning in that kind of heat, they were saying. What did it was what we are taking generally for things like malaria, ivermectin or whatever it's called. Now, this thing in itself was put forward as an antidote to the COVID, but again, generally within the medical society, they said no, this is not what to take. Don't take ivermectin.
That was chloroquine, isn't it?
Well, all these things appear in the malaria medicines. So these things, that's why it didn't really catch in a place like Nigeria.
You know what? There's one thing that supports, that's just one evidence that may lend some weight to what you are saying, because even on the continent, the areas that seem to have higher death toll from COVID were the areas that didn't have malaria at a pandemic rate, like South Africa now. The death rate in South Africa is a little bit higher than other parts of Africa that has malaria, like Congo or Nigeria and other parts of this in Africa. But I don't know whether that is the malaria medicine or is just the fact that we have other things killing us. According to one guy, there are so many diseases that want to kill this thing.
COVID had to get in the queue.
Back of the queue.
They sent him to the back, Joe.
So that may be the reason.
But to be fair, there was one time they were just carrying body bags in I think it was Kano State, where people were just dying throughout that COVID period.
That body bag, it seems like they use it to scare people. That's
Strange.
some heebie-jeebies, man. When I saw it in the UK hospitals, and but we don't know what is going on there behind it.
They
But
were
there
just
was something
lying.
out there because Tone is an example that has had it. I know somebody that had it here. So as a matter of fact, I think I caught COVID too, and it wasn't like it was normal, like normal flu, but it wasn't. It wasn't it was not nothing.
How were
Let
your
me put it
joints
that way.
after a while? How were your joints? Were you getting weak in the
I
joints?
think I recovered fully. I don't think I had any of those other symptoms like loss of taste or all that stuff. It wasn't there at all. Because you test yourself. When you test yourself, oh, this stuff is showing that I have COVID. So that's how you know that you have COVID. You don't go out
Because
to
you've been
school anymore.
engineered to believe that that's what
It
it is.
depends on the strain. It depends on the strain that you had. The UK was shut down if you remember, forefathers was shut down in April, right? Jagun was shut down
Yeah.
at about April, and the people that got theirs between April and May, that was when I got mine. It was really because mine
Oh
was
yeah.
everything, the
You
hallucination
got it
and all
early.
that. I mean,
I got
people,
it
yeah,
very, very
people,
late. My own is 2 generations
yeah,
removed.
it's way
Mine
off
is a bit
and all that.
milder.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it was really bad though. A lot of people did die. A
That's
lot of
risky,
people
You got it early. Yeah, you got it.
yeah,
That early one was mean.
people will ask a lot of questions. How come this? How come that? But I think people really died in even those refrigerated
They were showing them on TV.
trailers.
People actually did die. It's
Jagun,
not.
Jagun, you live in South London. You know Lewisham Hospital. The Lewisham Hospital, they had about 10 trailers, and there were bodies in there. It's not that they told me. I know
My
because
brother,
my friend's
when
father,
you talk about
my friend's
Lewisham
father
Hospital,
died.
wait. When you talk
Lewisham,
about
yeah.
When you talk about Lewisham
hmm
Hospital, that is it's not my closest hospital where I am, but it's a hospital I know very well. I know 4 doctors in there, and I know a good 14 nurses who work in there. Me speaking to them, they were telling me that they don't really know what's going on because what's the panic that they're talking about. They said that there is a COVID unit, but it is not as easy as that they're saying it is, and all other units are still working in the main. So all this hearsay. I'm not into hearsay. I'm into finding out on the ground what's really happening. Me during that time, the streets were so calm and cool. Public transport was still working. I was just going around the whole of UK by myself in complete privacy from the rest of the world. It was so easy. You could get on the bus and the tube without paying, for goodness sake. You just get on there. You understand? Because it was running. And they were saying that for those people who are working, they would have this service. So for
But
me,
then,
that period
but then there were some
time,
couple of bus drivers that died though. I know one of them that died.
look, you keep saying about this thing. I'm not telling you that it's not real. I'm not telling you that. I'm asking, where does it come from? Is it natural? That's my question. Now, if we're asking these questions, we have to go into them. But
I
unfortunately,
think it's likely not to be
we are
natural,
just
actually.
panicked. We are
It's
just
likely not
panicked
to be
by
natural
the
because
news of death. As soon as the news of death comes out, everybody's panicking. People die in this. Wait, let me just land on this. People die in this world. And when I look back at the numbers of deaths in the years prior to the COVID years, the deaths were similar, if not more. So it's a manipulation of numbers. And it's a manipulation of what they're saying that this disease really is.
actually, to be fair, there was a term they called excess deaths, and there was excess deaths, especially in
Bro,
the
you're
first
just
place.
saying
When I
what they're saying. You're not looking at the
no, I
numbers.
am
Go
trying to
back
be
and look.
fair. You see, let's
No.
not.
Go back and look. Because you repeating BBC statements to me doesn't mean anything. The BBC is talking to you and so many other millions of others. And that's the point
I
of
agree
view
with
you're
you.
taking on board.
I wasn't lazy. I did check this is out just to
No, you
confirm.
didn't, bro. I can tell you didn't.
For every 5 people that died, I think they added a 0 to it. That's my own perception. For every 5 people that died, there's a 0 to it.
I think the statement is excess deaths,
what
and
you said.
there
What you
was
said,
excess
Jagu.
deaths.
What Jagu said. You see, don't allow BBC to be talking to you. Some of these media houses, what they are doing is talking to you. They're trying to, change. They are twisting and turning things. You should be doing your own research and listen to to professionals in the field.
I think it's something that we can ask the question to find out. I think But I know I checked a data. I was actually looking at the data. They didn't say the excess there. They were checking the deaths in certain months and certain times of the year. And I was observing that the previous year they had less, and the year of the COVID it was a bit higher than the previous year. It wasn't massively excess, but there was excess. This is that you would expect for during cold periods and during this in the summer and other periods. The reason why there was excess death, you can ask. Maybe because they locked people at home, that they started dying because they were not exercising and all the rest. We don't know. But the point was, there's always that question. Nobody answered it. But the point is, the number was indicating from the one I saw.
When you have winter, people are always indoors. Nobody is doing that exercise in the first place in Europe. Because though people go to the gym, but I mean, there's not that kind of, in Africa, you just wake up, you can just wake up and start strolling because the weather is fantastic. You don't do that in Europe. There's winter outside. How many months of summer do we have here? We have just 2 or 3.
We have to be careful. We don't go too deep into this COVID thing because from what I hear, they are very, very mean about it. When you talk too bad,
they are very.
They come for you. And Flagship, you're a medical professional, and we don't. It's not fair that we threw all these questions.
No. I think although we're saying that, and that might be important. What's more important is if there's another one, and I'm saying if they're saying they themselves are saying there will be another one.
Yeah.
I was thinking it may come last year. It is now supposed by many experts.
So you're not going to take the injection the next time. What if it was 10% mortality?
Bro, let me tell you this, bro. Let me tell you this. Let me just explain this to you.
Yes.
And I know that many people are afraid. They're not necessarily free-born human beings. In this life, we live and we die. That's what takes place. So if somebody is telling me I would offer you a way to die, I'll tell them to fuck off, to straight. You understand? And I don't mean that just to be blasted. I'm just saying that's my attitude. There's a need for medical assistance in anybody's life, but we have to understand where we are in this life right now. And as much as if they came to my door offering me a vaccine, saying that it's to prevent something from happening, I'm saying thank you very much. Go away. If it happens, it happens. If I die, I die. And that's the bottom line. Nobody is prepared to die. And that's why it makes our eye wonky. We can't see the wood for the trees. If you like,
we should be ready to accept all that life has to offer, including death. Yeah, so the point is that look at some of the numbers that you find out about these things. So the idea that there are no numbers out there are. Please go ahead.
In moving forward, you see the story of Aisha, who's being threatened by the DSS. Someone called her to say the DSS is discussing her issue because she wrote on the X that there is no problem in Nigeria, and that famous journalist, that's the best journalist.
What happened to him? Okay.
Yeah, that's universe saying we don't want to hear no propaganda.
I think the original discussion was about the way we practice our own health care and our own scientific methods. We don't tend to promote it enough in Nigeria, I have to say, because whenever we talk about medicine, we tend to hack back to traditional old ways. I don't understand that. We should be having ways of talking about our own medical excellence or development. I think that's where the discussion was, because KJ said something about how we used to use dogoyaro to treat ourselves. Then later on, when to qualify that we were able to, create vaccines for snake bites and stuff like that. Those are the kind of areas we want to be highlighting and some of the processes we are using, because that is very, very important to our ability to develop. If we don't have a scientific process, if we don't have a process for actually creating things that are actually useful for solving problems, then we will always hack back to these old ways. And I think this old ways, is getting a little bit, how do I put it? We should find a way to talk about these things without always hacking back to our old ways.
Well, let me say this. Let me say this briefly, please. let me say this briefly. You see, we cannot diss the African style of science. We have it. You're saying it's not scientific because it doesn't look like the white man's style or process of the way they analyze medicine and so on and so forth. The African people had their own medical practice, and their medical practice was to prevent diseases. And should there be any disease that pop up, they've got what it takes to cure it. When the white man came to our land, that was one fascinating thing they found. I was opportune to meet with a man, Papa Joe, God bless his soul. He died at 105. I spoke with him when he was about 103. I used to go visit my grandmother where she lived then. And Papa Joe, just like Tales by Moonlight, will sit underneath the tree in front of his house and tell stories. He told me 2 stories, which when I look back today and coming over here to the West, and I've read the history books, and I've read about how we came here and so on and so forth. Our brothers and sisters who actually today are called African Americans. I kind of saw what he explained from having experienced it personally and from what his father told him and what his great-grandfather told him. So that was a wealth of knowledge that he passed and talked to me about. 2 things. When the white man came, there were 2 things that fascinated them. The way we governed ourselves and the way we treated ourselves when we were sick. You fall sick. My grandfather could walk behind the house into the bush, come out with some leaves, rub it off on his hands, squeeze it into my mouth, or rub it on the part of my skin that is infected or affected. And by morning, it's all gone. Or in 2 to 3 hours, I'm sweating so profusely and everything is out of my body. That was fascinating to the white man. They wanted to know, what was that? Where did you get it from? They tried it. It worked. This was something they needed to get. They collected all of these plants. Believe you me, it's part of what they use in their pharmaceuticals today.
Absolutely.
They've got greenhouse of all these plants. They grow them.
Absolutely.
They use them.
Can I quickly add this? Can I quickly add this? Just to buttress the point that
mine is your 50 seconds so that you can go with what you are saying. The point I was making was that they furthered the science so that it would be repeatable and they captured the active ingredients from it. That is something we never bothered to do. And I think we have to shift to such
let me lay this down.
These type of things. Yeah, please go
Well
ahead.
said. Well said, forefather. It is that arena I wanted to speak into. When they went to South America and they saw the way the Aztecs were working and how organized that they were in their working and how structured they would work for a good 16 hours a day, they wondered what it was that they were always chewing. They came across the cocoa leaf. When they came across the cocoa leaf, they looked into it and then they took it back to their labs and worked out what it was that actually was providing that energy. And that was truncated, if you like, into cocaine itself. That's how cocaine came about. Now, what we have to understand is that that cocoa leaf that these people were eating did not affect them adversely.
It wasn't a cocoa leaf, it was a coca leaf.
Coca, fair enough pronunciation. This now, the whole leaf has other things in it that balances out that active ingredient, as you put it. So they can continue doing what they do without any health adversary. Once they've now chemicalized this thing and strained it into medicine, so to speak, yes, this now becomes actually a potent thing and it can be used in all kinds of ways. And this is what we have to measure in our head. Sometimes we think it's all glamorous and wonderful how the European have streamlined medicine. but we don't know what's taken away from it that doesn't give us balance, that provides all these health hazards, that provides all these side effects. There are all these things to put into our understanding.
I think you are correct there. They have different ways of doing things. For me, the idea is that we shift from this traditional way of looking at our own medicine, and because it makes us seem like if we are always going backwards. Because the Western people used to be like that, then they moved to this empirical method of doing medicine, and we have to have that to maybe even create something superior to it. Because after all, they advanced on what we already had. So there's
But
no
they
reason why
stopped
we
us
can't advance to
100
what they have.
years.
As
We were
Africans, we
taking a
already
slave for 400 years.
as Africans, we
Forefathers,
already
What
can
has
I add to
slavery
what
got
you're
to do
saying?
with
as
Forefathers, can I add to
Africans.
what you're saying?
Let me finish. You can add later. As Africans, as Africans, we already have a superior method, like Flagship said. But I'm going to go back a little bit because I do agree with you on the fact that just because it's Western science, that don't mean it's always right. And just science comes in different ways and different methods. I'm not a scientist, but I do understand some other types of sciences, maybe not necessarily Western science, but outside of that, you said a bunch of stuff that I don't agree with, and you used New York as an example, and you
Who's
apparently
you?
said most of what was happening during that incident, because I don't want to mention it because there's
Who
people
is
in the
you,
comment
sir?
section saying the only scientist on the panel, baby, to Flagship. So,
Okay.
so I'm saying you said basically most of it was made up. That's what I get. Like there was deep refrigerated trucks, and there probably wasn't no dead bodies in them. And I'm here to tell you, you're absolutely wrong. Now you might be in ATL, and that might have been true in your neck of the woods, but where I'm at, what I seen, I know people. I know a lot of people that lost their lives. Lots of people, not just ordinary people, not just neighbors, not just friends. We know a lot of celebrities, like people you could actually go on Google and see, for example, if you what's his name, the DJ, K Slade, he passed away, Freddie Godson, they passed away. Numerous people died. New York was like, it was ghost town. There were dead bodies everywhere. Like you could literally look outside your window and you could see them come to pick up people like they was picking up garbage. And I don't mean it in a disrespectful way, but that was how it was. It was like you could literally look outside and you just see in one building they probably bring out like 3, 4 people. So I understand that there's a lot of conspiracy theories, which I also believe. Like I understand some of the panelist submissions saying, there was something else intricate that we as ordinary people do not understand. I get that. But to try to say that it did not happen or the bodies was faked, maybe outside, maybe in certain places, I don't know. But we have, come on, you're from the United States, we have vital statistics here. So you cannot just die and go missing. It's going to be registered somewhere. Someone's going to sign the death certificate. Someone's going to do an autopsy, even though they said they wasn't allowed to do autopsies. But we have vital statistics, like you could cross-check, you could cross-reference, and you could say if it was true or not. But again, not discounting anything you said, I'm just trying to bring this up and say, in my neck of the woods, this is what was going on.
Appreciate that. Can you hear me?
Let's allow Augustine to add then, because I think Augustine is going to add to what you're about to say too.
I was gonna say something real quick. 2 minutes, 1 minute rather, to what he said.
Okay, take 1 minute then. Go ahead.
My brother, listen. Whether, and I agree with what you're saying. I'm not disputing anything. I'm not debating none of that. But whether COVID was real or not real wasn't my conversation to have. My conversation was, whatever it was, does not warrant any vaccine to be put in the body of anybody.
Wow.
That's where I stand. So whatever the data and stats they may have show that they're reading off on the news to me doesn't match what I collected. That's all I'm saying. And because of that, I'm not going to stand in line to be jabbed. And my biggest concern was for the folks in my community, the African American community. I was really upset that we were being offered little to nothing to come take what they manufactured when we said we will not. And they tried to pressure us, and we said no to it. They brought some crazy stuff to try to trick us to get it.
Imagine.
So that's all I'm saying. If
Why would they offer? Why would they offer black people weed? They were offering black people weed to come and take the vaccine.
I saw them in New York, right? I don't live in New York, but I go to work there. I have meetings there. I saw trailers outside hospitals. But do you know what else I saw? A camera crew that came to report what was not, and they were caught. It made the news, and I'm sure you saw it too.
I think we seriously have to be careful about making such statements.
The real
because
thing for me,
something happened, and Tone can testify to it. We know this stuff.
I'm not doubting it. Listen, man. Listen, what I'm saying
then you start implying that they are making it up. That is not.
Listen, what I'm telling you.
Well, if he's seen that, he's seen it. Like he's not lying.
No, he's not lying.
You don't have to believe me,
what it is insinuating that it looks like the whole thing was made up.
Listen, again,
okay, so that's
whether it's real or not. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is, whatever it is, does not warrant you to get that stuff.
That's an argument. That's a fair argument to have, because if you feel like it's not whatever is going on didn't merit it, but by saying that, you could also lend weight to the idea that they may not have known that at the time. Well, because when they saw that something was happening that they could not explain, they had to act. Otherwise, it could have been, what if the death rate was around 10%, or it rose to 5%, or it mutated and turned to something else? You don't necessarily know the decision making that went into the stuff that went on. I'm sure politics got into it, money making, gouging, and all this stuff got into it. But the original reason why they acted that way could have been out of fear, because every 100 years from history, from what they suggest, there seemed to be a form of pandemic. We had it with Spanish flu that resulted in a lot of deaths, even in Nigeria, in the early 19-something, 20-something or so, almost precisely 100 years before now. So let's allow Augustine to add to it, because I'm sure he will say something that Flagship needs to respond to again. Please, Augustine, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm seeing a lot of gaslighting on this issue. And the earlier Black Sheep chose to accept that he belongs to a school of thought. And this school of thought is not far from any part of the world. There are a group of people in high ups that believe exactly what you believe. But what you are missing here is politics and the reality. And the question forefather have been asking you is reality. Did anything happen? And the answer is yes. Now, the political aspect of it is, how did it happen? Which Jagu raised here? Is COVID a natural occurrence or a laboratory manipulation? This is a question that needs to be addressed. But if you're telling me that the jab didn't work, then I am also doubting your level of research, because your immune system as a Black man is not the same level of immune system with Americans. Their immune system is not the same with ours. We've been taking malaria medicine for a very long time, and it has some deposit in our body.
Let me stop you there. Let me stop you there, please.
No, you can't stop me. Let me finish.
Wait. No, I was going to say this. Listen, when this thing came out,
you just say malaria medicine has some deposits in our body.
Listen, when this thing came out, when it came out, right? Listen.
Oh my God, that's funny.
And I'm sure you heard this part. When this thing came out, the race that they said
I think
is
people
most
are saying that we
susceptible.
need to change this topic as soon as possible so that we don't
The
get flagged.
race that they said was most susceptible to dying from it was the black race, not the white race. So
So that's the political angle of
when you say our immunity is not as strong as theirs, meaning
that's not
we
what
are
I
more.
said. That's not what I said.
What did you say? Let me not misquote you.
Our immunity is higher than theirs. What you will not get, they will get it.
Listen, the truth is this. I'm not arguing whether something was in the air or not. All I'm telling you is for vaccine to come out good enough to get in your body, the least number of time it would take is
So
3 to 5
flagship,
years.
yeah, I live in Florida. This COVID vaccine started in the same university where I work. Gainesville. This is where the lady that started especially Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine, the lady started in UF. When her money finished, now she went down to Pennsylvania. It was in Pennsylvania that she was until she was picked up by the pharmaceutical company. So when we say these things, if you are telling me that this is a laboratory manipulation, I will not doubt it. But if you're telling me that the vaccine didn't do anything, I would doubt it. I had COVID 3 times. If I hadn't vaccine, I don't know if I would have survived it.
Okay.
And we were telling people here that the medicine here is quite different from what you might imagine.
But are you sure you didn't catch cold like your normal
Yeah, I don't
cold?
know about the
It
vaccine,
could be
man.
cold, or it could be vaccine. It could be COVID.
It's
Are
not a
you sure?
vaccine that players
Did
do.
you
There's no
did
cure on the
you
vaccine.
test it, Augusti? Did you test it?
How
with the
many
test
jabs
kit?
do you have? How many jabs?
I have 3.
Probably
3 jabs.
7.
Whoa.
That is straight. Chop, chop, chop,
Lab rats.
The reason why I didn't take
Gentlemen, let me round it up. Let me round it up by saying this. Let me round it up by saying this.
Flagship, sorry. The reason why
You
I
have
was
to
this
be
close
careful
to
with this
taking it
topic.
because of the pressure. But when the mRNA thing came up, I had to do a lot of reader because I'm not science inclined. Asked a few questions. Even spoke to my cousin. I'm trying to get to the program, and I just concluded, man, I'm not sure. Thank you very much. Hold it. And I'm glad I was proven right. And I know 1 or 2 individuals that took the vaccine, and one survived, one had a stroke. 2 of them had a stroke, as a matter of fact. Healthy people. One died, one survived. So this thing was real. People did die at Flagship. Maybe it's perspective. Perhaps
Again, I didn't
you
say
went.
there. I'm sorry, Tone. My apologies.
Maybe the facilities you went were not, I don't know, at the time. There were a lot of things, but things did happen.
Okay.
Let's just put it this way.
Okay. Again, I said,
Blackstone, we
before,
see you there. You have been so well behaved. It's all good.
like I said,
Blackstone. We can see
whether
you.
it existed or did not, it's not my conversation. That's not the conversation I'm having. I'm saying that 6 to 8 months was too short a time to put anything called a vaccine.
I agree with that too. A lot of people agree with that.
In summary, I'm not telling anybody now to take it. It's your choice. All right.
Let's try to kill this topic. Let him finish talking. Then we'll go back to our own African medicine and our own methods. Because in the end, that's even more critical to us.
When you go to your
Before
doctor,
they go and ban us because of COVID.
Before you take any medicine,
needs that drama.
When anything pops up that you don't know nothing about, and they are telling you they don't know nothing about, read about it, ask questions, gather information, make sure you satisfy yourself before you make a decision. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so like now, does anyone know about any big research? Oh God, the Blackstone you've started. No, let's not do COVID. No, we want to go away from COVID. Sorry, because they said it's not a very good topic. They tend to flag channels that talk about it for
That was those days, not this time again.
You mean they have done?
We are trying to kill the COVID topic.
But you know, Fofana, you know that after the COVID there was inflation.
You are still talking about COVID.
Okay, after the corona there was inflation.
can we just move on to our own medicine? So I wanted to ask: does anyone know
Can I
about
just
the
end
kind
like
of
this? Let me
the
just
kind
end like let me just cap it off. I will
what?
say anybody who took the vaccine, you are in my prayers. We end the topic. We end
Thank
the
you.
topic.
Amen.
I didn't take it. So
When I
okay,
had,
so
I mean myself, when I had it, I only took ibuprofen and vitamin D. That was all that I took. I
okay,
never
see
took it.
that's good. That's really good. You didn't take medicine. You didn't take a vaccine. I mean,
No, I never took the
okay,
vaccine.
that's
So
good.
what will now happen
Because
to
in
that
Germany,
passport they say
in
they want
Germany,
to do?
it wasn't compulsory. It's a
Mm.
personal wish, personal
Yeah,
decision.
it
So
doesn't
I
appear
only
as if
took,
you're high risk anyway. You look like a young man.
I took ibuprofen and vitamin D, and it was last for 5 days. That was
Ibuprofen.
all.
They didn't say
No,
that you shouldn't take ibuprofen. You are supposed to take paracetamol. Hi,
Blackstone,
this
where are
guy.
you? Blackstone,
Eh?
where are you based?
I'm based in Berlin.
Okay.
Okay, so I wanted to ask, do we
Where are
have
you based?
can we stop the Blackstone? You have been so well behaved. You want to start now? I wanted to ask.
I'm coming for you. Don't worry.
You see, it started now. Why did I even wake you up? I should have just let you stay there like that. So, do we have like research that is being done? Because we don't talk a lot about the research that is being done in Nigeria and some of the potential breakthroughs that have been made ever, whether there has ever been even. So, does anyone know whether in our Nigerian universities the kind of research that do you have examples of research that
Let
are
me,
happening in Nigerian universities?
They have a
let me,
research.
let
They
me
have a
take this
research
one.
institute.
I
They
have
have a
one.
research
Let me,
institute in Nigeria, and when my cousin comes up, you can fire her all the questions.
She's
They'll be
coming
very
up
good research.
for as a
Yeah,
guest.
she'll be coming at some point. I don't know yet.
That'll be
Yeah.
great. That'll
okay,
be
so
great.
let me, why does it have to be research? Why can't we have our own science and go with it and just improve? If you keep saying improve on it, to me it sounds like when you tell like a Caucasian or European something and they don't understand it and they say, well, why don't you say in my own way? Maybe for example, your name or something. So we have our own traditional ways of dealing with these things, whether you believe it or not. And there might be ways that might not be understandable to even Africans, even Nigerians. There might be ways that might not be understandable to them, some of which today people want to label fetish or they want to label diabolical just because someone came from across the Atlantic Ocean to tell them, well, this ain't right and this is not the way you do things and you got to do this the way I say. So we have our own medicines. We have things that have worked
But do
for
you have
us.
an
We
example
have
of
we have things that have worked for us for hundreds of
do you
thousands
have
of
an
years.
example of the
And
methods that you are describing that
well,
you are saying that maybe we can
I mean,
imitate?
I said it all. I said it. I basically said it all. I said it basically in the traditional sense. And Flagship did.
But that is not
Uh, uh,
repeatable, and that is not you don't
well,
exactly find out
again, that
the
means you're not listening to what I'm saying. So I'm saying you
okay.
don't have to always dwell on the Western way of doing things, which is what he said too. Just because science is coming different ways, and science just don't
Yeah, but
mean
you just said the traditional way is the way to go, and I
no.
try to flesh out what is that traditional way
I
you are
didn't say
referring
the
to.
traditional way to go. Well, that's just like asking me to describe the way Flagship was trying to say something. I'm not an expert in these things. I might know a little something here and there, but I am not like a virologist or a cardiologist to now, or you say, oh, a rocket flies this way. I know you that. Well, why don't you explain to me how the parts go? And how don't you explain to me how you strain the fossil fuel into to propel the engines? That's not what we're saying. All I'm saying is we do have our own ways. We can go with our own ways. Now, do we have to maybe go back, find out the people that know these sciences and bring them out somehow into the open, maybe fund them? But our ways are not necessarily the way. Someone said something about they give our back in the day, you make his grandfather. I don't know if it was Flagship that said it. His grandfather would go in the back, give someone
Yep.
some grass or weed and roll it up and mix it and give it to somebody, and they chew it and they start sweating profusely. So Why can't we do this thing? We have other methods.
You can't just say that. That is not a scientific method. That is not an efficient method that gets us any further.
Let me say this.
You can't just say they cut grass and they give somebody and the person starts sweating. What kind of medicine is that?
You're crazy for
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why.
Wait, hold on. Let me. I can handle
You have to be more.
Okay, all right.
You have to do something that is actually better than what they have now.
Okay, but it's better. Just let me ask you. Let me ask you this. Do you believe, for example, something like barrenness or mental illness can be cured without you going into a hospital?
I don't
know. It's a yes or no question.
I don't know.
You don't know. So let me tell you.
I don't. You know those pastors, they say they can cure barrenness. We have all kinds of ways in Nigeria.
Yeah, not them.
I need you to be specific about what you're saying. That's why.
I'm a land.
When you speak, let another person speak because you jumped into this, and the way you curve this question, I was listening to you. When you talk, listening is also an art. Forefather said something. He mentioned research.
Sir. No, sir.
I'm coming.
No, you can't come. You can't come. You're gonna wait.
Sorry,
because you interrupted me.
You threw away research, and you are using ways. Ways and research.
Well, that's your research. So let me land.
You're just jumping into the same thing.
Okay, so you're doing exactly what you're trying to pretentiously caution me for. So let me land. You're pretentiously now saying, "Oh, this," but you're doing exactly what you're saying. So what I'm saying is very simple. There are some sciences that no matter how, especially if you have a certain way of thinking or indoctrination, there are some sciences that you will never understand. It'll always look crazy to you, except when the result finally affects itself. And let me just leave it at that.
Wow.
So I'll add to this.
That is very concerning. If you think that's science that looks crazy to us is the science we want to be aspiring to. We have to look for something more tangible.
The flagship, he wants to say something.
Please, flagship. Okay,
let me add
flagship. You had more than enough time, so try to give it brief so that the Blackstone. We don't need the Blackstone going starting now.
Let me add to this. You see. This is one thing that we Africans do that make us stay at the bottom of the spectrum a whole lot. You wouldn't believe how much respect the white scientists have for the black man who sits in a hut in the bush somewhere in Africa and can come up with medicines that will cure diseases that will take the white man donkey years to study and figure out how to dose it. We have a lot. They marvel at our science. Believe you me, man. They marvel at our science. I've talked with a few of them. They can't just figure out how we know dosing, cure, indications, what leaf to use, how to apportion it. These are things that take them time to study. We have our own science. We for some odd reason think that if it is not done the white man's way, then it is not correct. Listen, the only fault I have with our African medical practice is this: we never documented them.
Exactly. We don't know how many people died from the
No. I'm talking about the medicine.
We don't know how many people died from the dosage that they were given them before.
Listen to me.
Please go ahead.
Listen to reason. You may learn a thing or two from this.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, our forefathers.
I see
not this forefather or not this one.
I know.
Our forefathers did not take time to document what these leaves are. Teach them to the next generation so they can carry it on and on and on and on. They never did that. If they did, trust me, we will not need the white man's medicine that much.
No. That knowledge was passed on orally, flagship.
Yeah,
It was
It
passed
was
on
again
orally.
not
that is so
documented.
accurate, isn't it?
Not
Oral information is
documented.
so
It's
accurate.
different from me
It's
telling you.
typewriter. See,
It's just like Chinese whispers.
It was a white
exactly
man's
Chinese whisper stuff.
It was a white man's incursion into Africa and taking of slaves for 400 years. That's stunted our growth. These things would have been passed on organically. That was what I was trying to explain before.
Not
But it
necessarily
shouldn't stop
because
us
you don't.
from marching forward. The Japanese, the Asians, actually right now as we speak, the Asians are actually advancing faster than the Western hemisphere. So it didn't stop them. They started inventing and innovating their way into the future. And the question I was asking was that how do we do our own? We have to find methods. Maybe we'll copy from where they are right now and advance on it. Because that's what they did themselves.
Let me say something. When it comes to African traditional medicine, it is the African doctors, Africa medical literacy that actually destroyed it, right? Because they believe, just as we are talking now, they believe in the Western ways of proving things. That's how they destroyed it. There was an experience in the 80s in Benin. A traditional doctor used to operate on people. He give them a certain leaf, they eat the leaf, and when he operates on them, they don't feel the pains. Right? We did the first one, was successful. The person lived and everything. He was healed of the sickness. The second one, he did it. Then they went and arrested him. That he has no right to operate on somebody, on a person. That's how they killed that traditional medicine man practice, right? Because this has always been the issue in Africa. Because we are so inclined to the Western way of doing things. So instead of us to go into research, to take all these leaves, and research it and try to extract the active ingredient and see how it will be formed into a medicinal substance or have some chemicals to it to be more effective, or maybe I can tell you that the leaves have no dose. You can take any leaf as much as you can, as long as it's not some type of leaf that are like marijuana.
So are you saying that particular leaf that can numb pain, you can take it to up to any dose? It is still just numbs pain.
But what are you saying now? We have these things now.
No, excuse me.
Zero, you need to stop this now. How can you just say if you take too much of that, it will kill you if you take too much of that leaf.
Forefathers, there are some medication you take.
How can you say there's no dosage?
Wait. There are some medication you take today. If you take it at least at first time, okay. For example, they use people to carry out tests in medicine, right? And some people die. Some people die from it. People get disabled from it because after the test, they know the effect it has on people, right? From there, they look around to come out with dosage. Okay. If a person that take that leaf, right, and see that this leaf is it takes the quantity of it and is over dosage, right? Then from there they can then begin to reduce the quantity of it or dosage can give to people. Right?
Exactly. What do you think they are trying to do there? You see, this is the point that we are trying to get to. What were they trying to achieve by doing that?
Yes, they're trying to it's somehow like a scientific method, but it's not actually a scientific method, right?
No,
but the people
they are just trying to make it repeatable. What they are trying to do is that they are trying to make it repeatable, predictable results. That is what they are trying to achieve, and that is what scientific method is.
Right. No, but I don't know, those that actually killed the traditional medicine in Africa are the are the Western trained doctors, because they don't even believe it. Even till now,
why would they
are
believe it
still
when they
there,
don't, when they have something better?
What is something better? Do you think that the medicine you take? Excuse me. Do you think the chemicals you take pour into your body, right, are better than natural leaves? Can be better, because everything has effect.
The question,
right?
I'm not sure that question is appropriate, but if I'm to answer it straight, I would say yes. Why? Because we have 7 billion people alive in the world today. Secondly, we have people living, our life expectancy has practically doubled.
Do you know, okay,
because of modern medicine. For us to dismiss all that is not fair.
How many people have died? No, can't be the number of people that have died out of this 7 billion are saying now. And this is the situation of the world. How many people have died?
I think from what somebody said earlier on, I don't know whether it's still true today, that there are more people alive today than never lived before. So I don't know whether that is still accurate now.
What we are trying to say that.
Let me chip in something. Forefather, have you heard of this herb called?
Respect the fact that somebody is lifting hand or somebody.
Zero, you are expert at doing this today. You kept shutting everybody down. They want to say something.
I saw you doing those. I don't know you were talking to us because somebody.
I'm just giving an excuse. I'm just saying, can I talk? I don't have to
say it out. Say it out now. There's
don't make me to be like you. I have to look.
No, but I don't know, because somebody can just put off his microphone and be.
I don't. Yeah?
I used to do it. So
they are killing my people. They are killing my people too much. So I'm not agree again.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, thank you, brother. It's good to see you, Austin. It's been a while.
It has.
Your background look like those European background now, like Blackstone. Now those background is looking the same. This is a fact. My younger brother's wife, she's a medical doctor. And I'm not trying to, of course, I'm not measuring her name, but of course, she's a medical doctor. She had a fibroid, and practice their quack medicine, whatever. And she conceived. In between that, the baby twins died inside of her. And in the processes of that, they still never take the fibroid out. And this is in Lagos. And the point I'm making is that her auntie, after that, I felt concerned. We talk about it with the hospital. Why this is a patient, this is a medical doctor as well. Why do you guys treated her that way? Is it because of money? You're going to open somebody up, take a fish that is dead, and you didn't take the fibroid? So, but having said all of that, the auntie brought whatever you call traditional medicine, and she came out of her naturally from Ibadan. So the point is that there are those people who prepare, the dosage. They have done it over and over. There are so many of my grandfather, when I was growing up, I never used any pharmaceutical medicine if I'm around him. He knows what to do. Like you mentioned before, the dogoyaro is one of the things he uses with other herbs, and every one of us will be okay. Well, I understand that they're supposed to improve on it to make it that to know the dosage, but those who are into it, they know the dosage, so they know what is essence, and they know how to. Did I agree with the political talking point of flagship all the way? No. But I respect his knowledge in his field, and I told him he's a Republican, so I know where he's coming from on that side. So that is okay with me. But then say it all, we have our own way, even till today in some remote area. And if you say that this medicine improve people's life, those that do not contaminate their system, unlike me now and other few people now, me, I took that vaccine. So if I die early, it's part of it.
You know, it appeared that
Well,
Dongoyaro is not
well,
a cure for
John,
malaria.
John
Dongoyaro
Albert.
was never a cure for malaria. I think what it treated was
I'm not saying
symptoms.
I didn't mention malaria. I'm trying to say that dogoyaro was part of those leaves that my grandfather used to mix with other herb that he gives
Oh.
to me. I didn't say dogoyaro cure malaria or not malaria, but then I'm trying to tell you that those people that are into it, they know the dosage. Then because what is about it, and we cannot say it doesn't work, but the concern is that how do we refine it that it will not become XX and just some of the forefathers question is that I saw a guy that the calorie of the pounded yam you ate, how many calories? So you're gonna ask the African man that eat pounded yam to come and tell you the calorie before you think it's blowing you up. I expect if you're going to talk about the modern one that they are doing, then you can ask that question because that one is a pure flour mixed with something and give to us in this. But are you talking about the one from Benue? You don't know when you are full. You're not going to stop eating. You know, there's nothing. So you cannot going to ask me, oh, what is the calorie of this pounded yam you are eating? I think that is some of those things you are asking that when you are people that are into it, and like somebody have said, above all doctors, we know our body better. And there are things that work for you may not work for me. So,
You see,
and
that kind of talk that gives me trust issues when people say that. It's like saying because you drive your car, you know your car more than the mechanic. Yes, you might know your symptoms better, but the doctor might know the solutions better. There are always a trade-off for of these things. We have to be careful when we start making blanket statements.
the doctor just go and diagnose you or ask you a question.
He will ask you, then you give him the information, then he will be able to
Then he
diagnose
will
you.
use his expert because that is what he went to school for, and he will tell you this and that and that.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. So the point is that when I say you know your body better, I do not say you shouldn't listen to your doctor. I'm not. No, I already make my case clear. I have a Republican doctor here telling me what he wants to tell me, and I respect him and I hear him, and I'm going to stand by that. And he's a very brilliant guy. And you see, the issue is that what we don't know in this life is that if you don't believe what I believe, we are all unbelievers to each other. So the way he said it now, somebody else, another doctor can come and tell you the essence of medicine, the vaccine, and all of the other things, and perfectly it's going to make sense. But also, I'm not going to doubt and discredit him. He's very eloquent. I think he should be on the talk show. His voice is very authentic. It's okay. I believe all of that. But I disagree with so many of his political way of denying a
But he
science.
belongs somewhere. He belongs somewhere. That's all we know.
Because I think whenever we have conversations about stuff, we have to look at the hold on, please. We have to look at the results over we have to try to be objective because we can easily get misled when somebody just comes in and say, oh, this is where you should go. But you should ask yourself, okay, this modern medicine, and I think modern medicine has not done a good job of even promoting themselves for some reason. Maybe they are just too arrogant for themselves. They've never promoted. They don't care about promoting the benefits they've provided in the world. And if anything, they've probably made more difference than any other institution. Them, and you can also argue that the political system that we have in the world right now has made a big difference. Look at the world you live in today. How advanced it is. We are talking to people from all over the world, right here, right now. So
let me ask you a question.
we don't give enough credit to the work that went into doing these things. The other day, hold on, I heard somebody was working in this lab, and they used the term femto. Because I've heard that term before, I was like, what is that? Then he said it was the number 10 raised to the power minus 15. So in other words, millimeter, you know how tiny millimeter is? It 10 to the raised to the power 3, minus 3. To get to minus 15, you know how small that used to have to be? They are designing something that small. That is where science has taken them. 10 to the minus 15 is billions upon billions of times smaller than a millimeter. So when you have people thinking like that, and we are here talking about somebody taking medicine and start sweating, it concerns me that we are not in. It's like we are not in the same world.
Fathers, let me ask you a question.
Please go ahead.
A simple question. Have you seen a medicine that cures one thing and tell you the side effects? They have 10 or 15 side effects.
Sorry, repeat that again. I didn't catch that. Sorry.
Have you seen most medications? It's just to cure one area of disease, but the side effect will be 10 or 15.
Oh yeah, that's true. A lot of medicine have side effects.
So what does it tell you?
Has side effects.
Wait now.
No, but the side effect is dead.
Wait. Let me finish.
If the side effect is dead, there is not a medicine.
Let me finish. Let me why I ask that question. John Abba just said something. He said, you know your body more than any other person, right? If you go to the doctor, the first thing they ask you is a medical history or how you feel. If you cannot explain properly to the doctor, right, or other medical issues you have, it might give you a medication that will even kill you if it's to solve the problem you went there for.
Yeah, but that's why they check. They do check. They don't just take your word for it.
They do check. The word you gave is their first parameter they use in dealing with you, right? Before they maybe take a blood test and everything, before the result comes and everything, right? It's only when you are in an emergency that you can go do a blood test and get the result immediately. You understand me? They will recommend for you and come back, right? What happens? So most of the issues we have today in medicine, as part of them are the doctors are doctor mistakes, right? You understand me? Yeah. I can tell you a person example. You understand me? A person went to the hospital, went for an operation and everything, right? When they finished the operation, he went to see the house doctor. When the house doctor checked him and he asked the question, was this operation done in the teaching hospital? He said yes. The man was surprised because he was a professor in that hospital. He retired from that hospital, and that was his own department. So doctors also make mistakes and so create more problem for patients.
Oh yeah, they do make mistakes.
So if so are so research and sciences, have you not heard how many medicines that have been withdrawn?
The results, like I said, the result is what you want to look at. I'm not saying that they don't have problems. You have to look at the results. It's the results. It's the overarching result. That's why I said what I did last statement I just made. You have to look at the bigger, greater result. It's not just about the errors. Obviously, they make a lot of mistakes now. We know that.
So let me say one thing, please. When it comes to medicine, modern day medicine, I'm talking of pharmaceuticals, medicines you put in your mouth, through your veins, or on your body, whichever way you decide to inject it, or excuse me, not inject, whichever way you decide to ingest it into your body. It's a rat race, right? There is a big race within the pharmaceutical companies to bring any one medicine out for any one indication. And these medicines, when you get to understand that modern day medicine that is designed, it's not tailored to cure you of any disease or sickness that you have. It's not designed to do that. They will never do it. Because it doesn't.
That is not fair. You are actually maligning a lot of good researchers.
Hold on. You can
doesn't sound right.
You can read about
some might be doing it, others may not.
You can read about it, forefathers. If you understand the politics of medicine, you will know what I'm talking about very well. Again, somebody just asked you a question, a very legitimate question here, and I was going to ask it some minutes or moments ago. And I think I said something about it. For every medicine you take, the active ingredient is only a small percentage of whatever that entire composition is. It's not designed to actively do what they want it to do.
But that is not accurate too. You know, some of the other ingredients. Hold on. Let me add it, because you made that statement before. You made that statement before. I may not know a lot, but I know that the other ingredients may be delivery mechanisms too. So it's not fair. You are making quite a lot of unfair statements. I'm telling you.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, again, listen. All right. And I was going to say this, and you just mentioned it. It's called delivery mechanism. That's the language they want to use for you. All right. In medicine, they call it vectors. All right. It's a transport system to get it to the cell where they want it to go to. It sounds nice and cool, but that vector they are using is causing damage in other organs in your body. The question is, can they design this medicine to get into your body without it causing any damage to any parts or any other organs in your body? The answer is yes. And then you now ask, why are they not doing it? Because it will not profit. Do you understand?
I agree with that. There is always a profit motive.
Hold on now. The African medicine traditionally, as practiced by our great-grandfathers, I don't want to use that name again, by our great-grandfathers, has no adverse effect, rather. It does not affect.
Were you there? How do you know? Were you
I
there?
Because I used it.
How do you know? You know, we just say stuff. There's no adverse effect. Maybe because it didn't cure you. There's no adverse effect.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
I have a question.
Listen now. Hold on.
I have a question.
Hold on. I've not landed. Hold on. You all know what they call Agbo in Nigeria, right?
A lot of people are drinking it and having a lot of problems in Nigeria right now.
Except it's adulterated. But the original Agbo, when you drink it, it doesn't have any side effect on your body.
Hi, the kind of stuff you are saying is dangerous, you know, because there are Nigerians out there, instead of them to go to hospital, they'll go and take Agbo and then they go and die and needless deaths.
Sorry. I don't know what, Father, what are you saying? What are you saying?
No, what he's saying is actually dangerous. He's saying that Agbo, okay, what does Agbo specifically treat?
He said Agbo has no side effects, but you said it is.
Of course, it does have side effects.
He said Agbo doesn't have side effects. It's a natural herb.
Which somebody that drank Agbo and his kidney, his kidney almost packed up.
No,
I don't know why you keep saying this stuff.
Sorry.
No, Father, at this point,
you want me to be supporting something that is not very accurate?
Father, with what Jonaban have mentioned, we need to interrogate Flagship. Flagship, are you a medical doctor?
No, I'm not a medical doctor.
Okay.
What? You're not a medical doctor, and you're just.
But I'm involved in the. Listen.
Oh my God!
Listen to me.
You see the information.
X0. You see yourself.
Listen.
You see how you guys.
Listen to me. Hold on. Let me
see how you guys
just accept stuff. You don't question stuff.
Let me say this. Hold on.
It might not be a medical doctor.
This guy is telling you that you don't get about the Agbo.
Go ahead, Flagship. I listen to you.
Hold on.
Listen to me. It's not right. It's just not right.
Listen.
You must not be a doctor.
Forefathers.
We're all in the same boat now.
when you meet knowledge, it's good that you listen and learn. If you don't know,
I do learn, but you have to be fair. You have to be fair. You're not being fair.
Listen, I did not.
I think this guy
did not
is
say
asking
that
a
I'm a
question,
doctor.
right? We should
But
give
listen
him
to me.
Austin, right?
To be fair, it doesn't matter whether you're a doctor or not, but you have to be fair with what you're saying because you're making assertions.
Would you allow me to clarify?
Generally unfair.
Let him finish.
Would you allow me to clarify?
Yeah, please go ahead, please.
All right, and please just pay attention. I'm not a medical doctor, but I'm involved in the process of any medication that your doctor gives to you. Before he gives it to you, it goes through me and thousands of other people. If we do not say it works, it doesn't get on the shelves in the pharmacy. That's where I am. I'm not a doctor. I don't have to write the script for you. But before the doctor can use it, it comes through me and thousands of other people. All right? So get that part. Now, what I'm telling you is this. I'm not asking people not to take medicines. I'm saying that prior to conventional medicine, what we practiced at home had no side effects that are as damaging as your modern day medicine does.
Sorry.
That's a fact.
That is a blanket statement again.
Sorry. Because my face is here, your face is here. Somebody cannot just come loud and give information. And you live in the Western world. Let him declare whom he is. Because he can be telling me that he must give approval for medication to work. Then who are you?
He has just told you he wants
it's FDA now. It could be part of FDA. You know, people that approve drugs. It's possible.
Again, you don't have to
say more than that.
My brother,
my face is on the platform.
He doesn't have to necessarily
my
tell
brother,
you that.
I don't have to tell you who I am.
I don't care whether he was a doctor. I didn't care whether he was a doctor. I was questioning the rationale of what he was saying.
Information.
Flagship. He is giving a sensitive.
You don't have to take the information. I'm not shoving it down your throat.
Proclamations here, because you're making a sensitive proclamation, and our faces are attached to it. Because our faces are attached to it. I was listening to you thinking that you're a medical doctor. Now you are not. Now you're
even a medical doctor. No, Augustine, Augustine, if I may, Augustine. Wait, Augustine, if I may. Guys, if I may. Augustine, wait, if I may. So, if Flagship has come out now and said he's a doctor, so you believe him?
That is his claim, because his face is there.
Is that what you're saying?
If he has said that, it's fair that they believe him.
A doctor has nothing to do with medication. There's pharmaceutical. There is research.
Exactly.
That's what we don't understand.
Exactly.
Come on, guys.
See my position. He has made a lot of blanket statements, a lot of statements that needs to be verified. So for him to tell me to believe him, and for the millions of people that listen to this platform to believe him, he needs to tell us his background. If not, the information
he has just told you. He has just told you to read. He has just he told us earlier to read and
listen to me. I did not tell you to take anything that I said.
Anything.
It is up to you. I've always said, go and read. Go read. Go and read.
Yeah,
My
like P2B says, go and verify. Go and verify.
You will get the knowledge
P2B
yourself.
says, go and verify.
If you don't believe, you don't have to believe.
Unverifiable.
You don't
I don't know what is
going.
I don't know why you are accusing him of making a blanket statement.
I don't
what
know what
he's saying.
But he made a blanket statement. He said, no, hold on. He did make a blanket statement that traditional medicine doesn't have any side effects. Jesus Christ.
What is the side effect of traditional medicine?
There's a lot of side effects. How do you know that?
What is the side effect of eating your food, your natural herbs? What is the side effect?
Go and drink Agbo now. Then nobody will tell you whether it has side effects or not.
Did I say you should drink a bucket of Agbo?
That narrative is being
why would you say
driven by the pharmaceutical companies.
If they say go and drink Agbo, if they say Agbo doesn't have side effects,
then you can't then say there is no side effect. That's not the responsible statement of the professional. You can't say there's no side effect. Even if you eat Gary too much, there will be side effects.
The flagship.
He didn't say so. You are looking for
the flagship.
He said there's no side effect of our traditional medicine.
He's telling you this, and you want to believe him.
Okay.
Flagship. The flagship.
John Alba, one second, sir. Please. Again, this is how you get, process, and absorb knowledge. When it is dished out to you, you don't take it at face value. Go back, read about it, and make your decisions. That's how I process knowledge. You don't talk to me on the screen and I take it. It's not everything. Even if Joe Biden comes and gives me an information today, I will still go back and process it. I will take it because
gives you. If Trump gives you.
All right? I won't take it because he's the president of the U.S. If the head of the CDC today comes to tell me something, I still have to go back and read. I won't take it and jump.
Even if
your
doctor
so you don't have to
medicine,
what I'm saying.
Why read it if it is
I'm
right
sharing knowledge.
You?
I am sharing knowledge with you. I am not chugging it down your throat. That
I understand you perfectly, Flagship. You don't need to force anybody to understand. It's a conversation, and those who want to understand. If you don't understand, just give your own opinion and then do your research.
I like to be more like specific when I'm making my own criticism. I don't have a lot of problems with what he's saying generally, but I have a problem when he starts implying that like people that are conducting research, they are not doing it for curative reasons.
I've read this. I knew this already before now.
Come on, Exero, come on. Let me see. It's only fair because there are, you see, this is that we do something. We dismiss the good with the bad. It's not
I'm
right.
not dismissing. I'm just saying I knew that already. The medical profession.
Hello, folks.
Is
Hello,
corrupt.
folks.
Oh my God!
Sorry.
I thought
I'm
that was
sorry,
Jagu. Hold on.
I was going to say this.
Okay, it's only fair you have
Hello,
been in.
folks.
Olumide, hold on. Olumide.
Forefathers, I want to give you kudos for the first time.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you kudos for the way you've handled this discussion and for being very, very rational. You know me, I'm going to say things the way they are. I've not been on the show for a long time. I've just been, fed up with the way things are back home. And I'm going to tell you, forefather, you've been very reasonable. You've been very, very objective.
Now you know.
Especially with this line of discussion that you guys are having. And then flagship, I'm going to... Paul, I apologize for going before you. I know you came before.
Apology not accepted. 100% not accepted. I just want you to go on, but apology not accepted.
Regardless,
Go on,
I will still go
but
on.
not accepted.
Flagship, I'm going to push back on you. You claim to work in the scientific field. From what you're saying, I don't know exactly what you're doing, but you can't push statements that you've been making. Augustine is right. What Augustine was asking you is that when you make statements, back it up with evidence. What they practice in this part of the world that we are in is called evidence-based medicine. Everything you do, you have to back it up with evidence, but everything you said, from my observation, is contrary to scientific views. You understand? When we come out with scientific statements or statements that medicine is using today, is backed up by evidence and it is peer reviewed. When you say peer reviewed, you understand what I mean by peer review. When it is peer reviewed, you understand? These are people who are not biased. It is your peers from every field, every specialty, who have come to scrutinize what you say you have that will benefit humanity. You understand? And then when you come to make statements, some of the statements you've made, it is very unfortunate. I respect you. I respect your power of or your oratory power, but I'm going to respectfully disagree with you with most of your assertions tonight. And Augustine is right to have questioned you. You understand? You have, especially in this part of the world, where I know a soldier, a military. It's in the Canadian news. A military guy, because he refused COVID vaccination. You understand? There were some military guys who were court-martialed and dismissed from the Canadian military force because they refused COVID vaccination. Because they thought, the narrative they were pushing. You understand? If they had said, you know what, I just don't believe in it, they keep quiet. But they were going ahead pushing narratives that the military thought was unscientific and was unbeneficial to the rest of the forces. And I know doctors who lost their license because of their religious belief, their views they pushed against the COVID vaccine. So I'm not against our traditional or herbal practice, but it has to be evidence-based, such that when you take it to Norway, you can prove that it works. When you take it to Sweden, you can prove it works. When you take it to Angola, you prove it works. You understand? That is what the Western world, the edge they have over us. See, if you look at what the British did, despite the fact that we say the British and the Western world colonized the developing world, Africa and India, Asia, and the rest of it, do you know what they did that really helped us to discover most of this information we won't find out? They documented most of these things. Even what they did that was evil, they documented it and put it in their archives. And if they went in their archives, most of us won't even know everything that our forefathers experienced or how they deceived them. Even the Israeli war and the Palestinian war, the guys, the declaration that they named after this British guy that is causing all this wahala today. This guy documented everything, how the manipulation they did to support the Israelis and everything. They document it. That is what we lacked in our own tradition. We don't document. If you don't document
Why not
it,
you start it,
how do you
Olumide?
want to prove to the
Why not
world
you
that it
start it?
works? You can't just say it works. That is what we call anecdotal. There's no scientific basis.
Thank
What
you.
are you doing?
So Fofaras is right. Yeah. Sorry,
What are you
Blackstone.
doing about it?
Huh?
Olumide.
Can I just
Sorry,
ask
I didn't
Olumide?
hear you, Blackstone.
Sorry, guys. I just want to, with all, if I may, real quick, with all Olumide just said, would he agree that 8 months to bring about a vaccine that normally takes 10 years to bring, would you say the same thing as you said for the vaccine?
So see,
did he go through the peer reviews that you're speaking of?
That's right. So Jagun, I understand where you're coming from, but if you also understood the nature of the COVID infection that hit the world, you would understand why they had to expedite this vaccine, even without trials. You understand? Did you know that even when I will use my own environment here in Canada.
I don't accept that.
They enacted there's a law that during war times, you understand, public health can issue any directive, especially to help prevent the spread of disease or any infection, or in times of any war, in terms of any
epidemic.
What do they call it now? Biologic war or anything. Public health can issue any directive to protect the citizens. So public health issued directive. That was they were the ones we issued the lockdown. You understand? Advised the government to issue the lockdown during that COVID situation. A lot of people were angry. They were upset that the government was trying to control them. You know the Western world, they don't like restriction. They were trying to control them. They were trying to force them. I even had to be educating some of these white folks who were against it, that, you know what? It's in your law. You guys made the law. It's in your constitution that in times of situations like this, public health can issue guidelines to restrict movement, to lock people down. It is the times. It is these times have brought upon us.
We
you
don't
understand?
want too much about COVID.
WHO is trying to. It's just like they're not. They're trying to covertly get China to open up about how this thing spread, but China is refusing to open up. You understand? And you can't force them, because it may ultimately lead to war. They're trying to question them. What happened? But China has answers for the whole world. Look at how many millions died, and the vaccine saved lives.
My brother, let's not go on about that vaccine. They're going to flag us. I think people have been warning us in the chat.
But you see, can I just say this? I beg everybody's pardon. You see, I can't really understand. I'm listening to this thing quite carefully as we're going on, and there's a lot of pushback where flagship is concerned, and a lot of times we are putting words into his mouth, and then other times we are highly suspicious of his level. And then we go and pronounce even more suspicious levels based on the Western way of doing things. Yet we accept these ways, and I don't buy it. I don't buy the fact that somebody whose research is similar to my own. To be frank, we all have to do our. Wait. Let me land. No. Please let me just land.
Paul is waiting. Paul is the one that was supposed to be talking.
Please, it's going to be quick. Please, just because I've listened to you to the end. I listened to you to the end, and I'm basing what I'm saying on what you're saying, on what the panel is saying as a group, and what's going on in the comment section. It seems to me that, as I said, where flagship is coming from is not really being taken in the depth that it's meant. We're picking points. We're asking him not to be so glib. From wherever point he's talking about on this particular subject, he would have to be careful, no doubt. So we don't even know how he's being careful and what he's not mentioning. That notwithstanding, it seems all of our objections are based on our own bias of being away from Nigeria, to be honest. We
No, no, no,
believe
no,
that
no, no,
Nigeria.
no.
Wait,
So,
let me
Jago,
land.
Jago, you said
You
enough.
don't let me
No,
land,
no,
my
no. You
friend.
were reacting to
My
my
friend.
statement.
My
Please,
You
friend.
land.
said
Let's
enough. You said
respect other
enough.
people's
You
time
were
now. It's
reacting
not
to my
fair what we are
statement.
doing now.
Let me
Let's try to be
You're
fair
quite
to
right,
each
but I
other.
haven't spoken a lot.
No, 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 no,
Folk
no, no,
brothers,
no,
you
no,
know,
no,
I
no.
haven't spoken. This
Paul
is my
hasn't
first
said
No,
time.
no, no,
anything
no,
at
no, no, no,
all.
no, no. No, no,
Okay.
no. No.
I don't think this is fair.
So,
Because
Jago, what
I'm gonna land.
I was
My
gonna
brother, I'm
say,
going to land though.
what I was gonna say is that I'm
No,
not
let me just
entirely,
land. I'm
I'm
not
not
hearing
saying
you right
all of
now. I've heard
flagship's
you.
statement is wrong. But what I'm saying
I've
is
heard
that
you. I've
fine,
heard you.
if you have
Olumide,
biases
let him
about
finish his
the
thoughts now.
pharma
Let
is industry,
talk.
if you have
Then
biases
All right,
Okay.
about
Olumide.
the
All
Let
pharma
right,
me.
all right,
industry,
my brother. All
I
right.
think
let
we
him
have to give
finish
Olumide a
his
little bit
thoughts.
of this because he also is a pharmacist. He works in a pharmacy.
I
So
understand that he's a
Now wait
pharmacist, but
now. Jabu is
I'm
trying to make a
talking.
point. Let's hear.
I'm talking
okay,
right
please
across the
narrow the
board.
point down because that's why he's
Oh,
interrupting because you are not finishing.
my brother, that's not why he's interrupting. He's interrupting because he feels objectionable. Now, I'm saying to you this, that not just Olumide, I've said it already, if people would effing listen, Olumide, the whole panel and those in the comment section have pushed back harshly, as far as I can see, against flagship. And I don't believe that we're listening to the warnings as to what somebody in that particular arena is offering. We're not listening to the warnings. And I'm saying to everybody that in not listening to the warnings is practically because the state of Nigeria is so hellish that when we're out of it, we see such beauty and such wonderfulness and such normalness. But I'm afraid, as far as beautiful to you, to someone like me, bruv, this is normal. So when abnormalities occur, I'm very hyper aware. You just think that, oh, it's the way it's supposed to be. Oh, this is lovely. It's better than being in Nigeria. I'm afraid that's not how to look at matters. That's not how to look at matters at all. We have to understand what the F is really going on. We just
I mean,
believe that this is
we all can be paranoid, but I'm not going to be as
You see,
paranoid
it's
can
as
okay.
you
you.
I didn't ask
Olumide
anyone
keep
to be
quiet?
paranoid.
Leave it now. Let him finish.
I didn't know that, bro. If you take it
Okay.
as being paranoia, fair
Okay.
enough. You know what I mean? I'm not
Okay.
pushing that on you. That's how
Okay.
you see yourself.
Thanks a lot,
But
Jago. If
I just want to put it like that and leave the stage because
Thank
I
you.
would like this conversation to make more sense than it's
thank you,
actually
thank
making
you,
at the moment.
thank you. If you
Thank
guys
you.
would allow me 30 seconds. Listen, I'm not here to convince you. Neither am I here to force knowledge down your throat and asking you to accept it. All I'm saying is open up your minds, ask questions, read, analyze data, and think for yourself. Whatever information you get, go process it. It's not about who's wrong or right. When I get information, I take it and I go process it. And just like Jagan said, he put it in a very good way for me. If it looks abnormal, my tentacles are up and I want to scrutinize it. So I'm not here to say I'm an authority. I'm telling you what I saw and I'm
Okay,
sharing with you
flagship.
knowledge
Can I ask you a question?
and asking you to go think
Flagship?
for
Can I
yourself.
ask you a question? Which disease condition do you think there's a cure for, and they are hiding that cure?
Listen, my friend, like I said some moments ago, there is no disease condition that is quote and unquote incurable right now that is known to science that there is not a cure for. Period.
And you have information to that regard.
Okay, Olumide. Let me come in.
This is nothing but
It's
hearsay.
okay.
It's
It's
just
okay.
Olumide, don't do all these things that will
Just
make them take you out
let
of the channel all the time.
say something now.
Olumide, give other people chance. Flagship, everything that you're saying to some extent, the narrative that you're pushing, I can't get it very well. Like you said, go do your research. I would love to learn. I'm aviator by training, went to school for it. But I can't say I covered the whole of aviation. There are things that I will talk about aviation. I'll keep my mouth shut. And there are things they will talk about the aviation. I can say something and I will back it up with facts and figures. So sometimes when you say go do your research, I want to believe when we are all in school, when lecturers tell you to go do something, they give you things to go find to do your research on. You understand? Sometimes they tell you, oh, go read this book, go read this book, go read this book. Why don't you give us tangible things for us to talk? Just like initially some other persons think maybe you're a doctor, another person think in this same platform, maybe you are a scientist. So they don't know. Probably they want to believe that maybe they are listening from the place of who is a doctor or somebody who is a scientist. You are a pharmacy, a pharmacology, a toxicology, as the case may be. Why don't you give us something so that we can start our research from that place? I can't just go to Google and ask Google, is it true or is it lie? For example, I took the 3 jab and I'm okay and it worked for me. I had COVID several times. I feel the pain 1 or 2 days and I'm okay. You know, so I will speak from my own place that I think it worked for me. But at the same time, I equally don't know. Maybe if I didn't take the jab, I might also have that same COVID. Maybe 2-3 days, I'll still get my feet together. I still don't know. But I know from the part of I took it and it worked the way they told me that it's going to work. So why don't you help us and give us things? Then when you talk about the Agbo, I am a Lagos boy. I was born, raised in Lagos. The Yoruba people are very vast when it comes to this Agbo thing. And I take a lot of Agbo like crazy. Even the Agbo, sometimes when we blame the West and when we pride ourselves and when we make mistakes, because our Agbo, when we make mistake for our Agbo, they didn't document it. Remember when people take excess dose in some of these things, if they die, we label our wings, we label landlord, landlady, family member. But in the West, where they document it, where people will lose their life here, they'll still do all research. What is the cost of that death? It's still today, as we are talking in Nigeria, it's not there. From hospital, if people lose their life in hospital, we don't know the cost of their death. Anybody lost their life here in America, they will find out the cost of the death before they will put that person down. Those things are not there. So we didn't document our own, like Olumide is saying, but these people document their own. That's why we can pick 1 or 2 things where things go wrong. And they document all these things so that they can work better on it. And I want to believe that is the reason today why we have what is called iPhone 1 and iPhone 15, because they are trying to perfect everything they are doing as the day goes by. Then when you talk about the Agbo, there is a seed called, I may not pronounce it very well, maybe Olumide will know. It's called Oworoche, Aworosho. If you take 1 or 2 of this seed, this thing going to purge you. You're going to get weak that day. The next 2 days, you're going to be as strong, all your back pain and every other thing will be okay. But guess what? Now I want to use adults and children because you have those. I have been taking that thing all my life growing up. Today, I can take 3. Yesterday, I may not be able to take 3. Maybe my body has started getting immune to it. I used to take 1. Guess what? If I use my mindset and give somebody 3 today, that person will see himself in the emergency. You understand? These are things that somebody will use in the same Africa to say they poison you. Maybe they didn't poison that person, but the way I take my Agbo that I've been taking it for a very long time, I'm having waist pain, back pain, I'll take it. You may not be able to apply up to that capacity. So these are the things. So even in Agbo, the level you can take is not the level I can take. But in the West now, they minimize all these things. They base medicine based on age. Sometimes they even base it based on size. Sometimes they even base it based on other illness that you are having. When I see my doctor, they'll ask you what and what medicine, vitamins that have been taken. So they want to know and every other thing. It works like that. I take one of my vitamins. I take Wellman. I am 48 years. When my pharmacy advised me to start taking Well 50 plus, even when I'm 48 years, I'm not up to 50, but he said no. Said that will even work much, much better than me. You understand? They just put benchmark on everything. But the way they follow me and everything, he said it will be better for me to even take Well 50 plus. That's the Wellman, the British vitamins. than for me to even take the less than 50, even when I'm not 50. And I started taking my well 50. Truth be told, when I started taking my well 50, I really enjoy it. It worked better than what I take, but these are advice that my pharmacists give to me. So the West, to some extent, I want to give them that kudos. I want to give them that praise that they document everything. They still, to some extent, challenge themselves. They still see where they go wrong. But in our own part of our world, we don't find anything. So when things happen to people, we just blame family member, blame landlord, blame tenants, blame neighbors, and every other thing. Or we just use the word God that give, that take it. So if you, in essence of everything, I will want you to give me things to read. If you want me to believe in your direction, if you say go do research, what do I want to go? I just go Google, go ask questions. All the conspiracy theory will come. Why don't you give me books that I will see the level of this research some of these people have gone with some of the things that they've been doing so that I can learn. Like they say, you live, you learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I appreciate that so much.
Flagship, I want
Hold
to
on,
say
hold on,
that.
hold on, hold on, hold on. Let
No,
me
I just want
respond
to
to him.
say
Hold on, Olumide, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Paul, thank you so much. I respect your opinion and where you're coming from. Much of what I've said is public knowledge. What you're asking me for is to give you my data, which is not public knowledge. Now, listen, nothing is different again and inaccessible for everything that we have talked about. Much of this information comes with common sense reasoning and the evidence of the facts that have been presented to us in public media that we read about today. Unfortunately, I cannot share with you what I have, but I've spoken carefully within the limits that I'm allowed on what I know that I'm sharing with you. That when it comes to documentation, I mentioned a moment ago, that's the fault that I blame our medical practice, African medical practice for. We never documented nothing to pass on to the next generation with reference to dosing, application, what it can be used for, what the types of leaves or whatever the seeds are. These were not documented. These are the faults we have in our practices. And I did say that if we had all this information made available, maybe we would not be so much dependent on the Western medicine. And yes, I'm not discrediting what science has done with reference to Western medicine. They've done a fine, great job as regards to how these medicines are to be administered and for what indications they need to be administered to or for. But when we get to that part where we can either recollect or maybe start now to begin the process of documentation from all these herbs that we're using, it will help the future for tomorrow. Yes, that's where the modern day science beats us, but we have it. My point precisely is African medicine has less side effects than the Western medicine will do. Paul, you live here in the US, as I do, and I could tell from your accent, you are from where I'm from. Listen, over here, you watch TV and you would see these commercials, and I'll end with this. You see these commercials that come on. If you or your family member has ever taken this medication or used this device, call this number. It's a law firm that is going after a pharmaceutical for adverse events or serious adverse events that have been noticed or seen within the community for either a drug or a medical device that has been cleared and approved for use by the population. These are what I'm talking about. When you get a medicine that says it cures diabetes, but it may give you something that would lead to Crohn's disease, hypertension, so on and so forth, and maybe even death. That's what I'm talking about. That if you take our medicine, and if we know how our dosing out, like you said, 1 seed, 2 seed, 3 seed as you age, it doesn't give that kind of side effect that will cause what these Western medicines have given us.
But how do you know that for a fact, though? How do you know that for a fact?
Know what?
Did you collect data with regards to our African medicine? Did you collect data? Did you collect data with respect to African medicine not having any side effects or not having any
I was born
effects?
in Nigeria. I lived there. I use this thing.
That is not evidence. Being born in Nigeria is not evidence.
It's my evidence. It's the evidence of
that is
millions of
anecdotal.
people back home.
That is anecdotal.
Who are using it? But listen, man. Listen.
You can't. This is misinformation.
Listen. I'm not telling you that the Western medicine is bad.
Let me see the medication you are referring to. Let me tell you.
You tend to make blanket statements that leads you to errors. Even if maybe your general point may be correct.
You are buttressing the fact that the system in the West works.
I'm not having
the system in the West works. That is why you have patients suing doctors or suing pharmaceutical companies. Do you have that in Nigeria? The system works. That is what we call post-marketing surveillance.
Hold on. I know you are into pharmacy, but I know
hold on.
It's like when KJ wants to defend journalism.
I'm speaking from the aspect of years ago.
Like so
that we, before the advent of Western medicine in Africa, we were used to using herbs to treat ourselves. That's the point I'm coming from. Before the advent of Western medicine, we used all of these things that helped us to either prevent or to cure. Today,
it was good for his time, the flagship. It was good for his time, but the flagship. Let's allow Jonaba to say something, please.
The flagship. Let me ask you one question, then I leave you. So now you talk about the Western medicine. I just want to say something because growing up, when I think about my grandmom and today, my grandmom, you remember when we were growing up back then, maybe your parents asked you to grind pepper, to smash pepper and all those things, and every other thing. You mistakenly scratch your face, you feel the heat everywhere. These days, it's not like that. That is when they get the real 100% organic. These people, they eat. And remember, our food is like also medicine to our body when you eat healthy. So our grandparents eat healthy because they get healthy food. But today, you in the West and the man in Lagos, Nigeria today, we all don't eat healthy food. We, like you and I in the US, we eat more of the GMOs, the Monsantos and the likes. We don't eat healthy. So those things also contribute. So today, in Nigeria, you see people who drink this so-called Agbo morning till night. Even here in the West, if doctor give you pill to say, take this medicine 2, 3 times a day, sometimes we take it 1 or 2 times. When we feel okay, we stop taking it. But my brother, in Nigeria, people are drinking this Agbo every day by day. So which means if that pain that they're also going through or that thing that they're going through, if it's working, they won't be taking that Agbo every other day. Something tells you that it's also not working as my so-called Tylenol is also not working so effective because I get immune to it and I keep increasing my dose. The same thing with that herb because the world today, very many of us are not eating so healthy. Few people who eat healthy are people who live in the country, people who live in the village. You understand? We may cause them, but they are opportune to eat what they plant that end up come out more natural. So that keeps them.
Let me tell you guys,
their food, not their medicine.
Let me tell you guys
that keeps them for so long.
Let me tell you guys a secret. Let me tell you guys a secret. Let me tell you guys
the medicine is in the food.
Let me tell you guys a secret about the pharma industry. There's no doubt that in the pharma
industry. Thank you. I really enjoyed this conversation. Maybe we'll continue for it. Thank you. I really need to go, but I like this conversation.
Wait. Let me tell you a secret about the pharma industry. See, there's no doubt that the pharma industry, there's a lot of money to be made. There are some who seek profits, you understand? And there's also true that some companies are doing good research to finding cures and improving the healthcare of humanity. But they have a system that regulates itself, where people are held to account. Let me give you an example. In the West, See, when I came here over 10 years ago, I didn't know that they had a very bad drug dependence epidemic. The number one country with drug epidemic in the world is America. Do you know the number two? America is 300 million people. Number two is Canada with over 30 million, close to 40 million population. Number two in the world. Can you imagine? UK is number three. The company that perpetrated this act was Purdue Pharma. Do you know how much money they are paying in fines that the courts, that the states that have sued them for the drug epidemic that has happened in some of these cities, where there are some cities, some
That
local
will listen.
equivalent of local
Produce
government.
farmers already gone bankrupt too because of the same thing.
The CEOs
Yeah.
that cashed out, that were paid large billions of dollar bonuses. Today they are telling them you are not running away with that money, you have to pay. They are suing them to come and pay. Because they were marketing these opioid drugs.
Stay a while and address some of these issues. Just let's allow John Aban to go on.
Sure.
Stay a while.
So I'm just saying the system has a way to regulate some of this, to call into account some of these people who are greedy. So don't just think that the system works there. You understand? So please let's be very careful when we make statements.
That's not what I'm saying. I already talked about regulation way past. If you care to listen, go back and listen to it. So that's not the point.
Thank you. Janaba, please go ahead.
I will still buy your medicine from your pharmacy, so you will not stop your customer to buy your medication or the medication. So yeah, it's not. And I know I was saying it that is from my own side of it. I agree that we have a problem with the dosage and the follow up and the documentation, but I also believe that. Flagship have a deep knowledge of what he's saying, but to me, it's from political side of it that I say him, and I think he's going to vote for Donald Trump. So it's okay. So that is your choice. But the other issue,
I love Republicans as I do Democrats.
And you have the choice to do that, and I respect that. Father, can you take this out of my face for now?
Yeah. I want to share about this link about the kidney disease, why you should not take Agbo. So these are things that are being found in Nigeria.
This is the problem.
Oh my God.
I think I'm about done.
They are warning people about stuff you're saying.
You're not going to show the one that says that if you take this medicine, you can.
It's a propaganda sponsored by the big pharma.
Father, I have kept quiet for a while.
You can't do this now.
I've been quiet for a while. Can I just give my 2 cents?
Let me finish now.
Can I give my 2 cents now?
Exactly. Please let Jonathan finish.
So, and I'm not going to take a break too, except we go tonight where the radar will come. So, in all of that, I respect your deep knowledge. We disagree on things and we agree on all of this. But as a senior citizen, after this, you said long ago you want to go, just go and take your evening and come back later. Don't let anybody drive you crazy. We're going to have a political talk on the Republican and Democrat. And whatever we see on the other side after the election, we're going to talk about it. But in all of that, have a good night.
Thank you, Jonathan. So, Godfather, thank you. Godfather.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Okay, thank you. Sorry. I just want to say this thing and I'll leave. I was driving home when the guy that was invited, who happens to be in medical field, left. And Ezero said, since the guy have left, Flagship, who is in medical line, will get some of our questions. And that was why I came in. And for me, this platform is not where we just come and share our views and go away. I feel that this is also where we educate millions of people. And this is where we put facts out. So when he started talking, And I started listening to him, and I am well read that when people begin to tell me, go and read, when I have them before me, and you're pushing me to go and read, there is an agenda you want to push. As whenever we're talking about flight, I always allow Paul to come in. When religious issues come here, you give me time to address it. And he sat on authority on a chair of being a medical personnel. He asserted that authority. So it was my own goofing to associate him to being a medical doctor. And I am also aware that there are so many levels of medical care. So for me to take his knowledge and accept it as knowledge, because if he has said anything, it should be a knowledge. Then if I am reading, I am adding to what he has taught me. I would want to know his background. He doesn't necessarily would not tell me his name. Olumide is here with his real name. If I want to research, I can go on his site and check what he's doing. I can write him and say, I want this knowledge. But he is here with a coded name. So I can't even quote him. I can't even research on him. This is why I brought up these issues here.
I think your point is valid to a point, because he doesn't have to share his name. Hold on, the flagship. Let me say this.
Because
you don't need. Let me just say my piece. Let me say my piece. You don't need the flagship, please. Let me say my piece. You've said something that I've not even said anything since then. You don't need to know somebody's certificate, so sometimes question some of their assertions when he strays into areas that betrays common sense. No matter who is speaking, don't make that mistake of conceding to people just because they quote their certificate. You are mistaken. If somebody starts making assertions that are generalized, like saying medicine is geared not to for curative reasons, but for these financial purposes, that is clearly false. It's not true, because you should be able to question that. That is not true. It's not evidently true, because we have people that cure this headache and cure all kinds of different things that are out there till today. So you can question somebody. If the doctor tells you that is true, you should be able to say that is not true. If a mechanic tells you that because I fix cars, all cars are designed not to work, you know cars work, you should be able to question that mechanic and say you are wrong. You see what I mean? So you there are certain things you concede to the experts, but some areas when they stray out of it, that's what I was questioning. That you cannot be making that kind of statement.
Can I now say my piece, because I want to go and sleep?
1 second. I was going to address Augustine. Mr. Augustine, listen. The knowledge I share is not to raise any propaganda or conspiracy. It's your choice. You don't have to take it. I'm not saying take it. I'm just sharing with you. You can question my background and what I do, where I come from. It's not important. The only thing that I ask is go and do some more research. I still read. I still find facts. When I hear from even the best in the industry, I still go back and read. You don't have to believe me. So please don't take it that I'm sitting as an authority here. I'm not. I'm sharing with you the piece that I know of the bulk. You don't have to take it. Okay, but I hope that you, in your research,
that will give you all the time
put
to
it
educate
into
us.
perspective, and maybe it will help you and help somebody down the road. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, let me give you bread to eat.
So can I make my piece and go? I want to go and sleep, please.
Yeah, go ahead. Who wanted to say something? Oh, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Zero, yeah. For me, over the years here in Sweden, we've learned a lot about the medical profession, the medical field here. Even it has gone to the limit of a lot of people being scared of going to the quote and unquote the hospitals. There's an organization that's called I can't remember their name now. They found out there's a lot of shit going on in the hospitals, that a lot of the percentage of people who end up passing away from the hospitals are blacks. So that kind of placed an asterisk or kind of question mark.
that a lot of people got scared. But what Flagship has been saying, it kind of is in tandem with a lot of what I thought about the medical field. For one, I know that there's a lot of medical fraud, and there's this money.
Where are you referring to now? Which area?
Please, I don't want you to say, come and quote me or this and that. I'm just telling you my own opinion. So don't come and attack and say, put me on
when
the
you say the blacks are passing away, where is it
is
it in Nigeria? Is it in
I
South
said
Africa?
me offense because I don't want anybody to come and quote me because
that
we're
one is
also
a known
surviving.
fact now that there's disparity in healthcare.
It's a known fact. If it's a known fact,
that's not new.
I don't want to be quoted. Please, just if you want to buy in, you buy in. If you don't want, is your everyone knows that we are trying to keep ourselves, elongate our lives here, you know. So most of what Flagship
all
says,
these unfounded conspiracy.
You just said you know it's a public knowledge. Now you say it's unfounded again. Baba, cool down now.
But I'm talking about your fears.
No,
bro, you got to shut up.
He's trying to say something now.
That's a bad nation.
It's a
That's a bad nation.
I thank you guys for.
Go relax now.
I thank you guys for the.
That is a bad nation.
Thank you for coming in, Exero. Thank you for your questions.
Go relax now.
Oh my God! Stop it. You know, I did say earlier on that this Olumide is defending the pharmaceutical industry just like KJ is defending journalism. And immediately, I summoned KJ. KJ, what have you got to say? Something you've not said anything.
I have been listening from behind, and I am.
KJ, were you praying before? I saw you doing up and down like this.
Well, that's my personal business. Now, I was listening from behind, and I want to say something to you, Flagship. You don't have to even put up any defense. You see, this is a platform. It's a public place. I mean, when you put up an information, and anybody who cares to listen or to hear can go and hear. I've always hold one thing when I come here. I don't have knowledge, monopoly of knowledge. However, I'm not a dunce. So when I come here, I give you information. If you feel I have any issue with it, or you have issue with it, you go research. If you want me to give you references, you ask me. You can write on the private chat. Can you give me more, places where I can look up this information I'm giving? If the person is interested. But if he's not interested, you don't need to defend there's nothing to defend. Okay?
Absolutely.
Having said that, I want to say two things quickly.
KJ, well, you quote references from Queen Anon, though.
Hold on, sir. Hold on, Lumide.
Yeah, this is a very professional.
They say this is conspiracy theory. And so I'm a conspiracy theorist. I've researched many conspiracy theory. Most of them have come to pass. And many more will come to pass in this our lifetime. So brothers and brothers on this platform, I, KJ, is a conspiracy theorist. I have seen them. They've come to pass. If you doubt me, you can go and look up all the conspiracy theories in the past.
Okay, can you give us an example of a conspiracy theory?
Hold on.
That's not Nigeria that come to pass.
That into the mix. They want to confuse you. I begin to defend that whether it is conspiracy or not. Time will tell. Time is, time is an umbrella. It unveils everything. Even what
KJ, tell us the conspiracy.
Don't give us your own. No examples. No anything. Assertions. Please go ahead.
So conspiracy theory, yes, not a problem. Okay. 2, we have been debating about the African herbal treatment. Okay. And some people, I'm so surprised. Some people come to say Agbo does not work. The term Agbo is a particular tribe's language. But the whole Nigeria, if you call Agbo, everybody knows. Because of the efficacy of the treatment. If you go to Sokoto and say, I want Agbo, somebody will give you Agbo that you will drink and get better. If you go to Madogri and say, I want Agbo, people there don't ask you what is Agbo. They already know what is Agbo. If it wasn't that effective, will it be that way? If you go to Kano, you will see dogoyaro trees. People pluck to treat malaria. If it wasn't effective, will it be there? No. If you are telling us, and then you see, look, let me quickly put this in. Now the West have gone to Africa, and they've gone to get moringa. They've gone to Nigeria and taken moringa now. They're putting capsule forms now. Tomorrow you begin to tell me that I don't know what it treats. Even you people who are sitting here come and tell us, you didn't know the efficacy.
Oh God. Tomorrow they will use it to treat 20 million people. You are not using it to treat that many people.
Hold on, sir. We have been eating moringa. The Hausa people use for soup. These things, in fact, if you come to Igbo land, there are certain leaves that they use for soup, for porridge that helps you treat high blood pressure. These are things that are there available for you to see. The Hausa people have been using moringa for soup for so long, but today the West is putting it in capsule forms. Tomorrow we sit here and begin to debate whether it is true, it's curing,
Exactly.
No, guys, we are the ones putting ourselves down. If we didn't put ourselves down, they won't be putting us down.
We are not. I don't think we are putting. That's not the point. We are making side points. This is not the thrust of the argument.
Let me
KJ, can I ask you a question? KJ, can I ask you a question? KJ, can I ask you a question?
Hold on, this is my turn.
I know. I want to ask you a question along the line of what you said. Let me ask you a question.
I know good to hear.
Do you
KJ will not hear you. Just let him
believe in
finish what he's saying.
WHO?
KJ doesn't want to hear.
Do you believe in WHO? Do you believe in World Health Organization? Do you believe in WHO?
Should I answer you?
Yes.
You answer that question yourself.
Do you believe in WHO? KJ, do you believe in WHO?
Excuse me. Where was WHO when over 2,000 kids were killed by vaccine in Kano? Did they get paid for it? No, you shouldn't ask that.
Hold on. I would like to know about that one actually.
That was WHO.
What incident?
When those children were crippled with polio this thing in Kano. You're asking me if I believe in WHO.
So you don't believe in WHO? You don't believe in WHO?
Do you, Olumide, do you believe in the WHO?
I do believe in WHO, yes.
And that's your problem now.
You see why I don't want to listen to
that's your problem.
It's definitely
Me, I believe in God. I don't believe in WHO.
Denigrating traditional or herbal medicine. Listen, nobody's denigrating it. What we are saying is that if you want to show the whole world that traditional medicine works, you want to show the guy in Norway, you want to show the guy in Sweden, you want to show the guy in Antarctica, you want to show the guy in that it works.
Is it not a profession? It's not a profession. Try to take it up. It's your profession. Take it up and do something. And start complaining. If people complain too much.
Listen.
Take it up, do something and start complaining.
Talk now. Stop making noise.
Why are you talking? You're not coming and complain.
Calm down.
I'm not complaining.
Calm down.
You are the one complaining.
You see, if you allow me to
you are the one saying that the whole world is not accepting you.
Give me the platform. Let me talk.
But what I'm saying is that if you want the world
Olumide, don't worry. We'll have the chance. You'll have the chance to reply to him. Let him finish.
Okay.
Please.
My last point here is this: the pharmaceutical industry is a business entity. It's not a charity organization. It's not doing it for charity. The hospitals are business organizations. If you set up a hospital, you expect to make profit at the end of the day.
So is YouTube.
If you set up Pfizer makes a profit at the end of the day. In fact, let me go ahead to tell you that the pharmaceutical industry is one of the biggest industries that makes more money over $16 billion. More than that in a year. So what we're saying is we're making these people are set up to do charity work. They are not set up to do charity work. They are smiling to the bank.
That's
so true. Whether you like it or not, it is called repeated business. You buy today, you treat you small, tomorrow you go back and buy again. At the end of the day, you keep coming because you are a customer. You are not.
Let me hold on. Let me just ask him simple questions. So, because they have a profit motive, does that mean they don't cure anything? If you have a headache, they cure your headache 1 minute. Does that mean you're not going to catch a headache again? That is still something that provides them profit. So it doesn't mean they don't make any thing to cure anybody.
So let us not look at it as if they're doing you and I a favor. That's where I'm going. I'm not saying it's a question of...
No, it's a symbiotic, it's a win-win. They are offering value to you.
Everything on earth is a win-win. If you are going to Lagos and you take a taxi from Abuja to take you to Lagos, you pay him, he drops.
Exactly, but is it fair? Okay, KJ, let me ask you this then. Is it fair now to say that they don't make any medicine to cure anybody? No, I'm asking you a straight question now. Is it fair that the flagship went on to say that they don't make medicine to cure anybody?
He didn't say that.
That's what he said. He's here now.
No. That's so unfair.
Hold on. See, he's here. If I'm making a wrong assumption, you can correct me right now.
No, well, I'm just going to back it.
Don't misquote me. I never said that. Please.
No, say, bro, it's unfair for you.
Let me see what he said then. Hold on. Let me
Wait. Forefathers.
Jago, you can't speak for him. He's here.
No, I'm not going to speak for him. I'm going to speak for those who are listening.
No, you're not speaking for them. Let you are not the person speaking right now. You can't just jump in like that.
I'm not looking. No, forefather, forgive me, but I'm not looking just to jump in.
I'm sorry. Let's finish one point first. He's here.
No, you're being very unfair.
No.
Again,
I'm not being unfair. Because we have to let KJ finish, and Olumide and the Blackstone have not said anything for a while. We have to move on.
Stop
you made an assertion that I'm misquoting him. So let him correct himself. Please, 15 seconds, correct what you said.
Forefathers, don't misquote me. Not to my
15
face.
seconds, correct what you said, please.
All right? I don't take it lightly. I stand by every word that I say. Okay? So don't misquote me to my face.
Please correct it. If you're not going to correct
the
it,
knowledge
then
that
we'll
I shared
just
with
assume
you
that it's true.
is that medicine is practiced in 3 ways.
That's what he said.
Okay,
that's what I heard.
Now.
Right? Medicine is practiced in 3 ways.
Then what did you say? What are the 3 ways?
Go back and rewind the tape.
What are the 3 ways, please?
Thank you.
What are the 3 ways?
Ask anyone who is listening.
He's not answering. Can you stop? He is not answering.
No, but you can ask anyone who was listening. You were listening. That's the thing.
Oh my God.
Forefather,
what are the 3 ways? Let him tell you what the 3 ways are. If I'm wrong.
You told us already.
All we're trying to say here is
this camp methodology.
We are tired of that.
I'm asking if I was wrong, he would have spelled out the 3 ways just now. He didn't, because he knew. He said that one of the statements he made was that they are not making it for curative reasons. He used those terms that they are not doing it to cure people. Am I wrong?
Yes, you are very wrong. Again.
Why are you?
That's why I think people honestly.
I can bring the video and play it.
So let me just make my point quickly.
Against.
Let me just make my point quickly for father. KJ, I just wanted to kind of educate us a little bit that nobody is against. I'm not against my African medicine or Yoruba medicine or call it whatever. The Chinese have their own herbal medicine. The Chinese herbal medicine. In Japan, in Asia, in India, they have their own. At least what we are saying is that it is the safety of the people. Even in the US or the Western world that we're talking about, the UK, Europe, they approve natural medicine, they approve multivitamins or whatever. But when you want to market them, so what they've done is they have this industry where they regulate this thing. And what they do is that number one, before you even come out to come and say you want somebody to take this thing, it has to be safe for human consumption in whatever dose that you claim that ingredient contains. It has to be safe. So if you want to market your herbal products for you want to market your natural African medicine as a herbal product, you understand? They have a little bit less relaxing regulation. All they want you to do is the FDA, which even have that copies, is that it has to be safe in the consumption. When you say they should take 5 meals once a day, 3 times, it has to be safe and not cause any harm. Now, and then you can't claim that this thing can cure this or cure that or cure this. They don't want you making that spurious claim. You understand? The only time you can claim that this thing can do this or do that is if you have done what we call the gold standard. The gold standard for evidence-based medicine is clinical trials. You understand? You have to do a clinical trial. First, you have to test an animal their faith before they approve drugs, and then you have to do human clinical trials. And then that is when you determine what dose is safe, what minimal dose is safe, what maximum dose is safe. You document all the side effects that they experience during the trials, and then make all that documentation, and then you can say that this medication there's no medication that is 100% efficacious. It can be 50%, 60%, 70%. There's always an improvement over time. You understand? So there are certain things that that is why we use the word peer review. And then even when these trials come out, you have to submit it to peer review. So you have to submit it to other sciences from different fields to show that this thing really, to show that this your medication does what it says it does. You understand? And then these things are going to be peer reviewed in different countries, in the UK, in Europe, and then these data can all be pulled together for what we call meta-analysis. So there's a lot of steps involved in this thing. The only vaccine that didn't undergo all of this clinical trial phase and all these steps was the COVID vaccine, because of what humanity faced at that point in time. You understand? So it doesn't mean that they are bypassing process, or they are, and there's what we call post-market surveillance. Even when these medications are now manufactured, they collect data over 1 year. There are drugs that have been pulled off the market after a year, after 2 years, because of the harm they've caused over time that we didn't find out during the trials. You understand? We call it post-market surveillance. You can see that when Aquili was there, Aquili was doing things like that, post-market surveillance, and a lot of the pharmaceutical companies were fighting back. They were trying to fight that. So there's so many things that are involved. Nobody is saying, but you know what this Agbo everything can cost you in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years down the line. You understand? So we need to know, they have to undergo, because you're going to be marketing this thing not just to Nigerians. If they work, the Norwegian wants to know how it works. If wants to know how it works.
We respect
let's try
you're an expert, you're a pharmacist, and I respect your profession. But I want to say something to you. Before I got to become who I am, my great-grandfather ate palm oil all through his life, and Gary. He didn't become sick. He didn't die from.
But maybe he did it in moderation.
Hold on,
He
sir.
did it in
Hold
moderation.
on. Now, in this year, I come to this time, the year 2000, and I will go and get some and tell me the worst oil is palm oil. Don't eat palm oil. So because your own oil is better than my own oil, Abi. This is the same thing that this same policy that being played.
Don't think that way, KJ. You know why I say don't think that way?
Hold on, sir. Let me talk now.
Don't think that way.
What do you mean don't think that way? He's repeating what you're saying.
See, your oil is high in fats. It can damage the blood vessels. That is what leads to heart stroke. That is what leads to heart attack.
Can we just allow me to talk?
KJ, can I add it?
The best oil in the world is not even Oyibo oil. It is the Mediterranean oil, olive oil, Mediterranean oil. You're speaking from ignorance.
Oil doesn't cause cardiovascular diseases anymore.
Sorry, KJ, let me come in. Thank you for your way in, but there are a lot of contradictions in the submissions you're making here. One of the contradictions here is this. You said now they are taking our medicine. When they transfer it here, we now begin to praise it. So what in that statement, you mean that what they are giving us is to an extent real. The only thing is just that we are now basing on the fact that they are the ones giving it to us. So what you're saying that the medication works, is that a position you're taking?
Can I be able to talk?
No, so I just want to interrogate the fact, because I'm just establishing what
if you want me to talk, let me know, because I'm not ready to be shouting.
It's a yes or no question. He's the one talking, KJ. Yes or no question.
But when I was talking, you didn't ask me yes or no question. Olumide.
Okay, so
look at asking you.
So look at the point. The point here is there are a lot of contradictions here. When you talk about your grandfather taking red oil, he wasn't taking ice cream. He wasn't taking yogurt. He wasn't taking this processed food. So what we are saying here is this. Nobody is arguing the fact that our leaves, our herbs are not medicinal. Till today, pharmaceutical still base everything on extraction of these herbals. So the problem we have is that we do not sustain what we have. We do not keep record of what we have. We do not improve on what we have until they come to our backyard, they take it away, they possess it. You go to the bush to take this leaf every day. If some other person goes to that bush, bring that leaf, process it and give it a name, he is the founder of that. So the fact is that we've not been able to assert authority to what we have discovered. We allow other people to take what we know and give it a name.
You know, KJ, is there no time you are not on the wrong side of argument? You know, you supported, you didn't support Peter Obi. And now again, you come and you take the side of the guy that is saying conspiracy is okay, and you are saying conspiracy is all right. You know, conspiracy has consequences, you know.
That statement you made, I take a very high exception to it. Yeah, but you see, you are the one who have the finger on the trigger, so you can actually cut me off, and then you have the.
I'm not going to cut you off. Have I ever cut you off?
Say whatever you want to say.
Cut me off.
I cut you off because
I have to step out, please, everyone.
Okay,
Thank
let
you
me
all
say
so much.
something.
I have to step out.
Let me say something here, right? Let me say something. Thank you for everybody has been talking.
I thought KJ wanted to say more though.
No,
is that all, KJ?
KJ, give me time, Abi. Let me just say something here, right? We have all been putting blame on our forefathers of not documenting, of not keeping record, of not doing this. Now we that knows all these things now, what are we doing about it? Why do we always like to complain and not put our complaint into action?
You see, that's the question. That's the original question I came up with, actually. I'm saying that we need to change. We need to start creating our own.
What are we doing about this thing now? Now we have now the knowledge. Why can't we now go home and begin to put this in the right perspective?
So, Blackstone, are you going to fund that research?
Leave me alone. Don't ask me questions. Don't ask me questions.
Are you going to fund
find a way and do it. If it's your profession, that's not my area.
Guys, can I say something now without being cut off? Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Finally.
You cut him off. I think he said he hasn't finished. Okay,
well, I just because thank you, and I beg your pardon. I wanted to say this. There are those of us who are listening, and there are those of us who are not listening. And when we're not listening, we bring up a lot of wasted time of arguments. What Flagship said clearly is that there are three types of medicinal practices, if you like. There is the medicinal for prevention. There's medicinal for stability or ongoing care, and then there's medicinal for cure. Now, in these three, I think that is the standard. That's what has to be taken on board. But unfortunately, you either didn't listen to that, or you just jumped over it.
He said something else to it. He said those three things. He said those three things, but he said the practices that they practice in the West is for maintaining and prevention. That they are not doing.
But if we don't just want to argue, we should go to the point that is standard, and that is what he said, and it is standard. I didn't hear necessarily what you're saying that he said. I didn't necessarily hear that, but I did hear him.
You didn't hear
those three facts. That's the first thing.
You see, that's why I was challenging him. I didn't challenge him for what you just said. What you just said, I agree with it. The reason why I challenged him was because he went on and added that part.
Okay, fair enough. Well, maybe we could have got through that if me and you just spoke instead of you cutting me off. You know, it's part of the conversation. In any case, let me move on. Food is medicine. Food is medicine. I need to repeat that. We in Africa have become, especially in West Africa, but I will say the whole of Africa, have become traditionally used to a way of eating. And that way of eating has largely kept us well over the years. New diseases from cross-fertilization of the human race have come in, and we've now had to sort different ways of medicating ourselves. But what we must understand, that there are many parts of the world that do not have an NHS or any particular medical service. If we go into the depths of Brazil and in South America, Australia, Papua New Guinea, if you see these people in their habitat, they are extremely healthy. They don't go to the doctor. They don't go to the dentist. They don't go to all these places that we can't do without. But they're extremely healthy. You need to ask yourself why. How come they're not taking all my penicillin that I'm taking? How come they're not all taking Valium? How come they're not all taking all these tablets and all these mercurial medicines that we have out here in the West? We're not asking ourselves these questions. We're just looking to, I don't know, be pompous somehow. The world works on a particular basis of biology, and that biology is given to us in our locality where we are born. This is the basis that we need to be speaking from, the basis of what is natural. Because what we are eating right now is largely petrochemicals, synthetic drugs. We're not swallowing anything that's natural to us in any way. Yet we're having this way of arguing. For me, it's like it's for us all here as Africans, it's rather shocking how much we are willing to sell ourselves out. We're selling ourselves out, not just on a global basis, but even on an individual basis. We will sell our ass to anybody. And I find it a great shame. I need to say it. Cheers.
Thank you,
Jagon. Thank you, Jagon, for saying that. On that note, I'm stepping out, guys.
Chemicals.
Thank
That's
you
why
so
we have
much.
this
But the black
regulation.
sheep, he didn't confirm that what
we're
I
not
said
denying
was
that fact.
accurate about what you said.
What did you
Because
say?
I said that you went on to assert that that the curative part of the medication, they are not practicing it because it's not here, it's not making money for them, and that is what I challenged.
Okay, let me correct you
Are you a
and
lawyer?
also
Are you
educate you a
cross-examining
little
him?
bit. Please, I'll take 2 minutes in this one, no more than. I did say that there are 3 ways that medicine is practiced today. Preventative medicine, management, and curative. Then I went further to say, and listen, the majority of the medicine that is practiced today is management. Period. That was the statement that I made.
I think you qualified it with majority. You made it several times that they don't practice.
Okay, go back and rewind the tape. If you find
I
it, send
believe
it
me,
to
I'm
me,
trying to
please.
find it. I've not just been able to find it
Well,
because that is the reason why. If Tabini put it like this, why would I intervene? I
Flash,
wouldn't
to
intervene.
Father's point,
I wouldn't.
when you made that statement about
Because you made it in another way too. You also made it in another way. I think
made that
about research
statement
too.
to
You said it
mean
another way.
that
So it's not only in this way to show you that this stuff I'm saying has weight. You made it in
that
another
there
way
was
again.
deliberate,
The knowledge that I'm trying to share,
in not wanting
Olumide,
to
1
find
second, please.
cure.
I think I'm still within my 2 minutes. The
They were
knowledge that I'm
deliberate in
trying to
not wanting to
share,
find cure. You made that statement.
the knowledge that I'm trying to share with you is
that they have all the cures, but they don't want to release it.
Listen,
For everything. You literally said that.
Again, what I said is there is no disease. Listen and listen carefully.
Exactly.
There is no disease known to man that there is not a cure for.
That is not true.
No,
That
you said they have it, but they are not sharing it. Come on, stop it. You know that's what you said.
That is not
you are
true.
just trying to be slick about it now. You said it.
You see, you just contradicted yourself. That preventative
Again, if you
management and
find it in the
curative
recording, send it to me, please.
is based on the understanding of a disease state.
Olumide,
Something like diabetes, for instance. How do you
Olumide,
cure diabetes?
Olumide,
They're still trying to find cure because of the nature of the disease.
Olumide, again, listen. If you don't know, just ask, or perhaps go.
It's not fair for you to be saying
No,
that.
No, we've already asked for
actually
evidence.
made
You
it.
don't have any evidence.
I don't like
All
people
you
that are
have is
being
You don't have to.
the
I don't have
have
to
any
prove
evidence.
it to you.
I respect your
or
opinions and
argue with
everything,
you.
but what you are doing here is
What
not
I'm
right.
telling you
Because you
is
have to be straight with
We
people.
have
there is
antibiotics,
no
And defend it.
antifungals,
Don't start being
antivirals
wishy-washy
that
about
they
it.
to
manufacture
mankind.
every day that cures diseases. Don't come and tell us that they are deliberately don't want to put out cures here. That what
There
you
is
call
no
orphan drugs.
there
It
is
is
no
true that the
disease
pharma
known
industry
to
I don't
mankind.
remember him saying that.
There's
I
what
don't
is
remember
called
him. You're putting words in his mouth again.
orphan drugs.
Let's clarify something that he's saying again. He says there is no disease that doesn't have a cure. But are you trying to, because that is a theoretical statement that can be said to be true. But are you saying that because what you said before was that they have the cure, they don't want to share because they want to manage
I don't remember him saying that.
I didn't say that. Again, forefathers,
because
please.
when you say, hold on, when you say,
Go
let me
back and
hold on, let
review
me finish
this.
the point. Let me
Go
finish the
back
point I'm
and
making.
review the recording.
You've said your piece now. Let me
If
just
you
say the
find
point
it,
I'm trying to.
send it to me.
If I yeah, I
Okay?
will do that. I will
Don't
do that. See, I
misquote
like
me.
I like
Until
that.
you
I like
find
what
that.
you did just now because some people will not
Until you
even want to
find it,
see
don't
evidence.
misquote me,
And
please.
if I find evidence that I'm wrong, I will correct it here. I'm telling you, I will. I
Okay,
don't have
until
any
you
business
do
in
that,
I'm
please
aligning your
don't
statements.
misquote me. I don't
See,
get in that kind of
because
conversation.
you say see,
Please,
it's not
back
the
and
reason
forth.
why it's not wrong. Think about it yourself. You've said this stuff in different ways. You also said it in terms of the research that they are doing, that they are not doing it to actually cure stuff. I said something like that, and I said you shouldn't be doing that because there are a lot of people doing a lot of good work out there to actually cure things. That you shouldn't be making blanket statements like that.
Right.
I remember actually telling you
Now,
that.
listen
You've
to
made
me.
a lot of
Forefather,
blanket statements here
can
today.
I wait, flagship, just wait a moment, please. Forefather, in terms of your assertions here today, are you telling me that a company like Pfizer and the history that Pfizer have in creating medicines, if you have looked upon it at all and seen the catastrophic errors that they have made in medicine, yet still they were pushed forward to provide a vaccine? That in itself, forget the arguments that you're having right now. Are you aware of a company like Pfizer's record? Are you aware?
So
I'm
Jagun, I want to
aware
ask
of
you this question
the
in
amount
response.
of
Jagun,
errors they made. You
Father,
know,
can I ask Jagun in
Oh,
response?
I'm
Jagun,
aware they can make a lot of
would you say
errors now.
Pfizer has saved more lives or they've killed more lives?
On that note, I end my conversation this night.
Would you say they've killed more people or they've
brother
saved?
If
Flagship,
I find that I
I
am
mean,
misrepresenting
you
you're
know how
coming up with
trying
stuff
is
correct
a
it, so that it's not
is a
different
lonely
perspective.
game.
It doesn't make
But
sense.
if I'm correct, I will
You
admonish you
don't make
further for it
sense.
too. If I find
The
that I'm
questions
aligned,
you're
I'll
asking
correct it.
are totally outside the scope of the conversation. And I'm directing it to you, Olumide. You come up with
What is the
questions that
question? What is the
it
question?
really doesn't make sense. If
About what?
Pfizer has saved lives or not, that's not what we're talking
Even
about.
with the COVID vaccine, do you know how many lives they saved? Do you know how many people were dropping dead in the US alone?
Olumide, hold
All,
on. You
all,
see,
all you're asking me
You
to
know,
do, Olumide,
you know what? You will force me to get
all you're asking me
to
to
say
do
what
is to forget
I'm not
the
supposed to.
data. All you're asking me to do is to forget the failings. All you're asking me to do is just to allow them to do
I'm
what they
not
want.
saying that. I'm not saying
That's what
that
you're
didn't
saying, my
I don't
friend.
think
I'm not
that's what
saying
he's
mistakes
saying.
didn't
He's saying the
happen. I'm not
similar
saying
stuff
people
I'm
didn't
saying.
die. But do you know how many people have died that we don't have
I'm
statistics
trying
for
to get
in
you to
Nigeria?
understand the reason why they
Do
make
you
these
know how many
Talking
people
about.
have died in that country that we don't have
But
statistics
bruh,
for?
what are you talking about, you muppet? You're
Huh?
talking about
Good
nothing.
night,
Nigeria,
We
yeah.
don't
I'll
have
sign
statistics.
off
They have
this
data.
Hold
this
on
night.
now,
Mistakes they
Lumide now.
don't.
Let's not make it to a brawl.
They
See, okay,
have data.
Jagun. You see, the reason why I think sometimes, like Pfizer now, when they make mistakes, governments can sometimes say excuse them because they look at cost benefit analysis and they look at the greater good that is being done by Pfizer. Because and this company too, not only that too, they also have a lot of power.
Well, there you go. There you've landed. You've
yeah,
landed on the right
there are
word.
different
They
areas.
have
See,
a lot of power
yes,
because the
but
mistakes that they have made, bro.
you shouldn't grab
If
on
if
only
it's
to
any
that
other
one, bro.
pharmaceutical company in the
I said
world,
multiple things.
sorry, I just want to add that the what you land on in the terms of saying the word power is exactly right. And
But it's not the only reason they are being preserved.
for this, we have to understand that any other company in the pharmaceutical industry who was coming from a African world, if you like, or any other world, they would not have that power. They would have been struck off for the
Of
level of
course, they will
errors.
not let you have that power. See, the
They
point I'm
wouldn't. They
making is that
wouldn't.
the point I'm making is that power has limits. If they were making poison that was just killing people left and right, you
They
will find out
were.
that their power will
Bros, if you
certainly
look,
have
if you
limits.
look at it,
Hold,
if you look,
let me finish
Jag,
my point now so that people
no,
understand what
no,
I'm saying.
I do want you to finish your
But
point, but
Jagun,
forefather,
from my own understanding,
forefather,
there
I
are
just want
small
you to
companies,
understand the
small
errors that I've
innovative
read
companies
about
that come up.
are
What
catastrophic.
happens? What
They're
happens is that
catastrophic.
Yes, but they've
if a
also
They're not
small
saved
easy.
millions
innovative
of
company
lives.
has an
That is what
idea
these people
that you
look out
can't wish
for.
away,
If they
the
were
big
busy
ones
killing
buy
people
it
every
up.
day,
The
people
big
they will
ones
not have
buy
the
it up.
power that they have. Power comes
Any
from somewhere.
Nigerian who thinks he
Olumide,
has a
hold
cure
on.
from
Let me let
traditional medicine, take it to the big companies. They will do the research. They will market it. They will make you rich. They will help you market it. Do the
Olumide,
research.
let me just finish this point. I think where Jagun is coming from, I do understand the dangers of or the power that these people wield. Sometimes it's corrupt power, but the reason why they wield those power is not just because they have power. Their power has limits. If they were making medicine that were just killing people left and right on the street, you find out that the power will disappear very quickly because people will go after the government and go after the state for killing so many people. The point is that their power has limits because they actually they have the power because they actually they actually offer some value. If they were not treating people, having people live longer in society, they will be called upon. What are you delivering for people? Just like Facebook now, Facebook is offering value. Hold on. Facebook is offering value. YouTube is offering value. WhatsApp is offering value. That's why the government allows them to get away with a lot of things that they get away with too. If they find out that, okay, these organizations are causing a lot of problem for the society, their power will disappear overnight.
Forefathers, don't compare IT companies with informatical companies. There's excuse me, what I may call systematically destroying of life. Do you know about the dusting powder?
Yeah.
Do you know for how many years that powder was being used on babies? People who are using it.
Is it bad?
Okay, now you are asking. Okay, go and read it.
Is it bad?
Go and read. Go and read it.
Why are you telling me to go and read now?
Okay,
I'm asking you, the expert.
So it's one of the things that costs some cancer, something like that. Cancer.
Yeah, dusty powder was bad. Oh my God.
Yes, it was bad. Go and read it.
That's awful.
It has been withdrawn.
Wow.
So let me tell you something. These medications, right? They are not just made to kill person instantly. Or I won't say their intention was that used to kill some people.
It did have a
right?
function.
That is accountability now. They have regulations.
Let me finish.
So who tell you say your Agbo if I drink am, it no go affect me down the line.
Olumide, you be Yoruba.
Agbo is safe. With this enlightenment where we get to
this guy get
your pikin safe, give am the Agbo, you no go drink am.
Olumide, you be Yoruba man, you be a Yoruba nation. Now product. Yeah. And they drink them, not concern me.
With this modern day and age, I want it to be safe.
Oh, okay. Let me ask you one question.
Okay.
I don't make spurious claims. Don't tell me you can cure.
Hold on now. One at a time.
You can cure heart disease.
One at a time, Olumide. Jesus Christ.
Let me ask you one question.
Dusting powder. Hold on. Before you go on, what is this thing about dusting powder? I don't see any information about dusting powder being bad.
No,
the Blackstone. Are you doing one of this again?
There's a court case in the US.
There was actually everything you want to find it on the internet.
There's some patients against
Where do you want me to find it now? Where am I supposed to check online?
On news.
No. It's in the US. They won a big huge amount of money.
For dusting powder.
Hundreds of millions.
I can't find it.
Because they were marketing it for applying it to around the groin, cervical, the vaginal area, and they right from birth when you were young. So these women, they came together, they filed a suit in the US.
That's
and they won
interesting. You see, what you are saying now is slightly different from what the Blackstone said, which is similar but not the same. It's like you are saying that because of the way it was used. That is what they consider problematic.
No. The company was too because they marketed it to be safe.
The way it was marketed, to be used.
To be used around for the indication, to be used around that area.
That area, okay.
Yeah,
you see what I mean? Because they are selling it, they are still selling it everywhere.
But in the US, they are claiming that their product didn't cause the cancer. But they went to court and the court deemed it that it was the use of the product that caused their cancer and the other risk. They won millions of dollars in. They are still selling it, but I think they filed an appeal. So they filed an appeal. They didn't want to settle because
maybe they're not going to use it in children's groin area anymore.
Because the money that money will make them go bankrupt if they pay that money.
Of course.
So they have to appeal.
If they knew about it, they should go bankrupt. You can't go and poison people and get away with it. Okay, who hasn't said anything?
Natural product too. Talc. It's talc. You know, if you want
Yeah,
to argue for
that's
natural
why
product,
that's why I'm a bit
it's a natural
surprised. It's
product
dark
too.
and the kind
So
of
who knew
mint.
that natural product will cause that long term
But
effect? This is what we are talking about.
do you know that something is somehow like oh, how would I put it? It's not just it has some some effect or there's some heat, something like that, like a hot metal, something like that on that product, dusting powder.
It's talc. It's natural. The natural product talc. That's what they claimed caused that thing. That's a natural product there. So who knows what anything can cost? That's
Okay.
what's called post-marketing surveillance. That's how we have post-marketing. Even after years
I'm
of
not willing.
manufacturing,
I'm not yet.
what is the effect?
I'm not yet to receive
Man, I'm really confused though.
pharmaceutical.
They are suing. They are suing these people left and right. Look at this one again. You know, sometimes people they are making me feel sorry for medical companies now. Look at this one now. This one is not even dusting powder. They say they have to pay. They have to pay 18 million dollars. What is going on with powders? Powder is it a poison now? Why are they suing them left and right for using powder anymore? And you see, this is the thing about medicine sometimes that people don't understand. They too have accountability. They do get to pay a lot of price for mistakes that they make sometimes. They don't always get away with it.
After how many years?
That's true. That's true. They do make a lot of money before they get called upon to this. Okay, look at cigarette too. The cigarette is like that. I think what governments do is that they do cost benefit analysis. It's like roads. You have roads kill people, actually does kill people regularly, and they know it's going to kill people. They still allow cars to run riot.
Road do not kill people. For father, please.
Okay, cars kill people. Okay, which one kills people? The
driver kill people.
Okay, okay, the cars kill people. So, but point is that they still allow people to go and drive, and knowing that is going to happen.
That's what they are doing. That's why there are rules and regulations.
Yeah, but the calculation they do is cost benefit analysis. Are you going to shut all the cars? And the benefit of owning a car, of doing all these things, outweighs the risk. Because if you remove cars, there will be more deaths. Actually, you see what I mean? If you do your calculation, you take cars out, the benefit they offer to the economy will result in more deaths if you take the car away. And that is the kind of calculations governments make when they approve like drugs, or they're a little bit lenient to some of these pharmaceutical companies, because the calculation is, if you take this away, the side effects, is it going to cost more lives or save more lives?
Forefathers, let me tell you something.
That is what I think people should be considering.
Anything that comes to business, powerful companies, there are politics involved in it.
Of course.
We are just talking from the surface.
There's politics, there's corruption, there's everything involved.
Let me tell you something. American political parties, the major sponsors are the pharmaceutical companies.
They are very powerful.
They are the major sponsors of American political parties. The Democrats, mostly the Democrats. So that you should know. So these companies are very powerful.
Those companies, they have access to some of the most dangerous viruses in the world. They have some access to some of the most genetically or engineered viruses or pathogens in the world. Their research labs are extremely. They are the ones responsible for creating biological weapons that are very, very deadly. So these are very powerful, just like nuclear power companies. They may even be more powerful than them. Nuclear weapons, everybody sees it when you release it. These guys, when they release one virus now, the entire world could be in peril just by the virus they have control over. So they are very, very powerful, and this is why governments have to listen to them. If you want to make a decision in America, they have to be on the table there for decision making in that country because of the power that they wield. It's just that simple. Yeah, this is KJ. I was surprised that you came and you came full out and just said, I'm full on conspiracy theorist. And you said something about having, you said something about, I want to be fair to him. He said he has seen a lot of conspiracies come to life that has been proven to be correct. And I did ask, which ones? Can we list the ones, your conspiracies that have actually come to fruition? We have to try to give conspiracy theories.
Forefathers. Oh, you hold on first. Please hold on first. Forefathers, do you know before the COVID-19, there was a film exactly about what happened? Before 10 years before COVID-19.
Yeah.
And people already predicted, people have already said they're going to be COVID-19 and so and so time, so and so time. Do you know that?
Would they call it COVID-19?
It's
No.
What
do they call it?
It was called Corona, something like that.
No, contingent. I'll send it to you.
Contagion.
Okay.
You see, there have been many films. Yeah,
but it's to be expected. That has happened before in history.
No, if it never happens, we call it a conspiracy theory. Conspiracy theory. Now that it happens, what do you call it?
I think it's to be expected. Like now, if somebody predicts that there's going to be a pandemic again, no, hold on. I want to say something. If somebody predicts today now there's going to be a pandemic again, is that such a controversial statement? It's not a controversial statement because there's likely to be one again.
You are arguing from the point of from a blind point. You know what? You have not watched the film. If you have watched the film, you will have known that what you are saying doesn't apply because exactly the protocol that was applied in real life is exactly the protocol that was applied in the film. Everything played out the way it was written out.
No, I agree with
apart from that, if you can add this to your understanding, forefather, there over the years, I'm a bit older than people here, not to take that as anything, but over the years since the 1980s, there have been films warning of these times that we're going through. They don't particularly play off on the COVID thing, but they play on the global aspects of a thing. And this is what's to be taken for a serious point. Globally, we have to imagine, globally, the world came to a standstill, the whole planet. Now, if that's not creepy for you, then if that's just acceptable that this is what the world is doing, then I think that you might have a problem with what do they call it, sensitivity as to what's going on in the world.
It could just be what is expected based on what society is doing. Like sometimes society.
But what I'm saying is that they're telling you that it's going to happen, or they're telling you
because they know it will happen. Like I know it's going to happen.
Putting it in your mind.
Hey God, who are they?
But if I tell you that it's going to happen again in the future, I don't have to be God to know it's going to happen again.
No, see, forefather, you like I said, you are arguing from the point of a blind spot because the terms that were used, the preparation that were made, everything that was made was the same way it has been projected. That's just talking about one, not as many as others. If you also want to know if some of these things are sat and planned, you can equally watch The Simpsons. You can check The Simpsons prediction for 2024. You see, and then you can go backwards to see what they've said and how they've come about every other thing. If Simpsons may be just a cartoon, but those who are behind it are very powerful. And whatever they've been projecting so far, they've been fairly accurate. Almost
very
accurate.
Absolutely.
That is one.
I think okay.
There are many. Look, I don't know where to start because this is a public forum. Forefather, don't put me.
No, I wanted to, whenever whenever they ask you something, you say it's a public forum. Tell us where the conspiracies have come true. You see, I hear what you are saying about the film, because like the 9/11 one, there is one that seems to be quite similar in terms of from The Simpsons. The Simpsons is a very, very weird one. In terms of, I think who else, Brian, the one that died in plane crash, Kobe Bryant or something like that died in plane crash. There was a way that they portrayed him in The Simpsons that seems to replicate what happened to him in the real world. And there is the 9/11 one, in the Twin Towers one.
Trump coming to power. They've done so many.
Let me see the Columbine shootings that movie that Michael Moore made. I have seen that, and it's still there. If you check that movie, that 9/11 hadn't happened. The guys in that issue said that the people that was there was talking about flying planes into the Twin Towers. In that video, 9/11 hadn't happened. That happened, and that video happened maybe a year just before this is 9/11. So there's a lot of things that maybe it could be coincidence or a bleed through. Maybe somebody had the knowledge. And then the knowledge passed on to others, because if they were thinking about it, maybe other people were thinking about it too. So we don't necessarily know whether it's conclusive. You see what I mean? So we have to be careful. The world is very complicated.
This is what we're saying. The world is very complicated, but we take a stand on where it's lying because we have to, as human beings, we have to really understand the writing on the wall because they're not.
That Kobe Bryant one really got me because the guy is not dead; he was alive and he died in a weird way, similar to.
My goodness! I mean, there are too many signs that tell us that there is something going on. There is a conspiracy. You see, I feel that the word conspiracy theory. It was put forward by the CIA back in the day. They are the ones who put that terminology in our mouths in such a way to defer our minds from the actual conspiracy. KJ says he's a conspiracy theorist. I know what he means. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm a conspiracy factualist. I'm dealing with the fact of the conspiracy. If you believe that there is no conspiracy, then you are blasted damn idiotic
no, there's
fool.
definitely conspiracies now.
So let's understand the words as they've been used. You understand?
The moment human beings started breathing, there was conspiracy.
No, okay,
people always have conspiracy. There's always a conspiracy out there.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you one question first. Do you believe that there are some powerful organizations that sit down every year to determine what the world is going to be, what they are going to do? Do you believe that there are some powerful organizations? People from all over the powerful people from all over the world, they come together to decide what they want to be in every year.
Yeah.
So where do those things, where they come from? Nobody knows them. They come together, they put their plans on the table, and they begin to work it out.
They make their own plans for their own people. It doesn't necessarily
because
they are
their
powerful.
own people. I say for the world. What?
Not for the world. They don't make their plans for China and India and the other countries. Those won't determine their own fate. Come on,
who be their people? The World Economic Forum. Who be their people?
Their own Western, this in the hemisphere that they are deciding.
So what is African leaders doing there then?
I don't think they invite African leaders for the highest level ones. Those ones are house boys. Like they are not even worthy of serving drinks, so they are not even invited. Why would they? They are not in the league now. They are not in that league. Why would they invite African leaders? They've not made themselves worthy. That's the problem. So it's just one of those things anyway. I really appreciate the conversation because we still haven't gotten to the crux of the matter about our own scientific method that we could come up with. Okay, I speak the truth.
Well, fathers, the body lies in the hands of the African people, and all these people in diaspora are coming to make noise here and there. I don't know what they are even talking about, because if you think that you can do something, why don't you go in there and do it? We are just condemning what we have. We complain about it. No, it's like when most Nigerians, Africans leave African shore to diaspora, it's like they are just brainwashed. You understand me? Let me finish.
Thinking about our own scientific method.
Let me finish first. Now let me finish. You cannot believe that Dangote, as rich as he is, he has no foreign passport. He has no house. He said he has no house in another country except Nigeria. That's Dangote, as rich as he is.
Yeah.
You understand me? So if you look that we that are, let me say, average people, when we leave Nigeria for diaspora, our country become a shithole. Like nobody will come here, shithole, and it's carrying the Yoruba nation on his head. You understand me? So when we are supposed to sit down and learn from this Western world and take back home to develop our country, but we are so going back to go and destroy our country the more. So don't you know that there's a problem with African mentality?
Yeah. I must say, I do admire the idea that Dangote doesn't own any property in any part of the world. That is quite admirable. I have to give him credit for that. And he also actually offers value. This is one of the reasons why, for me, when people offer value, you have to give them a little bit of credit, because it's not easy to make anything. Try to make anything in this world, you find out how hard it is. And he is doing something. The others, they just steal money left and right. It's not like he doesn't steal. All big companies get away with murder. That's true. But if they are offering value, go after the ones that are not offering value first before you go after the ones that are actually offering something. I would like to suggest. But our own scientific method, though, because if we don't think about something, how are you going to come up with it? We have to start thinking about our own scientific method because we need certain things that is going to allow us to leapfrog where we are right now. Because if we keep thinking that we can chase these people from behind the scenes and catch up with them, we may succeed, but maybe there are other ways we can also do it so that we can try to catch up faster. Because I remember with the conversation myself, and I speak the truth hard the other day when we're talking about democracy, when I talked about a more advanced democratic system. Because we have to start thinking outside the box. We can't always think about, okay, this is the only thing that is out there. Maybe there are ways to do these scientific processes that is more advanced, that is faster at delivering solutions that we could explore. But I also take into account that it's good to go back and see where we were and track our way to where we should be now, because you can't completely divorce yourself from the past. So I think we should be looking at that.
Let me
if I can just add this real quick, my brother. If we look at findings, depending on where you are looking, you can state Egypt and the technology that Egypt has or had that we ourselves are still grappling with. We're talking about now between 3,000 and 12,000 years. If you go into the depths of the Amazon, they are finding big cities that were there in the Amazon.
Yeah.
The technology that they were using to be where they are, that they found that it's easy to look down on this technology, but all it is, they said, is a different way of going about it, and sometimes a more clinically natural way of coming about certain levels of technology. So, it is for us to understand that these things are being squashed a lot from the Western point of view. And we as Africans have to look beyond what the West is giving us or showing us and look at other civilizations that have amounted to certain structures in history, because this gives us an idea and an ideal as to different ways to the same point, or as you say, to even a greater point. So, it's not for us to scrub our minds and say, oh, the African this and look down upon ourselves the whole time. Yes, we know that there are odd practices that we have that basically lead to nothing. Yes, we know that there are terrible traditions that we have that don't put us in a glad light. However, we also know of these traditions that make us proud. We also know of medicines that we have come up with ourselves that work. We do have to build upon it and know that it can be built upon, as opposed to really doubting ourselves the whole time, because we do a lot of that. And I feel it takes away our energy. Just like it's said, one person said on this line, during the Biafra War, there were technologies that the Igbos came up with particularly, that if we didn't stop there, if we continued through security measures, we could have been a lot more further forward, because we would have been producing our own artillery. We would have been producing our own military devices. We would have caught up, we would have expedited in a certain area. We would have done so many things. But a lot of people on the platform took umbrage and said, no, this is a ridiculous thing to say. How can you expect to the opposite sides to that the winning side would accept what the losing side is saying? I mean, all these levels, the way we see things and the way we read things, very poor. in my estimation.
I think I remember that. I remember that conversation. I think it was basically taking into account the state of affairs in the country. It's like now, if you want to cede power to the states, you find that the center is often very wary because they know the center is not strong enough to control the state. They are barely even strong enough to control the states. The idea that the Nigerian center is very, very strong, I laugh at it because if you look at the way the governors behave, they don't listen to the center. They might pretend as if they listen to the center, but when they mean business, they push against the center.
No, for that's not the way. That's not actually what they mean by the center being powerful. You know what I mean? The states still have their autonomy, right? This only when it comes to the issue of some regulation like the financial autonomy, things like that. No, that is why when they say the federal is very powerful. Some like when it comes to the finances of the state or remittance and so on and so forth, right? Every money that's collected in Nigeria goes to the federal, right? Even the VAT collected from your state goes to the federal, so on and so forth, right? And the federal now redistributes this money back to the state.
We don't want to get off subject. We don't want to get too far off subject. We're talking about
the scientific method, to be fair.
Yes, this is what we're talking about because, and I still push back that the fact that the center is weak or whatever. But we're talking about the power. I mean, I'm surprised a little bit at what you're saying, Forefather, because you're always going about security. Now, if a war is just finished and there was a side of that war that was known to be manufacturing its own artillery, for a state not to recognize that somewhat is a failing of that state. It's a failing. It means that you just want to beg from the West. You can't see. It means that you're blind. We can't be having these arguments from
that point of view. I agree with you that they could have capitalized on it and went on to start manufacturing those things themselves. But the like you said, our people don't think that way. They think they have to rely on the West for
all right, everybody. I have to leave. Good night.
The argument is different from
Blackstone, now you bring me
the
back.
argument is different from saying that they should
now you
bring
me back.
start making this weapons again for us.
So what
leave me alone. Yoruba Nation guy.
What did Yoruba Nation do you? Now Yoruba Nation say make fuel go up.
Bruh, this Olumide, you like to fight.
Did he say anything about Yoruba Station?
You like fighting.
What did he say about Yoruba Nation now?
He doesn't say Yago.
No, the guy was saying something about Yoruba Nation, like saying that Yoruba
Yago, that's Yoruba people.
Yoruba Nation spawn Nigeria.
You let game mount. Yoruba
Nation spawn. Can you stop this, Blackstone? Can you stop with this? You want to start wahala now?
What is wrong with over 60 million people aspiring for their own country? What is wrong with that?
Can we let I speak the truth talk? Because we are talking about scientific method.
You see that for Germany. You betting your life for Germany.
Hey, hold on. We are talking about scientific. You see that? You know this Olumide.
Why you don't go back?
You know what he does? He has his hand very close to the mute button because he knows you will mute him and he will mute himself. Can you stop unmuting yourself? Stop unmuting yourself.
You are a lost man.
His hand is always close to your mute button because he wants to unmute himself. He knows he's going to be muted. So I speak the truth. You see, we're talking about this scientific method. It's a very serious conversation, actually, because I think we have to start really talking about ways of forging ourselves for the future, because at the rate we are in right now, we are not even practicing the current one properly. And I was asking about the research that was being done at our universities, maybe not only in Nigeria, even in Africa, whether there are breakthroughs we've had of recently or ongoing research that is quite exciting that is going on, and whether there are ways we can practice it that is a little bit more, that is a bit faster at reaching solutions. Because even in the West right now, there's something that is going on in the West now where they have this idea that if you are building stuff now, you don't have to wait for all the certification and all the tests to be done. That they can take it to the field, practice it, then fix the errors along the way. So now they are seeing that they have to be faster at getting things out there. So you see, they are learning. Their processes are being fine-tuned, so they get better at offering solutions to any problem that they face. And if we are facing such people as any challenge, you have a humongous task on your hand if you don't have any process that adapts so fast. And it leads to the question I'm asking. Our scientific method that we are following right now, which is the traditional scientific method of the West, is there something we can do to move things forward, so that the processes can be faster? At least get to the point where they are right now, where they are actually taking things out in the field and experimenting with them. When the result, they come back with it and improve upon it.
Let me give you my answer.
Is your name Speak the Truth?
You see that?
No, I'm listening now.
No, bro. Let's play the game correctly
right now.
Okay. Go ahead.
We can't hear you and speak the truth.
It sounds like you're mute, but it doesn't look.
It's not muted. It's not muted, but his audio is not coming through. You may have to go out and come back in again or something. I think the Blackstone has taken your mic.
I take his mic.
You wanted to say something now, so maybe life is favoring you. Go ahead, the Blackstone. When you fix your stuff, your turn is still there. Whenever you come in, you can always. We can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Yeah, I've been saying. So yeah, I've been trying to say the same. I heard the question the first time. I heard it like hours ago. Anytime I tried to talk, somebody had to interrupt and jump in, so I just had to be patient. And I think the criteria that you're given of what you think we have to catch up to the West, I think it is wrong. We can only play on our own level.
All right, everybody, good night.
And we can.
Good night, my brother.
Yeah, good night, Blackstone. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you.
Have a nice week ahead.
You too. Have a good one.
And we can only play on our level, and we can only practice science on our level. I wish Flagship was still here, because he said something. I think it was Olumide that said something that he replied to.
Okay.
And I think one of the things he said was about the problem our ancestors had was the fact that they never passed it down, and it wasn't documented. It was documented. It has always been documented. And just like not everybody can be an engineer or a scientist. Not everybody can be a virologist or a philosopher. So the people that understand these sciences still exist. Maybe not in the way you expect it to exist, but they still exist, because there are still traditional African solutions. In fact, there are even other solutions, religious, definitely not Christianity, no, but there are other solutions for certain problems that you can have. So science, like I said, science is very vast. And how was it, if you want to say in written form, well, we had libraries, for example, where most of Africa, the most enlightened, the most educated people back in the day used to take all their researches and their developments to the library in Alexandria in Egypt that got burnt. So
yes.
Yeah, we had that. So to say, and most of what Africa used to write, and back then again, I'll take it back to Egypt, were in hieroglyphics. So just because we cannot just translate that language or bring it into the English language does not mean they weren't documented. They were documented, maybe not in a language that we understand today. Just
Yeah,
like if say if
but the
something,
Nigerian empires and the kingdoms were not linked to the Egyptian ones,
well,
so they themselves didn't
they
document
all
theirs.
they all technically were. So what Africa used to do back then, as far from the little we can glean and from what we glimpse of the past, was they would take all everything they discovered, all the discovery, and everything was articulated, put up, and kept in the central library, which was in Egypt, in
Are
Alexandria.
you serious that
Oh
most of
yeah,
the practices
definitely.
in,
No. Is
including
that?
sub-Saharan
So
Africa?
I was going to ask
so
you. I was going to actually ask you, forefather, whether or not that is acceptable to you. That Egypt
so
was a pinnacle of the understanding, the science of the African continent, and there are connections. Do you accept that, or do you refute that?
I'm not refuting that Egypt was the pinnacle of knowledge, by and large, of the African continent. The question is whether the African continent, the knowledge they have of the African continent, was linked, and it was vice versa, whereby the, like say, the kingdoms in Nigeria were getting the knowledge from Egypt to apply some of that knowledge that they've gathered all over Africa. I'm not so sure about that because there's no direct evidence of direct link.
okay, so
Can I put this to
there
you?
was
Can I
nothing.
quickly put this down? So sorry, my brother. Speak the truth. Can I put this to you that the Yoruba language, amongst many other West African languages particularly, but other African languages as a whole, the Yoruba language is closest in the world to, and when I say in the world, in comparison to Europe or the Middle East, to the original Hebrew and to the original Kemet language. Commission language is how they call it. Kemet being Egypt, being
The
Mizrahi.
Semitic language has no relationship with the Yoruba language. I don't
Not
think.
Semitic. I said Kemet. Kemet.
Okay, the Egyptian language. From what
Correct.
I gather, the Egyptian language is supposed to be Afro-Asiatic. So I don't know.
What I'm saying, there are too many Yoruba words that are either exactly the same or just one word difference, one letter difference in terms of, yes, all these things are
Well,
there,
it could
but
be
we
those
don't
specific
look
words
for
that we
them.
got from them, though. It could be just those specific words. Like if you like go and read English now and you want to convert English language to Yoruba language, or like translate English engineering books to Yoruba language, there are certain things you don't want to replace the word because it's just going to be, you have to invent a lot of Yoruba words for it. So you just take the English language and slap it into the
Yeah, but the
Yoruba translation.
Yoruba as a language is very old, and it didn't begin in what we now call Nigeria. It's a very
Yeah,
old
but it
language.
doesn't have the word transistor in it. So if you want to
The word which,
translate transistor, it doesn't have a
yeah,
transistor, a resistor, or a battery in it. So if
yeah,
you
but
want to
we can make those
translate the
words. We can
language,
make those. We can still make those words up. We can
yeah,
still make
but
that
by and large, if you're the one
transistor.
doing the transition, if you're the one
Transistor.
doing it, yes.
Transistor as a word is again manufactured. It's made. It was what
No,
they
no,
made
I
that they
know.
described it.
But what I'm saying is that I feel like if you're about to translate the language now from, like you get an engineering book, you want to translate it from the Oyibo man's language to Yoruba language, some of those words will remain the same from the Oyibo man's translation because you will have to invent so many new words in Yoruba
I don't think
to
that's a
do that.
bad thing, and I think there are
Then
Yoruba.
it will be difficult to teach people if you do
No,
that.
no, no. In Ibadan, where they have the center of the Yoruba language as part of their educational system, that's where it grows from. They can speak Yoruba without speaking a word of English in modern terms. In modern terms.
That's interesting if it's possible.
So it's just a case of putting the word there, and but making it Yoruba so we understand it from. If it's now pronounced, the person who's never heard of this before, who speaks Yoruba, would know what they're talking about because it's been explained in such a way. You understand?
But the point remains though that the reason why they were making that point earlier on was that when we are in Nigeria, we didn't see any documentation of anything. You see that
All
there
right.
was no
Well,
documentation of the
yeah,
medical
yeah.
practices and all the rest of it.
Let's speak the truth. Go on with his thought. I beg your pardon.
Okay.
All right. So the fact that we cannot translate those languages into today's understanding does not mean they did not exist. We had civilizations which also included people that were deep in scientific discoveries, some of which are still being used today, and they were discovered thousands of years ago. Maybe they were being improved upon, or maybe we just added certain innovations, but these things do exist. So us saying, well, they weren't documented, I don't think that's true. We still have traditional practitioners, people we will, for all intents and purposes, call Babalawo or all the spiritualists today in the traditional African sense. They were passed down, maybe not in terms of like the vastness how supposedly it was before, where they would have schools or initiates to study these things, but they do exist. But we're also thinking everything starts and ends with Western medicine. I think that's a fallacy. I don't know if there's anybody of African descent that truly believes that. Maybe some people, I think a lot of people that take that position do that for two reasons. Two people are either ignorant of the power of African spiritualism, or people want to pretend, and because they think others are going to call them backwards or unenlightened
it's
if they
not.
resort to.
It's not. We don't have to defend the past that they stored information, but we know right now in Nigeria, 60s, 70s, 1940s, they were not passing. They were passing down records or knowledge verbally. It wasn't necessarily written down. Okay, you have to give this prescription, otherwise they will be teaching it at school like that.
Who
It
says
wasn't
it
like
has
that.
to be okay? So you still not listening. Why does it have to be written down?
Because human memory is not very reliable. You know about the
It's not about human memory.
experiment.
Let me cut you off because again, I keep telling you, got to stop looking at everything from the Western way of doing things. Now, in
You can't
African,
just say that. What are you replacing it with?
in African spiritualism, for example, our ways of doing things, you had to be an initiate. Okay, so I don't practice African religion, spiritualism, but this much I know. Back then, you had to be, for example, you can't just pick up right now and say, oh, I want to be a Babalawo or a Dibia or whatever African name we have for these people that do their own types of science. So you had to be an initiate. So whatever the process was, it was still schooling. But it was still schooling, it was still education, it was still teaching, and you had to graduate. It's like everything else. So that's why I told you science is vast. It's not just Western science. So you always got these steps. You have to graduate, and however they process it, you graduate until you become good at it or you become an expert. Cardiologist is not made in just one day. You just don't become
Absolutely.
one. So exactly. So there's grade switch. So, but to discount African or whatever else foreign sciences and say, well, because I don't understand it, then it doesn't exist. I think, I think
It's
that's
an error.
really, really
It's
funny.
an error. Can I just put this just to buttress that point? In West Africa, we have so much that we forget that we have it. During slavery, when they were carting people off to the Americas, do you know that from Senegal, particularly from other nations as well, but Senegal in particular, they were great horsemen. So they took a lot of people from the Senegambia as per for horses. They actually constituted the first cowboys in America, the first. Secondly, the grade of
Are we not
cotton.
being
Wait.
defensive? We are
Let
supposed to
me
be
just
talking
put this
about
to
new
you.
ways of doing things, but we are
No,
going back.
I've got to put it to you that the West is not just Oyumbo. They have taken already the medicines, the methods, the practices of other people into what we call the West. So we give it all to the European, but it's not so. When you talk about cotton at that time, the West African cotton was deemed the best in the world. So they brought those cotton pickers, those cotton graders from Africa. Rice, the cultivation of rice in America is strictly African. Strictly. You understand? So we can go on and on and on as to what we have added
But
into
they
the
are
grand
built
scheme of
upon all that.
education.
We've taken all that, just like they took from Germany after the Second World War. They've taken all that and built on top of it. My point is that I even describe some of the practices that they are doing now. That means that they are going to even be advancing even faster and faster. What are we doing about these things? And I'm saying that, do we come up with a scientific method that is a lot more progressive? I'm not saying that we didn't do stuff before. What do we do now?
What do you mean? What do we do now? It is still the same. It is they are doing what they've always done for thousands of years.
Actually, no.
Yes, they are. So just because you don't know,
they're not. See,
yes,
let me
they
explain.
are.
See,
Just because you
you
don't
can't just say that and you don't substantiate it. Okay,
all right,
substantiate what
but
you're saying.
when just because you don't understand something does not make it wrong. I would hope you would imbibe that
That's true.
practice in your life. You know, you have to know just because if you tell someone, for example, and I keep going back to the West African way of traditionalism or spiritualism. There's certain things you cannot ask them to explain. They won't even have time to talk to you. They'll probably just laugh. Like, just because you don't understand, you telling me, oh, prove this to me. And they're looking at you like, just come get the cure. You want the cure, come get the cure. You need help, come get your help. And keep it moving. But don't ask me.
That is what has gotten us here.
No, it's not what has gotten us here. It's like I think I think at a point where people, let me tell you something I always say about Nigerians. If it's not in a book, a Nigerian does not believe it.
Not necessarily true.
100% true, because you're doing it right now. So if
I'm not doing it right now. I'm saying, what are we going to do to surpass what they've done?
Surpass what? Who has done?
What the Western people have done.
And I said earlier when I started my submission, there's levels to this. You cannot use their own way of doing things to create our
That
own
is
way
exactly
of doing
what
things.
I'm asking for. We need to leapfrog. What is the solution? Instead
You're
of
not
saying that
leapfrogging
defending the
anything.
past, instead of talking about the future.
No, there's no past and there's no future. What you're doing is saying, you're still trying to say in the end, I want to see Western medicine. And I'm telling you, they don't have to be the same. The bottom line,
I'm
both
not
of
saying
them,
they
wait, let me finish. So both of them can actually work together. The main thing is if, for example, you have an illness or you have a medical problem, the main thing is if you find a cure. That's the bottom line. They could actually work together. You can, like in Indonesia, for example, or Malaysia, for example, or even say Saudi Arabia, if you cannot find a cure, for example, with Western medicine, they have alternative medicines, one of which is called ruqya. So they have these things. It doesn't have to be necessarily the Western way of doing things. There are other ways of doing things, which
but is that way more effective?
which again, let me finish. They have other ways of doing things, which you, as someone that probably is used to getting solutions in the Western way, might not understand, but they know they're going to get a cure. So if it works, it's not about it being more effective. Is it effective? So if you have a
Actually,
good,
it's about, is it more effective?
well, it's
You
not
haven't
about
been
more
listening to what I'm
effective.
saying.
It is about it being effective. So my point is, if this side is not effective, this side could be effective, or if brought together, they both could be.
You know, if you use a horse to travel from London to Birmingham, it's effective. But a car is more effective. That's what I'm describing here. Just because it's effective is not a reason to say we should embrace that method. I'm saying What is better? What should we do to help us do better? Should we just, okay, we can go with their method and actually look to implement it well, or we figure out there might be more advanced ways of learning. Like me now, if you ask me to think about it off my head, I could think about like, okay, maybe every single person can be, or now and again, more people can be recruited to gathering information, scientific information that will be fed into a certain system to give us faster results. Maybe there are ways to do these things that we need to start thinking outside the box, because they are learning and they are learning how to learn faster. They even have a subject, I think Koerogi or something like that, they have a study of studying. They have that. So how to learn faster, how to acquire information faster and use it to make decisions. And if you want to do well in this world, what I've seen is that the people that advance in knowledge are the ones that go on to inherit the future. It's just that simple.
So again, if you say you want them to improve, for example, what do you want? What kind of improvement, for example, in everything I said, forget about, I don't care about what anybody else said earlier. In everything I said, what improvements are you looking for in terms of, like I said, like, for example, traditional African spiritualism?
Definitely improvements of record keeping. One, maybe it's a different type of record keeping that we've not seen before. Something that is even more efficient and effective, so that retrieving it is
So
very,
let
very
me cut you
simple.
off. Let me cut you off. Again, listen to what you're saying. I want the Western ways of doing things. And I'm telling you, we don't have to do things in the Western way. All you're saying, hold up.
It's not
All you're
Western way,
saying,
it's the
it
only
is a
way.
Western way. It is not the only way.
It's like
It's
saying
our,
1 + 1. There are certain things that it doesn't belong to the West. There are certain things that are just universal. If you say 1 + 1 is 2, it's not Western.
so
It's
you want,
universal.
for example, and this is not something I subscribe to for certain reasons. So you want, for example, a Babalawo, okay, that knows its ways around certain traditional aspects of life that will behoove someone that even went to Harvard, that knows how to do certain things in ways that you do not understand. Even if he was doing them in front of you, you would not even have an idea
I
what he's doing.
understand enough to
Hold
know
on.
that he
So
was
you
inferior.
want him to document, to keep records, to make data, to say, this is how I talk to my gods, and this is how I talk to my ancestors, and this is how I talk to this, and this is how I got this stuff.
Yes.
You want him to do it.
That's
And
actually a true work of God. Let me say this. The
a true
idea
work
that you
of
think
God.
that, yes, what you don't picture sometimes is a picture what our forefathers experienced in the world when they didn't know zero. What they saw was a world that they understood some things and some things that they didn't understand. And the things that they didn't understand, they wrapped it to an extent in superstition. And the things that they understood, they also wrapped it in superstition, but also made use of it. Like in most of the studies, most of the fields, I think I've said it before. Like if you see the Ogun, this thing, God, it's also tied to mythology. The Olokun is tied to understanding water too. Is the science behind some of these not things that they practice that we call superstition and talk about gods and all the rest. When you talk about the worship of God, the creation of God, the creation that you see in the world is part of God, and it's God is in himself. So studying these things is understanding the divine itself. The idea that we separate it is a mistake, because that's what our forefathers did. Our fathers didn't actually separate it. It's just that later on there was a lot of superstition in it because they didn't develop the scientific method. Hold on, my final point on this is that if it wasn't true what I'm saying, why is it that when they separated the scientific method from the superstitious aspect, there was a rapid advancement in technological advancement? That should tell you something, that something is right about that method that they were following. Don't you think?
No, I don't agree. And I'll go back to this, to what I'm saying. There are, you cannot judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree. Okay, so you can't say, well, because you're not doing, just because you're not doing this way, it has to be wrong. Again, you're not asking. If you ask for African, and I'm gonna keep going back to our ways of doing things in the past. African spiritualism, for example, like I told you, it involved, there were levels to it. So you, just like we have schooling today, when universities and secondary schools and primary schools were invented, and it was just very recently in the West, you have to pass tests to get to every stage. So you telling an adherent of African spiritualism to say, well, I want it written like this, and he's telling you, well, sir, before I can even reveal XYZ to you, we have to initiate you in this way and this way and this way, and we have to make sure you're connected to the world or the universe or whatever in this way and this way. But you say no, but well, in advancement you have to write it down, and I want to see data, and you're still asking for a Western way of doing things.
No,
that is my
see,
point.
your problem is that you're contaminating actual scientific processes, a way of understanding the very creation of God himself or himself. I don't know how to describe God. You are ascribing that to a Western and it's in label. That's what the Chinese are practicing right now. It's not Western. Point is that what the truth is that they are actually studying the world for what it truly is. They are not cloaking it on in mystery. The areas they don't understand, they tend to call it dark matter, dark energy, dark stuff. They will tell you what they don't understand, and the areas they understand, they use it because it's actually useful for us. If there is any purpose to this life, I beg to agree that that could be one of them, because we are not here for so many things. We are here to survive. We are here to eat and all the rest, but it's also to understand. Maybe this is a way for human beings to go to a new level, just like a child can grow from a child and become a grown up. You can't freeze in place and say, let's remain where we were, because our forefathers never remained where they were. They would have remained in the caves, maybe even not even made it to the cave. If that was the case, they always had to advance. They broke ground. They traveled the world. They conquered the world because they were adaptable. They changed and they learned. My concern is that we seem to have frozen in place. And when we talk about trying to move forward, you are coming with a term that is Western. It's not Western. It's just what nature does. If I learn to eat tomorrow, doesn't mean that it's Western eating. Eating is universal.
So say a Babalawo, for example, again, because we're talking about African traditional ways of doing things. You want him to start using the iPad to talk to his ancestors, or do you want him to use a Beats by Dre headphones when he wants to receive messages, or do you want him to use a MacBook? Like, what are you saying? They're not frozen in place. They have their own methods, and the method does not have to be Western ways of doing things.
No, I'm not saying it should be Western. I'm actually arguing the opposite. I'm saying, can we come up with our own way that is more effective, that is more repeatable, that actually advances us faster? That's what I'm asking for.
Advances us faster in what way?
Technologically, psychologically, biologically, in any cali you want to call it.
It's
any cali in the alley.
any cali. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's if you, I mean, starting today, the topic was about with Dr. Ikenga. I didn't see the show, but or Dr. Agbo, but if it's Western medicine, or if it's medicine rather, then what advancements in technology would you expect from someone that practices, e.g., African spiritualism?
Zero.
Okay.
That's why it needs to change. It needs to adapt.
Update, yeah.
Damn,
That's
this
what
dude,
I'm
man,
arguing
he
for.
called this.
You know me.
He wants to suck my.
What I secretly wish when I'm thinking about the world and the calamity that we're in, and how things are so messed up, that we do have to secure ourselves, and we do have to protect ourselves. And there should be a haven where Africa is concerned, and for Africans most particularly. I always feel that we don't want to create more nuclear bombs. It's rubbish. What we want is a force field, a defense against any nuclear, something that covers the whole of Africa, Nigeria particularly, but the whole of Africa. You know, that if somebody was to send a missile from America, Russia, and they're aiming it at us, that missile will bounce off the force field, right? Is many miles above ground, doesn't affect us at all. And it'll just bounce off there and go directly to where it came from, back to sender. That is the technology I wanted Africans to come with, to satisfy some level of serious defense, security measures for the nation. That's me.
It's called African spiritualism, not African physicality.
Meaning what? Meaning what? What does that mean?
Meaning they deal more with the spiritual aspects of life. They deal more.
There's nothing.
They deal
You know,
more
when
with unseen. Not
no.
So
When you talk about spirituality, my brother, for me that know a bit about this spiritual world, when you're dealing with spirituality, that is normally the beginnings. That is a part of the body of the human being that we don't exercise. So anything that was the Babalawo was dealing with in the spirit world, he was to manifest in the physical world. That was the whole idea.
that's not how it works. Without due respect,
That's how it works.
that is
That's
not
how it works, homeboy.
So,
That's how it works.
so if that was how it works, why haven't they developed something like you said to bounce back the nuclear weapons and the bombs? Because
No, it's not why I have it. I'm saying I'm wishing forward. That's an inane question, if I dare say.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to get to is that there are, when you're dealing with this, just as they say, so above, so below. That's a connectivity, meaning what they do in heaven that we don't see, we're going to do on earth for us to see. That is the transformation of what is spiritual. That's just the law. There's no arguing that. You can argue if you want, but there's no arguing that. You know what I mean? You can spin yourself round and round in a corner. If so, just like the computer. If when I began using the computer back in the day, I thought if this computer doesn't make sense to me in the real world, then it's fucking useless. It's useless. It has to make sense in the real world. You understand? There are many people who are locked onto the computer and they've entered into the computer. So their reality has become somewhat computerized. Whereas I'm not working like that. I can't work. I have to work in the physical, spiritual world that I am in, as opposed to any other way. It's a way of focusing one's life and understanding in what motion.
If you look at the comment section, do you see why Africa is Jagan? Oh, okay. If you look at the comment section, do you see why Africa has a problem with developing? And this was actually a note I took down because I actually wrote. I said, when people, that was why I wish this dude was still here. What's his name? Flagship. Yeah, thank you. Flagship. Because I was gonna say, when Olumide kept attacking them or going at them, I wrote something down. I said, listen, even if he was documented, forgetting about the comedic aspects of things and Alexandria and all that, even if it was documented in English, guess what? Africans are so brainwashed that whoever is gonna disagree with whatever your position is will still disagree, even if it's right in their face. Now, I say that to say, look in the comment section. You would think if someone was to come on, like a person, random person just came in the comment section, you would think we was talking about sacrificing babies or worshiping seeds and sacrificing goats or virgins. There's people on there now, at least 2 people, scared of this topic.
Why? What are they scared of again?
talking about, oh, it's devilish and spiritual darkness, and let's not talk about it.
I didn't see
But if
anybody.
we was, if you, oh, I'm looking at it right now. But I'm saying this is because their minds are not open. You know what I mean? When people, they've made Africans so scared of their own self that they look in the mirror and they become scared. Because why? The white man told me what my forefathers was doing.
I think I begin to get where you are coming from. I think you are thinking that I am thinking like that, like, oh, our traditional stuff is not good and stuff like that. No, I'm not thinking like that.
I didn't say you. I know what you said. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying in general. This is what
I found recently that the way we learned maths, like we evolved to learn maths, was almost like binary. That we evolved to learn maths in a binary way, and our way of solving maths questions is slightly different from the way the Europeans do. So, but the way we learn maths now is not. We are learning maths in the way the Europeans do. We are not learning maths in our own way. So, and this is part of what I'm talking about, and this is why we have to start looking deeper into some of all this research and information that is coming out, because there might be parts, because of what I just said regarding the way we learned maths, to shifting our way of doing research and our way of doing things to match the way our minds work. And if we do that to match the way our minds work, we'll reach our full potential in terms of our ability to innovate and this thing advance the way we actually absorb and innovate and create solutions for this world that we are in right now. Because I feel like we could go with the Western way, like the Chinese went and Indians went, and catch up, try to catch up with them and all the rest. Even that we have not done, but maybe there is a way we can do it too, that from where we are right now we could leapfrog some of these processes and still catch on to where they are. And like, how I talk about the democratic stuff and every other aspect of our life, there is always room for improvement. The world is infinitely complicated. The world is infinitely has potential for improvement. So, and it's good that we start thinking in that direction than not at all, because we're not trying to open doors that are out there.
Well, I hear you. I don't know how much worried there should be, given what we're doing in the world as Nigerians, particularly as Africans generally as Africans from wherever, and the kind of heft that we actually do carry within, right across the sphere, really. But let's keep it down to the education and scientific points of view. There's a young Nigerian guy. I've forgotten his name. I was actually looking for his video to just throw it to you to play. He was number one in his class at mathematics, physics, sciences. Coming into Europe and into Japan, he's high up right now in AI globally. The world is searching for him. We have these individuals out there, a lot of them, in all spaces of science. I remember I was quite good at maths when I was young, and that's because I think I used to take extra lessons that my mother was forcing me to do. So by the time I came into class, I was ahead of the class. But there was this guy that came from Nigeria. He was doing maths completely differently from everybody, and he was so far ahead of us because of what you underline in terms of the way we used to learn maths back in the day. It was quite different from the way we were brought up using maths in the West, and he was just fast with maths. He actually finished a double first in applied maths at Cambridge. This particular guy. So we have a brilliance. We do have a brilliance, but it does need. I mean, with this level of education right now in Nigeria, I was in Nigeria about 10 years ago, and I was going through a lot of CVs from the young ones, 18, 19, 20, and the level of grammatical mistakes with people who had their first degree. I was so totally unimpressed, because 10 years, 20 years prior to that, that's not the kind of writing I would have seen. That's not the kind of CV I would have been looking at. So things are getting a bit dicey where our education is concerned, no doubt. And we have to kind of put our boots up
Gentlemen, we are going to be rounding up soon, and today is work day in Her Majesty's, His Majesty's realm, and we have to catch on with what is going on. I think this conversation will carry on, because I really think if I was a Nigerian official, maybe Minister of Education or something, I'll be commissioning a research in maybe 1 or 2 universities regarding this topic, whether there are paths that we have to advance our scientific process, because we don't want to necessarily start from behind the queue, because you're just going to spend longer catching up. If there are easy parts or available parts to get in there, maybe it's something that's worth looking into, so that when we want to start pushing forward, we can now start from a place where we know when we start, we are going to really advance forward a lot faster than the ones in the past did. We will anyway, by default we will, because we have more technology at our disposal now than the people that started in Nepal, like the Chinese did. It has to be different. We have to tweak it to match the current age, and that consciousness needs to be there. Otherwise, you can lose your track and start going backward in time and say, copying China exactly the way the Chinese did it. No, because now it's different.
If you keep going with that narrative of we have to come into the future, you're gonna keep on losing most of your tradition. You're gonna keep losing most of your tradition because you will try to forget the past and try to bring things into the future, and most of it is not going to work. And the people that understand these things,
but
the
that's not
people that
accurate,
understand these things know these things, because they do not work in tandem. Until you understand that just because you understand something one way, or you have a way for your thing to work, does not mean this other person's thing has to work that way. You're not gonna understand.
I didn't say we should just leap into the future and completely leave the past. I also referenced our way of learning maths. We have to tweak it to match what we do already,
Still
but we have to
leave.
advance into the
If
future.
you keep
We like
saying
it or not.
tweak, you can use all these keywords, okay?
Yeah, tweak.
You can say tweak, you can say bring it into the future, you can say we can advance it, you can use all these words that you like.
Yes.
The bottom line you're still saying is, I understand you do certain things this way. Because you've used words like superstition, you've used words like you've used all those words, all those nice words. So you're still saying, I want to see your way in the traditional, in the Western way. And I'm saying I'm saying every society has their way of doing things, and the be it and be all should not be the Western way.
I think you are
of
equating
doing
advancement to everything Western, and that is
things, because that is what
to.
you're saying.
No,
You
that is
are
not
the
what I'm
one
saying. I
saying
said
it.
we need to do something better than they have.
Bring it to this. Bring it in tune with what it is, because the way that this is your
You are
words.
saying we should go
Wait,
backward. I'm saying we should go forward.
because the way we're doing things is we are stuck in time. These are your words.
Yes.
This is your words. And
you are saying we should go backward.
And I'm saying some things. Let me tell you something. I'll give you a good example, because this is what I think a lot of the world always misses.
I'm out for right now.
I'll tell you something.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us, Jagun.
You see the problem, for example, that the Islamic world has with the rest of the world today, especially with the fanatics on, and pardon me when I say it, especially with the fanatics on the Christian side, on the Western side. The problem the Islamic world has with the rest of the world is they always say one thing that ticks them off. And every time you speak to a Muslim scholar, I'm not talking to someone that just bears a Muslim name. I'm saying a scholar, someone that is a professional, that is an expert in Islam. And what ticks them off the most times is the rest of the world telling them, well, things were like this 1400 years ago, Why don't you just change it to come in tune with the 21st century? And they're telling you, no, we're not going to tweak it because it's not going to work the way it is supposed to work. So if you don't understand something, I think I get it. This is what I get, because a lot of people don't, I think they don't take the time to go study things or learn. So they just, and again, we can all go to the level of our understanding. I can only jump as high as my hands can reach. So that is just the truth. So we all
But
go
why
to.
would you argue for going to the past when it doesn't yield quick solution and many solutions?
It used solutions for what it was supposed to use solutions for. It was just like Jagun.
For
I
what?
said
For not
something.
inventing vehicles? For not inventing aircrafts?
No, that wasn't what it was built for. That is what
Yeah, but why would you want to keep yourself there?
If something was to build aircrafts, he'll be called a scientist. He'll be called
Okay. So
automated.
but
No,
the question now is, why do you want us to remain there?
He'll be called an automated engineer. Okay, so you're not
Yeah,
remaining.
but I'm asking you now, why do you want us to
You
remain
asked me a
there?
question, so let me just answer.
Okay.
This is the third time you're saying it. So
Okay.
it is working for what it is supposed to work for. Okay, so it is not, those kind of arts are not supposed to be for building cars or building planes, or like Jagun said, to stop a nuclear weapon coming and you do something to stop. No, this is not what they were built for. They were built for a different aspect of life, which is
Okay.
called spiritualism.
Okay,
They
I
were
hear
built,
you.
let me
But
finish. Let me finish. Of course, you didn't hear me. Just trying to
you
rebut
said they
real
were
quick.
built for different
So
type
they
of
were
life.
built for a different aspect of life, of which most people do not understand. And it is spiritualism, and it was built for the unseen. It is the unseen aspects of life that this kind of things, arts, people study. So they're not science, they're not automotive engineers, they are not businessmen, they're not doctors in the Western sense or cardiologists. They are for spiritual incidences, not necessarily. It might be for problems and it might be for
That's
benefit.
why the Ogun, this thing is tied to metallurgy, and the others are tied to different areas of disciplines.
I would assume so, yes. So
So there is a level of science in them.
definitely.
Okay.
Definitely for the people
So,
that practice them well, yeah, definitely.
and that is what gave it power. In reality, not the spiritual aspect that gave it power, it's that scientific part that gave them power.
Their own type of science.
Yes, because they tied the metal to spiritual stuff that actually allows them to win wars and all the rest of it. So if you are saying that, okay, those things were built for that purpose, the purpose they were built for, the world has moved on to a point whereby if you leave it at that purpose, the world will come and determine its destiny.
What do
Like
you
it has
mean
done before.
move on? What do you keep going?
Okay, let me explain it now. Let me explain it. Like, if you say it was designed for spiritual and that limited scientific purpose, which is metallurgy and all the rest, it's not designed for nanoscience. It's not designed for brain
Oh
surgery.
my
Hold
God.
on, let me finish my point now so that you can answer. It's not going to take long. It's not designed for brain surgery. It's not designed for genetic studies. So where does that fit in this modern world? That's what I want you to put it. How does it fit in? You want to keep it like that, and you want us to rely on that, or you want us to keep practicing that but still go on to practice Western methods?
You know, I would implore you to imbibe something. Okay. And this is what I always ask notably Nigerians. I always beg them. I always say, yes, everybody's way of processing information is different, but I always imbibe something. I always ask people to imbibe something. Listen, just don't hear the person. When the person says something, just don't be quick to rebut. I already said this already. I already gave you reasons. I said it already. You cannot I made a statement. I said you cannot judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree. And I've already
Actually, you
told you
can.
this science, huh?
That's why I don't like to correct. I'd like to
You
challenge
said
people
you
when they say
can?
stuff. Actually, you could.
You could judge a fish
What
by
if
its
one fish
ability to
can climb
climb
the
a tree?
tree? Yeah, why not?
All right,
Because
okay.
some
So
can try, some may not.
so so
Yes.
so these you just like you would not go to a cardiologist if you have a toothache.
Mhm.
You would not go to an African spiritualist or an Arabian one or an Indonesian one that practices alternative medicine, a Malaysian one, if your car has a fault. So saying, well, why can't we build cars? Why can't that is not what they are for. This is not what they practice. Their practice mainly does not deal with that aspect of
Okay,
life.
fine.
Their practice deals with a completely
So then how
different.
do we deal with this world now that we
Then
are
that
in?
is why we take our own people to study the people that build cars, the people that build electricity projects, the people that can build better roads, better buildings. I said this earlier. I
Okay,
said you
so
cannot.
I'm
Right,
trying to understand you now.
but let me land.
Okay.
I said you can, if you have a problem, you can proffer this solution or you can proffer Western solution, or you can use both at the same time to find a solution. And I gave examples of Indonesia, and I gave examples of Malaysia, and I gave examples of Saudi Arabia. I said this earlier, and I said they have, when they have, for example, medical incidences, be it mental or other aspects, physical problems, they imbibe their own spiritual ways of getting a solution, which they call rukia, or they go with the Western medicine, or they take both of them and try to use both of them. I've been said this.
So just to be clear, you are saying we leave the past practices where they were. We don't have to change them, which is fine. There's no real reason to change them. And then we go on to learn how the people that did all this modern technology and science did it and practice it that way. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So you don't
Okay.
necessarily, if you understand that these are different sciences, you can't just say,
Okay.
well, why? I hear people criticize, why can't we, why haven't we used all this to build roads? Why haven't we used this to do this? Because that is not what they for.
Okay, okay, fine. Maybe
You want
there
to
might be
learn how
common
to,
ground between us then. Okay,
yeah.
if that is the case, can we then, with this scientific method that we are going to learn from the rest of the world, can we advance on it in terms of the process of learning so that we can kind of have our own scientific method that works faster for us?
But then that is on the individual. So if you are an engineer, it's on the individual, it's on the society, it's on the government. But you cannot expect, like you cannot expect a preacher, excuse me, you cannot expect a preacher to start building roads for you or be, build cars. You know what I mean? You really can't do that. So, you
God
know,
know, God know. Well done, well done. We'll soon be rounding up anyway. I think by 10:30 we should round up. So, but you see, we are meeting minds here now. I think we are beginning to have common grounds because he says leave the Babalawo where they are. We need to move on to learn other things. But I disagree with you on the point where you say it's individual based. You can have a systematic approach that yields greater this in outcome because you scale it up in terms of a more efficient way of reaching solutions, modern solutions, faster. Because if you can reach it faster, what that would mean is that you'll be advancing faster than the other groups. Like I said earlier on, the East right now, China, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, their level of development, their advancement, they are advancing actually faster than the West. It's more recently the West is beginning to try to push through because they've discovered that, oh my God, where were we? We are asleep, and these people are just going and staying away. As we speak, they are advancing faster. This is why if you go to Japan today or South Korea or even China, the digitalization of their economy is crazy. Some of the stuff you can do with electronic stuff is more advanced than what you can do in the West.
And why is that?
Because they embrace technology in a different way from the West. They saw it from a slightly different, because the West, what they had when they became superpowers, they had their own ways, the Victorian system and all their Francophone and their systems. So when they became advanced, they are building it on top of that. But these ones, they were literally on the ground. The Chinese were on the ground, the Japanese were on the ground, and all of them were. So when they wanted to build up now, they had the option to reshape it in the way they see fit. So they did it. The Japanese did it in a dual way, where they had their tradition and still maintained and went for a very, very advanced technological approach. While the Chinese went from they didn't even embrace their tradition, they fought against their tradition, and then went for technological approach just to develop themselves. Today, they are advancing a lot. The amount of concrete they are using to build, they say it's more a year. It's more than what America used to build in the last 10 years. So they are advancing so rapidly because of it.
I was going to ask you something. So did the Chinese blame the acupuncturists for the lack of for the advancement and the development? Oh, like the Japanese you said now. Oh, because we stopped our past traditions, that is why we developed rapidly.
They can't say that. Actually, the Chinese had, I told you before, they had what they call the four olds that they went against. They went against all their ancient traditions.
But that's not true.
Develop.
That is not true. That is not true. You cannot tell me now. You cannot tell me now. It is not true. For example, acupuncture still exists. So you cannot tell me now that the Chinese. You cannot tell me now that the
acupuncture is not spiritual stuff. It's not tradition.
That the Chinese. It is Chinese though.
It's medical
so you cannot
procedure.
tell me now. Yeah. So it is Chinese, but it's Chinese tradition. So you cannot tell me that the Chinese and the Japanese totally abandoned their.
Oh no. I didn't say anything about totally.
Repeating.
Hold on. I didn't say that. What I said was the Japanese actually kept the old, their Shintoist and all.
No,
their
you said abandoned.
No, hold on. They didn't abandon it. I actually said it for the Japanese. I'm talking about. I'm going to go to the Chinese.
The Japanese.
Let me finish Japan. If I say the Japanese one like that, then I'm mistaken. I apologize. Okay. But what I'm saying is that the Japanese clearly they married the old with the new. But the Chinese, when they came along with the second revolution, the second revolution was to get rid of the four olds. They call it the four olds: old tradition, old ways, and whatever they call it. They wanted to tackle all the old stuff. They were going after intellectuals, They were destroying things, destroying buildings, old buildings. They wanted to destroy. They wanted to destroy this thing. What they call that city, the Forbidden City. It took a lot to stop them from doing that. They want to destroy everything. So it shows you their approach. They were not just talking about it, they were doing it. Can you imagine going after your babalawos and everything?
You keep conflating events. So not saying that incident did not happen.
Okay.
But it was not because they wanted to abandon their own traditional beliefs just in preference for Western ways of doing.
No, not for Western. For communist ways.
Exactly. So it was a means of control by the Communist Party of their people. And how do we control our people?
But they did it. That's the point.
How do we control our people? We have to take away the things that control their mind, and we have to reinvent. So it wasn't it wasn't because you keep conflicting.
It worked in their favor. That's my point.
You keep saying the Japanese abandoned their traditions.
Japanese didn't abandon.
Okay, this is what you said, and you corrected yourself. You said that's not what you meant.
I corrected myself, and
so now You're saying the Chinese are banned now. You're going to the Chinese again.
Yes, the
Oh, they
Chinese,
did the
yes.
4 O's. You always bring up the 4
The 4
O's.
O's, yes.
Okay, but that was not why. It was more political than anything else. It wasn't because of
what is political again if it's not something that the people wanted to do?
It was a means of control by the communist group. So it's just like you want to.
Even if it's a means of control, the point is that the communist group are Chinese. They did it because they felt that this stuff is holding them back. What is your problem with that? I'm telling you that if I'm saying this people did this stuff, and you're arguing that they did it, but it's the communist people did it for political reasons. What is it? I didn't qualify it for the reason why they did it. I'm telling you that they did it.
You did qualify because you said because it was for advancement, technological
yes,
advancement.
they did it for advancement. They did it for advancement. Why would they go after their traditions? The traditions is not holding them back. They did it so that they wanted to advance their society in a communist way, and they succeeded in doing it. That is the point I'm making. Did they not succeed? Is it not the China that you see today that has brought more people from poverty to a higher standard of living in history? That's higher than standard of living in a very, very short period of time compared to the West. This regime has proven themselves to be the best regime in terms of the living standard of their people, the continuous progress that they've experienced in history, in the recent history anyway, in the last 100 years or so.
So this goes back again.
Mm-hmm.
So this goes back to what you're saying, because when I say it now, you say, no, that's not what I'm saying. So this goes back to abandon your old ways of doing things in favor of the Western way of doing things.
You keep calling it Western. It's not Western. There are only a certain way of doing things. There are certain things that are more fundamental than Western. Like if you say, how do I put it? Discovery of this thing, a star in the sky. If you discover a star in the sky, is that Western or is it Eastern or is it just a discovery?
It depends who discovered the star. Who invented the ways of discovering astronomy? Who started it?
They didn't start it. Egyptians.
No. You asked me. So who started astronomy? So if whoever started on astronomy, it's their way of doing things.
Then I think you are missing the idea behind this in discoveries. Discoveries, you can attach it to Western ways if you follow their if there are other ways to do the same thing and you choose to follow their way. That is Western way of doing things. The areas that can be changed to your own way and you choose to follow their way, that is Western way. But if you follow a method that is universal, that is why a Chinese person can write a paper and a Western person can understand it, that is universal. That is not Western way. That is a scientific way, because the method is the method. If you have a method of, I'm trying to find good example. If you have I don't know, man. I'm running out of ideas. If you have a method of extracting, let's say, a seed from a plant, you have a way of extracting seed from a plant. Clearly, there can be many methods of doing it, isn't it? And that method of extracting the seed from a plant, this person, the Western people, do it the Western way, and the Chinese did the Chinese way. But in the end, they all have the seed to show you that they extracted from the plant. You cannot say because the Western person extracted the plant first that the Chinese is copying them. You see what I mean? It's different. They had different solutions to the same problem, but the problem is the same, and they arrived at the same answer. So some things are inherently universal. It's it doesn't belong to one person.
So the bottom line is finding a solution, regardless of what method is used.
Yes.
Okay, so how then can you try to criticize our own way of doing things?
No, you actually consider that your own way of doing it is not built for these solutions.
No. We're not talking about no, I didn't consider that. I considered about building cars.
Yes, it wasn't. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That it wasn't.
Rocket.
That's
No,
exactly what
you
I'm
use an
saying. That's what
example.
I'm trying to deal with.
No. That's why I let people talk. Because I know give a man a shovel. You give a man a shovel, eventually he'll dig a big enough hole to.
I didn't dig any hole. You are the one that just waffling.
So if a Chinese man, if a white man was the first to figure out a way to pull out a nut from something, and the Chinese man used that same method.
No, a different method.
Oh, well, a different method to achieve the same result of pulling out a nut. So what if the African used his own method of pulling out that nut too?
Then they have arrived at this the same solution in different ways.
So what's different from everything I've been saying?
What you've said is that the traditional method that we have is not designed to solve this problem. So
no, you say
you see, no. It's your turn to be quiet, please. You considered that our traditional ways is not designed for this method. You went on to say we should learn how they make the cars and all those things. So when it comes down to making these cars, the method that we are going to use to get this solution, this seed out of the plant, that's what I'm arguing for. I'm arguing for this method to be more advanced, so that by the time they extract one seed each, we've got 1.5 or 2. You get where I'm coming from?
No, I don't.
Okay,
because if you did my bottom line is, you can, like I keep saying, you cannot ask something that is not built for something. It's like someone saying, well, forefathers, you're a good moderator, you this, but a whale looking at you like, he's not a good moderator. If he stays underwater for 2 minutes, he's gonna drown, he's gonna die. He's not a good moderator. Look at him. He can't even hold his breath 20 feet underwater. That's what you're saying. So what I'm saying is, if this science,
how do you not understand what I just said? I thought I made a great point.
No, you didn't. Because we're saying, no, you
oh
didn't.
My God.
No, you didn't. What we're saying is, if we agree that there are different sciences and there's different specialties, and everybody, depending on that science, for example, if a person has, let me see, miscarriages. If a person has a proclivity to always have miscarriages, okay, and they say, well, there's a Western way of doing this. You do this operation on the lady, and you do that operation on the lady, and we can do this and do that, and then she'll be cured, right? And then you find someone else in the African ways of doing things and says, well, we can actually do this and rob this herbs or whatever, or drink this or drink that, and you can get cured and you can not have miscarriages anymore. Those two things are comparable. But saying, well, the Westerners make cars, why don't our African spiritualists make cars? I think they're not
I'm
built
not saying
for that.
our
That's
African
what I'm
spirituality.
saying.
I just said and you see, you are making a mistake. I've already considered the point. You agreed with me here that we should leave African spiritualists from modern engineering and everything. I'm saying now, after we leave our tradition in their place where they belong, we are now going with the scientific methods now of this modern world. And let's say we started with the Western versus Asian scientific method. I'm saying we should develop our own scientific method to give us better output, faster output than the Western or the Eastern this is scientific method. That's what I'm arguing for. That's why I gave the example of extracting that seed from the plant. If they are extracting one each, we want a method that will allow us to extract 2, even if it's from the same scientific method, similar scientific method.
It is all over the place. Let me get you straight now. Now we're not talking about African spiritualists.
No, we are not.
So we're not talking about the African spiritualists.
No,
so
not
now
at all.
We're talking about people.
Scientific methods.
Hold on. So now we're talking about people trained in Western technology.
scientific methods.
People trained in Western technology that
And
build
Eastern
cars.
technology. Let's assume we had access to all of them, like we do actually.
Okay. Let's forget the semantics. People trained in automotive engineering.
Yes.
Which is not a specialty, as we have agreed, relating to African spiritualism.
Yes.
So
Neither is
why?
it to the Western one anyway. So I don't know why we're going there.
What is Western spiritualism?
Yeah, and there are scientific methods,
Okay.
and it's not tied to their spiritual methods.
Okay.
Not even close.
All right, good. So we both agree that it is not tied. The African spiritualist cannot build cars.
No.
He can't build rockets. He can't
And
build
neither
spaceships.
does the Western one or the Asian ones.
Now, well, when you give me a Western spiritualist, I'll go with that. But we just agreed now that they don't agree. They can't build rockets, right? So now we know that automotive engineering is the specialty of the West, or like you said, the East, right? So how is that the fault of the people that practice the old methods of African spiritualism?
The reason why I reason it that way, that it may be linked to them, because they had the only scientific methods that we had, and the West had similar, and all civilization that before them had religion and science mixed together. What the West did was they were able to separate religion from the scientific process, and they actually separate religion from government too, on top of that, to get to where they are right now. And the Chinese had similar problems too. Hence why they had to jettison a lot of their ways in the past to embrace their modern way of doing things. The Japanese had similar challenge, but they just did what you said. They set their traditional ways aside and they embraced the Western scientific method and ran with it from there. So the reason why I called out the traditional method that we had in Africa was because they didn't separate it. The Europeans did. And you can argue that the Japanese didn't separate. Can you argue that the Japanese didn't? Because when they encountered the Europeans, immediately they started making guns at a large scale. And the Chinese, to an extent too, they separated theirs too, even if it's tied to their spiritualism, but they separated theirs by and large too. It's just that the West separated theirs in a more methodical way, repeatable, and in short, the empirical method that they developed was a kind of invention that they created that has lasted the test of time. So that is why I called out our past. We didn't do that. We kept it the same. And from your argument today, we should keep it there and just box it there the way the Japanese did.
See, when I say something and then you're going to say, whoa, that's not what I'm saying. So basically, you're still saying the same thing. Abandon the African way of doing things in favor of the white's way of doing things, even if
more advanced way of doing things, not the white way of doing things.
If the African way of doing certain things is beneficial, and
no,
I gave you, I gave you an example, for example, of a woman, because when you said the nut issue, I said, haha, good. So he's not talking about cars and rockets no more. Let's go with something else. So I gave you an example of something both sides claim to cure, which, for example, let me go again. Erectile dysfunction, fibroids. Okay, so both sides have different methods of curing it. But you keep taking it back to, well, they are stuck in one place. But I'm not talking about cars, but I'm talking about no, for just get it here. There are different aspects of sciences. They are not built, they are not made, they don't practice the art of building cars. If they had to practice Western science, guess what they would be? They would be cardiologists. There will be
But that is the point.
psychiatrists.
I just told you just now. That's the point I made. The Babalawos will remember Babalawos, but the people themselves or the governments themselves would have separated the scientific method from what the Babalawos are doing. That's what the Western people did. It's not like they converted the priests to Christian to scientists. The priests remained what they were, and they moved the scientific method out of it. Simple. The Galileo was jailed for life because he said that the earth revolved around the sun instead of the sun revolving around the earth. That was the period. That was during that period that science was beginning to challenge some of the notions of religion. And because of that, he died in house arrest. And eventually, the Enlightenment period occurred, philosophy and everything challenged all the norms of Christianity. Darwin and all of them came along and they separated science from religion. And when they did that, you can see the results, the rapid advancement that occurred throughout that time to date. The advancement that has occurred in the last 300 years eclipse almost everything that has happened in the last 6,000 years alone. Just 300 years.
Because they worked on the results of those that laid the path before them.
Yes, those
It
laid
is
the
not
path before
because
them, and it
it
took
is
them
not
thousands of years to lay
because
that
the
path.
white man is just singularly this brilliant genius.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying they stumbled across a solution like everyone else stumbled across some solutions. They stumbled across a solution that worked very well. I don't think they knew what they were doing deliberately, that this was going to be the outcome when they were starting it. But they stumbled across it and it worked very well. It became a machine for innovation.
So you think every African science or every other science that is not Western science, their ways of doing things is not real or is not effective?
The ancient African science is effective for its time. It's about scale. It's about repeatability. It's effective. It was curing people. People were managing to survive at a certain level. But you can't compare that to when they found the cure for like the penicillin and all those
I
things.
get it. So let me ask you a question. So let me ask you, I'm not asking your religious beliefs. I don't care about, with all due respect. But I'm going to ask about your a certain belief that like I said earlier, a lot of people shy away from, and Africans, Nigerians just pretend like they, they whatever, like we don't know you guys. Okay, so do you believe in the unseen?
Of course.
If you believe in the unseen, you believe
I can't see the air. I know the air exists.
Okay, so no, I don't mean that. I mean spiritually.
I believe we are living in our spiritual world currently exists. Your mind, can I see your mind? I can't see your mind.
So you definitely believe in the unseen.
Yes.
So you would agree that there are some problems that will blow the mind of someone that does not understand. Like we as Africans have been talking, you mentioned Ogun and I mentioned the Babalawos. And so you would agree that there are some things that will, as if a Western person was to hear about it, it'll astonish them.
Yeah, there are some things that might still astonish them.
Okay. So if you say something like that, the unseen, because I kept telling you, like, this art is different. So if you believe in the unseen, if you knew someone that had a problem, the African problem, would you tell them to go to a cardiologist or would you tell them to go to a dentist?
If somebody has an African problem, what do you mean?
Yeah, like a spiritual problem.
If somebody has a psychological problem, I would
No, I didn't
recommend
say
the psychological
psychological. I
solution.
specifically said spiritual.
You see, spiritual problems are another way of saying psychological or
No.
mental or I don't
I
believe in
specifically.
spiritual as you understand it. I believe that people misunderstand what spiritual means. People completely misunderstand it. They think it's some kind of ethereal stuff that is just out there floating and a totally different reality.
Okay,
It's
so I
false.
get it. So again, meaning we could
That
that what?
meaning that what we perceive.
Meaning,
If you want me to say
so
it or what?
meaning, I wasn't asking, I was talking.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
meaning that again, you believe wholly and solely in the Western ways of doing things. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that.
I don't believe in the Western way of
I'm
doing
just
things.
saying
It's not the
only
Western way.
everything you're saying, everything
The
you're
problem
saying.
is that you don't think Africans can think for themselves and come up with their own postulations.
How did I say
You
that?
seem to think that everything I think belongs to the West.
Where on earth did I say you don't?
You just said it. When I tell you that we should try to invent our way to a new scientific method, you say it's Western. If I say that my
you are
perception of
saying,
reality
if
is not,
anything, you're the one saying we
it's
can't
not
think.
this thing is not as spiritual as you think. You say it's Western. I don't understand it.
If anything, you are the one saying we can't think, because if I'm saying we have our own method of dealing with certain aspects of life, and you're saying, well, no, it is superstitions, and we have to, it is psychological issues, and there's rumors, and people just don't understand.
You are
It is
mixing things up. You are mixing things up that I didn't mix up at
it
all.
is mythology. It is mythology. This is words you use.
You actually
Mythology.
said we should separate them. We separated them, and I went on to tell you that that separate part of it, that we should advance it, and you still argue with me.
And I'm saying, if you say advance it, I asked you to clarify what advancement
And I did
meant.
clarify it. I
Let
said,
me learn, forefathers. I know what you said.
Then why are you asking?
I'm not asking, it's a rhetorical question.
Okay, go ahead.
So, if you keep saying advance it, that we are stuck in time, our sciences are stuck in time. And I kept asking, what do you mean stuck in time? And you guys started bringing, for example, automated engineering. And I'm saying, well, those are not African sciences. So if again you're coming and you're saying, well, we should advance it. Well, guess what? Advancing means you're basically saying abandon traditional African beliefs in favor of Western ways of doing things.
You just said, you are the one that said we should leave African beliefs where they
and
are. People can practice it, but they can carry on with their scientific methods.
I just mentioned technology, okay? When I mentioned I asked you your beliefs, because this is what I do. I always try to see where the other person is coming from. And I just don't hear people, not because I just don't like to hear the sound of my voice. I like to hear where people are coming from. And if I believe something and I know something, I'm very open to correction. And on this topic, neither of us is right or wrong. At least I'm not saying you're wrong. You might say I'm wrong. That's fine. So I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying I have a different perspective. And I agree with your perspective. But all I'm saying is people should stop negating our traditional beliefs. Maybe, again, I understand. Maybe people, like I said, people don't understand, and people want to pretend like they don't understand. Because we see these things, for example, in our movies every day. We sit around the dinner table, and our Nigerian parents is talking about these things. We see about it, we've heard people talk about these things. So for us to now act like, oh, all of a sudden, we don't believe in these things.
Yeah,
You get what I'm saying?
I think they are saying we should round up for the day.
I don't care.
Yeah, I think I do enjoy our conversations actually, and but on this one, I really think this is a topic I would like to come back to. I will try to note it down, because I think it's very, very relevant. I did play a video yesterday. I don't know whether you saw it. I don't know whether you saw that video of Neil deGrasse Tyson about the research that has been done in the world.
About
and
what?
our place in it, research that has been done in the world. And he was damning. He was damning of Africa. Like it makes us look like we are dead already. I think maybe I should just share it so you understand why I feel a little bit concerned about our fate. Because sometimes maybe I should have said it from the beginning. Maybe that would have helped with the
I've heard
confusion.
Neil deGrasse Tyson along. Listen, all those people can't. There's nothing they're gonna say because
there's nothing they're gonna
no,
say.
there's nothing they're gonna say. Listen,
They are not talking about us. So it wasn't us. It wasn't about us. They are talking about themselves.
Okay,
So
because
let me
if you
just.
say to abandon African traditional beliefs, I think it's foolhardy, man. You know?
Okay, so I'll just play this quickly so that we see what I'm talking about, because this is quite informative. I think I've played this on this channel before. It's just that maybe some people have forgotten it or were not present. Let me just play so we see.
Per capita. Some countries will shrink, others will expand. Let's take a look. There it is. America's sitting fat and happy there. That's America. Yeah, we do science. Okay, look what happens. The great tragedy. Okay, look what America. Papers per capita the way it is. Don't get alarmed. Okay? So just don't get alarmed. So let's watch what happens. How much science, total number of published research papers per capita? Some countries will shrink, others will expand. Let's take a look. There it is. America's sitting fat and happy there. That's America. Yeah, we do science. Okay, look what happens. The great tragedy of this map. Take a look at Africa. Near zero map area. The only area it has is at the bottom there. That's South Africa, where there are actually observatories and physicists doing work. You've got Argentina there. You've got Brazil in South America. Wait a minute, what's this big purple zone in the upper right? What was that? Wait a minute, what's that purple? It's Japan. Whoa. And take a look at Europe. They're split up with Eastern and Western Europe. So the sort of pinkish countries are Western Europe. Look how large they become. What's interesting is the research in science correlates with wealth. The poorest continent is Africa. The least science goes on there. South America is not that far behind. Japan has a burgeoning economy. China is kind of on its way. But actually, this is not the map we should be looking at. No. We should look at the difference in science that's being published. Take, say, over a 10-year period, the theme of this workshop. So not the total science, the difference in science. I keep looking at you guys and not like the front row. I should make more eye contact with you guys. I'm sorry. Did you feel left out? A little bit? She felt a little bit left out here. Because I'm just kind of looking over your head. So hi guys, front row. You got here early. Good, yeah. So let's look at the difference in science. That's the trend line. That's the writing on the wall. The difference in science between 2000 and 2010, the difference. United States shrinks badly. We are still shrinking. South America is getting bigger. These are trend lines. Europe is huger. China is huger. Japan is still large. You want to see the world map of the future? That's the world map of the future. That's the last 10 years trend line of who's investing in science and technology.
How that is concerning, if we are not doing enough of this, we are not going to be here for very long. And this is the concern I have, that we may have to invent our way out of the mess we are in. You can see the graph. We are not even on the chart. It's like we don't even exist. What do you think?
Brain drain, corruption, lack of education, lack of industrialization, nothing to do with our old ways of doing things. Absolutely not. So we all actually have Western problems because of Western problems.
Either way,
we have Western problems because of Western problems, not because of our old ways of doing things.
I think you seem to be defending our old ways like I'm just going after it. I'm not going after it for like he's supposed to solve our problems now. It's just the old ways, and I believe that we should leave it there and pick up what is out there right now to deal with the challenges of this century.
I disagree.
So we should
disagree.
bring the old ways to solve the problem of this century.
No, we don't. We can't bring the old ways of.
Then why are you disagreeing with me?
Forefathers lived in the land. So I disagree in terms of there are certain problems in life that no matter how you might wish it, the Western ways of curing those things can't work. There are certain problems in life that Western science ways that you might term, like when I brought it up, the first thing you said was, oh, rumors and mythology and psychology and a lot of mental illness. Like I always say, though,
How do you know it's a spiritual problem? You don't have any proof for it.
What you understand is what you understand. So, like I said, I asked you
something
a question.
You cannot concretize, and you are claiming to know
exactly. So, what I asked you, what I told you earlier when we started talking was, for example, the Babalawo, are you going to tell them? You said, oh, they should digitize and data and this. So I said, oh, basically, you want them like
We're
writing
talking about passing knowledge on.
like writing a script for a Western way of doing things. Some things in the Western way, in any event, is not the final way of understanding life. And it's not the only way of understanding life. And it's not the final way of reaching solutions.
I am arguing
that.
for something different from the Western way, and you are fighting me. How can you
No,
fight me? You should be on my side. I thought you were arguing on that side that we should
no,
change.
not at all.
Yeah, so you don't think that we should follow the Western way. I'm arguing for something more than the Western way.
I didn't say we should. I'm not fighting against the Western way. I'm saying everything comes in handy, but let's not destroy our ways of doing things just because maybe we don't understand it in favor of something that might not necessarily have a solution to certain problems we might encounter in life. That's what I'm saying. So if you think,
I think I can't disagree with that. I'm not saying we should jettison everything.
but that's what
But
you've
there
been
are some
saying.
things. No. I'm not saying we should jettison everything. You want us to start doing human sacrifice. You want us to start doing all the old things that we used
That's
to do.
not what I said.
And so that's then we are on the same page. I'm saying there are certain things you preserve, the fundamentals, you preserve it, then you change the areas that you need to deal with the challenges of this century. Maybe you don't have to change. You may just have to keep that one for that practice and go and do something new. Point is that we need to face the challenge of these centuries, and my argument is that we need new techniques,
And
new
again,
ways
I'm asking
to do that.
I'm asking you, how is African spiritualism, for example, the reason why Africa is not developed? Why is Africa?
I gave you the reason. They didn't separate science from religion.
Why is Africa tops on that chart or lowest on that chart, however you want to see it?
Because they separate science from religion.
You really think the sole reason why that chart that Mr.
Not the
Tyson,
sole reason. Come on.
but that was what
But
you
it's a
just
massive,
said.
it's a big one. If they didn't separate science from religion, you're not going to
It doesn't even
advance scientifically.
count. It doesn't. Our traditional ways of doing things will not even appear if we were to start listing the problems why Africa is tops on that list. You have
our traditional ways will not appear at all.
have maladministration, you have misgovernance, you have corruption, you have lack of education, you have brain drain, you have lack of industrialization. but you put African spiritualism on the top.
Who says it's at the top? I never said it was at the top.
Oh, so I just listed 6. Where would you place it?
If I'm to grade it as the reason for our downfall, I would say it's somewhere around third or so.
Before what and what?
Third.
Before what and what?
Tribalism did play a role. Divisions, tribalism. The power of the Europeans
you
helped.
Understand the problems Africa is facing?
Of course, I do. To an extent, anyway. I'm not saying I understand it 100%. I'm saying if you're asking me my opinion, I'm telling you that tribalism was one of them because we didn't band together enough to be able to forestall some of the things that happened to us. And there's a cultural aspect that I feel like we don't value life as much as we should have. That part is there too. And then there's also our religion. Our religion, let me give you one example that our religion even made a big difference. That's an example that they give. I don't know how true it was, but it's an account from the Congo where Che Guevara of Cuba,
Che Guevara.
Yes, he went to Congo and they were struggling against the Western people, the Western people support. And one of the problems was that because the Africans were taking on charms, traditional charms to protect them against gunfire. So when they go into the field and there's an ambush going on and one of them gets shot and he dies, the others will freak out and take off. That is an account of where traditional beliefs has an effect on our ability to deal with challenges. Something that a Roman military will know that, okay, yeah, this one dies, okay, I'll march on. I'll maintain the phalanx. But we didn't do that because one man dies, they freak out and run away. So what do you think? That's an example that I read about.
But that's a bad example. That's just an example of lack of discipline in the military and lack of organization and reliance on superstitious ways of doing things.
And you asked me, I gave you the example.
So I'm not espousing that kind of spiritualism. I never mentioned that. Even when Jagun mentioned nuclear weapons and coming down and we can block them, I did not espouse that. Everything I've been espousing has been in the medicinal aspects, both the seen and the unseen. Now, the unseen, I understand that's a whole different topic that might go over too many people's heads. Or
let's reserve it for next weekend. I think it looks like we are going to be having a lot of debates because somewhere along the line we are supposed to share the same views. But I think you are like Mike, where we have to talk for 5 hours before our ideas come in sync. We have to talk for at least for 5 hours before it starts synchronizing. So, but next Sunday we are going to do more of this, so that I can be able to get. Oh, it's 11 hours already. I speak the truth. I really appreciate your time here, and don't miss coming down here. I like the way when we chase everybody away, so that we can be able to discuss. See this guy. We talked about we are going. He was always in the chat. He came in the backstage. You see, this is a regular here. So you stayed at the backstage all this while, chatting in the chat session, and you heard that we're about to leave, jump on.
I was with my people, man.
Okay, that's.
I say make I call greet my people for platform now.
That's good. Thank you for coming to say hi to us. Yeah. You got to the haircut and all now. You're raking in all the money in Canada. Right. So are you in the US now? You're in the US now, isn't it? You say you're in the US now.
One day. You guys put me in trouble one day.
I'm sorry, I don't want to put you in trouble.
I'm in Nigeria.
Oh my. No wonder you look fresh. Oh my God. Oh my God. No wonder he looks fresh. He's in Nigeria. No, I should have known, because when we go to Nigeria, our skins change.
No, that's not correct.
Are you in Nigeria? No.
I'm in the space.
these guys in Nigeria. I conclude now because the way your skin is, it looks like you're actually
Hello.
Paul, you are driving.
I greet you.
What's happening? Why you are driving?
Follow where you dey go?
I just want to find small trouble as you take talk about this guy that can come in.
Che Guevara.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I think I think he went to Congo too. Now I don't think it's only Angola he went to. Was he only Angola? Either way, the story was the same anyway. Che Guevara. You know what he experienced when he went there because of some of the traditional beliefs that people had. Some of the guys were running away. The moment one person got killed, it felt like the charms is not going to work anymore. They took off from the battlefield, and that's not the only problem they had. They had other problems too, but that was one of the accounts that was given.
This suffer that like traditional belief.
And
you really like them.
I think he thinks to be sympathetic to him is that he doesn't think that we should jettison our old ways necessarily. We can modify it, but we shouldn't jettison it, and I do sympathize with some of that. But my argument was that with the modern world that we are in and the new scientific method that is being used, that is there ways we can advance it so that it will allow us to also advance even faster. Because you can see that even in the West, they are also advancing their own scientific methods. They have changed the requirements to do a lot of certification and all that kind of long processes to get products out there. Now they want to be doing it. I think they have the name for it. I've forgotten what it's called. They have a name for it where you have the stuff going into the market, you get feedback from it, you advance, you refine it, you put it back, you refine it, you put it back. It just keeps circulating in the market. And there is a new form of process they are using. And that is a way of sharpening their scientific methods in a way. And I think that if we want to compete, you can't go and copy the old ways alone. You have to compete where they are now and see maybe there are ways we can even, advance faster than they are advancing right now. So I don't know if you have anything to add to that. AY.
Oh, me?
You just assume that nobody's talking to you. Why?
No, I thought it's Paul actually.
No, Paul, I can't see Paul's face now. He's driving.
No. You came before me now, AY.
You know, say you Malgana, maybe you know, say I disrespect Malgana, they will come pursue me for work.
No. I find what this guy's name today, our pharmacist today. So I don't want to do what he does. So you go ahead.
I was just listening today, man. Even since yesterday, I would listen and go. The one thing I really wanted to comment on, yeah, Fafada, what you said is true. That is, you can't, if you are gonna go back in time, you have to see what is going on today, and you can't just go back and you gotta be living in Stone Age. So basically, you have to see what is going on today and kind of incorporate everything. That's the way the world functions, right? You can learn from history, then you beautify the process and whatever you want to do. Basically, that's how the world functions. I know you guys will have a lot of argument, man.
Don't mind I speak the truth. He's very, very stubborn. He argues with me for no justifiable reason. Even when I'm agreeing with him, he's arguing with me anyway.
No, I speak the truth. It's not insulting. He doesn't insult anybody.
No, he's not insulting.
That is my own. If you are communicating, we can disagree respectfully. It's when that fight you are insulting, it become a problem to me, causing headache. Yeah, and some people they just argue to win. Not really. I don't argue to win. If I see superior argument, I take it.
Yeah, definitely.
That's the essence of having discussion.
I look for superior argument like somebody's having of water, really.
Let me ask AY a quick question. AY, you know what Rukia is?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, no problem.
I can perform Rukia.
What is
All right,
Rokia?
Maybe I need
don't
to
worry.
do
I
Forefather.
now I know what I was asking.
What is Rokia now? I don't know what
You weren't
Rokia is.
listening. I kept mentioning. I mentioned this on this billion times. I mentioned
his attitude.
Malaysia.
I'm asking for something now. He doesn't want to tell
because
me.
that's what I say. Like, if it was me, if someone kept mentioning the same thing over and over and over and saying, using countries as examples, I didn't mention one country. I mentioned like 6 countries. So if someone kept doing that, I'll say, whoa, what's he talking about? I'll say, well, what was that thing you said? But no, you never asked. And I'm just like, oh my God, this guy.
I didn't know what you were saying, baby.
But I
hear
said,
you
look,
say
let me
Rokia.
ask AY, because I know AY.
What is Rokia then?
It's just alternative medicines, alternative science, Islamic alternative science. That's what it is.
Oh, Islamic alternative science.
But it is deep. It is deep. It'll blow your mind when you see it in action.
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to know a bit more about that because it's a form of, you see, that's quite enriching actually. If there was a kind of different scientific method out there.
Yeah, it's more spiritual rather than
It's
scientific.
more spiritual, okay.
Yeah, but
It's
it is a
spiritual.
part of science. It's a different kind of science.
This guy, you know, the definition of science is not, that thing probably doesn't fit.
It is vast. That's what I keep saying. The definition is very
Rokia
vast.
is ROKYA.
RUKYAH.
Forefather go search.
I will find. Yes, now because I think it's quite fascinating. Actually,
yeah, it's good. It's good. It's a very interesting stuff.
AH.
RUQYAH.
Oh,
you might see different spelling. So when you put
it might be
QYA
or QYAH.
Yeah, Rokia. Yeah, I see it now. I definitely will. Yeah, what is Rokia? You're asking. I definitely want to find out more about it.
Listen, it's not something you can learn in one day. You probably have. I tell you this. Don't come back next week and pretend you know what you're talking about. You're gonna
start with me. Don't start with me. All I need is to go through the Wikipedia page. I'll be like, I'm the expert now. Don't try me.
You could put in 6 years. You still won't understand everything.
You know, Forefather can confuse things sometimes.
Oh God!
He will read
this is something. This is a science you will study all your life.
How do you know? See, I will go and study it. I will take what I need from it.
I know.
I'm not studying the entire thing of Rokia.
He do study, but sometimes he can just mix this up, and he so much believe in it.
No, I hold on to what I believe in until you knock it off. You have to justifiably destroy it. Then I'll move on to your belief.
And the thing is,
Forefather, now that you talk about you're going to check maybe Wikipedia and everything. Sometimes people push their cause so much. So when you go online, you don't know that you are seeing all your research from one fact base. And that may just look like what you are thinking is right, but the fact may be coming from one place. It's just like what the flagship tried to do today. And I tried to tell him that, why don't you give me some of your facts? Give me books. You understand? Like I can tell you books that you can read. You understand? To get some things and everything. And the same way, maybe some other person will give me the alternative of that same book. You understand? That can help balance my narrative very well and the like. But when you don't give me nothing, sometimes you just want me to go check on Google, Wiki, and everything. Sometimes we may also be wrong because people can push all those things out there a lot. So by the time you look, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, what is popping up may just be from one side narrative. And that may just look like it's real, but it may not be 100% real. You know, sometimes this thing comes. I could remember some years back, I went to my village and I went to see my king. So when I talked to the king was mad because the king had issues with my father for many years. And the king said, God, he said, men never die. He said, I talk like my dad. And he told me, he said he agreed with everything that my father said that he disagreed. He said he has come to agree. But he said if he, as the king, tried to do what my father was telling him, that I'm talking now, he said the chief would do everything possible to take him out of that throne. Because it will look like it's a cause. You understand? Because so many things of our culture that will say, oh, it's secret, it's only few people who see these things. And this thing, there is nothing special that they make it secret.
Exactly.
You understand? So I try to make the king understand. I say a white man will come to this bush that you said is evil forest. My great grandparents did not go to that bush. my great-great-grandparents, my grandfather, my parents did not go. One white boy went inside this bush and come outside, nothing happened. But the whole of us that own this bush, this so-called forest, we've never been there because you condition us evil forest.
Mm.
And there's nothing special
And
there.
and
You
and
just
and
make
when, and
few
when the
people
white
in
man
this
enter
village
and come
so
out, now
relevant.
everybody
It's
will
only
see
few
the
people
white
that
man is
enter there.
special. Mm-hmm. Because we went and did this now. When the
So
white
that's
man
why
went
when
in
they
there,
say white
goes in
man
there and
have
comes out.
more power than us.
You see?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
hope you're
Then
listening.
we just accept
Speak
that
the
the white
truth.
man is more stronger than us. Yeah.
Mm. I think I like that point that you made about when people die in Nigeria, they just always attribute it to superstitious reasons. A neighbor or village people did something when the person probably took one of these Agbo concoction and got it wrong. And you know, so a lot of things go wrong in that country, and they associate. I've been in a village somewhere. They are every time nobody ever dies of natural cause.
Nobody died for free in Nigeria. No,
There's always
thank God.
somebody that caused their death. You know, they
Oh,
will
but I will
blame
tell
the
you
wife.
something that I will tell you something that happened in America last week. I was watching the breakfast show. Thank God you watch the breakfast show too, because I know that you
Yeah.
talk about Chalaman the guy. Guess what? A
Salame.
25 years old guy killed somebody just because of the person stole his lunch meal at work, and they put him in prison for 100 years just because
Wow.
somebody stole his lunch meal. But do you know the first time in my life that I consume weed? Growing up, my friend just put it in my food to eat, and they were laughing. I slept all day. I didn't wake up, and they were laughing, but they don't know the implication of what they just did. You understand? And this is the same way, like I talk about that seed, out of joke, play. I may just go put 3 or 4 of that seed in somebody's food just to laugh. That person can purge and die of it.
Yeah.
You
That's
understand?
horrible.
You know? So that may be the thing that will say, oh, we don't kill person. You understand? Because
Yeah.
I don't even know the implication of those things that I take. But if we were to be in the West, by now I will know how many that I supposed to take. You understand? So
Exactly.
many things like that. We don't keep good record of the things we do and everything. So it's just hard for us to complement some of those things very well. It's just hard. We are not saying it's not working, but sometimes we just try everything for anything. You understand? That is just anything. Oh, you are having fever, cut this leaf. You are having this, cut this leaf. You know, just like I said about my own health when I see my doctor. They try all type of things. You know, my nature of my job, I stand a lot due to the nature of my job and everything. I complain about my leg, my foot. I'm having this pain at night and everything. The doctor started asking me, started digging deep about my family history. Anybody? Oh, my mother had diabetic and everything. I run, they check all my this. Okay, I don't have diabetic and everything. They check. Guess what? Before I know, they send me to go to neuropathy. That on its own, I got panic. I can't wait for the day to do the test. You understand?
Yeah. It's
After
stressful.
everything, run all type of tests and everything. The end of the doctor just said, I think you're having restless leg.
Yeah.
Restless leg syndrome.
Then I'm just having what they call restless leg. I never even heard that word before. Because I don't feel pain at work. I don't feel pain anytime. But when I relax at night, that's where I feel the pain. So the doctor just prescribed all this nonsense, cream, lotion to rub like old people at night whenever you want to sleep so that you can sleep well.
Dr.
You
Ike,
understand?
why do you always
You know?
like to show up at this time again? I know you have to work, but whenever I'm trying to close out on Sundays, that's when you show up. We are going to be closing out soon.
When we were looking for doctors, he did show up.
Leave him now. He left only the doctor that we didn't know he wasn't a doctor. It's a shame because people and people did that though. It wasn't him. He didn't say he was a doctor. They just assigned him the position somehow.
X0, what is his name?
X0 started it. I think he started it. He just assigned the guy.
But hold on. You don't have to be a doctor. He works in that field, right? You don't have to be a doctor for you to. Even some doctors said they don't even understand the details of those stuff. You guys are making a mistake.
I see, but my concern is that he was making blanket statement. I didn't care where he was from, whether he was a doctor or not. I would challenge when he makes blanket statement like that.
Father, didn't you see the Nigerian Cameroon doctor during COVID time? the Cameroon woman that's going to University of Calabar, that come out with all our own stories and the like. So sometimes people say all these things, you know, people just say all these things for all the care.
Yeah.
But we must be very, very careful.
We have to be. So, doctor, can you say what you have to say? Because we are rounding up. You know, we can't be here for long. I think we have 5 minutes or so to clear out. But thank you for joining us. You came late. This is going to 11 hours, 30 minutes.
Wow. Yeah. Thank you, everybody. I want to apologize for always coming late. It's because of the time differences, you know. So where I'm staying currently, like the time differences is kind of like now it's around 9 a.m. where I'm staying. So the time difference is really affects like my time of coming on the show.
You're in Australia?
Yeah. So I don't really know what is the topic today?
The topic was that is it a good idea that we look for a more effective and advanced scientific method so that we can be able to catch up with developments in other parts of the world, given that we lag behind in a lot of technological advancements. And the reason why I raised that point was because when I saw a video from Neil deGrasse Tyson, he was showing the research that is being done all over the world, and Africa as a map. They showed a map. Africa was nowhere. It's like we don't do research at all. And he was saying that picture you are looking at there is the future of the world, because if you are not advancing technologically, you're not going to be of any factor in the world. And so the question is now, given that we are in a very, very dire strait because we barely show up on the map, if we are to go into technology and we try to catch up, we could make a lot of progress, but would it not be also prudent for us to look for ways to advance faster, develop a scientific method? Because the Europeans developed a scientific method which they are honing as time went on. So can we not do something similar, and so that we can advance faster? That was the topic.
Okay. Thank you very much. My take is understanding how technology and information works. It's something that takes time, and it's something that takes a lot of resources, you know. So looking back to like when you read your history and the advancement of industrialization and all that. So all these countries you're talking about, when you talk about the Western world, the Europeans, the Americans, and the Asians, you know, they've started this research like thousands of years before Africa. And again, if you look at what is happening right now, these people, they are spending much of their resources on advancement in technology and science, not just technology, even also in science. So they are spending a lot of their resources there. But when you tell it back down to Africa, you understand that we Africans, we are more engrossed in still having this superstitious belief, having these beliefs that most of the things in the sphere of Africa can be solved either through diabolic means or through traditional means. And those things for me, they are not real, they are not factual, they don't have any evidence to prove their effectiveness. So the Western world for years, they've always tailored towards science and technology. So they pump in their resources in all these things, and it has been helping, you know, in terms of security, in terms of advancement, even in terms of giving them that ability, the power for them to like believe in themselves that they are the rulers of the world. But we Africans, we tailor our own more in terms of technology. We don't even have that ideology of thinking towards science. We don't even have that ideology of thinking towards technology. So that in a way is what is affecting Africa, and that is what will continue to affect Africa, except we come down and change this mindset of having to remove our mindset from these traditional and diabolic beliefs and tilt our mindset towards technology and science. it will go in a long way. It's not like the brains are not there. It's not like the resources for which to achieve these things are not there. It boils down to the mindset of those that are in leadership, So they have to start changing their mindset. They have to start putting their resources. Instead of going to Dubai to buy a house of 200, 300 billions of naira or worth of millions of dollars, if they should invest those things in Nigeria, let me tell you, okay, let's take for instance, even in the aviation sector, you find out we don't even have any company that is being engrossed in terms of producing drones and other security architecture that we need even in Nigeria as of today, which is 2024. So these things are things that, okay, like the advancement in science. Before, we don't have things like drones, but all these things are researches, all these things are technocrats that put in their resources and their time to search out for all these things, to search out for advancement in technology. But we find out that instead of our leaders to take towards that direction, rather they would prefer to go and buy the ones that have already been made by those countries. So these things are things that if it's just about we having the right leaders, at the top, liaising with all this Western world, we can send our troops, we can send our educated, we can send our troops, our military to go and learn, advance in aero technology. And the thing is that we have even universities that teaches all these things in Nigeria. But when you go to these universities, you don't see those resources that can impact on the people that are studying in all these fields, So when those things are not in place, how do they expect advancement in technology? How do they expect advancement in research? As of today, even our pharmaceutical companies, they are not functioning, they are not working. We are still importing drugs from India, from China, from Switzerland, from Italy, and from France as of 2024. So these are the things to tell you that we Africans are not ready to progress. Because if we start thinking, if we start making those amendments, which are possible, these things are not rocket science. It's just for you to sit down and go back to the table.
Okay, I think you have spoken quite well on this. I'm quite surprised. I wouldn't say I'm surprised because, to be fair, whenever you came in, you never really had a chance to speak your mind. You always have other person interjecting and fighting you. I'm not sure why actually, because you are very, very on this topic. You seem to know what. It's almost as you have been listening to us for a long time. Actually, it appears because you seem to know the lay of the land and everywhere. What needs to be done. But the idea now is, okay, yeah, we need to do these things. How about within the scientific process that we need to employ and the technological innovation processes? Are there areas, is it worth looking into whether we could fine-tune our own to be tailored to our own way of doing things, for one, and also make it more advanced in terms of the ability to yield results faster?
I don't really understand your question, but
what I mean by that, let me give an example. Let's say we are trying to get a seed from a plant. In one day, a Igbo man with their technology will be able to get one seed from that plant. The Chinese man in one day will be able to get one seed from that plant. If we go and copy their method, we'll be able to get one seed from that plant. But if we refine our methods, we may be able to get two seeds from the plant. So the point I'm making is that, is there something we can do with our own scientific methods that can allow us to advance faster?
No. The thing is that when you talk of research, there are layouts, like in terms of research, it goes through processes, hypothesis, you go to the field.
That's what I'm saying. Is it something we can do to ours to streamline it to be that's exactly what I'm saying. Those processes that it needs to go through, is there something we can do to ours to streamline it to be faster?
That's the research now. So what you need to do, that's the research.
The thing is that the layouts are already been laid, for years, So the process of achieving your aim in terms of research, the layouts have already been laid. It's just for we to key into those things, At least let's start from there. And if we are better off than the ones that are already been laid, and we feel like we have more advanced way that we can impact, on the ones that are already on ground, then the other parts of the world will believe in us. Do you understand? But for we don't even have the ideology of starting with, the basis of starting with the ones that have already been laid on ground. So how can we advance when we don't even have the ones that are already been laid on ground, which are yielding results as of today?
What if you advance and you show results? Because in the end, scientific processes is based on results.
You can't advance. There is already a template for you to follow in achieving something, and you're coming up. You want to.
You don't always.
Dan, can I come in, please?
You want to advance. It's not possible. That's
1 minute.
That is not possible.
1 minute. 1 minute, Dan. 1 minute. It's okay. So what you are asking is actually possible to advance. The way research goes, right? Where you can copy and study the problem and the solution. You try to understand it, but you need to have full understanding what methodology was used. Yeah, you will not look for how to improve it. That improvement will bring the advancement. So we don't even have a system that can make us to study a problem. So we need to have a system. This cut across board, not only in medicine, even in engineering and sciences, technology generally, in other areas. That is how research are done. Even in the university, just like even in America, that's what is going on, right? So you have it's just like car technology, for example. Different technology every year. Company keep working. Okay, now you can open a car remotely. Before you know, you can get your car facial identification to identify and open your car. So these are improvements. It's just those little improvements mean a lot.
Exactly, and the processes you are talking about, all those hypothetical processes, and you write your reviews and the peer review and all that stuff. You can, like now, while we are talking about it, some idea came in my mind whereby you can technically employ AI to speed up some of these review processes, because some of these AI have very, very high aptitude to be able to understand what you are writing. So it streamlines the process that if it was supposed to take 6 months, it takes 3 months for us. So the idea for me is that if we try to catch up with the world where they are, we are always going to be chasing them. And you want to have processes that might allow us or enable us to leapfrog or move faster, at least to catch up. Then maybe if we choose, we can slow down. But I don't believe that if you don't think about it, the danger is that they will think about it and advance even further, because you are trying to catch up with the past while they are already going to the future. Because I just sat here, thought about the process of quickening the process. It means they too are thinking like that. You see what I mean? So we are talking about leaping forward.
You can't jump to step 10 without even starting step 1.
I get what you mean. I get what you mean.
Doctor, I understand what forefather. Let me just come in with this little place. Something happened 2014. I was in Cornell. Cornell is one of the 8 Ivy League universities in New York. My little niece is graduating. So when I saw the graduates of the Japanese students that graduate, guess what? These people graduate and they think these people, you understand? So some of the professors that also came for their graduation, so they were asking them, do you guys have any jobs? They said no. Their government sent them here. And immediately they're going back to their institute of research to go work with people that have been doing so many work for a very long time. But guess what? AY just graduated from school. He just got a job. He finds himself in the labor market. This is what we get in Nigeria. But over there, it's time for us to say, okay, we want to dedicate 2-3 universities to do more research based. You understand? You bring your knowledge, you are working with a team of people where government can say, we want to build second Niger bridge. You understand? Let us go University of Ostuka. Let us go and get the right people there. Because there are researchers that must have come out with so many things, anything you want to do. I think with that way, it can help more than just looking for one expert somewhere else to say, come do everything for us.
Yeah, let's take for instance, let's start with the one that at least we have on ground, you know. Like Nigeria is known for producing oils, like we have crude oils and all that, and we have this institution in Forum or whatever that is more of a petroleum something. So even as of today, when you go to those institutions, you will not even see the materials that are needed to impact on those students that are studying there that can display their knowledge on the field, which is that petroleum.
That is true. That's Petroleum Training Institute, Efurum, in Warrior.
Yeah, you find out that these things are not rocket science. It's just for our government to pay more attention to pay more attention to the necessary things, which are putting more money on education, spending more on research. When you check out the Canadian system, you find out that they put every year there is a budget that is set out for research only. Only there is this amount of budget that is set out for only research in every field, both in science, both in technology. We don't have those systems in Nigeria. So how can you advance when you don't even have the step one?
We don't put money on it. We don't put money on it tangible. Anything we can't steal, we don't put money on it. We like to put money, say you are building house, everybody's seeing the house.
the UK spends about 14 billion in 2021 on research.
So let me say something very important.
How much is your country spending on research? So that is the question you have to ask.
Nigeria will barely be 1 billion. Nigeria will not go near 1 billion.
Papa, you never can tell. We might spend more than even though the UK.
Nigeria
but you will not see the money.
1 billion for research and development. I doubt it.
But you will not see the money, Papa. So they will chop the money.
Let me say this.
That is where the problem is. Even the UK that is already advanced are spending 14 billion. We don't even have step one. We are spending 1 to see. That's the difference. So if we can channel our resources into things that are more important, into things that can help.
Nigeria spends quite a lot too. 1.5 billion. I didn't think it was going to be up to 1.5 billion. You know, from 2020 to 2022. Yeah, 1.5 billion is not exactly little.
No way. We spending 1.5 billion.
Billion, Papa, naira or dollar? Papa, naira or dollar?
No, it's dollars. I'm looking at dollars. Yeah, I find it hard to believe.
So let me say this.
That's what it's showing.
The truth of the matter, what is going on? The leadership of Nigeria, past leaders, till now, they didn't really understand what we have. We have the resources. Who is doing that? We have the people that can do the research. Nigeria have hot brains. Even in terms of university, we had UI, you could have made UI a really solid research university. OAU, we have universities.
Even UNN,
So the new university, you can have university like Unijust used to be very good in medicine. Unimate used to be very good in medicine. We had all this. So the problem is misplaced priority. We have the people. Nigeria, you will not understand how deep Nigeria are.
Who are they spending 1.5 billion dollars for? Well, I don't know where they are spending all that money.
Hold on. Hold on. Right now, Nigeria kids, they are more smarter. I kept saying this thing. It's not late. The kids we have now are way more smarter. These kids are copied at any level, all over the world.
We are not giving them the opportunity now.
We're not giving them the opportunity. Most of them, they finish school because the way they understand it, one bank will take them and pay them peanuts. Their life will just head from there.
It's not about them. It's about, just like what I said about the Institute of Research. The junior one can't work with the senior one because the senior one feels some type of way that this junior one is coming too fast. They hoard everything. That's one biggest problem that we are having.
That is part of the problem. The other thing, that money you are looking at, forefather, these professors, they collect what they can collect and put it in their pocket. They're not doing research. nothing is really going in Nigeria. Maybe 1%.
That I'm a bit surprised, because if our budget is about 27
they don't
billion,
even understand.
that's,
they don't even
I'm
understand.
surprised
Some
they
of
spend that
them
kind of
is
money for
copy
research.
and paste. They don't do shit. So Nigerian professor can rush. They want to be professor. They just look for paper here and there.
Yeah. Why you see when you are coming to the West, you want to get all the scholarship. Just look for university for research base. 100% scholarship, you get the scholarship. Once you look for any university, research-based university, you want to be a part of that team for research, scholarship is there for you. You understand?
Did research. I did research. I didn't pay 1 dime to get my degree.
So you said you don't pay school fees.
It's one of them now.
I beg you. So the thing is, we have, because what they do, right? So let me tell you what they do. I don't want to disclose too much. Let me tell you what they do. America, Canada, UK, especially let me focus on America and Canada. They look for the best brain. You are messaging a professor, he's looking at your degree, he's looking at your grade. This is a student, this is a good student. All over the world, especially the third country, India, Nigeria, all Africa countries, Chinese, they give them scholarship. You come here, you come and start doing research. Iranian, what all they need is, let me say, 1% of that population to have a breakthrough. They make all their money. That's it. They need 1% to make a breakthrough. They don't need all of you to make a breakthrough. Just 1% breakthrough.
Yes.
They progress. They make their money. And they do that next year. They do that coming year. They get the best brain. It's brain drain. So if Nigeria has set up for that, even when you are using Africa countries, look for people from all over Africa countries, the best, their best, bring them to Nigeria to come do research, to come work for you. Ghana, they are trying that aspect now. Ghana, they are giving people scholarship to go do research in Ghana. They try. I'm telling you, my friend just finished my test.
My concern is that this research amount that they claim they are spending for research may be going to like scholarships and other things instead of the
in
actual
Nigeria.
research. Yeah,
in Nigeria,
1.5 billion is a lot of money for Nigeria by Nigerian budget standard.
Which scholarship for Nigeria? This one has come. I didn't tell you, said Baba forget. I know what he
is. Forefather, who did they give scam? Forefather, they interview first-class students in Unilag. They interview a first-class student in University of Ibadan. They ask them, how much school fees did you pay? They pay school fees. You can never hear that thing in the West. That you're a first-class student, you are paying school fees. You already have scholarship. Except your father is Dangote. That is if you are so rich, that's why you pay. You understand? So, other than that, how do you want to pay?
Forefather, let me clear this out. PhD is like work. If I want to quit my job, say I want to go do a PhD, I will have negotiation with my professor, say, hey, this is how much you're going to pay me. If you're not paying, I'm not working with you. It's like work. In Nigeria, PhD students, now there they pay school fees. They go even give money to professor. It's messed up.
Yeah.
It's messed up. You are not supposed to pay for your PhD. If you pay for your PhD, you just want to brag. You are not supposed to pay for your PhD.
Yeah. Do you know what's PhD? PhD, you have a lot to do. Not be money when you want to pay school fee, you they take off. So it's messed up. Yeah,
that's
it's
true.
Messed up.
Steph, I've seen you in the chat as always. You chose to come in when you heard that I wanted to close. And
no, let me first of all commend forefathers today. He really tried.
Thank you for the commendation.
You're surprising me this year.
Forefather, so forefather, this your background that changed. It really changes you.
This is the second time.
I just thought I should change it.
Dropping my heart for forefathers.
Thank you.
Yes,
I watched what through today. He really impressed me a lot.
Okay, so Steph, you mean because of the flagship that everybody like him because of his voice that his conspiracy theory today make you like forefather?
Flagship switched body with forefathers today.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Oh my God, this is a compliment. I don't.
Hold on now. Yesterday I was watching.
You are busy.
Yesterday I was watching the show where Chim wanted to end the show. I was shocked. Then I was telling him, I'm like, you see them, All of them were there. This is how I said. Now they go no work. What for father they do? You see there. Some people.
And that was actually, I heard that thing. If I
Yes.
have Dr. Rudolph's number, because I heard him today before he ended the show, he was talking. I don't know the changes he want to make, but I hope he doesn't want to ruin his show.
Yeah.
You know?
I told them. I was like, you see,
It's not
there, all of
everything
you are
that you
here
do
now.
democracy with. It's just like doing democracy in church. You can't do democracy inside church. The kind of image my forefather bring to the program. Except if
these
you see another person that gives that kind of dedication.
I said these people where they
nobody's
shout.
perfect, but I always say it, I give it to forefathers.
I said these people where they shout.
Dedication to the job.
We can be doing tag teaming. You know, somebody can hold for a while. So I join, and you know, we can tag team. I think that's what they want to do anyway. They are gonna. More people are gonna join.
So Father, what happened that you didn't join the show yesterday like that? I was shocked for the first time. 5 hours something on a Saturday show.
Go run things.
I was taken away. You know,
you were working on your background.
My London. this background has been there all this while.
Father was in the other room.
The background has been there
exactly.
I thought I should change it up a little bit.
Father, you change the background. The background is also to match with your shirts. It's really tough.
Yes. I instinctively, because when I got on, I thought this shirt is different and it doesn't seem like it is good for the golden background. So, and I knew I had this image. I said, let me try
again this year.
Yeah. What did I do? I was so I was just asking the guy the question that I normally ask.
No, it wasn't the way you usually ask.
Yeah. Okay. You were not mad, you were not arguing, but you asked the right questions. You make it hard for him.
Questions only based on what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know.
That was cool,
he did not intentionally want to introduce something to complicate the whole situation the way he used to do.
I think I felt like he was generalizing too much.
The point I left when he said you're going to search a video, were you able to see that video? Because you're actually 100% correct in what you're saying.
Yeah, no, I tried to find the video. I couldn't find the video, and I told him.
No, I heard it. I was watching. I'm in the popular stand watching. I saw everything.
I even went on to say that because he said it in two different ways. He talked about even through the research area.
He emphasized it.
He kept saying it. I was like, no, you can't be generalizing. And it's like what triggered me was that's how people generalize in Nigeria. Like everybody in Nigeria is corrupt. But there are people doing good work there. It's not fair to be generalizing all of them. You are making it look like their life don't matter. It's not fair. And that's what he was doing. I was like, no, you can't do that. No. And X0 was like, oh, because he's the doctor. So just because he's the doctor, it doesn't mean he's correct.
No,
there are certain things the doctor can be wrong on.
Right. And what I speak that truth said, you know, I don't want to dwell so much on the conspiracy of what happened some time ago in the world. But it will be, I feel hot when I see anybody that really pushed that conspiracy to the level of denying an event that I witnessed with my own eyes. You understand? Especially in my own city of Chicago. I witnessed, oh my God. Who write those things off? The hospitals were literally, people that have critical illnesses were turned away from the hospital because there was no space. People were kept even in the basement of hospitals. People were dying.
Imagine.
Somebody tell you nobody died.
Don't just even say too much. Even Trump had COVID.
Yeah, Trump got COVID. Told him, I caught COVID too.
I caught it
I know
too.
somebody that caught it.
I caught it too. I caught it.
Imagine.
I know somebody that had COVID. I had COVID several times.
Listen,
and I took the jab 3 times.
My pastor was part of the conspiracy when it started, but some months into it, this man nearly died in a hospital. He spent 21 days in the hospital. He nearly died. Was on ventilator for almost 7 days. He didn't even know where he was. He nearly died.
Steph,
when he came back, he was humbled.
Steph, I had friends that work with these people. They were working at the hospital. It's not news. The thing is, people deliberately come distort news. You glue the person, you know muscle. There are people like that. I know them, and they keep quiet.
AY, one of my very good friend here in Arizona, The guy bought a property in Omole Estate for 160 million naira. He made the hell of money, but he don't have a life during COVID. That is, he said the traffic in the hospital is like hell. You understand? They lost almost like 50% nurses and doctors. The one that died, the one that choose not to work again. Even when they threaten some of them with their license, they say, go away with the license. I'm done. I'm tired. But you know that Nigerian spirit to some people, he was working back to back to back.
There was a nursing home here that almost half of the residents died.
You forget he consumed one of the most popular governor that would have been contesting for president by now, a New York governor.
You tell me the man intentionally sacrificed himself?
What's that his name again? That New York governor. That was
I forgot his name now.
There was one of that guy.
Como.
Yeah,
Como.
Somebody
Andrew Como
intentionally sacrificed his job just to. Oh my God. No.
Yeah, he ruined his career, isn't he? Yeah, gentlemen, thank you all for coming in. And it's getting to 12 hours. Nobody's going to see it if we keep talking after this time. So I speak the truth. I really thank you for coming in. I appreciate you. Which one?
Did you sell it?
What's that?
He put it in auction.
Yeah.
What? The background, you mean?
British people don't take it from the hand. British people just took it.
It was not real?
The background is not real.
The artifact
not
wasn't real?
No, his background is defect.
They're just backgrounds. They're not
His
real.
background.
What do you take me for? You think I go and sit in those type of areas and come and sit here for?
No, this thing actually made you earn my respect, honestly.
Oh, thank you. I can get you backgrounds now. If you need backgrounds,
that is not real. I don't know what to do with you.
It's not. It's not real. Not at all. It's not real.
Father, what is your take with KJ? When KJ also support flagship, what was your take?
KJ scared me because he got COVID-19 and he took the injection and he still supports the conspiracy.
Oh.
And he supports the conspiracy on top of it.
Who was surprised that KJ supported flagship?
It's like any conspiracy
going to conspiracy.
I need to injections too.
I know that KJ is going to
please. I know because KJ is Republican. He's Republican.
And for the first time today, he actually came open. He said yes, he loves anything that's to do with conspiracy.
Yeah, he came out openly for it now. I don't know, but I can't help him on that one. So thank you all for coming in. Dr. Emeze Okorie Daniel, I really appreciate your contribution actually because
thank you very much.
I really, because he's the one that actually went into the topic and then he opened up the actual conversation regarding that, because that is quite good. Thank you. And
so what about Olumide?
Paul, Olumide was very good. He said Olumide he's defending his career. He knows he's into pharmacy. He can't. I like the way he was very.
Yes. It's very well.
When it comes to their profession, it's like when somebody talks about marine or aviation, Paul will come here and completely lay them down. He will not let it go.
You see that I get mad at Olumide, but I agree with you 100%. So Olumide, apology not accepted, but go ahead.
That was classic, man. That was classic, Paul. There, it's like apology not accepted, but carry on. It's okay. So let me thank Peter Pan. Thank you for coming in, and Reabo as always. I thank you for coming in. Kando, I see you there. A for real, you're on the panel, and I thank you for coming in too. You all just came in, and you've all always been on the chat. I've been seeing you on the chat for hours, and the last hour.
So that me myself,
thank you all for coming in. Tope, I see you there. Thank you for coming in, Tope. And Okori, I see you here. Okori, Dr. Okori, I see you here. Thank you for coming in too. And Aizon, I see you there. Thank you for coming in. Black Experience, I see you. Henry Johnson, is it the Henry that normally comes on the panel and badger people too? Henry, thank you for coming in. If it's you, come in, because I like that guy. I do enjoy the way he harass people sometimes. Actually, he does like just challenge people for no reason. Equity, fairness, and justice. Thank you for coming in. And Kando, I see you there again. Let me see if I can find you. Oga, I see you there. Timajek, Damian A, I see you there. Who else is there? What other name did I forget even? I have to go up because it's been a while. These people have been here. Boom Boom Ray, I see you there. Boom Boom Ray, are you Muslim? Because I was surprised. There was something about Islam. He really jumped on it today. Boom Boom Ray, I see you there. Eddie A, thank you for coming in, Eddie A. I see you there. Lighthouse, I see you. Lighthouse says that his son is the one that likes me. He doesn't necessarily like me himself.
Lighthouse not my person.
Yeah. Sansnom, I see you there, Sansnom. Thank you for coming in. Soji Adamo, which is alias Jagon. Thank you for coming in. I see you on the chat there. Lighthouse again, Tope, and I think let me go to the Fatai Ono Tube.